Chapter 1. Drifting at Sea. The scorching heat waves rolled into the lifeboat. The familiar yet unsettling sea breeze was overwhelming my nerves. Squinting, I leaned out of the lifeboat, and the shimmering surface of the water was blindingly bright. The sunlight reflecting off the ocean was even more intense than the direct rays from the sun. I had no choice but to pull the canopy of the lifeboat closed, deciding to postpone writing my nautical log. Looking at the two women, one large and one small, sleeping inside the lifeboat, my anxiety deepened. Having two more people meant more mouths to feed and more water to ration. The older woman was a Chinese American, around 26 or 27 years old, dignified and beautiful. She had been a member of the upper class on the cruise ship and was the wife of my employer. Her name was Susan. The younger woman was a Malaysian Chinese, only 18, with a lovely appearance. Her name was Yi Wenwen, and she was a student. Due to the heat, both women wore only thin nightgowns, soaked in seawater to reduce moisture loss, clinging tightly to their bodies. Their faintly visible outlines were exceptionally beautiful. But at this moment, I had no mind to appreciate it. My thoughts drifted back to a special mission 7 years ago when my plane crashed in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I survived alone for 133 days, relying on a few sealed passenger suitcases tied together. The endless loneliness and despair, along with my battered body, not at my will, pushing me to the brink of suicide several times. And now, here I was again, thrown into the devil's embrace, this time with two women who knew nothing about surviving at sea. Our cruise ship had been sunk by a torpedo. In the heart of the Indian Ocean, far from the shore, we had been attacked and had barely escaped with our lives. My employer was killed instantly when debris pierced his brain. The woman sleeping next to him barely had time to put on her clothes before she panicked and ran out, seeking my help. I managed to throw her onto the tilting deck. With my extensive survival experience, I seized the opportunity amid the chaos to grab a lifeboat, successfully pulling this woman aboard. The student had also climbed onto our lifeboat at that moment. She was lucky the immense suction from the sinking ship pulled everyone floating in the water down to the depths. No one survived. That night, in the pouring rain, the sea looked like it was dyed black, with cold bodies floating like solid clumps of ink, mingling with the debris from the ship. I instructed the terrified women in the lifeboat to use the flashlight to help me quickly gather floating supplies from the water. For 2 full hours, I fished out 2 boxes of canned food, a case of bottled water, a blanket, and several sets of warm clothing. I secured the cans in a net bag at the back of the lifeboat to prevent any damaged cans from puncturing it. The bottled water was dragged onto the narrow lifeboat and tied down with rope to prevent it from being lost to the waves. Fresh water is the most precious resource at sea. In the vast ocean, food is plentiful, but fresh water is extremely rare. 10 days had passed since we left the shore, and under my strict control, we still had 5 bottles of water left, each containing only 300 milliliters. The human body requires at least 475 milliliters of water daily. Given the unusual circumstances, I forced the women to stay in a prolonged sleep to minimize their water loss and limited their intake to between 55 and 225 milliliters of water per day, strictly controlling their food intake as well. Food absorbs moisture from the body. With only 5 bottles of water, we could survive for at most 5 days. At first, they resisted fiercely due to their unbearable thirst, but eventually, they succumbed to my authority, allowing me to control the food and water. This led to a lingering hostility from the two women towards me. I didn't care to explain survival was all that mattered. In the lifeboat, aside from food and water, dealing with waste was also a hassle, especially for women. I wouldn't allow them to relieve themselves directly into the sea, as human waste carries a strong odor. Many people know that sharks can smell blood, but they don't realize that sharks can also track humans through vomit, feces, or even urine. Aside from saving urine, all solid waste would be thrown overboard from the back of the lifeboat. I gazed at the wispy, mist-like clouds in the sky, feeling a heaviness in my heart. This indicated that the next few days might be filled with clear skies. Clear weather is good for fishermen, but not for us. If it didn't rain soon, we would face the grim reality of drinking our own blood to quench our thirst, ultimately succumbing to death in a haze of delirium, becoming lost souls in the ocean. Chapter 2. Susan's actions. As I pondered these thoughts, my gaze shifted to the water container tethered to the lifeboat. It was a rudimentary distiller I had fashioned using the standard tools provided with the lifeboat. On a day as clear as this, barring any unforeseen circumstances, one could collect a maximum of half a liter of water in a day. Should we encounter turbulent winds, collection would be virtually impossible. We must do our utmost to conserve bodily moisture to ensure the optimal duration of survival. During times of thirst, we would suck on buttons to stimulate saliva. In the desolation, 2 more hours passed, and the sun's intensity began to wane. I unfastened the tarpaulin and took up the sextant, positioning myself at the edge of the lifeboat to observe repeatedly, gaining a rough estimate of our location at approximately 22 degrees south latitude. With the aid of a chronometer in my hand, I could deduce our longitude to be around 75 degrees east. I concluded that we were situated about 2,000 kilometers west of the Mascarene Islands, with the Chagos Archipelago lying approximately 2,500 kilometers to the north. Relying on the south equatorial current, if we did not deviate from our course, it would take at least 1 to 2 months of drifting to reach the Mascarene Islands. However, the ocean is notorious for its unpredictable weather, and straying from our intended route was inevitable. If the lifeboat remained intact, I would only need to invest some time in recalibrating our coordinates to return to our designated path. My greatest concern was drifting into the Benguela Current. Should that occur, we would be doomed to endlessly circle the Indian Ocean. Lacking a source of propulsion, we were at the mercy of the south equatorial current. Entering the Benguela Current would mean a certain demise. While there are islands in the expanse between the Chagos Archipelago and our lifeboat, marked only on specialized nautical charts, the probability of encountering them was exceedingly slim. It was akin to a leaf in a great river fortuitously landing upon a protruding rock. The odds were nearly zero. Susan awoke and observed me recording the navigational log. Her initial hostility had transformed into a reliance for survival. She understood that I was her only chance of salvation from the sea. Yet, fear lingered in her heart, fear that I might harm her and consume her and the young girl at her side. She had likely heard tales of cannibalism in extreme circumstances, and I possessed the power, wielding control over fresh water and sustenance. As dusk fell, Susan removed her outer garments. The cramped confines of the lifeboat did not allow her to stand, so she sat gracefully, her posture reminiscent of a figure from a painting. This woman seemed to possess an innate elegance and beauty befitting the upper echelons of society. Her skin, once alabaster, had lost its creamy hue after 10 days adrift at sea, now taking on a healthy bronze tint. "Mr. Pan, could you help me wipe away the salt crust on my skin?" Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, now bore the weight of fatigue as she shyly turned to me with her request. Having slept during the day and continually dampening her clothes with seawater to reduce perspiration, her body had accumulated a significant amount of salt crust by nightfall. It was imperative to cleanse it, or the sea salt would irritate her skin, leading to potential bacterial infection. I approached and used a cloth to assist her in removing the salt. Her lake-like eyes regarded me, and she slowly bent forward, resting her head on my thigh as tears streamed down her face. "I will not abandon you. As long as I live, you both shall live," I assured her, draping my clothing over her cleansed body. This was a form of bribery from one endowed with greater survival skills to another in dire straits. She feared I might forsake them. Upon hearing my words, Susan nodded awkwardly, a hint of shame coloring her cheeks. It seemed she glimpsed a spark of hope in my resolute expression. With her beautiful eyes fixed on me, she softly uttered, "I may be pregnant." Her words. My expression shifted slightly in this environment. Pregnancy was an unequivocal peril. She gazed at me with trepidation, tears falling as she wrestled with the uncertainty of her fate and that of her unborn child. "Conserve your strength. We will survive," I replied, observing her dazed expression. Susan nodded in resignation and turned to lie on her side. This posture was particularly enchanting. The young girl beside her, though lacking the same captivating grace, exuded the freshness of youth and innocence, akin to a half-ripened fruit, tender and sweet. As I looked at the two women and then at our scant supply of fresh water, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped me. In this moment, I could only beseech the heavens for a glimmer of hope, an island to appear or a timely rain to bless us. Chapter 3. The complete waste of fresh water. As night fell, the temperature over the sea plummeted. The two women rose to consume the rationed water I had allocated for them. They remained silent, lying beside me, gazing at the star-studded night sky. Their luminous, beautiful eyes reflected the desolate cosmos, a moment so exquisite that it made one forget we were adrift in the heart of the ocean, utterly isolated. I stole a glance, observing the Southern Cross and the other celestial bodies in motion above. This served as a reliable means for me to ascertain my direction of drift. After spending an extended period adrift at sea, one can easily lose track of whether they are advancing or retreating, much like standing amidst a tumultuous river for too long. The vast, serene ocean offered no reference points beyond the stars' point. One might even feel as though they do not truly exist, akin to a wandering soul in the heavens. The young woman confided in me that she had originally planned this trip to Mogadishu with her uncle, who had since perished. She mentioned having read my reports, referring to me as the miraculous Chinese man adrift at sea for 133 days. She inquired whether I might lead them to escape the ocean. I found myself unable to respond to such a question, so I remained silent, my gaze fixed upon the night sky and the surrounding winds. Uncle, who is the person you most wish to see right now? Yi Wenwen's question resonated like a young girl asking her beloved, her face alight with anticipation. She had presumed I would respond with my customary reticence, merely indulging her curiosity to ascertain if this brooding man harbored any emotional attachments. This time, however, I parted my cracked lips and uttered two words, seagull. Seagull? With this declaration, both women turned their eyes to the desolate night sky, bereft of anything but the twinkling stars. If we spot a seagull, we can find land. The longer this lifeboat drifts, the greater the likelihood of it being breached by fish. Even if we have ample freshwater and food, survival would remain elusive. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged glances, falling into silence. Yet, in truth, the term seagull held another significance for me. It referred to my wife. I called her Seagull because she represented the purpose of my existence, the lighthouse guiding my return to shore. I had intended to retire after completing this mission, to spend my remaining days with her, yet I never anticipated being cast once more into the embrace of the sea. As night deepened, the temperature of the ocean dropped sharply. I lay between the two women. Despite having gone 10 days without a bath, they retained a faint, pleasant scent, mingling with the salty aroma of the sea. Gradually, I succumbed to sleep at dawn. I was abruptly awakened by the sound of anguished cries from the women. I sprang up to find them curled in agony, clutching their abdomens and emitting pained moans. A quick glance revealed that all the bottles of fresh water in the lifeboat were empty, alongside two hollowed-out cans, causing my expression to darken. Observing their pale faces contorted in pain from gastric spasms, I felt a surge of frustration, for those provisions could have sustained us for another 3 or 4 days, now entirely depleted. Damn it! I cursed. They seemed oblivious to the fact that sudden overindulgence after prolonged starvation could trigger such spasms. I turned Yi Wenwen over, prying her mouth open to induce vomiting. In an instant, she expelled everything she had consumed. I employed the same method on Susan, and finally, both women sat weakly in the lifeboat, their eyes vacant. My anger was palpable, yet it seemed futile at this juncture. Witnessing the vitality drain away, I felt despair wash over me. I'm so sorry. We were just so hungry and thirsty. It felt like we were dying. Susan eventually recovered enough to speak, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at me. Yi Wenwen, too, cast a pained, shameful glance in my direction. Uncle, what should we do now? We have no water left. I ignored their pleas, instead gazing at the boundless sky. The fluffy white clouds above had increased compared to the previous 3 days. If fortune smiled upon us, we might experience a downpour tonight or tomorrow night. At this moment, not a drop of fresh water remained. If rain did not grace us within the next 2 days, we were certain to perish. Even if it rained on the 3rd or 4th day, the prolonged dehydration would lead to irreversible organ damage. I had to prepare for the worst. The two women, fully aware of their grave misjudgment, hung their heads in shame. Noticing the sun beginning to rise, I hastily arranged the apparatus for collecting distilled water, hoping to gather half a liter that day to prolong our lives. You too should sleep. Try to remain still. That I have 2 bottles of urine here. If either of you feels thirsty tonight, you may drink. As I spoke, I opened one bottle, the acrid odor assaulting my senses, yet I sipped the liquid as if it were a mundane task. The sight of this made the two women recoil in disgust. Chapter 4. Thunderstorm. The sky gradually brightened, and to my astonishment, I beheld the fiery clouds on the horizon. The heavens were no longer the endless expanse of blue they had been in recent days. They were now adorned with numerous cumulus clouds. An exhilarating sensation coursed through me, for this signified that the atmospheric moisture had reached a sufficient level. It was a harbinger of impending rain. As the saying goes, if the morning sky burns, do not venture out. If it burns in the evening, one may travel 1,000 miles. This adage reflects the notion that fiery clouds in the morning often herald rain to come, whereas those appearing in the evening predict clear skies ahead. That day, the sun was no longer fierce, yet the oppressive heat lingered. Fish surfaced to gasp for air, however. As the afternoon wore on, the anticipated rain did not arrive, and we languished in the stifling atmosphere, acutely aware of the severe loss of moisture within our bodies. By evening, the rain still eluded us. Thirst gripped us painfully, and our collection of distilled water was woefully scant, igniting a sense of despair within us. At that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, bringing with it the most comfortable temperature. Regrettably, this was not the time for enjoyment. I divided the distilled water I had managed to gather into 3 portions, allowing each person merely 100 milliliters. Do not drink it all at once. Eat a few bites of canned meat first, then sip the water slowly. Otherwise, a stomach cramp will become quite troublesome. The 2 women were notably obedient this time. I, too, began to eat, first consuming urine, then using my hands to extract a piece of canned meat before finally drinking a mouthful of fresh water. As a man, I felt the necessity to consume more to preserve my strength in anticipation of any unforeseen circumstances. After the 2 women finished their meal, they lay back down again. I approached and pinched the skin on their arms, observing how it rebounded, thus assessing their level of dehydration. The women had grown accustomed to this scrutiny and offered no reaction, as I had been vigilantly monitoring everyone's dehydration levels to ensure the highest chances of survival. But now, fresh water had run dry, and we would have to endure for another 12 hours before the next supply of distilled water could be collected. During this interval, abstaining from urine was simply not an option. At around 2 in the morning, I suddenly sensed a shift in the sea breeze and immediately sprang to my feet, rousing the 2 women and instructing them to don their life vests and inflate them. "Is it going to rain?" Susan asked excitedly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, while Ewenwen shared her hopeful gaze. "It is highly likely that rain will come tonight. If not, we can certainly expect it by morning," I responded, leaning out to survey the night sky. Indeed, the heavens were no longer clear as in the previous days. Dense cumulus clouds obscured the starlight and moonlight. The inky ocean resembled a chasm inhabited by lurking beasts. Our orange lifeboat rocked precariously in the wind, akin to a fragile leaf adrift on a mighty river. By 4 in the morning, the wind had intensified, and icy raindrops began to pelt our lifeboat and our faces, jolting us from our slumber. "It's raining!" the girl exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Rising, I gazed at the clouds above and on the horizon. The tops of the rain-laden cumulus clouds were oddly shaped, resembling an anvil or curling wisps. Such weather is well understood by fishermen accustomed to coastal life, as it signifies the approach of a torrential downpour, likely accompanied by thunderstorms. Under these conditions, fishermen would refrain from venturing out to sea. Should the deluge persist for too long, our survival would be utterly jeopardized. My delight began to wane, and my expression grew grim, though in the darkness, the 2 women, still reveling in their joy, remained oblivious to my transformation. I checked their safety lines once more, ensuring that they would not be swept away by the tumultuous waves during the storm. Everything unfolded as I had anticipated. Within an hour, the tempest roared to life, our lifeboat perched precariously atop towering waves, then plunging into the troughs below. A relentless cycle of instability, threatening to capsize us at any moment. "Everyone, jump into the sea and grasp the safety handles," I commanded, and the 2 women leaped into the water, each grasping hold of the lifeboat's edges and ropes, and I followed suit, submitting ourselves to the onslaught of the sea and rain. Thunder rumbled ominously above us, akin to a god's wrathful roar. We were like supplicants, prostrate beneath the weight of its divine fury, enduring the most severe test of life and death. In the pitch-black downpour, we could scarcely open our eyes, our cries unheard, and we could not even discern one another's presence. Should any of us be swept away by the waves, severing the safety line, the ocean would mercilessly consume us, leaving no hope for survival. The frigid seawater robbed us of our body heat, causing us to tremble uncontrollably. The waves and the undercurrents viciously tore at our bodies, as if warning us that this was a devil's abyss, forbidding human trespass. Rain and sea foam relentlessly crashed against our faces, rendering breathing excruciatingly difficult. We were compelled to gasp for air, like fledglings awaiting their mother's return, only to be inundated with brine, choking us mercilessly. The brackish, bitter seawater acted as an emetic, tormenting our throats and stomachs. The force of the currents pulled at us, as if two invisible giants were tugging at our bodies, our hands gripping the safety handles of the lifeboat, being subjected to such strain that the skin on our palms tore open. The exposed flesh, soaked in the highly saline seawater, caused us to grimace in pain. Though I possessed considerable strength to endure, the two women could not withstand the onslaught. The first to be swept away by the waves was Yuanwen. Her delicate hands were utterly powerless against the tempest, and she succumbed to the currents, pulled into the depths. The buoyancy of her life vest offered little protection against the tumult of the waves. Often, a single colossal wave could drag a person beneath the surface for several minutes, rendering them unable to resurface. She had a safety line, but if she failed to emerge within a minute, I would have no choice but to sever the line. To prevent the current from dragging her lifeless body away and compromising the stability and safety of the lifeboat. Chapter 5. The devil's sneeze. I exerted every ounce of strength to free one hand, attempting to pull and swing the safety rope tethered to Yuanwen. Amidst the relentless downpour, I finally managed to rescue the nearly unconscious Yuanwen from the jaws of the sea. Gripping my arm tightly, she gasped for breath, struggling to regain her composure, yet choking in the process. Typically a polite young lady, she ought to express her gratitude at this moment, but words eluded her as she battled her discomfort. I paid little heed to Yuanwen's plight. Should the lifeboat capsize, it would be impossible to right it under such circumstances. Furthermore, any rainwater collected would be rendered undrinkable by the turbulent waves. It was imperative to scoop out the water before the swells subsided. Only then could we collect rainwater once the tumult calmed. Thus, my foremost task was to ensure the lifeboat remained upright. "Miss Sue, you must hold on," I shouted urgently, for Susan was positioned on the opposite side of the lifeboat. If she failed to grasp hold, the force would overturn us in less than 10 seconds, obliterating any hope of survival. Upon hearing my call, Susan's frozen hands clung desperately to the frayed rope at the edge of the lifeboat, securing her grip with her arms. Meanwhile, Yuanwen was beginning to choke again. I glanced at her and urged, "Quickly get on the lifeboat and scoop out the water inside. Once the waves calm, we can start collecting rainwater." Yuanwen, the most petite among us, climbed onto the lifeboat, her slender form ascending my arm. The waves had stripped her pants away, leaving her pale legs and snowy behind, a striking sight in the rain-soaked night. Yet, she paid no mind to her appearance, swiftly using the available tools to pour out the accumulated water. Her movements never ceased. After more than 2 hours, noticing a significant reduction in the wave's fury, I instructed Yuanwen to lower the canopy of the lifeboat to gather rainwater. Our spirits, too, gradually lifted in tandem with the calming waves. By 7 in the morning, the sky began to clear. I boarded the lifeboat first, then pulled Susan up beside me. Her pants had also vanished, revealing her long, fair legs. Yet, at that moment, no one cared about such trivialities. We hastily filled bottles with the collected rainwater. The two frostbitten women gazed at the ample fresh water, and for the first time, a smile of happiness illuminated their pale faces, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to cry. However, the tears would not flow. Their darkened lips trembled incessantly, and the sound of their chattering teeth was surprisingly melodic. None of us possessed a dry garment to wear, and we could only wait for the rising sun to warm and dry us. My own respite was short-lived, as I moved to the rear of the raft, only to discover that the waves had swept away all our canned goods. The tempest of the previous night felt like a divine transaction, our provisions exchanged for this precious fresh water. Survival at sea, especially in such dire circumstances, became an urgent priority. I had to begin fishing. Consuming raw fish was certainly less comfortable than enjoying canned food. Moreover, eating raw fish posed a risk of parasitic infections. If conditions permitted, preparing fish fillets could mitigate the likelihood of illness. Under normal circumstances, the risk of consuming small fish was minimal, but how many could one catch in a day? I needed to ensnare larger fish to make sufficient fillets. Yet, another pressing concern weighed heavily upon my mind: the risk of vitamin deficiency. We were in deep waters, devoid of seaweed, and I feared succumbing to scurvy or experiencing electrolyte imbalances due to potassium deficiency. The cans are all gone, Yi11 exclaimed after warming up, darting to the back of the lifeboat. Her round face was etched with despair as she gazed at the empty net. Susan followed suit, her eyes filled with dread upon realizing that the torrential rain had washed away their sustenance. "What shall we do, Mr. Pan?" Susan inquired. Chapter 6. Fishing at Sea. I was meticulously organizing the fishing line when I remarked, moistening my already chapped lips, "Fishing is our sole recourse. You must haul the net up. We cannot allow it to rot in the water. In the vastness of the ocean, any item that aids survival is invaluable and should never be discarded lightly." "Are we using this to catch fish?" Yi11 inquired innocently. As I diligently arranged the fishing line, I responded, "The holes in this net are too large to catch small fish, and it is insufficient for larger ones. However, when the sea calms, it may suffice to ensnare some fish weighing around 4 kilograms, but we must exercise utmost caution to avoid puncturing the lifeboat or injuring ourselves. It doesn't matter if we prick our hands." "We're not that delicate anymore," Yi11 retorted. I cast a glance at her, bemused by her ignorance. "Certain marine fish harbor Vibrio bacteria. A mere prick can prove fatal within 3 days without an antitoxin serum. We have no medical provisions at sea, so we must avoid even the slightest injury." My words drained the color from the faces of the two unsuspecting women. How could they fathom that a trivial wound might precipitate such dire consequences? Once I had secured the fishing hooks, I fastened the line to one end of the paddle. All that remained was the bait. The torrential rain had depleted our food supplies, leaving us with nothing, and I was compelled to catch some small fish or other marine creatures for bait, lest we endure a day of hunger. Given my current physical condition, I was uncertain about my ability to dive for fish. Thus, I resolved to avoid swimming. I plunged into the water and felt around the bottom of the lifeboat, seizing a handful of sea snails clinging to it. Those seasoned in maritime voyages regularly clear such barnacles from their hulls, but at this moment, they provided me with much-needed bait. Upon emerging with my bounty, the two women aboard the raft were filled with unrestrained delight, as if they had stumbled upon treasure. They knelt in the lifeboat, carefully extracting the flesh from the snails, oblivious to how their actions caused their garments to sag, leaving them somewhat exposed. "Be cautious not to injure your hands, and remember to dry them before consumption," I advised. Theoretically, the parasites residing within the snails cannot survive the harshness of sunlight after the creature's demise. Once I had prepared the bait, I stood to survey the waters for fish. The lighting was excellent, allowing me to easily observe the schools of fish swimming nearby. I did not simply cast my line where I saw the most fish. Rather, I scrutinized their behavior to ascertain whether sharks lurked in the vicinity. If sharks were present, fishing would be futile. After a period of observation, I finally cast the hook into the water, waiting patiently to see which unfortunate fish would take the bait. I glanced back at the two women, who were diligently using the hooks to extract the snail meat, arranging it atop their spread-out garments. Women possess an innate attentiveness. I turned my gaze towards the distant horizon, still unable to discern any sign of land. I was perpetually vigilant, monitoring the currents, wind direction, cloud formations, and potential marine life in the shallows. All vital in my quest for an island or landmass. I was also calculating my latitude and longitude, hoping to drift onto a shipping lane in the Indian Ocean, where I might encounter an oil tanker. Yet, hoping for a vessel was perhaps less fruitful than hoping for an island. Most ships traversing the Indian Ocean are oil tankers, and the crew, often sparse and preoccupied with their long voyages, are typically indifferent to the vast expanse of sea, unlikely to cast their gaze upon it. Therefore, even if we were to encounter a ship, rescue was not guaranteed. After all, we lacked flares or dye markers. Our voices alone could not rouse the leviathans of the deep. Nonetheless, the prospect of encountering a ship was certainly preferable to the alternative of remaining adrift. Chapter 7. A feast to satisfy my weary struggle through the night has now succumbed to drowsiness. As I lay down, sleep overtook me. I cannot discern how much time passed before I was startled awake by the melodious voice of Yi11. "The fishing line is moving. We have a catch." I hurriedly rose, only to find Yi11 already reeling in the line, and it was too late for me to intervene. "Ah!" A sharp cry escaped her lips as she released the line. Susan also leaned in to see. "What happened?" I cut my hand. I rummaged through the first aid kit and found some medical adhesive tape. Snipping off a small piece, I approached her, taking her delicate hand to examine the injury on her finger joint, where the fishing line had left a shallow but bleeding cut. I rinsed it gently with fresh water before bandaging it. The fishing line, when left in the sea for too long, collects a layer of salt crust on its surface. It can be as sharp as a blade, so please be cautious in the future. Oh. Yuanwen pursed her lips, sensing my concern, her eyes shimmering with unspoken gratitude. I surmised that she might regard me as a father figure or elder. Susan guided Yuanwen back inside to sit. I retrieved a pair of gloves from the secured toolbox before finally bringing in the fishing line. The catch was a tuna, weighing approximately 6 kilograms. Its strength was formidable. It was fortunate that Yuanwen had not cut off a finger in the process. I hesitated to pull it aboard directly, fearing it might puncture the lifeboat. After drawing it closer, I secured the fishing line to the boat's mooring rope. Then, armed with the standard issue knife from the toolbox, I leapt into the sea to dispatch the tuna. Although this might attract sharks, there was no alternative. Bringing such a sizable fish aboard the small lifeboat would spell disaster. After considerable effort, I finally succeeded in killing the tuna, wrapping it in my clothing before placing it in the lifeboat. The two women had already spread a thick garment inside, and I laid the fish down, beginning to fillet it. The flesh of the tuna was tender and delectable, rich in protein and teeming with biologically active polyunsaturated fatty acids such as docosahexaenoic acid and icosapentaenoic acid. Additionally, it was abundant in methionine, taurine, minerals, and vitamins. Its liver contained essential trace elements such as iron and vitamin A, sufficient for our needs with just one meal lasting a month. This fishing expedition left me immensely satisfied. The sliced fish could be dried to sustain us for several days. Furthermore, we could continue to catch smaller fish for immediate consumption while reserving a couple of larger ones. Observing the clear skies, it seemed unlikely that rain would interrupt us in the coming days, making the drying of fish feasible. The two women beamed at the bountiful haul of the day, their expressions reminiscent of those who had not savored meat in ages, as if their father had returned with an unfamiliar fish. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Here, joy is simple, derived from the fruits of our labor. The fish was swiftly transformed into fillets by my practiced hands, which the two women carefully strung together with fishing line to hang out to dry. The entrails were discarded over the rear of the lifeboat, drifting away with the current. Under the scorching sun, we floated aimlessly like 3 ants clinging to fallen leaves, carried toward the boundless horizon. While I was fishing, I noticed a colossal mushroom-shaped cumulus cloud looming in the sky. This cloud remained motionless, igniting a flicker of joy within me. I quickly set aside my tasks to gaze at the greenish hue beneath the cloud. Soon, I spotted several seagulls flying towards us from that direction. An island. There's an island approximately 10 kilometers ahead. I exclaimed with exhilaration. Chapter 8. Approaching the island, the two women gazed into the distance, yet all they could see was a thick veil of sea fog, obscuring any sign of an island. In that moment, buoyed by a sense of optimism, I offered them a reassuring smile. Noticing my confidence, Susan leaned in to inquire, "Mr. Pan, how can you be so certain that there is an island over there?" I explained, "Observe that cloud. It has remained stationary for quite some time. Following the storm last night, the daytime temperatures have risen significantly, causing the air above land to warm more than that over the surrounding sea. This results in a sea breeze that flows towards the center of the island, and when this breeze encounters the land, it rises, causing the cloud to remain motionless." "Is that cloud alone enough to confirm the existence of an island?" Susan questioned skeptically. "Not just that," I continued. "Beneath the cloud lies a pale green hue, indicative of light reflecting off the island. Most telling of all, look at the seagulls overhead. Their flight path is directed our way, further corroborating the presence of an island. Isn't it the direction of the birds that indicates an island's existence?" Susan furrowed her brow in inquiry. "Seagulls typically fly out from land in the morning, returning in the afternoon and evening." "It is still morning now," I clarified. That moment, Yuanwen's eyes sparkled with excitement, likely recalling my earlier assertion that the presence of seagulls signifies the existence of land. "Uncle, are we truly about to encounter an island?" Yuanwen exclaimed, her bright eyes following the seagulls soaring above. I remained silent, crouching down to scoop a handful of floating debris from the sea, vegetation that lent credence to my certainty. If the previous evidence was insufficient, this floating flora confirmed the existence of an island ahead. "There is undoubtedly an island ahead," I proclaimed with conviction, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the group. We took turns wielding the oars. Paddling over 10 kilometers was no small feat, and our strength was waning. Our stomachs growled in hunger, but the thought of an island ahead fueled our determination. After rowing 6 kilometers, our hands were blistered from the oars. As the fog dissipated, a jagged black line emerged in the distance. The ridge of a mountain. The mountain ridge of the island. 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 There truly is an island. Yewen shouted, her excitement propelling her to stand, her white shirt billowing gracefully, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Both women were in a state of undress, after all. Of course, I refrained from glancing their way, instead squinting to scrutinize the island. It was not a small isle, spanning approximately 3 square kilometers, accompanied by a smaller secondary isle. Such small islands in international waters would not appear on standard maps, only on specialized nautical charts, and were virtually nameless at that moment. Everyone was filled with exhilaration. Even Susan, who rarely smiled, wore a radiant expression of joy that was truly enchanting. Upon sighting the island, the fatigue that had previously rendered us powerless vanished, and we summoned our remaining strength, eager to embrace the beauty of the land. After resting intermittently for over 2 hours, we finally approached the island, our energy all but depleted. Surrounding the island were vibrant coral reefs glimmering under the sunlight, resembling a slice of paradise. It's absolutely breathtaking. I adore you, Uncle, Yewen exclaimed, throwing her arms around me in excitement. Only after the embrace did she realize the impropriety of her actions, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Amidst the cheers of our companions, we successfully made landfall. The 2 women, barefoot upon the sandy shore, lay down in sheer bliss, reveling in the joy of survival. They basked in the sunlight, the sand, and the hope of life. I dragged the lifeboat onto the beach before reclining with closed eyes, feeling as though the very air of the island was imbued with freedom and vitality. I grasped a handful of sand, kneading it in my fingers, savoring the long-lost texture of solid ground. After drifting for so long at sea, my head spun as if the world were in perpetual motion. Lying on the ground, I closed my eyes, my eyelids reddened by the sun's rays. With one hand clutching the sand and the other resting on my chest, I felt the earth's solidity beneath me, and in that moment, my soul seemed to return to the land. After a brief respite, the 2 women returned to the lifeboat, consuming fish fillets and drinking rainwater to replenish their strength and protein. I cautioned them to sip the rainwater slowly to avoid nausea. Though famished, they were cautious not to devour their food hastily. Having learned from past experiences, I joined them in filling our bellies, for there was much to accomplish in the afternoon, and we needed to conserve our energy. We were entirely unaware of the island's inhabitants, whether wild beasts roamed the land or if wolves and venomous snakes lurked in the shadows at night. Thus, it was imperative that we locate a suitable shelter before darkness fell. Natural havens like caves were rare, so I intended to find a nearby stream and construct a makeshift refuge beside it. This would ensure a freshwater supply, which would facilitate numerous survival strategies. Once Susan and Yewen had satisfied their hunger, they gathered large rocks the size of soccer balls and arranged them on the beach to form a large SOS signal. If a helicopter passed overhead or a ship sailed nearby, they might spot this cry for help and come to our rescue. I rummaged through the toolbox and retrieved a length of twine, barely the length of my arm, and tied a knot. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Yewen asked, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. I pointed to the highest point of the island. I plan to climb the tallest tree to survey the entire island. This will aid us in locating a water source. This was a tropical rainforest, dense with peculiar trees, and the island was enveloped in its most primitive form. Finding a stream within this thick foliage would be quite challenging, as they are often concealed beneath various underbrush. However, areas with streams invariably indicate valleys, which are visible from an elevated position. Aside from this approach, another option would be to circumnavigate the island's edge. Yet this island was comprised of rocky terrain, littered with reefs and boulders, making a complete circuit a daunting endeavor that could take a day or more. Moreover, I had another plan in mind. To gauge the island's overall size, for the true extent of its land could only be discerned from a high vantage point. Understanding the island's terrain would greatly assist us in our survival efforts. "Mr. Pan, this is far too dangerous. What if you are bitten by a snake?" Susan protested. Her concerns were understandable. After all, I was the only male present, the sole source of labor. While the two women could likely endure on this deserted isle for a week or two, surviving for a year or more presented a significant challenge. Over time, although survival skills would improve, the risks of malnutrition, illness, or injury would compound, diminishing their chances of survival. Furthermore, Susan had hinted at the possibility of being pregnant, making the need for a man's support all the more critical. I hesitated, my gaze downcast. The two women were clad in thin garments, their figures subtly discernible. Susan's apprehensions were not unfounded, as snakes tend to emerge in the afternoons and evenings. Should I fail to return before sundown, I risked the very real threat of a venomous snake bite. Chapter 9. An incident occurred. I nodded, ultimately discarding the plan and deciding to set off the following morning. Allow me to fetch some coconuts, and you too should gather some dry firewood. Do not venture too far, nor too close to the forest, as it is exceedingly cold at night. We must kindle a fire, and perhaps we can enjoy some cooked food. Upon hearing this, both women swallowed hard, their faces betraying a longing for sustenance. It had indeed been quite some time since we had savored cooked meals. The mere thought of succulent roasted meat was enough to whet our appetites. The two women eagerly set off in search of dry wood while I approached a coconut tree abundant with fruit. Climbing the smooth trunk of a coconut tree was exceedingly challenging and perilous. Even a vigorous man would find it exhausting to ascend and descend without proper tools. Moreover, as castaways who had endured prolonged deprivation, our physical stamina had significantly diminished. Ascending such a tree without skill or experience was nearly impossible, and one could easily fall, risking broken limbs or piercing injuries from the branches below. On this desolate island, injury was an intolerable risk. A wound could lead to infection, and if it severed an artery or damaged a bone, it could be fatal. As a mercenary who had once fought for monetary gain in the Iraq War, I recalled the days when payments were made daily. We mercenaries had effectively sold our lives, carrying bundles of cash with us. I remembered a time when I concealed myself in a tree, evading detection for an entire day and night. The tree was tall and smooth, making it implausible for anyone to imagine that a person could be hidden there, as few could climb it. Yet, I secured my feet in a hemp rope loop, spreading my legs wider than my shoulders. The rope tightened perfectly, akin to a rubber band held taut between two fingers. With a powerful leap, I grasped the coconut tree. Now, I resembled a large frog perched atop the trunk, my feet gripping the bark, the rope firmly embracing the tree. By employing this method, as long as the surface of the tree was not greased, it was feasible to ascend. Upon reaching the top, I could even stand, balancing with one hand while freeing the other to pluck coconuts. This technique was well known among seasoned fishermen residing by the sea. I climbed to the top and harvested 5 or 6 coconuts, tossing them down with thoughts of the two women returning to relish the delicious coconut water. It would bring them such joy, having not tasted anything with flavor for a considerable time. Our mouths felt bland and sticky, akin to having a thick paste lodged within. I descended from the tree, retrieved a tool knife, and deftly peeled 3 coconuts. The shell of a fresh coconut is not overly hard. I easily punctured 2 holes with my small knife, alleviating the pressure for drinking, and tilted one towards me to indulge in the sweet, refreshing coconut water. It rejuvenated me entirely. I had never felt such happiness. After savoring the coconut water, I carefully extracted the flesh within, eagerly awaiting the women's return, so we could enjoy the fresh coconut water and delectable meat. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the forest. The voice belonged to Iwanwen, and sensing trouble, I hurried towards the source of the sound. I soon found Iwanwen sitting on the sandy grass, surrounded by a pile of firewood, her thumb bleeding profusely while she clutched the area above the wound with her other hand. What happened? I rushed over to inquire, and upon seeing me, she burst into tears, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, which only heightened my concern. I was bitten by a snake. Did you see what the snake looked like? I glanced at her injury, the blood obscuring any clear view of the snake that had bitten her. So I pressed on urgently, fearing that if it was a venomous snake, her life could be in grave danger. I didn't see it clearly. It hurts so much. Am I going to die? Uncle, I don't want to die yet. Please save me. Chapter 10. Susan's secret. Do not fret, for the presence of venomous snakes is quite limited. This island, as you can see, is not expansive. An overabundance of snakes would certainly disrupt the ecological balance here. I reassured her, helping her to her feet. She was so terrified that her legs had turned to jelly, rendering her unable to walk. Thus, I had no choice but to lift her into my arms and carry her outward. If one is bitten by a snake in the jungle, it is imperative to vacate the vicinity of the bite swiftly. According to the laws of the jungle, other animals can sense the presence of predators nearby. If one does not expeditiously depart, aggressive creatures may soon arrive to scavenge. Hence, lingering could invite even more venomous snakes to the area. I set her down gently on the beach, allowing her to sit on the ground. Clad only in a pair of shorts, her youthful legs appeared remarkably graceful before me. I instructed her to remain still while I dashed to the lifeboat to retrieve a bottle of water. I cleansed her wound with the water and, upon observing 2 neat rows of teeth marks, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. "Uncle, am I going to die? I'm truly frightened. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet." Yuanwen sobbed that I chuckled softly. "You will not perish." I explained to her that if the bite were venomous, the marks would resemble those of a zombie's bite, either 2 holes or A-shaped impression. The impressions on her arm, however, were orderly and lined up. Such wounds are typically non-venomous. Although the snake may appear large and intimidating, it poses no threat. But it hurts so much. It's swollen and bruised. Yuanwen still seemed unconvinced, gripping her wrist tightly in fear. It was understandable. Her ignorance of snakes left her in a state of panic. The adage, "Once bitten, twice shy," aptly illustrates humanity's profound fear of serpents. The fangs and venom glands of poisonous snakes can secrete a variety of toxic substances, leading to a spectrum of symptoms. The manifestations of such envenomation are quite distinct. One type is neurotoxic venom, while another is hemorrhagic. In the case of neurotoxic bites, the wound remains painless and unyielding to swelling, yet fatigue sets in, body temperature rises, and breathing becomes labored. Conversely, with hemorrhagic bites, platelets are destroyed, preventing blood from clotting, leading to swelling, pain, and difficulty breathing. Usually, one has only 4 hours before it becomes fatal, with a mere 2-hour window for rescue. Your wound bears no signs of venomous envenomation. If you desired death, it would elude you. I elucidated, recognizing that as an international student, Yuanwen required a more thorough explanation to ease her worries. Upon hearing this, she began to relax, her gaze filled with gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. Just now, I thought I might die. I was so scared of never seeing my parents again." With that, Yuanwen broke into tears once more. I bandaged her injury just as Susan returned, cradling an armful of dry branches. Upon noticing Yuanwen's injury, she approached with concern, relieved to learn it was merely a false alarm. "Otherwise, we might have been down a person on the island. Why don't you both enjoy some coconut water and the delicious coconut flesh?" I suggested, rushing to fetch 2 coconuts. I pierced them with a small knife, creating several openings before handing them to the 2 women. "This is absolutely delightful. I never imagined coconut water could taste this good, and the coconut flesh is simply exquisite. It's truly unimaginable," Yuanwen exclaimed animatedly, while Susan radiated happiness beside her. Her smile was reminiscent of a star in a toothpaste commercial, and I couldn't help but acknowledge her remarkable beauty. Especially when she smiled in satisfaction, her joy was strikingly captivating. I recalled a statement from my employer. "Regardless of what transpires, ensure the protection of this woman. Should anything happen to me, she must be returned to her destination, where a reward of 10 million awaits." I sensed that this woman was far from ordinary. Her role extended beyond merely being the lover of that man. This raised suspicions about the attack on the ship. She might hold the key to unraveling the mystery. However, should I inquire now, she would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped, as the stakes involved the lives of many, intertwined with military affairs. Could it be anything but complicated? Chapter 11. Seeking bamboo in the mountains, shall we sleep in the lifeboat tonight? After a moment of contentment, Susan pondered the matter of sleeping arrangements, realizing that it was not safe for 3 individuals to share the same space, given the propriety between men and women. Previously, circumstances had dictated such closeness, but now the situation had changed. I glanced at the sun in the sky, confirming that there was still time to construct a shelter, and surveyed the small grove, identifying a spot that would remain untouched by the rising tide. I pointed to a level and dry area beneath the coconut trees, suggesting it as a suitable location. There was a large stone facing the sea, which would provide a barrier against the ocean winds, and we could utilize it as a wall, thereby conserving our strength and minimizing the need to fell additional trees for our shelter. The 2 women readily agreed. However, I found myself in a quandary, and my only tool was a diminutive knife, smaller than a dagger. While felling a small tree was manageable, attempting to chop down more could potentially damage the knife, and my hands could not withstand such exertion for long. This little knife was of immense value to us. It was essential that I wield it with care. Had primitive societies possessed even a modest knife, the course of human history might have advanced by millennia, unknowing the significance of such a tool on a remote island. Furthermore, this shelter would only suffice for a mere 5 or 6 days. After that, we would undoubtedly need to locate a new refuge. The absence of fresh water and the precariousness of this shelter meant that if wild beasts were to roam nearby, our survival would be in jeopardy. Thus, it was unnecessary to squander too much time and energy here. As long as we could secure some rest, that would suffice. I instructed the 2 women to gather as much firewood as possible for the night's warmth. Meanwhile, I ventured into the forest, hopeful of finding bamboo, which typically flourished in the valleys alongside streams. Discovering bamboo would likely lead me to a nearby brook. However, the presence of bamboo did not guarantee the existence of water. My intention was to use the bamboo for constructing our shelter, as it would prove to be more time-efficient and labor-saving than using wood. Bamboo is easily harvested and can be fashioned into various tools, such as harpoons, fish traps, ropes, grilling racks, and spears. These items would significantly enhance our chances of survival, especially considering I only had a small knife at my disposal. If I had a machete, I would not hesitate to fell dozens of wrist-thick trees to erect a shelter. Before entering the thicket, I severed a 2-meter-long branch to carry with me, using it to clear the overgrown path ahead and drive away any hidden venomous serpents lurking beneath the dense underbrush. I was clad in a camouflage outfit, which effectively shielded me from many natural, serrated plants and offered protection against stinging insects and venomous bees. Fortuitously, I had also donned my sturdy combat boots. In contrast, the 2 women had fled in mere sandals, which were subsequently lost to the sea, leaving them to traverse the shoreline barefoot. Otherwise, I would have assigned them more critical tasks. After more than 2 hours, I finally stumbled upon a small grove of bamboo. Each stalk as thick as my arm, I could carry only 5 or 6 at a time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, and my return journey would be more straightforward than my initial route, as I could walk in a straight line. Nonetheless, it would still take roughly 40 minutes. I could manage only 2 trips at most, as harvesting bamboo was a time-consuming endeavor. Thus, I could only afford to make 1 trip. The remaining time was to be dedicated to constructing the shelter and igniting a fire. Therefore, I needed to carry 7 or 8 long bamboo poles back to meet our basic needs. Any plans to create additional items from bamboo would have to be postponed until tomorrow. Surveying the bamboo grove, I noted the absence of a stream, which left me somewhat disheartened after such a lengthy trek. Parched and weary, I took a couple of sips from the coconut juice I had bottled, soothing my throat before I began selecting the bamboo. The wild bamboo of this primitive tropical rainforest often concealed numerous green pit vipers. Within a thicket, 4 or 5 could be lurking. If I were to chop the bamboo at the base, the snakes above might drop down, potentially sinking their fangs into my neck or arm. A bite to the neck would be nearly fatal, as it would strike a vital artery, causing rapid blood flow back to the heart. Even outside of a deserted island, should one be bitten near the neck in an ordinary forest, without prompt medical attention within 2 hours, the outcome could very well result in lifelong disability. Chapter 12. The Spoiled Woman. I cautiously wielded a slender branch to fend off the spine-chilling bamboo pit vipers. A few of them plummeted down and darted swiftly towards my feet, their movements as rapid as a flash of lightning. Fortunately, I had anticipated this. With my right hand clutching the short branch, I struck forcefully against the ground, standing on solid earth rather than in a thicket. Had I been amidst the underbrush, my branch would have been rendered ineffective, only striking the foliage above, and in that case, I would have awaited my demise. This was a location I had deliberately chosen. Had I lacked this awareness, I would have already been bitten. The irritable pit viper, seeking to retaliate for the disruption of its afternoon repose, met its end at my hands. Though it was malevolent and venomous, it could not possibly rival human ingenuity. The very ground it traversed was the grave I had prepared for it. After vanquishing the serpent, I used the branch to nudge it aside. I then proceeded to clear the area of additional vipers, aware that some are remarkably patient and would not easily be dislodged. However, I too would not be easily ensnared. After striking with the branch for a considerable time and confirming the absence of any more vipers, I approached the bamboo with my small knife to begin my task of cutting it down. The surface of the bamboo was exceedingly tough. I managed to carve a shallow incision around its perimeter, but it was insufficient to break it directly. Moreover, attempting to snap it by force would cause it to splinter, thereby wasting my efforts. Thus, after creating a circular cut, I angled my knife both above and below the incision, resulting in a cut that resembled a V lying on its right side. Once this was accomplished, I stood and grasped the upper end of the bamboo, exerting force to snap it, and the arm-thick stalk yielded under pressure. Repeating this procedure, I severed 8 lengths of bamboo, each approximately 9 meters long. I then divided these into 3 sections and fashioned strips from one of them, which would serve as makeshift rope. After binding the 2 sizable bundles of bamboo together, I found myself utterly exhausted, my right hand plagued by numerous blisters from wielding the knife, and the muscles in my hand ached terribly. Yet, time was of the essence. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I could not afford a moment's pause. If darkness fell before my return, I would likely meet my end at the fangs of a venomous snake. Even if I escaped the serpents, I could encounter predatory beasts emerging to hunt. I fashioned a makeshift yoke using a long bamboo pole sharpened at both ends, threading it through the center of the 2 bundles. Thus, I could carry the bamboo back like a farmer. The weight of the moisture-laden bamboo was considerable, pressing down on my shoulders and causing me great discomfort. Nevertheless, the thought of returning before nightfall compelled me to continue. Each step taken on the arduous path was fraught with difficulty. A journey that typically took 10 minutes now extended to half an hour. After over an hour of labor, I was drenched in sweat, having completely drained the coconut water I had brought with me. My physical condition was still far from ideal. As I traversed this stretch, I felt on the brink of exhaustion, relying solely on sheer willpower to return to the shore. Upon my arrival, the sun had dipped just below the horizon, painting the sky above the beautiful sea with resplendent hues of crimson. I lay upon the sandy beach, inhaling deeply, gradually allowing my body to recuperate. 2 women approached, attempting to assist me in lifting the bamboo, but they were utterly unable to move it. It was evident that they had never performed such laborious tasks in their lives, having no inkling of the burden a man must bear. "Allow me to handle this," I declared after a brief rest, repositioning the yoke upon my shoulders and laboriously making my way to the large stone. The 2 women, undeterred by my departure, had found a flat stone that could serve as a grill for roasting meat, cleverly setting it atop a stone hearth. They even constructed a semicircular stone oven, albeit without any charcoal to ignite a fire. Nearby lay some wooden sticks and dried plant material resembling tufts of fluff. It was clear they had attempted to start a fire through friction during my absence, but had met with failure. I reached out and took Susan's hand, noting the blisters that marred her palms, a testament to her futile efforts to create fire through the arduous method of rubbing sticks together. Such delicate hands could hardly endure such friction. Embarrassed for not being able to assist me, Susan lowered her gaze. "Starting a fire by friction is not as simple as it seems. Do not force it in the future. Injuring your hands would be troublesome," I advised, and Susan responded with a soft acknowledgement. My concern seemed to touch her deeply. I understood their desire to contribute, yet survival in the wilderness is not as straightforward as one might envision. Knowing the theory of survival skills is insufficient without ample experience. "Please find me a length of hemp rope and a fresh twig," I instructed, hoping to enable them to lend a hand in some capacity. Chapter 13. Camping by the seaside. Finding jute rope was not a challenge, as there was an abundance of it atop the lifeboat. Similarly, fresh branches were readily available, easily obtained by breaking a twig from the nearby thicket. While Susan went in search of jute and fresh branches, I took up a small knife and began disassembling bamboo. To maximize the utility of the bamboo, I split 10 pieces in half. Splitting the bamboo was quite straightforward. Merely making an incision and then bending it forcefully sufficed. In a short while, I had split 3 or 4 pieces, laying them flat on the ground. By the time Susan returned, I had fashioned 7 pieces into a raft-like structure. "Mr. Pan, would these branches suffice?" Susan inquired, handing me a branch approximately the length of an arm and of a slender, suitable diameter. "Excellent," I replied, promptly taking the knife to trim the branch, carving circular grooves at both ends, and securing jute rope to create a bow. Naturally, such a small bow was not intended for hunting, but rather for the purpose of friction fire starting. I picked up the fire drill that Susan had previously used, looping the bowstring around it. This way, all I needed to do was gently stabilize the upper end of the drill with my hand or another object, while pulling the bow back and forth, allowing the drill to rotate swiftly and continuously. Seeing this, both Susan and Yewen were struck with enlightenment. "Uncle, you are truly remarkable. Why didn't I think of that?" Susan exclaimed, visibly relieved as her earlier concerns about not having a fire for the night dissipated. She was eager to enjoy some roasted meat. One simply needs to think creatively when faced with challenges. "Bring me that dry wood and those fine, fluffy dried grasses," I called out, prompting Susan and Yewen to spring into action. Watching the silhouettes of the two graceful women against the dusk, I felt a sense of contentment. Susan returned with a piece of dry wood, roughly the thickness of a leg, upon which I carved a finger-sized fire pit. Due to the wood's roundness, it tended to roll during the drilling process, making it prone to error. Therefore, I dug a small pit in the ground with my hands, laying the wood within it so that only a third remained exposed, then piled the dried grasses Susan had brought atop it. Next, I constructed a semicircular stone wall around it to serve as a windbreak. Once adequately prepared, I tapered one end of the drill to fit snugly into the fire pit. I then commenced pulling the fire bow. Initially, the process was somewhat sluggish, but as I repeated the motion, the tip of the drill and the fire pit became polished, and the speed of my actions increased. Before long, smoke began to rise from the drill's tip. At this critical juncture, I could not afford any mistakes, or I would have to start anew. Thus, I steadied my pace. The emergence of smoke indicated that the temperature had reached ignition point. I merely needed to maintain the friction until the tip of the drill and the fire pit became charred. Minutes later, a brilliant crimson flame appeared. I quickly knelt down to gently blow on the embers, igniting the dried grasses. The two women were ecstatic upon seeing the fire, eagerly assisting me by bringing numerous small twigs. The semicircular stone wall I had constructed now served its purpose as an effective windbreak, and I arranged larger logs into a conical fire mound. This fire structure was meticulously designed, as we needed it to burn throughout the night, and I could not rely on the drill for fire starting each time. Preserving the embers was imperative. The interior of the conical fire mound consisted of small twigs, while tightly packed larger logs formed its exterior, resembling a wooden conical tent. This arrangement would limit the air entering the interior, allowing the flames to be controlled, neither erupting into a fierce blaze nor consuming all the fuel at once. Otherwise, I would have to spend the entire night searching for twigs to maintain the fire. However, merely completing the conical fire mound was insufficient, as this structure was primarily for warmth. It would not suffice for cooking. Therefore, I also needed to construct a square fire pit alongside it. This configuration would allow for both warmth and cooking, and when not in use, the square fire pit could be covered with sand, providing a constant source of underfloor heating throughout the night, making it a pleasant resting place. After all, the bamboo bed I had constructed was insufficient for 3 people, and the lifeboat was no longer a viable sleeping option. I had deflated it to avoid damage. Thus, this would serve as my bed for the night. Once I completed the fire structure, the two women mimicked the scenes they had seen on television, skewering fish fillets onto branches and placing them over the embers. I was already quite fatigued from the day's endeavors. Otherwise, I would have delighted them with a gourmet outdoor meal. Now, I needed to hasten the construction of their shelter, allowing everyone to rest and recuperate, as we would need to rise early the next day to tackle a myriad of tasks. Moreover, a troubling suspicion lingered in my mind, one that instilled fear within me. I must ascend to the island's peak at dawn to confirm my unsettling hypothesis. Chapter 14. Grilled fish and straw sandals. I meticulously arranged the split bamboo upon the flat sandy ground, crafting a makeshift bamboo bed. Simultaneously, I bound the remaining bamboo into a raft-like structure, utilizing rocks as walls, and inclined the bamboo wall to create a triangular shelter, providing a space within which one could recline and rest. The jagged edge of the bamboo wall faced outward, ensuring that those inside would not inadvertently suffer cuts from the sharp splinters, while also offering effective protection against the rain. Rainwater would cascade along the bamboo grooves and flow to the ground, requiring only a simple drainage channel to keep the interior dried out. Of course, these bamboo structures alone would not suffice for complete waterproofing. I would also need to gather some ferns, wild yam leaves, or banana leaves. There was no need to search for them tonight, as the forecast promised no rain. Tomorrow and the day after, however, remained uncertain. We were unable to seek a new abode for the time being, as it was clear we would be residing here for several days. It was indeed prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. With some bamboo remaining, I constructed another bamboo wall to cover the triangular entrance of the shelter, leaving only a single opening. This would prevent the cool sea breeze from robbing us of warmth while we slept at night. After positioning the 3 bamboo walls, I secured them with hemp ropes to ensure they would not topple at the slightest touch, as instability could lead to injuries, a serious concern in the wilderness. Thus, I had to contemplate every detail that might pose a safety risk. By the time I completed the shelter, darkness had fully descended, and the flickering firelight by the shore resembled a candle struggling against the wind, yet it radiated vibrant life. Leaf One approached me, holding 2 skewers of grilled fish, her face brightening with a smile as she cheerfully handed me a generous portion. "Uncle, this is for you. I hope you won't mind my grilling skills." I gazed at the beautiful and charming smile of the girl and chuckled, casting a glance at the fish she had prepared. The fish, rich in fat, had developed a slightly charred exterior, but the oils emanated an enticing aroma, enough to make my hungry stomach stir with anticipation. "It's quite well done," I exclaimed, bringing it to my mouth and taking a hearty bite. The flavor of the tuna spread across my palate, with each chew offering a delightful crunch. Soon, I had devoured the entire skewered, deep-sea fish. Unlike their freshwater counterparts, boast fewer bones, sparing me from the worry of being pricked. Upon witnessing my feast, Susan approached shyly, presenting me with another skewer. "Mr. Pan, do try my handiwork. Please don't laugh at me." I smiled and accepted it, indulging in another mouthful. Both women's culinary skills were commendable, though the absence of salt rendered the taste somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, for a man with a ravenous appetite, such trivialities were inconsequential. Moreover, the fact that it was prepared by 2 lovely women made it all the more delectable. Surviving felt splendid. I could scarcely fathom that just moments ago, we had faced death on the tumultuous sea. A torrential downpour had bestowed upon us a glimmer of hope for survival. Perhaps it was the preciousness of this newfound hope that infused us with a profound sense of happiness, as smiles adorned our faces. Once we were satiated, the 2 women made their way toward the shelter, but I called out to them, "Be cautious of the bamboo spikes beneath your feet. I have yet to bury them properly." They acknowledged my warning and joyfully entered the shelter. Inside, they lay for a while, then emerged to retrieve their clothes, which had been drying on the rocks, and spread them over the bamboo bed. I busied myself with burying the protruding bamboo ends, piling stones on either side to prevent any barefoot mishaps. A misstep could lead to a week of immobility, a troublesome predicament, especially should tetanus set in. I pondered the necessity of crafting a pair of straw sandals for them. I regretted not having thought ahead. If only I had liberated 2 pairs of shoes from the floating corpses, we wouldn't be facing such difficulties. Without shoes, venturing into the mountains was absolutely out of the question, and the risk of being pierced by debris loomed large. Hence, weaving 2 pairs of sandals became an urgent task. However, the materials required for crafting straw sandals, rice straw, corn husks, and bulrush, were not readily available on the island. I turned my attention to the hemp ropes. If unraveled, they might yield enough material for 2 pairs of shoes. The netting I had previously fashioned to cover the cans would now prove useful. The 2 women gathered around me, assisting in the unraveling of the hemp net. Susan squatted before me, clad in a white strappy dress, resembling a girl frolicking by the sea. She was undeniably lovely. Even in her crouched position, she exuded elegance. The low neckline of her dress allowed me an unobstructed view of her fair, soft skin, stirring within me a slight sense of desire. Chapter 15. The girl who cuddled me at midnight on this desolate island. The presence of these 2 women has become my sole source of emotional solace. During my last mission, I was tormented by loneliness to the brink of despair. If this endeavor were to find me alone once more, I truly do not know how I would endure. As I weave grass sandals, my thoughts drift to my wife. She is the daughter of a fisherman, kind and beautiful. When I awoke in the clutches of despair, it was her visage that greeted me, an angel calling me back from death, and in that moment, I believed I had perished. It was only through her intervention that I was rescued, marking the end of my 133 days adrift. You must understand, during those 133 days, I never once set foot upon land, merely floating upon the ocean. I had almost forgotten what solid ground felt like. Even after spending a week in the hospital, I remained incredulous that I had returned to the earth, my feet planted firmly upon its surface, yet it felt as though I were still adrift at sea, with the sky above me swirling in confusion. When she visited me again, I hastily declared my wish to wed her. I knew I was acting impulsively, yet I could not bear the thought of losing such a celestial being. Alas, fate was cruel. She fell gravely ill that I borrowed heavily to secure her recovery, yet her legs became immobile. I understood that I needed to amass enough wealth to care for her for the rest of her life. Thus I ventured out to sea once more. At this moment, my thoughts are consumed with concern for her, my beloved wife. Are you well in the distance? I am still alive, waiting for you. I shall return, and I will fulfill my promise to protect you for all time. Contemplating these matters, I fought back tears, unwilling to let them fall and tarnish the image of the resolute man I aspired to be. The art of weaving sandals was a skill imparted to me by my ingenious wife. With each motion, her smile flickers in my memory, as vivid as if it were yesterday, by 9 in the evening. I had completed 2 pairs of rope sandals. When the 2 women adorned their feet with them, they appeared surprisingly fashionable, perhaps due to the inherent beauty of their feet. They took a few joyful laps along the beach before returning with radiant smiles. Thank you, Mr. Pan. I truly do not know what I would have done without these shoes, Susan expressed gratefully, while Eowyn twirled gracefully before me. Young girls often find joy in dance, and her slender figure made her movements mesmerizing, reminiscent of a fairy descended from the heavens. Rest early. We have much to accomplish tomorrow, I advised the 2 women, who, weary from the day's exertions, acquiesced and retreated into the shelter. There was just enough space for me to lie down, yet I chose to remain outside. I filled the fire pit with sand and stones before laying 6 split bamboo poles across to create a makeshift bed. Lying upon it, I felt the warmth envelop me. Mr. Pan, aren't you coming in to sleep? Susan inquired, noticing my absence, with Eowyn glancing my way as well. I wish to tend the fire. You should rest, I replied, and after a moment of shared looks, they consented and nestled down to sleep. I pondered what thoughts might be occupying their minds, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for not utilizing the shelter I had painstakingly constructed, while I braved the cool night air outside. Unlike our previous conditions at sea, where we had no choice but to huddle together, now, with full bellies and a warm abode, it seemed unreasonable to sleep in such close quarters. They likely shared this sentiment, for they did not voice any further concerns, though I sensed a hint of remorse, given that my labor had afforded them a dry and warm refuge while I faced the chill alone. Of course, I did not mind my position. I knew that once I regained my strength, my body would quickly absorb the much-needed nourishment. In a matter of days, I would be restored to my former vigor, increasing our chances of survival together. Lost in thought, I gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, I felt the warmth of another body nestled against me. Initially believing it to be Susan, I was surprised to discover it was Eowyn. She slept like an infant, her presence by the gentle glow of the fire exuding a serene tranquility. Her arms were folded across her chest, her form curled slightly, reminiscent of a fledgling in a nest, stirring a protective instinct within me. Eowyn possessed a cherubic countenance. Though she had just turned 18, her cheeks bore the softness of youth, a charming hint of baby fat. During our days adrift at sea, her skin had lost some of its porcelain luster, yet she retained the essence of youthful beauty, her full lips no longer chapped but soft and inviting. I found myself pondering how she came to rest in my embrace. Had she awakened from a nightmare? I noticed tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Was she mourning her deceased uncle or yearning for home? In those days of uncertainty upon the ocean, survival had eclipsed all other emotions, leaving little room for nostalgia or sorrow. Yet now, with solid ground beneath us, her feelings began to surface. She lay with her head upon her own thick garment, and as I attempted to rise, I was surprised to find my hands wrapped in numerous bandages. My palms and fingers, marred by blisters from cutting bamboo and rowing, had gone untreated until now. I marveled at her attentiveness. She had tended to my wounds while enduring her own pain from a snake bite. The warmth spread through my heart. How fortunate I would be to have such a daughter. Chapter 16. A tragic childhood and youth. As I approach my 40s, I find myself too aged for the life of a mercenary, yet just at the right age to embrace fatherhood. However, the profession of a father remains elusive to me. Had I not been abducted by human traffickers at the tender age of 6, perhaps my fate would not have been so fraught with hardship. At the age of 9, I made the harrowing decision to take the life of my adoptive father, a desperate act after numerous failed attempts to escape. Since the age of 7, I had endeavored to flee, attempting to break free 7 or 8 times. Each time I was captured and subjected to brutal beatings, rendering me bedridden for weeks. Were it not for my tenacious spirit, I might have perished during those dark days. After killing my adoptive father, I sought refuge at the border town, begging for alms. Unfortunately, I was seized by the minions of a drug lord in the Golden Triangle, destined to serve as a child soldier. Like many of my unfortunate comrades, I was expected to meet a swift demise at the hands of the enemy. Yet, driven by an indomitable will to survive and the favor of Lady Luck, I managed to endure through numerous perilous missions. Recognizing my innate talents, the drug lord sent me to an organization dedicated to molding killing machines, where I trained for nearly 5 years. Upon completion of my training, I returned to serve the drug lord once more. At the mere age of 15, women, wealth, drugs, bloodshed, and severed heads populated the entirety of my childhood and youth. I often felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. I yearned for the outside world, a realm of peace akin to paradise, longing to return to the embrace of my homeland and become an ordinary citizen there. Yet, despite the simplicity of such a desire, it proved to be exceedingly arduous. At 25, I found a girlfriend named Ollie, and our village was well aware of my standing. Her father, fully cognizant of my circumstances, married Ollie to me in hopes that I would protect her from a fate as tragic as that of other women. Alas, Ollie's innate beauty caught the eye of my superior during a bathing session. She was forcibly taken into the underbrush by his subordinates. Subsequently, Ollie took her own life, her gaze fixed in a haunting stare that I cannot comprehend. When I beheld her lifeless body, it was already stiff, hanging from a tree. I wept for her for an eternity. She inspired me to rise, to shatter the skulls of my enemies with my bullets, and to sever the heads of drug lords with my sharp dagger. That year, I was solely focused on survival. They invested vast resources to teach me the art of living and killing. Now I wield those very skills against them. I survived, becoming a figure perpetually hunted by the underground forces of the Golden Triangle, known by the moniker, King of Ghosts. Years later, I assumed another's identity and infiltrated a mercenary firm in the United States, subsequently participating in the Iraq War. Over the span of 8 long years, I traversed the precipice of death countless times, yet I emerged unscathed. After the conclusion of the Iraq War, I transitioned into the role of a bodyguard, and I remain in this profession to this day. Reflecting on my bloody past, the tranquility of the present feels almost heavenly. I have forgotten the essence of weeping. All that lingers in my memory is the tremor of fear, the rapid beat of my heart, the sound of comrades falling, and the eyes of the deceased that never had the chance to close. Had I led a life of normalcy, I would now possess a family and a child. Yet here I stand. My sole desire is to survive, to return to my beloved wife, to my homeland. If only this world were devoid of darkness and bloodshed. Unbeknownst to me, tears of murky sorrow began to flow, and I realized that Yuanwen in my arms had awakened, gently brushing away the tears that slipped from my eyes. She lifted her delicate lips and bestowed a soft kiss upon my eyelids. Chapter 17. The wounds that moved Yuanwen beneath the hazy night. The young girl's face was both tender and exquisite. Her large, gem-like eyes blinked, suddenly illuminating with a warm smile. Just as I was about to speak, her warm little hand slipped into my camouflage pants, feeling as cozy as a hamster burrowing into my pocket. "What are you doing, girl?" I hastily withdrew her fair little hand, questioning her with a hint of irritation. "Uncle, I am 18. The youthful lilt in her voice was quite melodious. During my time in the Golden Triangle, I had witnessed that girls blessed with such lovely voices seldom lived beyond the age of 18. They would be sold off as commodities, becoming playthings for men. If fortunate, some might reach 18, yet many would succumb to various ailments long before, their still functioning organs sold off, destined for some underground black market operating room, with their next heartbeat spent on the laps of wealthy old men. I had witnessed a man over 90 receive a brand new heart from a young girl, her bloodied corpse lying beside him, a gaping wound on her chest, where one could still faintly see the once vibrant organs gradually ceasing to function. Ironically, I stood there, fully armed and numb, acting as this old man's bodyguard. The torment that had festered within me for years surged until the death of Ali awakened my long-dormant conscience. As I reminisced about those times, the girl unexpectedly darted to my abdomen, and my expression tightened. and I instinctively pushed Yi Wenwen away. Ah! Yi Wenwen's injured hand struck against the rock, eliciting a cry of pain. I glanced at her, her small eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Are you hurt? I suddenly felt a pang of concern and approached her to help her up. Why? Yi Wenwen pouted, clearly upset. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to target you. You reminded me of some unpleasant memories. Go back and rest, I said sternly, gazing into her innocent eyes. Uncle, we owe our survival to you, and I have nothing to repay you with. Why won't you accept it? Yi Wenwen asked bluntly. I took a deep breath and pinched her cheek gently. We survived together, and we must leave this island together. Any notion of repayment can wait until we escape this cursed place. Rest now. There is much to do when dawn breaks. I spoke in a tone of authority, aware of her insecurity and unfamiliarity with me. This was perhaps the only way for her to find solace. Yi Wenwen said nothing further and retreated to sleep, still visibly upset. I fastened my pants and lay back on the bamboo bed, my hands cradling my head as I gazed at the starry sky. Her earlier actions reminded me of several Iraqi girls who had met their end at the hands of fellow mercenaries. Upon entering that land, we became stateless, our deeds unrecognized by any nation. If trouble arose, one either faced death as a suspected terrorist or fled. There was no third option. Mercenaries worked short or long contracts, 3 to 5 months for the former, over a year for the latter. Few, like me, survived 11 years of combat. Those soldiers, having long been deprived of female companionship, often turned to violence against local girls. When I discovered it, 3 Iraqi girls had already been murdered by the fearful mercenaries. Enraged, I executed them, for intermercenary killing was strictly forbidden. Thankfully, this incident went unnoticed, as the area was under bombardment at the time. Otherwise, I would have had to employ various means to conceal the matter to protect my identity as the Ghost King. Now, reflecting on those terrified young girls, kneeling in submission to those brutes, my heart could not find peace. Thus, Yi Wenwen's actions had unearthed my deep-seated trauma. Tomorrow, let us first explore the island's summit. I resolved to cast aside those harrowing memories, contemplating which route to take up the mountain to ascertain the safety of this island. Chapter 18. Preparing to ascend the mountain, the morning sea breeze was particularly refreshing, as the inky black ocean gradually transformed from a deep green to a profound blue, resembling an enormous fabric dyed with color-changing materials. The pale light on the horizon slowly ignited into a golden hue, while the vast sky was adorned with painterly cirrus clouds. I rose to stretch my weary body, the fatigue of yesterday dissipating, though my body had endured significant strain over the past fortnight. During my period of fasting, my already minimal body fat had sharply declined, making the contours of my muscles strikingly apparent, each sinewy strand exuding a sense of resilience and power. I lifted my hand, spreading and then closing my fingers, feeling a twinge of pain in the muscles of my palm, a remnant of the bruising sustained from prolonged use of a knife to carve bamboo. There was subcutaneous bleeding and soft tissue injury, yet this injury was devoid of external wounds and was not overly severe. With reduced labor, it could heal swiftly, aided by the thick calluses on my palms providing ample protection. I repeatedly flexed my fingers to acclimate them to the discomfort, ensuring that in a critical moment, my muscles would not fail to react, thus averting a potentially dire crisis. The 2 women had yet to awaken. The fatigue and hunger of recent days had taken their toll, leaving their bodies deprived of proper rest. I was in no hurry to ascend the mountain, for at this hour, the wild beasts and venomous creatures of the forest had not yet returned to their lairs, and I was loath to provoke their bloodthirsty fangs and venomous stingers. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to wait until 9 o'clock before embarking. At present, my primary concern was to replenish our energy before the ascent. I retrieved the slab of heated stone that I had brought for the 2 women, constructing a U-shaped stove from the stones, placing a coconut shell, from which I had removed the top, atop the stove. I filled it with fresh water and added fish fillets, reeking of a strong fishy odor. The thought of consuming grilled fish fillets in the morning was far from appealing, while the fish broth was slightly more palatable. However, we currently lacked any salt, rendering the broth rather bland, albeit nutritious enough to suffice. To indulge in a culinary delight, we first needed to secure a stable shelter and a reliable source of fresh water. In the wilderness, habitation is of utmost importance, as we spend 24 hours a day, with at least 6 of those in slumber. Without a conducive living environment, it would be akin to casting a bloody hunk of meat into the ravenous depths of a tropical jungle, with the ensuing crisis being all too predictable. Even on the beach, the sands of this deserted island are far removed from the idyllic shores of a tourist destination. Before long, the fish broth was ready, though the small coconut clearly could not provide enough for 3 people, prompting me to prepare 3 portions, which I placed in the sand pit I had previously excavated. The damp, cool sand rapidly absorbed the heat, rendering the coconut fish broth pleasantly warm and ready for consumption. I refrained from waking the 2 women. Their physical condition and stamina were significantly inferior to mine, and without ample sleep, they risked falling ill. My immediate priority was to ensure their swift recovery, for a compromised immune system and frequent illness could easily lead to death on this desolate island. After finishing a bowl of fish broth, I scooped out the coconut flesh to eat. My appetite was considerable. This modest breakfast could hardly satisfy me, though I had no qualms about the previous meal. I secured the black sailor's knife to my arm. It came with a black leather sheath, making it exceedingly convenient and difficult to dislodge. This knife was of paramount importance to us. Until we found a suitable replacement, it must remain undamaged. Fortunately, this sailor's knife was a high-quality German survival tool, built to last. Were it a mere ordinary knife or dagger, it would soon become inoperative, relegating us to the Stone Age, forced to use dull stones for felling trees. Chopping down trees with a blunt stone was not as simple as it might seem. If the tree remained standing, my hands might very well suffer the consequences. "Mr. Pan, you're awake!" exclaimed Susan, emerging from the bamboo shelter to greet me. I glanced at her. She appeared well, clad in a white sundress that clung to her form in the sea breeze, accentuating her slender figure and alluring curves. She smiled at me, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, the beautiful ocean and azure sky serving as a backdrop. At that moment, she embodied the image of a lovely seaside maiden. Alas, I lacked the artistic skill to capture her splendor in a painting. "Yes, here is some fish broth to sustain you for now. I must ascend the mountain. Until I return, please do not wander about or venture to the shoreline to collect anything. This area is a coral shallows, and among the driftwood along the beach, there may be stranded jellyfish. Being stung by them could be fatal." My concern for their safety was genuine. If left unattended for too long, the 2 women might naively attempt to gather shells or engage in other foolishness, and upon my return, I could find only 2 grotesque corpses. Chapter 19. The majestic island view. Upon hearing my words, Susan nodded earnestly, lifting her skirt as she approached the fish soup I had prepared for them. She inhaled the aroma with satisfaction, her stomach already rumbling in anticipation. "Mr. Pan, have you eaten?" she inquired, holding the bowl delicately. She was a remarkably polite lady, embodying all the qualities befitting a woman of high society during our time aboard the ship. However, I found it perplexing that someone so youthful would choose to be with a man nearly 60 years her senior. Yet, such matters were not for me to question, especially at this moment. I nodded to indicate that I had already dined, and she began to eat. I then took a sturdy bamboo stalk, about 3 fingers thick, and sharpened one end, repeating the process until I had crafted 3 spears. 2 shorter ones and 1 longer. The shorter spears were secured at my waist, intended for close encounters with wild beasts, serving as a means of defense should the need arise. Although daytime encounters with ferocious creatures were rare, they were not non-existent. Those predators that failed to catch prey at night would often lie in wait in a shaded spot, ready to ambush any unsuspecting fool. After a brief explanation, I stood up and ventured into the mountains. As I entered the jungle, the incessant chirping of birds filled the air, a natural melody that was truly enchanting. Yet, I had little inclination to appreciate it. The overnight sea mist had rendered the forest exceedingly humid. Despite the absence of rain, dewdrops clung to the lush foliage. There were no discernible paths in the jungle. It felt as if I had arrived on an alien planet. I relied on the sturdy trees to guide my way, as their massive trunks absorbed copious amounts of moisture and nutrients during their growth. The expansive canopies severely hindered the sunlight's reach, thereby affecting the photosynthesis and nutrient absorption of the underbrush. Consequently, paths beneath large trees tended to be more navigable, unlike the low shrubs that ensnared me with their thorny tendrils, inflicting torment with each step. Even my resilient camouflage attire could only withstand so much wear and tear. Moreover, I had to remain vigilant for the treacherous creatures that lurked within the underbrush. A single bite from one of them could very well seal my fate. However, beneath the towering trees, I also had to be wary of venomous snakes camouflaged among the fallen leaves, such as the highly toxic five-step snake, which particularly favored hiding in leaf piles, rendering it almost impossible to detect. A moment's inattention could result in a venomous bite. Besides snakes, there were also poison dart frogs, diminutive creatures no larger than a thumb. Should one inadvertently come into contact with the toxic secretions on their backs, death would be the only outcome. The absence of medical assistance would not matter, as the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Thus, before ascending the mountain, I donned gloves from my toolbox to avoid any unintended contact with these perilous beings. After traversing the ridge for over an hour, I had covered less than a mile. The terrain was extremely arduous, and I estimated it would take at least another hour or two to reach the summit. I was still uncertain of the island's size. From my initial landing, it appeared to span approximately 3 to 4 square kilometers. As I trudged onward, I lifted my gaze to the dappled shade above. Within the jungle, it was nearly impossible to ascertain the location of the summit, as the dense foliage obstructed my view. This was precisely why I had chosen to chart a predetermined route prior to my ascent. Wandering aimlessly could easily lead to being lost by nightfall. After another hour of strenuous trekking, I managed to scale a massive boulder, and suddenly, my vision expanded into a breathtaking panorama. Shielding my eyes from the suddenly intense sunlight, I allowed my sight to adjust. To my astonishment, nestled within the slope was a lake. This island lake was not entirely closed off. It featured an outlet that flowed eastward along the valley. I could easily identify where it met the sea. Overwhelmed with excitement, I felt a torrent of sweat cascade down my back, and I longed to plunge into the tranquil waters for a refreshing swim. The tropical island lake nurtured the entire ecosystem, and I observed egrets soaring above the surface, schools of fish frolicking beneath, and little otters quenching their thirst at the water's edge. It was a sight of unparalleled beauty. Nature, in its mercy, had finally bestowed a glimmer of compassion upon me. A weary soul returned from the brink of despair. Glancing at the time, I realized I still had ample opportunity to reach the summit, so I quickened my pace. The vegetation at the peak was less imposing than at the midslope. The stunted plants were fewer, likely due to the rocky terrain, which provided little room for small flora to thrive. I climbed atop the crown of a fig tree, startling a few monkeys into fleeing. From my lofty perch, I surveyed the entire island. Aside from the distant secondary island, the landscape of the main island lay before me in all its glory. From afar, the island resembled a slumbering dinosaur, sprawled across the ocean's surface, a magnificent sight indeed. As I gazed toward a rocky mountain on the secondary island, I was taken aback to discern a straight pole seemingly thrusting up through the crevices of the stone, resembling a flagpole. Furrowing my brow, I shielded my eyes from the sun and scrutinized it intently for an extended period. I harbored a nagging concern that it might be a man-made flagpole, for it was unlikely for such a straight plant to thrive in those fissures, where only crooked trees typically grew. If it were indeed artificial, who would venture to such a remote location? Perhaps pirates. I had long suspected that this island could be a pirate stronghold. If that were the case, our SOS signal set up on the beach would not only be futile, but could also attract the very predators we sought to evade. My heart raced, and I hastily turned back, gripping my bamboo spear with urgency. Chapter 20. The pursuing beast. The speed of my descent was exponentially greater than that of my ascent, exceeding it by 4 or 5 times. As I raced downhill, I leapt effortlessly over rocks, tree roots, and underbrush, my velocity generating considerable noise that even the slumbering venomous serpents nearby could not ignore, sending them slithering away in alarm. Furthermore, having previously traversed the path with my bamboo spear, the likelihood of encountering unexpected dangers had diminished significantly. As I sprinted, my mind wandered. If this island were indeed a pirate's haven, it would be frequented by marauders at regular intervals, for they must have buried their treasure here. Having made the sea their home, it was impractical for them to store their wealth aboard their vessels, and keeping it on land was equally perilous, given the stringent efforts of various governments to eradicate piracy. While they could operate freely on the high seas, the situation changed dramatically once they set foot on land, where the potential for capture and the forfeiture of their riches was substantial, prompting governments to act with fervor. Consequently, their fortunes could not be deposited in banks, and thus, islands became their secret troves. Historically, pirates primarily targeted ships laden with gold and jewels. However, in contemporary times, such treasures are often transported via air freight. The majority of goods carried by sea are now common exports, which hold little value for pirates. Their current modus operandi revolves around the seizure of cargo and the kidnapping of hostages for ransom. Moreover, they do not seek ordinary currency, but rather demand gold, diamonds, dollars, and narcotics. The plundered gold and diamonds are meticulously packed into exceptionally secure containers and buried deep within the earth of some remote island, a location known only to a select few high-ranking pirates. Should they discover any presence on their island, they would inevitably fear the exposure of their routes and would capture us like prey, subjecting us to unspeakable tortures until death, ultimately discarding our bodies into the sea to nourish its depths. Thus, I must ascertain whether this island is indeed a pirate stronghold, and one can predict when pirates might emerge from the shadows on a rainy night, stealthily navigating the slick rocks to invade, wielding cold daggers to sever the fragile throats of the unsuspecting, capturing 2 women, tearing their garments asunder, and subjecting them to the degradation of countless marauders of varied hues, only to discard them as offerings to their hounds. Such horrors are not unfamiliar to me. During my tumultuous days in the Golden Triangle, I witnessed savages sever a woman's breast and present it on a platter to feed their ravenous wolf dogs. These beasts, raised on human flesh, are merciless, rendering even a tiger impotent in their presence. To contemplate the psyche of these marauders is to venture into the realm of the absurd. Yet, the arrival of such brigands might represent our sole hope of escape from this island. Crisis and opportunity exist in tandem. As far as I know, pirate crews typically comprise rogues and war criminals from neighboring nations, homeless, bloodthirsty, and entirely unyielding. They are not foes to be trifled with. Moreover, with 2 women in my company, boarding their ship undetected would be impossible, for their organization is strictly delineated, and the sudden appearance of 3 additional individuals would surely raise suspicions. The only alternative would be to vanquish every armed pirate and seize their vessel, a notion far too audacious to entertain. A single misstep could spell my ruin. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer to spend my days on this untamed tropical isle rather than gamble with my life against such odds. In my haste, I had neglected my surroundings, and suddenly, the sound of snapping branches reached my ears. I whirled around to glimpse a female leopard, weighing approximately 50 to 60 kilograms, stealthily trailing me. How could such a carnivorous creature exist on this small island? It was a perplexity. Its robust pads allowed for silent pursuit, and had it not lunged forward, snapping a dry twig in the process, I would have remained blissfully unaware of its presence. At the moment of my realization, I feared I had already become its next meal. My sudden turn alerted the predator, its eyes widening, brows furrowing, hind leg muscles tensing, and forelimbs lowering in preparation for the pounce. A primal instinct surged through me, urging me to brace for the confrontation. A bipedal human stands no chance against a quadrupedal leopard, especially given the feline's unparalleled prowess in the jungle. Perhaps it hesitated, deterred by the sharp spear I wielded, or perhaps it had never before encountered a human. Having endured countless life and death encounters, I possessed an uncanny ability to navigate crises. I crouched low, eyes locked onto its feline gaze, my spear aimed directly at it, the butt resting firmly against the ground at a 30-degree angle. Should it dare to leap, I could swiftly adjust my spear's angle, using its own momentum to pierce its abdomen. In tandem, I retrieved my keen sailor's knife, a testament to my preparedness. Armed with my formidable weaponry and a gaze unwavering, I sought to obscure my true capabilities from this apex predator. The leopard's nostrils flared as it exhaled heavy, taunting breaths, yet it remained reluctant to strike. I could not afford to remain in this stalemate. The creature could endure this contest for days, while I would succumb within a mere 24 hours. My options were limited. Either inflict some discomfort upon it, prompting it to retreat, or engage in a desperate struggle. Although this leopard was not particularly large, my current stamina and reflexes rendered a victorious outcome without injury exceedingly unlikely. Its grayish-white claws, sharp as daggers, could inflict mortal wounds with a single swipe. I had witnessed the aftermath of such assaults, the grotesque sight of entrails spilling forth, crimson and glistening. The claws were terrifying enough, but the sheer power of its jaws was even more daunting. Should a human limb fall prey to its bite, it would be severed in an instant. Chapter 21. Confrontation with the beast. The ground of the primordial jungle was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, creating a sensation akin to treading upon snow, soft, yielding, and imbued with the distinct odor of decaying foliage. I had to retreat with utmost caution, stabilizing my center of gravity to avert an inadvertent slip. Otherwise, I would have no opportunity to react, as the agile and vigilant leopard would pounce upon me in an instant, its powerful forepaws pinning me to the ground while it swiftly severed my throat with a single bite. Life and death hinge on a mere heartbeat. Awareness of danger must precede the onset of peril. As I withdrew, the leopard advanced, its gaze fixated on the long spear in my hand, clearly intimidated by my weapon. It moved with calculated caution, shifting laterally in an attempt to evade my notice and spring upon me when I least expected it. With its formidable bite strength, it could easily sever my arm if it approached from the side. Its movements were marked by a meticulous stealth, even exhibiting deceptive behaviors, its forelegs shifting left while its head turned right. An experienced hunter would recognize this ruse immediately, understanding that it intended to leap sideways and then, like lightning, pivot to strike at my flank. The orientation of its limbs and tail could reveal its true intent. For both pouncing and sidestepping require force, and any alteration in its posture would betray its genuine purpose, rendering deception impossible. However, with its head turned right and claws bared, it exhibited a pronounced intent to mislead and confuse its prey. The leopard is innately a master of ambush and hunting. It reigns as the true predator of the tropical jungle, its hunting prowess unparalleled and deserving of utmost respect. Failing to discern its every subtlety could prove fatal. I now needed to identify a favorable geographical position from which I could provoke it, luring it into a reckless charge. Though the leopard's temperament is irritable, it possesses remarkable patience. Once it has fixated on its prey, it can pursue for many kilometers without relent. Unlike the cheetah of the desert or savanna, which typically abandons the chase after 2 failed attempts, not due to a lack of desire, but because its incredible speed, ranging from 90 to 120 kilometers per hour, can only be sustained for a maximum of 3 minutes. Beyond that threshold, its physiology compels it to decelerate, lest it succumb to overheating. The leopard, however, while lacking the cheetah's fearsome speed, boasts an endurance capable of exhausting any prey. Generally, leopards hunt at night, and this particular leopard was likely roused by my rapid movements. I had to shake it off, for if I failed, my life would surely be forfeit this day. After several minutes of tense standoff, this creature made several attempts to close the distance, each time deterred by my sudden thrusts with the bamboo spear. I could see that it was merely testing my reactions. Had it truly intended to leap at me, it would not have left an escape route. I, too, would have pierced its body with my spear. This leopard weighed an estimated 120 pounds, and such a substantial predator would require a hunting territory of at least 17 square kilometers. Yet this island spans only 4 or 5 square kilometers. This begs the question of how such a large leopard could survive here. Upon reflection, with a central lake and the presence of an unspoiled jungle, if only 2 or 3 leopards inhabit this isle, their survival is indeed plausible, as there are fish along the shores and in the lake to supplement their diet. This leopard is female. There must be a male, or perhaps several males on the island. The presence of 2 or 3 leopards on such a small island poses an extraordinary danger, for they could easily track down the 3 of us, utilizing their keen sense of smell for pursuit. The fact that we 3 were not devoured last night was a stroke of improbable fortune. As I contemplated my strategy, I had retreated beside a rock, its rear sloping downwards, resembling a natural staircase, with sparse coniferous foliage growing below. I resolved to leap down and position myself beneath it, placing the leopard above me, thus creating a small blind spot in its line of sight. When it leaped down, its body would be elevated by approximately 30 degrees, granting me ample space and time to thrust my spear. A singular opportunity for my escape. Whether I could return alive to the refuge now depended on how I executed the next move. I needed to obscure my spear from its view while provoking it, compelling it to charge at me. I glanced back at the rock face towering 1.5 meters high, and without a moment's hesitation, I leapt down. As I landed, the leopard's head emerged, glancing down at me. Seizing the moment, I lunged to jab my spear beneath its chin. The fierce creature emitted a deafening roar, a clear indication of its anger. I intended to enrage it. If it remained calm, I could not afford to be composed. I retreated a significant step, finding a more advantageous foothold, while the leopard shifted to the other side of the rock, peering out before it leapt down. given its new position, the bamboo spear was not sturdy enough to withstand a direct thrust. Only by aligning my strike with its momentum could I hope to penetrate its flesh. Any attempt to stab it directly would surely result in a broken spear, inflicting at most a mere wound, rather than a fatal blow. This side thrust would likely strike its ribs. "Come on," I bellowed, reorienting my bamboo spear. The leopard crouched low, its eyes blazing with fury, its upper jaw curling back to expose its razor-sharp canines. In the next instant, it lunged forward with the swiftness of a flash of lightning. Chapter 22. A perilous strike. The predatory prowess of the leopard is formidable. The 70-kilogram specimen before me, in the instant it lunges, reaches speeds of at least 80 to 90 kilometers per hour. The kinetic energy generated is immense. Even without a bite, the sheer force of impact could send me sprawling 5 to 6 meters away, resulting in fractured vertebrae and internal injuries. The advantage that such a beast possesses in size is utterly beyond human comparison. Every sinew and muscle in its body has evolved through ages of relentless hunting. As it pounced, I anticipated its trajectory and the height of its assault, swiftly adjusting my spear. The heightened tension surged all the blood to my legs, while adrenaline coursed through my veins, causing my muscles to contract, rendering my complexion pallid and my hairs to stand on end. Every physiological response in my body was finely tuned for this confrontation. I had grown accustomed to this state. Years spent navigating the treacherous battlegrounds, where bullets flew like rain, had heightened my mental alertness and elevated my adrenaline levels to several times that of the average person. Yet, this very state was one of the crucial factors that allowed me to survive crises. The leopard collided violently with my bamboo spear. Though I had sharpened it to a keen edge, it was not a mere point but a semi-elliptical blade, reminiscent of a Woyong shovel, with the spearhead shaped in a similar fashion rather than the flat arc of the shovel. This design adhered to principles of mechanics, ensuring it would not be easily shattered by the leopard's resilient hide and robust bones. It could withstand tremendous force, and my extensive knowledge of survival granted me this fleeting chance. The bamboo spear pierced the leopard's throat, yet its momentum propelled its body forward, causing my spear to splinter in two, the bamboo shards exploding outward like a parasol-like inflorescence. Instinctively, I leapt back, evading the leopard's charged eye. In that moment, I was doused in a cold sweat. The leopard, now impaled, tumbled down the rocky incline, its tenacity ensuring it could survive for at least another hour. Such succulent flesh was not to be squandered. The fright it had instilled in me lingered, half of my spirit still shaken. I promptly descended the rocky slope, each careful step taken to avoid losing my balance and tumbling down. In such treacherous terrain, if one lacked the fortitude of iron, a fall would spell certain death. Even a hand or foot caught in a crevice could be brutally crushed by the rolling momentum. No one could extricate you from such a place. Your options would be either to succumb to despair or to await the beasts that would feast upon you. For someone like me, who had spent years dancing on the precipice of life and death, heightened tension and acute awareness endowed me with an instinct for survival that surpassed the ordinary. I carefully approached the base of the rocky slope, where I found the bloodied leopard sprawled on the ground, emitting mournful cries. At that moment, I was still gripped by trepidation. Had I misjudged its movement, or if my spear had not possessed that elliptical tip, or had I failed to find the vulnerable point, I would have become a sumptuous meal for this beast. Now, however, it was destined to be my feast. To prevent it from delivering a final, desperate bite, I raised a stone and crushed its skull. Then, I forcefully extracted the bamboo spear from its throat, blood gushing forth from the wound like a fountain. I needed to wait for the blood to drain, clean its gory injury, and then carry it down the mountain. As I touched the leopard's exquisite fur, I mused that this luxurious pelt would make a splendid cushion for my bamboo bed, providing exceptional comfort. In winter, it could serve as clothing, offering considerable warmth. Upon flipping it over, I discovered it was still lactating. Could there be cubs? The plight of a mother leopard is arduous, especially on a desolate island with limited resources. She struggles to sate her own hunger while tending to her young. I found myself puzzled as to why this leopard was hunting in broad daylight. It appeared that it was not I who had startled it, but rather that it was actively seeking food, likely with its den not far from here. If there were cubs in that den, they would surely perish from hunger in a matter of days. Judging by the quantity of milk, the cubs were likely only 2 to 3 months old, nearing the end of their nursing period. capable of consuming small morsels of meat. If I could capture one to rear, it might one day aid me in hunting and securing our safety. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to wait for it to starve in its den. While such plans were formulated, I could not yet ascertain the location of its lair, as leopards typically construct their dens amidst dense thickets or rocky caves, making them quite elusive. Glancing at the sky, I noted that in 4 hours the sun would approach the horizon, casting shadows over the jungle. I needed to hasten my return to the shore with my quarry. Any delay could attract predators drawn by the scent of blood, and I possessed neither the strength nor the stamina to confront them. Chapter 23. Returned to the seaside, I fashioned a noose from the climbing rope I had with me and slipped it around the neck of the leopard, ensuring it would not slip off as I carried it by securing the loop around its forelimbs, using the bone beneath its armpit to anchor the rope. I then pressed the leopard's belly against the nape of my neck. Thus, I bore it upon my shoulders like a fashionable monstrous scarf, albeit a rather heavy one. Once I was certain of my grip, I began searching for an exit at the base of the rocky slope. After some considerable effort, I finally located an egress. This passage led to the outlet of the island's lake, a narrow stream no wider than 3 meters. The banks of the stream were overgrown with wild grasses and low shrubs leaning toward the water, making it impossible to walk along its edges. The streams of the primordial tropical jungle differ markedly from those we are accustomed to. Typically, small streams are bordered by soft grass or reed beds. However, in the tropical rainforest, fierce competition among plant life leads to towering trees thriving near the stream, absorbing significant amounts of moisture. To capture more sunlight for photosynthesis, their expansive canopies grow exceptionally large, severely hindering the light availability for the plants below. Consequently, numerous diminutive plants continuously stretch toward the stream, resulting in a 3-meter-wide waterway nearly obscured, only the narrowest surface of water visible. Thus, even from the highest point on the island, I would be unable to discern the stream unless I were in close proximity, where the clear and pleasant sound of flowing water would reach my ears. With the leopard on my back, I was compelled to traverse a dense thicket of perilous underbrush alongside the stream, entering a less densely vegetated area of the jungle. I could no longer retrace my original route. I had been racing along the ridge, but now found myself in the valley, unable to scale back up and return. Such a course was impractical, especially burdened as I was with a leopard weighing over 130 pounds, even after it had bled. Navigating the mountain path was already exceedingly difficult, and scaling an untamed slope was out of the question. I had no choice but to seek a new route back. After expending considerable energy, I finally emerged from the forest, standing at the jungle's edge. Through a few sparse coconut trees ahead, I glimpsed the sunlit beach glistening with flecks of gravel. A refreshing sea breeze enveloped me, and the sight of the shimmering silver waves filled my heart with joy. I hurried onto the beach, locating a flat rock where I could lay down the leopard, then covered it with several fallen coconut fronds to deter birds and beasts from stealing my hard-won prize. Having completed this task, I consumed a few pieces of dried fish I had brought with me and quenched my thirst with several sips of the sweet stream water at the estuary. This location would serve as our temporary dwelling for the second time, so I quickly surveyed the terrain favorable for erecting a shelter. However, time was of the essence. I needed to bring the 2 women here before sunset, skin the leopard. A multitude of tasks remained, leaving no time for respite. After regaining a modicum of strength, I made my way down the beach towards the 2 women, traversing several rocky outcrops until I finally spotted them seated by a fire, grilling fish fillets. During my absence, they had not been idle. They had not only cooked all the raw fish but also gathered a substantial amount of firewood. Finding small twigs is relatively easy, but larger logs are quite challenging, indicating they had exerted considerable effort. Susan was the first to notice me, her eyes widening in fright at the sight of me drenched in the leopard's blood. She was clearly startled. Yewen turned her head at the sound, her expression equally alarmed upon seeing my state, and she rushed towards me, throwing herself into my arms, her voice tinged with concern. "Uncle, are you hurt?" Seeing her tear-filled eyes, I smiled reassuringly. "I am not injured." Susan approached as well, and I recounted the events of my ascent to the 2 women. Their faces paled in fear. They likely had no inkling of the dangers lurking in the mountains. That I had returned alive was certainly no mere stroke of luck. They had probably never witnessed someone single-handedly slaying a leopard and bringing its carcass back. "Please gather your belongings. We must head to the outlet immediately." I urged the 2 women, Swiftly erasing the letters SOS I had made on the beach, I then filled a bamboo tube with some embers and sought out a mix of half-dry, half-wet soil interspersed with grass and bird droppings at the forest's edge to help preserve the embers. After preparing the fire source, I buried the fire pit, planning to carry away the collected firewood along with the bamboo wall when I returned for a second time. These supplies would be labor-intensive to replace, especially the bamboo, which was of great utility and certainly not something to be easily discarded. With the deflated lifeboat in hand, I led the two women back along the route we had taken. Thankfully, they had donned shoes. Otherwise, traversing the rugged rocky beach would have undoubtedly resulted in numerous injuries to their delicate feet. Upon reaching the estuary, I instructed the women to sit at the campsite I had previously chosen, then returned to retrieve the leopard, hefting it heavily before them, leaving them visibly stunned, as if they could scarcely believe that someone could single-handedly vanquish a leopard. While you stack stones to create a fire pit here, I will fetch the remaining supplies from over there. We won't be able to accomplish much this evening. Roasting this leopard is our top priority to prevent the scent of blood from attracting any predators, I cautioned the two women. They swallowed hard and nodded in understanding. Satisfied that they would not cause any trouble, I promptly made my way back to the original beach. Chapter 24. Preparing for the feast, I meticulously stacked 3 bamboo walls together, binding them into a thick bamboo raft. Subsequently, I bundled large logs and secured them atop the raft. These items were undoubtedly too cumbersome to carry. Aside from their weight, the shape of the raft rendered it impossible to transport overland. It was imperative to navigate the coastal waters for transportation. However, the shallow seabed in this area was rife with seagrass and coral, which, while appearing innocuous, concealed numerous dangers. Unlike the shallow waters we had traversed previously, this region's shallows were pristine, teeming with toxic jellyfish. A mere brush against the skin could induce poisoning, as they release venom through their nematocysts. Additionally, creatures such as sea anemones and octopuses employed similar mechanisms for venom delivery. Not only that, but they could also expel vast quantities of minuscule toxic cells capable of adhering to our bare skin submerged in the sea. While not all of these toxins were lethal, a single sting would suffice to incapacitate me for days. Yet, there was no alternative. This raft, constructed from fractured bamboo, could barely support its own weight and certainly could not bear mine. Thus, I had to take this risk. Once I had organized all the necessary items, I grasped the rope and dragged the bamboo raft into the sea, gradually maneuvering it past the reefs. Once afloat, I secured the rope connecting the raft to my waist and began to swim towards the outlet nearly a kilometer away. This endeavor tested both my endurance and willpower. In my prime, swimming a kilometer while dragging a raft would have been a trivial task. Even 10 kilometers would have posed little challenge. However, my current physical state was far from optimal. The exertion of the past 10 days had taken a significant toll, and I had yet to recuperate properly. Furthermore, just hours earlier, I had slain a leopard, leading to an overexertion of my adrenal glands, leaving me feeling particularly fatigued. In the water, I made every effort to avoid entanglement in the seagrass, maintaining a steady pace to conserve energy. After swimming for a distance, I would pause briefly to rest before continuing forward. After nearly 2 hours, I finally reached the shore point. 2 women approached to assist me in dragging the raft onto the beach. I collapsed onto the sand, gasping for breath. Lacking sufficient carbohydrates, my body struggled to replenish its glucose levels, leaving me a bit dizzy. Yewen brought me a bottle of water to drink. While I rested, the 2 women transported the bamboo raft to the campsite, which brought me some relief. I was grateful that they were cooperative, as it would have been far more challenging otherwise. Mr. Pan, have some fruit, Susan offered, presenting me with several cherry-sized red berries. These were rose hips, typically found in soft sandy soil, and rich in vitamin C, boasting a vitamin content 1360 times that of apples. I recalled a survival course at the training camp where the instructor had used rose hip jam to supplement our vitamin C intake. Where did you find them? Are there more? I inquired eagerly. Yes, there are plenty over there. I haven't finished picking them yet, Susan replied cheerfully. Nodding, I accepted the berries, carefully removing the stem and prickles before popping one into my mouth. The juice was mildly sweet with a hint of tartness. After consuming a few, I stood and followed Susan to the area where the rose hips grew. Indeed, there was a small patch of these fruits, which brought me immense satisfaction. With these berries at our disposal, we need not worry about vitamin C deficiency. Although seagrass and wild cabbage were available, their vitamin content was minimal and harvesting them would be a waste of precious time. I had much to attend to, and I feared that sending the women to gather them might lead to complications. Let's not pick any more. One berry a day will suffice. These are exceptionally high in vitamin C, saving us both time and energy, allowing us to forego searching for wild vegetables. Now, I will prepare the leopard for dinner tonight, I declared with enthusiasm. The two women beamed with joy, their faces lighting up with charming smiles. I'll fetch some salt. Food without flavor is simply unpalatable. Susan chimed in, and I nodded in agreement. While sea salt is not directly consumable, a small amount applied to grilled meat would pose no significant risk after being subjected to high temperatures, and any extraneous matter would likely be incinerated in the flames. And what about me? Yewen pouted, looking somewhat lost. I glanced at her and smiled. Your hand is still healing from the snake bite. You can focus on tending the fire while I start it for you. All right, I'm quite the fire-watching expert, Yewen exclaimed joyfully, jumping up with excitement. With a smile, I turned towards the pile of wood, preparing for tonight's grand feast. Chapter 25. A feast awaiting in these recent days. We have subsisted on canned goods and dried fish fillets. Both I and the two women, who have not been hardened by adversity, find ourselves yearning for a delightful meal on this romantic beach, gazing at the enchanting night over the sea, relishing the cool summer breeze, all while gathered around a crackling bonfire, indulging in succulent roasted meat. Moreover, we have the prospect of savoring a whole leopard, a delicacy none of us have ever experienced. After igniting the fire, Susan approached with a snug little vest soaked in seawater, hanging it by the flames to dry. Yuanwen followed suit, retrieving her own vest and similarly draping 4 pieces of seawater-drenched clothing around the fire. By employing this method, they could harvest a plentiful amount of sea salt. I was intrigued by how they had come up with such an idea. Upon inquiring, Susan proudly informed me that during their days adrift at sea, their garments had become accustomed to prolonged immersion in salt water, thus leading to this clever technique. It dawned on me that they were no longer the proud city women they once were. They had begun to adapt to this new environment of survival. This realization brought me a sense of solace, for they were making strides towards independence, alleviating my concerns. I cautioned them not to scorch their clothes. They responded with laughter, and I turned my attention back to my task. Skillfully, I employed my sailor's knife to meticulously separate the leopard's pelt from its vibrant flesh. In no time, I had successfully skinned the creature, laying the bloodied hide flat upon the rocky surface, surveying it with satisfaction. This pelt would serve as our best insulation come winter, and I was determined to preserve it properly. Thus, I needed to commence the tanning process promptly. I made my way to the stream's outlet, arranging several large stones and a heap of smaller ones to construct a circular basin approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in diameter. The two women trailed behind, their faces painted with curiosity. Uncle, what are you planning to do? Catch fish? Not quite. I intend to tan the leopard's hide, which you will wear for warmth in the future. Please fetch it for me. Upon hearing this, Susan and Yuanwen exchanged excited glances and hurried to retrieve the pelt. I placed it into the makeshift basin I had created, then pressed 4 fist-sized stones atop the hide to ensure it remained submerged. Couldn't we simply soak it directly in the water? Why build a circle? Yuanwen inquired, puzzled. I chuckled at her naivety, explaining that the hide needed to remain submerged for 5 hours to prevent larger fish from entering and damaging it. Smaller fish, on the other hand, would assist us by nibbling away the remnants of flesh and fat on the hide. Yuanwen was taken aback by the complexity of the process, her expression one of astonishment. We returned to the bonfire, where the two women continued crafting their prized sea salt. I skewered the split leopard with 3 bamboo spears, setting it upon the prepared fire rack. The arrangement of the spears allowed the leopard's limbs to spread wide, and its chest and abdomen to open, ensuring even heat distribution during roasting. However, this alone would not suffice. Direct roasting would yield an unpleasant flavor replete with acrid smoke, severely compromising the taste. Furthermore, without the protective skin, the meat would char easily under high temperatures, leading to a carbonized texture. Thus, I meticulously trimmed away all the fat from the leopard's body using my sailor's knife. Placing it upon a newly acquired stone slab, I then kindled a fire beneath, allowing the heat to render the solid fat into liquid oil. Next, I fashioned a piece of cloth into a bundle, dipping it into the melted fat and applying it generously over the leopard's meat. This oil would serve to protect the exquisite meat from excessive charring. Naturally, I would need to continually baste it during the cooking process. Additionally, the sea salt concocted by the two women could be incorporated into the fat, enhancing the flavor of the roasted leopard meat. Ideally, we should avoid open flames for roasting. However, in our current circumstances, utilizing charcoal was not feasible. Even if we had charcoal, it would take until the next morning to cook such a large leopard, and none of us possessed the stamina for such an endeavor. After igniting the fire, we proceeded through each step with diligence. Before long, the fat began to bubble on the leopard's meat, emitting crackling sounds and wafting delightful aromas. I felt no trepidation regarding the enticing scents attracting predators, as the evening sea breeze would carry the aroma seaward, preventing it from reaching the forest where the beasts lurked, thus sparing them from such indulgence. Although we eagerly anticipated the roasted leopard, our hunger grew insatiable. Reluctantly, we resorted to snacking on some dried fish fillets to sustain ourselves. After all, roasting such a large leopard over an open flame would require at least 5 hours, and for optimal flavor, we ought to maintain a careful distance between the flames and the meat, ideally prolonging the roasting to 7 or 8 hours. This period demanded considerable patience. We began roasting as dusk fell, and by midnight, our mouths had long ceased to salivate. I took my sailor's knife and sliced a piece of leg meat, which glistened with oil and steam. I blew gently on it before taking a bite. "Uncle, can we eat now? How does it taste?" Ewan asked, swallowing hard with anticipation. After chewing for a moment, I smiled and replied, "Yes, we may begin. The flavor is quite good, significantly better than the fish fillets." At that moment, Susan approached with 3 flat stones, offering them to me and Ewan. "Take bowls. Sister, we've become quite the wildlings, yet we still maintain such standards," Ewan exclaimed with a cheerful laugh. Chapter 26. Preparing for the rainy day. Susan raised her eyebrows and smiled, exuding charm. "I have no desire to become a savage. Sooner or later, we shall leave this place, and I cannot truly turn into a wildling." "But didn't Uncle mention that this might be a pirate island? How can we possibly escape from here?" Ewan's words plunged everyone into silence. If this indeed were a pirate island, the likelihood of being discovered by the United Nations rescue team would diminish significantly, for pirates would not select a conspicuous island to conceal their treasures. Moreover, it remained uncertain which faction had sunk our passenger vessel. The intricate political strife certainly held substantial implications concerning certain individuals aboard this ship. Thus it was conceivable that even the rescue team might not genuinely seek our salvation, merely going through the motions. The issues at hand were undoubtedly complex. "Not necessarily," I said to the two women. "In a few days, I shall venture to the secondary island to assess the situation. Once I ascertain the circumstances, we can devise our next plan." Truth be told, I harbored a rather pessimistic outlook regarding our current predicament. If it were merely an ordinary island, there might still be hope for rescue. However, if it were indeed a pirate stronghold, the chances of salvation would plummet to 0. Should we fall into the hands of pirates, it would only lead to our demise. To complicate matters further, our passenger vessel had entangled itself in political affairs, rendering us survivors mere pawns in a larger game. I naturally wished for the situation to be less dire, and I believed it prudent to manage the matters at hand before journeying to the secondary island for further investigation. I picked up a sailor's knife and sliced several steaming pieces of leopard meat, placing them in the plates of the two women. They gently blew on the hot morsels before daintily picking them up with their thumb and index finger, displaying elegant manners. In contrast, I unceremoniously severed a foreleg of the leopard, holding it to my mouth and gnawing on it like a brutish creature. The taste was quite palatable, albeit lacking in seasoning. I grabbed a rosehip from the stone slab, crushed it, and spread the pulp over the roasted, golden-hued leopard leg. This added a delightful flavor, akin to slathering it with tomato sauce. The two women followed suit, employing their slender, delicate hands to crush the rosehips, discarding the seeds, and applying the juice to the sliced leopard meat, then rolling it up like sushi before savoring it. "This is truly delicious. Uncle, we cannot possibly finish this leopard. What shall we do?" Ewan asked, her mouth full, glancing at the roasting rack with a look of concern and regret. "When the time comes, I shall divide it into smaller portions, dry them, and cure them with sea salt, packing them into bamboo tubes. I will then expel the oxygen from the tubes and seal them properly, subsequently heating the tubes to eliminate any bacteria. This should preserve them for a month or two without issue, I replied while continuing to gnaw on the leopard leg. Although there were plenty of wild delicacies on this deserted island, we could not afford to hunt every day, for that would leave us no time to attend to other pressing matters. Thus, food reserves were imperative. In addition to the leopard meat, I intended to prepare more dried fish and cured meats, ensuring we had sufficient provisions to last the three of us through the entire winter. As autumn began, we would typically have 3 months before winter arrived. However, in reality, there were not 3 months left. The sun's direct angle had already shifted from the Tropic of Cancer. Furthermore, situated on the cusp of subtropical and temperate seas, combined with the island's climate, we could anticipate an abundance of convective rains during winter. We would certainly need to avoid residing near the coast, as it would make us vulnerable to pirate detection, not to mention the chilling winds and frequent downpours that could bring hail. Encountering a storm while on the island would be utterly catastrophic. Thus, the coming months would demand extensive preparations. Failing to do so would render food procurement exceedingly challenging once winter arrived, increasing our risks manifold. At present, we had exhausted our bamboo supplies for preserving meat, compelling me to carve out time to venture into the mountains once more to procure sturdy bamboo. That night, everyone feasted heartily. I set about constructing a new shelter, distinct from the previous location. The terrain here was far more advantageous, as we found ourselves in a flat, dry clearing nestled between 3 large boulders. By erecting bamboo walls above and below, and securing them to prevent slippage, we could rest comfortably within. The additional bamboo wall would serve as a door, enhancing our safety. Moreover, once the shelter was erected, the 2 women eagerly requested that I join them to sleep inside, and I relented without hesitation. Wanwen, petite in stature, nestled in the center, while Susan lay beside her, and I positioned myself on the... I refrained from sleeping horizontally, as that would have left our feet extending onto the sandy ground, rendering the bamboo door inoperable. After feasting and drinking, fatigue washed over us, and we gradually drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, Ewenwen turned onto her side, embracing me as she slept, her soft form pressed against me. Exhausted, I soon fell into a deep sleep, with no thoughts of anything else. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the gaps in the bamboo door, I arose. My first task was to retrieve the leopard hide from the stream, which I laid out on a dry rock, scraping off the remnants of flesh and fat with the back of my sailor's knife. Although the little fish had consumed a fair amount of the scraps, they remained inadequately cleaned. After meticulously clearing the hide, I rinsed it once more in the stream. However, this alone was insufficient for tanning a piece of hide. The process involved numerous intricate steps, yet under these conditions, I could not adhere to the standard procedure. I would be content with producing a piece of hide that was not overly rigid. Chapter 27. A leisurely day from morning until noon, I busied myself with the piece of hide. Unable to soak it in warm water or prepare a sterilized infusion, I resorted to turning the hide over, allowing the foul-smelling skin to bask in the sun for half an hour to an hour, and then promptly dousing it with creek water to prevent damage from the heat. This process was repeated until the hide was superficially dried, though not truly cured. Rather, it was an external drying phenomenon that occurs when fur or organic matter is exposed to the scorching sun, resulting in a state that is dry on the outside yet moist within. Additionally, the ultraviolet rays effectively eradicated the bacteria clinging to the hide, aiding in preservation. During this time, the 2 women miraculously procured a concave rock, resembling a stone-crafted European lady's hat, which they ingeniously substituted for the original coconut shell. The coconut shell was too small and prone to burning, making this stone slab a far more practical choice. I approached to commend their ingenuity, and the 2 women beamed with pride and satisfaction. They even prepared a delectable leopard meat soup, bursting with exquisite flavor. Theo enhanced the broth. I ventured to the creek source to gather a few strands of sea cabbage, and then into the damp, decaying thicket to find several horse dung fungi. These fungi, scientifically known as morchella, earned their name due to their resemblance to horse droppings. Yet, their flavor is remarkably delightful, with some reaching the size of a football. Though the specimens I found were only the size of my fist, I carefully removed the stems, retaining the mushroom caps, and washed them clean by the creek before returning to the stone pot with the sea cabbage. Ewenwen expressed skepticism about the edibility of the mushroom that bore such an unappealing resemblance to horse dung. Amused by her adorable expression, I tore open the mushroom cap to reveal its creamy, succulent flesh, a sight that would make anyone salivate. I assured the two women that this morcella was indeed edible. Only then did they set aside their initial disdain for its unattractive appearance. The luscious mushroom flesh was pulled apart into strips, with the gills arranged neatly like a series of orderly sponge tubes, prompting admiration for the wonders of nature. With the addition of sea cabbage and mushroom flesh, the soup's flavor was elevated to new heights. Today marked the most leisurely day since the shipwreck, as my task of preparing the hide left no room for other endeavors. The two women began to embrace their natural instincts, scavenging for various practical items such as small wild fruits, edible mushrooms, and large-leafed plants, adding a touch of joy to our island existence. As evening fell, I retrieved the leopard hide, folding one corner to assess its color. The hue indicated the hide's curing progress, and I felt quite satisfied with the outcome. Tomorrow, it would simply require a morning of further sun exposure to complete this stage, after which I would find a shaded spot to store it for a while before taking it out for a final brief drying, thus ensuring its quality. I had two tasks for tomorrow. First, to procure some sturdy bamboo, and second, to seek out the leopard cubs. The first task posed no challenge, as I had already pinpointed the bamboo's location. However, the second depended entirely on chance. I wished to prevent the cubs from starving and falling prey to the wild beasts of the forest. Furthermore, searching for the leopard cubs could be perilous, as I was uncertain about the proximity of the male leopard. Males are significantly larger than females, and I did not presume to rely on luck to hunt another leopard. One cannot consistently count on fortune. Thus, I resolved to be flexible. If I found them, I would, but if not, I would relinquish the pursuit without regret. Mr. Pan, could you accompany me to relieve myself? It's dark outside, and I'm afraid, Susan said. I was engaged in meticulously dissecting the leopard meat with a stone knife, planning to dry it tomorrow for storage in bamboo tubes. I glanced at Susan emerging from the shelter. Her tall figure and languorous hair silhouetted against the moonlight were strikingly alluring. I knew she was modest and would not venture to relieve herself near the shelter, so I nodded in agreement and set aside my work. Taking her delicate hand, I led her to a rock 20 meters away, well beyond the reach of the waves. Yet the sound of the surf and the wind was quite pronounced, ensuring I could not hear her. This way, she wouldn't feel embarrassed. She lifted her skirt and squatted down to relieve herself. I stood behind her, waiting until she was finished to assist her back from the rock. Are you not wearing any underwear? I inquired. She replied, a shy nod accompanying her lowered gaze. We do not know how long we will be living here, and clothing is absolutely irreplaceable, so we must take good care of our garments, especially your underwear. Losing it would be quite troublesome, for when winter arrives, we cannot stay by the sea. We will have to migrate to the forest, where the risk of insect bites is unavoidable. Additionally, being by the sea increases the risk of sand entering the urethra, which could lead to inflammation, I cautioned Susan. Embarrassed, she assured me she would not misplace it again, adding that she had another pair freshly washed and still damp. Author's note: thank you for the gifts, my dear ones. Your support means the world. Chapter 28. The search for the den. I returned to the rock where I had previously butchered the leopard, picking up my knife to meticulously slice the meat into pieces. These portions of leopard meat were laid out to dry upon the colocasia, leaves that I had carefully arranged on the rock, weighted down with stones to prevent them from being disturbed by the wind. As I separated the bones from the flesh, I noted that the remaining meat was rather scant, with very little moisture left. The bones accounted for 1/5 of the leopard's total weight, while water and entrails comprised 3/5, leaving merely 1/5 of the substance as actual meat. Although the leopard meat had not been entirely dehydrated, its moisture was far less abundant than before, amounting to less than 40 pounds in total. Storing this quantity of meat would not pose much difficulty, especially since we would need to consume a portion each day. Once I had finished drying the pieces of leopard meat, I made my way to the stream to wash off the grease from my hands. Now, all that remained was to let the free sea breeze aid in drying the meat, followed by a day of sun exposure tomorrow. Upon returning to our makeshift shelter, I resumed my previous position, while Susan chose to lie in the center. She snuggled closely against me as we slept. Her form, though soft and feminine like that of the young girl, Leaf One, possessed a more profound allure, reflecting the grace of a mature woman. Unlike Leaf One, who clung to me in her slumber, Susan turned slightly, facing Leaf One I in the dead of night. The sea breeze howled incessantly, whistling through the crevices of the rocks and filling the shelter with a chill that hinted at the approaching autumn. Fortunately, our clothing was sufficient. I had salvaged quite a bit from the bodies at sea and stored it in the lifeboat. At tea that moment, I felt Susan's delicate hand grasp my left hand. I was taken aback as she drew my hand towards her, pressing it against her soft, supple form. The unique softness of a woman ignited a rush of warmth within me, leaving me momentarily bewildered. Sensing my stillness, Susan grew bolder, taking my other hand and guiding it to her leg, where my rough fingers could distinctly feel the softness of her skin. She turned to face me, pressing against my body, her fingertips gliding over the contours of my well-defined muscles, descending lower. Upon reaching my abdomen, I grasped her gentle hand. "Let us sleep," I murmured, turning away to present my broad back to her. I was uncertain of Susan's thoughts, but I had no desire to engage in anything further. I believed that one day I would return to my wife, who awaited my rescue. I could not succumb to death on this desolate island, nor could I allow myself to be ensnared by the tender affections of these two women, forgetting the kind and beautiful wife who awaited my return from afar. I was acutely aware that I had a reason to survive. Susan writhed behind me, at times trembling, at times convulsing, her breathing growing labored. That night, sleep eluded me. Upon rising in the morning, my first instinct was to inspect the leopard meat that had dried overnight, to prevent the early birds from pecking at my hard-earned labor. Indeed, I spotted 5 or 6 seagulls leisurely perched upon the rocks, feasting upon my efforts. Fortunately, I had risen early. Otherwise, a flock could have descended upon my harvest in less than a minute, devouring all that I had accomplished in the night. Enraged, I hurled stones at the seagulls, sending them scattering, and hurried over to assess the damage. Thankfully, the losses were minimal. I called the 2 women to rise, distributing long branches to them, instructing them to guard the drying leopard meat. I then retrieved 2 short bamboo spears, a knife, and some hemp rope, filling a bamboo tube with the leopard meat. I informed them that I would be heading into the mountains, and I would likely return only after sunset, urging them to keep a watchful eye on the meat. Once prepared, I set off towards the location where I had previously felled bamboo. The task of cutting bamboo did not consume much of my time. To store 40 pounds of leopard meat, I only needed to cut down 1 sizable bamboo stalk. I sliced the bamboo into 3 sections, each approximately 60 centimeters long, and these segments were quite large, almost the size of a deep-sea bowl, sufficient to hold 40 pounds of leopard meat. After binding the 3 segments together to carry on my back, I also gathered a few pounds of bamboo shoots to tuck into the large bamboo tubes, planning to enjoy some wild bamboo shoots for dinner upon my return. Next, I selected a sturdy bamboo, about the thickness of 3 fingers, and fashioned it into a spear measuring 1.5 meters long. With my load secured, I began my search for the leopard's den. While I was proficient in tracking various enemies, this was my first experience in tracking a leopard. However, I understood the creature's behavior. It would mark its territory by urinating in a circular pattern around its den, signaling to other animals that it was its domain. The scent of leopard urine is particularly potent. Although a day and a night had passed, and human noses are not overly keen, it could still be detected if one approached closely enough. I traversed a considerable distance, my boots crunching on the decaying leaves, emitting a fetid odor, effectively camouflaging me as part of the jungle. The sunlight within the thicket was somewhat limited, restricting my visibility as I slowly retraced my steps to the site where I had slain the female leopard. The bloodstains there had been thoroughly invaded by ants. I began my search for the leopard's tracks from the point of discovery. The forest floor in the tropical jungle made it exceedingly difficult to discern footprints, particularly the thick-padded, rosette-patterned paws of the leopard, which would leave no trace upon the leaf-strewn ground. Thus, the task of locating the leopard's den appeared increasingly daunting at that moment. Chapter 29. The adorable little creature the leopard is typically in estrus during the early spring, with a gestation period of approximately 100 days. Given that this is a remote island far from the coastline, the scarcity of food and the prevailing weather conditions may delay the mating of leopards compared to those in typical tropical regions. If the leopard's cub is merely 3 months old, it would have been born around mid-November, suggesting that the mating likely occurred around March. From the remnants of food found in the stomach of the dissected leopard, It appears that this creature has not had a full meal for the past 3 to 4 days. Consequently, the cub must have also been deprived of sustenance for at least the same duration, and with today marking nearly 6 days, the situation is dire. However, considering the island's limited size, the leopard could feasibly catch small prey and return to its den, implying that the cub has not starved but rather endured a fast of 2 to 3 days. Moreover, it is customary for mother leopards not to stray too far from their offspring for extended periods. If my deductions are correct, the day it discovered me and engaged in confrontation was likely the day it returned to its den. Thus, it is highly probable that it was carrying prey in its mouth, preparing to return home, when it was startled by my unexpected presence, mistaking me for a threat to its catch or cub, or perhaps perceiving me as a large target to be hunted on its way back. Before long, I stumbled upon a wild rabbit, infested with insects and exuding a foul odor, hidden behind a rock on the ridge. Approaching it, I used my bamboo spear to turn it over and observed canine bite marks on the rabbit's neck. My heart leaped with joy, confirming my hypothesis that the leopard's den must be situated nearby on the slope. Navigating through the dense underbrush, where some bushes towered even above me, I cautiously traversed the thicket, remaining vigilant of potential dangers, spending nearly 3 hours searching the hillside within a half-kilometer radius. I even dispatched a few snakes along the way yet found nothing. Glancing at the time, I noted that darkness would soon descend, and the light within the jungle had significantly waned. If I could not locate the cub soon, I would have to retreat to my shelter. Failing to find it today would likely mean there was no hope for tomorrow, as the cub would soon succumb to hunger. The last half hour represented my final opportunity to seek out the leopard cub. I retraced my steps back to the rocky slope where I had slain the leopard. My gaze swept across the rocky expanse until it settled upon a protruding stone at the base of the opposite slope. This stone jutted out like a hand emerging from a pile of boulders, resembling a natural eave, extending about 40 centimeters. Below it lay a thicket that obscured my view, preventing me from discerning what lay beneath. I squinted, focusing my sight more intently. Before long, I discerned that where there should have been an unblemished expanse of grass, a patch had been disturbed, revealing a small area of dark brown soil. From a distance, the grassy expanse resembled a verdant canvas sullied by a splash of brown paint. This was indeed unusual, given that it was only about 30 meters from the island's lake, where many rocks lay buried beneath the soil, nourished by ample moisture and fostering a plethora of shrubs and grasses. If nothing had disturbed the area, such damage would not have occurred. This reminded me of the entrances and exits of mountain mouse burrows, which, due to frequent visits, would exhibit a multitude of crawling traces, similar patterns. Without regard for whether the thicket concealed a leopard's den, I hastened toward that direction. After a 10-minute trek, I arrived at the patch of underbrush, and as I suspected, the damaged grass was indeed filled with numerous. Suppressing my excitement, I extended my spear to part the thicket, and to my delight, I discovered an irregular rock cavity approximately 2 meters deep and half a meter high beneath the protruding stone. At the entrance of this rock cavity, a small head was peeking out, gazing expectantly towards the outside. Elation surged through me. After a day of searching, I had finally found this unfortunate little creature. This 3-month-old cub, adorned with vibrant fur, was strikingly beautiful, its large leopard eyes fixed upon me, mouth agape, revealing a set of pristine white baby teeth that seemed to threaten me while simultaneously pleading for food, entirely unaware of my intentions. I tossed a few pieces of dried fish towards it, and the famished cub merely regarded me with cautious glances before lowering its head to nibble at the fish. Having tasted the morsel, I offered a few more pieces from my hand to entice it, swiftly cradling it in my other arm from behind. The little creature's fur was soft and silky, albeit tinged with the distinct odor of leopards. A mingling of feces and urine. It entirely lost its wariness of me, filling my heart with joy as I cradled it and made my way back. I was intimately familiar with the mountain paths in this area, and the return journey was remarkably smooth. The little leopard bounced in my arms, oblivious to the surroundings, fixated solely on the delicacies it was consuming. I could only wonder how the 2 women in the shelter would react upon seeing this charming little leopard. I imagined they would embrace it as a companion. In time, as it grew, it would surely come to care for them in return. Author's note: apologies for the delay. The children are on holiday, making things a bit challenging. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 30. The 7 men at the shelter before the sun dipped below the horizon. I hastened back to the shore, cradling the little creature in my arms. As I emerged onto the open expanse, the long-awaited sea breeze enveloped me, accompanied by the rhythmic crashing of waves and the melodious cries of returning gulls, which filled my heart with delight. Standing atop a rock, I inhaled deeply the briny air. I then made my way towards our refuge, which lay just ahead on the rocky outcrop, less than 200 meters from my position. My physique was agile, reminiscent of a nimble weasel, as I darted between the dark stones, soon arriving at a seaside rock pinnacle. This formation, standing a mere dozen meters high, resembled an ancient poet draped in robes, gazing at the celestial bodies from the shore. In just a few strides, I ascended to the summit of the rocky peak. From this vantage point, I could clearly discern the location of the shelter. If the two women were still guarding the leopard meat by the rocks, I would certainly spot their graceful figures. However, to my astonishment, I saw not the two women, but rather 7 brown-skinned men clad in earth-toned garments. Instinctively, I crouched low, concealing myself behind the nearby underbrush, as my entire being ignited with alertness, entering a state of readiness for combat. My keen gaze scanned the coastline for any signs of vessels that I saw none. Their boat must be anchored elsewhere, or perhaps they had no boat at all. If they were without a boat, how had they arrived? Were they perhaps pirates stationed as sentinels on the island? Regardless of these musings, I scrutinized the 7 brown-skinned men, noting their tattered clothing and sun-kissed skin. The muscular arms that emerged from their sleeves indicated they were no ordinary individuals. The men gathered around a fire, feasting upon the leopard meat that belonged to me. Each one was armed with an AK-47, the stocks embedded in the sandy ground, while the barrels rested against their shoulders, their hands free to roast skewers of meat. I had yet to catch sight of Susan and Ewenwen. I surmised that they must have spotted these unwelcome guests earlier and fled into the woods. Logically, these men should not be sitting here enjoying leopard meat. They ought to be pursuing the two women. This left but one possibility. They likely had 3 to 5 accomplices in the forest, hunting the women down. Had I possessed a firearm, those 7 men would not survive beyond 10 seconds. Alas, I was armed only with a sailor's knife, making it impossible to engage them in close combat. My only recourse was to venture into the jungle, eliminate the pirates pursuing the women, seize their weapons, and return to the beach. I silently retreated, praying that the two women would not be captured too swiftly. Not only would the delicate women face unspeakable horrors, but I would also lose my sole chance to ambush them. Even with my strength, lacking weapons would render me no more than a clever prey, subjected to their merciless whims. Descending from the rocky peak, I swiftly plunged into the jungle. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, plunging the forest into low visibility, while the chorus of insects and beasts began to crescendo. In my earlier observations, I had not detected numerous footprints on the beach, indicating that these pirates had traversed the rocky shore, likely following our initial resting point to this location. At that moment, the two women were drying the leopard meat facing the direction of the rock peak, ensuring they would have seen the arrival of these intruders at the first opportunity. They were both astute women, certainly not foolish enough to await their doom. Fleeing into the jungle was their only path to survival. Consequently, the exuberant pirates split into 2 groups, one heading toward the shelter, the other into the woods. Thus, I found myself positioned behind those pirates veering into the jungle, and if I moved swiftly enough, I could catch up to them, launching a surprise attack from the rear. Fortunately, the pirates within the jungle had not yet detected my presence. As for the 7 pirates on the beach, they had undoubtedly sensed my existence, for it was impossible for the 2 women to have slain a leopard alone. However, they lacked communication devices and could not alert their companions in the forest. I tied the little leopard to a tree at the jungle's entrance, placing some fish slices beside it. My 3 bamboo tubes were laid on the ground. Armed with 3 bamboo spears and my sailor's knife, I dashed into the jungle, untroubled by the prospect of being discovered and shot, for they remained unaware of my existence. When they finally did notice me, their first instinct would not be to fire but to call out to their comrades, foolishly exposing their own positions, awaiting my approach to silence them. I was intimately familiar with the coastal routes. Earlier, while carrying the little leopard, I could have returned directly to the shelter, yet I chose to emerge from another location before circling back to the beach. This decision stemmed solely from my battle instincts. The phrase returning the same way in my mind was synonymous with exposing one's position. This was why I had just experienced that moment. Otherwise, I might have emerged from the stream's outlet only to be shot down in an instant. All of this was thanks to the experiences and subconscious awareness I had gained from my time on the battlefield. After half an hour of tracking, I slowed my pace. I estimated that the two women could not have fled too far and must have found a place to hide, while those pirates were certainly searching the vicinity as well. Just then, a loud gunshot rang out from the southeast. Author's note: I will update later. The beginning of the new book is challenging to write, and updates may be slow. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 31. Jungle Hunt. Having spent years in the company of bullets and gunfire, I instantly discerned the location of the shot that rang out. The assailant was approximately 20 meters southeast of my position. Within the dimly lit jungle at dusk, visibility was severely limited. However, a faint artificial light flickered ahead, likely emanating from a military flashlight. My fingers clenched tightly around the long bamboo spear, and my wolf-like gaze remained fixated on the southeast direction, where the individual was approaching. Presumably, he had fired in response to the sound of my earlier flight, attempting to issue a threat, unaware that the gunshot was drawing death closer to him. My body, akin to a hunting chameleon, silently maneuvered behind a stout tree, my dark green silhouette gradually blending into the shadows. The man soon arrived within 10 meters of my position. "Little beauty, I've spotted you. Come out, we're starving," he uttered in a clumsy dialect of Arabic, suggesting he was likely not a native speaker but rather a rogue from another nation who had learned the language to adapt to the life of pirates. The Indian Ocean is notorious for rampant piracy, and I remained uncertain to which faction these marauders belonged. If they were part of the top 10 pirate factions in the Indian Ocean, they would surely have heard of my reputation as the killer of the Ghost King in the Golden Triangle. To these avaricious pirates, my head was a tempting bounty worth $1 million, a prize they would eagerly wish to capture and deliver back to the Golden Triangle for the reward. That $1 million bounty was set years ago. Its current worth was beyond my knowledge. As the man continued to spout lewd remarks, he approached closer, oblivious to my presence as I ghosted behind him, having dropped my long spear in favor of a mere 20-centimeter bamboo spear in my right hand. Positioned behind him, I seized his unkempt hair, yanking his head back, exposing his alabaster neck to the dim light. Almost simultaneously, my right hand thrust the bamboo spear downward, piercing through his throat and into his chest. The sound of his dying gasp quickly faded amidst the chorus of cicadas in the jungle. Scalding blood flowed down the shaft of the spear, staining my hand crimson. He did not perish instantly. His body convulsed like a fish caught on a fisherman's deck. I crouched swiftly, snapping his neck with a decisive twist. I had intended to capture him alive to interrogate him about the number of pirates on this island, yet the opportunity slipped away. In that moment, I possessed only a bamboo spear. Any misstep could spell my doom. The more experienced one becomes in the art of killing, the more one learns to avoid negligence, never granting an enemy even the slightest chance of retaliation. It is the vigilant who survived. I quickly relieved him of his AK-47 and the Swiss military dagger affixed to his waist. With this dagger in hand, the bamboo spear became redundant. As I departed, I discarded them into the underbrush, seeking a concealed vantage point to await the next pirate's reveal. The visibility in the forest was alarmingly low, obstructing my view. The pirates wielded flashlights, yet I could not discern their positions. Lingering in this manner was futile. I needed to ascend a tall tree to gauge their locations based on the flickering light sources in the forest. I hoped to locate them before they found Susan. Otherwise, if they took a hostage, I would be forced to abandon any attempt at rescue. For an assassin, only one's own life holds true value, especially in combat, where moral and emotional considerations cannot afford to intrude. This is the instinctive survival response of a killer. Thus, I must eliminate them all before they discover Susan and Yewen. However, I could not act impulsively and underestimate the pirate strength. Currently, I had no means of gauging the situation of this pirate group, but if they were merely the guards stationed on the island, their numbers could very well amount to around 100. A considerable force in the Indian Ocean. Such a large pirate faction would undoubtedly recruit formidable members. It is no exaggeration to say that among them are well-trained former Navy and Special Forces personnel who, upon retiring, often join pirate crews in pursuit of wealth. Indeed, this path is a perilous route to riches. Real pirates do not resemble those depicted in films. they typically manage to extract hefty ransoms from the countries their captured vessels belong to, 9 times out of 10. This is not due to the pirate strength but rather because nations often weigh the lesser of two evils. If a ship's cargo is valued at $10 million, and they demand $1 million in ransom, plus an additional $500,000 for the crew, no country would choose to engage in warfare. Having worked as a bodyguard for a businessman in Somalia for a year, I became acutely aware of their cunning, where even local soldiers often oscillated between being bandits and soldiers, robbing merchant vessels for enormous ransoms to fund their military expenses. The weapons in the hands of these pirates often find their way to them amidst the chaos of war. Due to political reasons, these pirates seldom face international repercussions. Thus, the majority of those traversing these realms of global vice are seasoned killers, each bearing the weight of lives lost, ferocious beasts craving blood. Underestimating them could easily lead to one's own demise at their hands. Author's note: Dear readers, your support means the world to me. Encouragement is vital, especially in a landscape saturated with simplistic narratives. It takes courage to write unconventional stories. Chapter 32. Close quarters combat. The horizon, once a vibrant orange-red, swiftly transitioned to a deep indigo before my very eyes. The cacophony of the tropical jungle surrendered to the embrace of night, morphing into a sanctuary for nocturnal creatures. I ascended cautiously up the vine-clad trunk of a towering tree, my actions fraught with peril during the assassination mission. For should I encounter a skilled adversary, they would swiftly discern the inadequacy of my nocturnal camouflage. The search and discernment capabilities of an exceptional marksman far exceed those of the average person. In the shroud of darkness, my silhouette clambering among the treetops would manifest as a fleeting trace of life in the keen gaze of my foes, akin to a serpent poised to strike. My audacity stemmed from the belief that none among them could rival my prowess. Should such an equal exist, they would undoubtedly lead the group, rendering their foolish strategy of splitting forces implausible, especially while leaving a contingent to brazenly partake in the enemy's provisions. With deliberate and powerful movements, I ascended the tree like a lizard gliding up its bark, silent as a whisper. Soon, I reached the first layer of the canopy, settling upon a robust and lush branch, my back against the trunk, my gaze sharp and vigilant as an owl's, surveying the surroundings with acute awareness. After a mere 5 minutes, a piercing scream of anguish from a woman shattered the stillness, emanating from the southwest. Alarmed, I descended swiftly from the tree and sprinted toward the source of the sound. In the inky darkness of the jungle, I resembled a wolf on the hunt, my breath heavy as I ran. Within a minute, I found myself a mere 50 meters from the origin of the scream, and I slowed my pace, crouching low and clutching my AK-47, its safety disengaged, as I stealthily advanced. Before me were 3 pirates, reveling in their excitement over having captured a beautiful woman. Their flashlights illuminated Susan's form, her dress torn asunder, her fair and exquisite body laid bare before the 3 men, who uttered lewd remarks in Somali, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Yet, instead of recklessly charging in to eliminate them, I concealed myself 10 meters behind them in the underbrush, assuming the guise of a lurking wolf. Susan struggled and screamed, her resistance met with harsh slaps. Soon, she succumbed to their blows, rendered unconscious and hoisted over the shoulder of one burly, bald man. I remained unmoved, waiting as 2 camouflaged pirates emerged from their hiding place among the low brush. They cursed, "Damn it, he is not here. Let us get out of here quickly and return at dawn to hunt that man and the girl." "Humph, that fool Jess, he was killed by a bamboo spear." "Ha, it's been too long since we had such excitement. We can't go 2 months without a bit of fun." As they conversed, the 2 camouflaged men followed the 3 ahead of them out of the forest. Had I rushed in to save Susan, the 2 lurking in the underbrush would have surely fired at my back. Such tricks often ensnare the inexperienced on the battlefield. I trailed behind them, waiting for the opportune moment. With a distance of about 1 kilometer from the shelter, I knew I must eliminate them before they approached within 500 meters. If I were to open fire on them too close, the 7 pirates at the shelter would swiftly pinpoint my location. After following for approximately 200 meters, I confirmed that they had no other companions hidden within. Before making my move, I rehearsed dozens of instant kill scenarios in my mind. If Susan were not in their grasp, it would be a simple task to dispatch them. However, that was not the case. Advancing another 150 meters, I encountered an uphill path. The man carrying Susan was struggling, prompting another robust fellow beside him to assist in hoisting her. Consequently, the 3 armed men lagged behind, with only one truly wielding a firearm. The other 2 pirates had slung their AK-47s over their backs, freeing their hands to wield flashlights for illumination. This offered me a significant advantage. I stealthily maneuvered to their right flank, now a mere 15 meters. The uphill terrain, littered with leaves, rendered the ground exceedingly slippery, causing their progress to slow as they distractedly focused on their footing. The beam of their flashlights cast them in stark contrast against the enveloping darkness, rendering me invisible as I lay in wait within the brush, poised to strike. As they approached, utterly oblivious to my presence, the man with the firearm stood just 30 centimeters from me. Like a venomous snake camouflaged among the low foliage, I remained motionless. At the very moment he lowered his gaze to the ground, I sprang into action. Like a wolf launching a surprise attack, by the time he reacted, my dagger had already plunged into his throat, severing a portion of his neck. With my left hand gripping the AK-47, I simultaneously thrust the bayonet towards the bearded pirate behind him. The bayonet-equipped AK-47 proved to be an exceptionally effective close-quarters weapon, and in an instant, my blade pierced the man's heart, causing him to collapse backward. In the span of a heartbeat, I had dispatched 2 foes, but 3 remained. Author's note: thank you, my dear, for your generous support. Chapter 33. A return to the shore. The 2 burly men carrying Susan. However, another long-haired pirate wielding a flashlight reacted with alarm, letting out a desperate shout as he hastily dropped the light and fumbled to retrieve an AK-47 from his back with trembling hands. His panicked demeanor betrayed his inexperience in the throes of true violence. Alas, he would never have the opportunity to learn, as my dagger, swift as a mantis's strike, pierced his forehead with lightning speed, leaving him no time to even close his eyes before death claimed him. At that moment, the 2 men bearing Susan had regained their composure from their initial terror. They unceremoniously discarded Susan onto the ground and reached for the AK slung over their shoulders. There was no possibility for me to withdraw the blade embedded in the skull of my previous victim to retaliate. With a swift roll, I maneuvered to their feet, thrusting my hands upwards to seize their AK, causing them to fire 2 rounds into the air, startling the birds and beasts that had been resting in the trees. In the next instant, I had drawn 2 Swiss Army knives from the waistbands of the 2 hulking figures, and as I rose, I plunged them directly into their throats, penetrating through the soft cartilage and into their mouths. With a swift motion, I withdrew the blades, using their momentum to slash horizontally, severing their carotid arteries and neck muscles. Every movement flowed seamlessly, akin to slicing through vegetables. The 5 robust men collapsed into their own pools of blood, their bodies convulsing as they faced the final moments of life, their vision blurring, eyelids growing heavy until they were engulfed by an abyss of darkness. Lying on the ground, Susan's attire lay in tatters, her exquisite form laid bare before my eyes. I had no time to dwell on this. I first extinguished all the flashlights scattered about, then tore a water bottle from the corpse of the bald man, pouring the fresh water directly onto Susan's face. It was only then that she stirred from her unconscious state. Under the illumination of my flashlight, she caught sight of the bloody corpses and let out a terrified scream. "It's me," I shouted directly into her ear. Only then did Susan's frightened gaze focus on my face. Trembling in fear, her body shook, her teeth chattered as she clutched tightly to my strong arm. Gaining a semblance of security, she collapsed into my embrace, weeping uncontrollably, utterly oblivious to her exposed upper body. "Where's ye one?" I inquired. It was then that Susan recalled. I led them away. She ran into the forest. In which direction? I don't know. I can't tell directions. Calm down, I commanded, slinging an AK over my shoulder, sheathing the bloodied knives back into their leather sheaths and securing them at the sides of my boots. I also tucked a knife into the leather strap on my left thigh. My camouflage outfit and military boots were specially designed to accommodate these weapons. With an AK slung over my back and 4 magazines stowed in the pockets of my pants, I conducted a cursory search of the bodies but found no explosive weapons. I then removed a boot from one of the smaller men. "Put these on." I tossed the boot at Susan's feet. She hesitated, reluctant to wear a dead man's footwear, but I urged her, "If you wish to avoid the bite of poisonous snakes on your calves and ankles, you must wear them." Reluctantly, she complied, removing the woven sandals I had fashioned for her and slipping into the black boots. She did not discard her sandals but held them in her hands. "Are we going to find one now?" Susan asked, trailing behind me. Without turning back, I replied, "No, I intend to eliminate the 7 pirates on the beach. You take the flashlight and head southwest to search for Yuanwen. If you can't find her in an hour, make your way south back to the coast. I will locate you." "How will I know which way is southwest and which is south?" Susan clutched my arm anxiously, clearly reluctant to part from me. I looked at her and said, "You must go alone. If I do not return alive, do not seek me out. Should the pirates find you, yield to them. They will not kill a compliant and healthy woman." Tears streamed down Susan's cheeks, rendering her speechless. "Moreover, we are quite near the... If you cannot discern the direction, simply listen for the sound of the sea. The sound will guide you south." As I spoke, Susan's trembling grip began to loosen from my arm. "You will be safe. Go find Yuanwen," I reassured her. Susan bit her red lip, nodding resolutely, though accepting such grim realities was a challenge for this proud woman from the metropolis. After a moment, Susan ventured into the southwest woods with her flashlight. I, meanwhile, headed south, swiftly making my way to the shoreline, feeling my way along the dark rocks as I advanced toward the refuge. I was acutely aware of the pirates gathered around the refuge, their gazes eagerly fixed on the forest's exit, anticipating the return of their comrades with 2 beautiful women. They were likely oblivious to the tumultuous and dark sea beyond. I was merely 50 meters from the refuge, crouched behind a rock, faintly perceiving the glow of a fire. Amidst the sound of waves and the sea breeze, when I was just 20 meters from the refuge, I leaned against a protruding rock, drawing the AK from my back. Peering out cautiously, I spotted 4 pirates gathered around the campfire, with 3 others presumed to have entered the forest. This presented a dilemma. Should I eliminate these 4, it was likely 3 would escape, and in this isolated island, it would be impossible for me to track them down alone. It would be akin to setting 3 time bombs, rendering me unable to rest peacefully. Moreover, I could not ascertain whether their encampment was equipped with mortars or grenades, powerful weapons that could spell our doom if they were allowed to flee. Chapter 34. The strategy of disguise. The waves crashed relentlessly against the rocks before me, soaking my clothing from the chest down. My body temperature was gradually diminishing. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the 3 pirates who had ventured into the jungle still had not returned. If they remained absent much longer, I would be compelled to take a risky course of action. It was evident that those 3 men were remarkably adept at surviving in the island's jungles. If they stumbled upon the corpse within the thicket, they would certainly not carelessly return to the beach to await my ambush. I reasoned this based on my recollection of their meticulously crafted attire, which suggested they were seasoned and trained ex-special forces operatives, in stark contrast to the 4 men now lingering on the beach. These 4 individuals donned brown, coarse linen vests paired with military camouflage trousers, their feet encased in black safety boots. Such garb was likely a consequence of prolonged periods spent aboard a ship. Those engaged in maritime duties aboard a pirate vessel were undoubtedly of a second-rate caliber. While a person's choice of clothing may adapt to environmental changes, footwear is far less malleable, particularly for pirates who frequently venture out to sea. It is impractical for them to change shoes often. Safety boots are favored by most pirates for their security, slip resistance, and durability, yet they are ill-suited for extensive traverses across beaches and jungles. The abundance of sand and gravel would inevitably infiltrate their footwear, and after submersion, long-distance trekking would become arduous. Despite being aware that they would be stationed on this island for a month or 2, they still chose to wear such unsuitable footwear, a clear indication of their inexperience. Conversely, the 3 individuals who had entered the jungle were clad in military camouflage uniforms, equipped with durable combat boots, armed with rifles and standard-issue Swiss daggers. It was evident that they were indeed well-trained soldiers, their awareness far surpassing that of these transient criminals. Should they discover the corpse of their slain comrade in the jungle, they would immediately recognize my superior combat capabilities and deduce that I was likely to retaliate and return to the beach. If they did not return soon, I would have no choice but to act decisively and eliminate these 4 men to prevent future repercussions. Another 10 minutes elapsed, and still, no one emerged from the forest. I harbored doubts that they might have concealed themselves within the thicket, using their fallen companions' lives as bait. ready to open fire the moment I revealed myself to engage their compatriots. Logistically, they should not have taken long to return, as the time taken to discover a body and retrace their steps would exceed the duration of my stealthy approach. I feared that they might have sent 2 of their number into the woods to search, leaving 1 hidden at the forest's edge, keeping watch over the 4 lives that served as bait before the campfire on the beach. At this moment, I could afford no further contemplation. After checking my AK-47 to ensure its readiness, I slowly emerged from behind the rocks. Tat 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 tat. A volley of bullets erupted from the barrel, the flames illuminating the darkness with a fierce brilliance. The lives of the 4 pirates on the beach were extinguished in an instant. Following the discharge, I swiftly retreated behind the rocks, and in that fleeting moment, I heard a series of sharp sounds as bullets ricocheted off the boulders before me. Indeed, had my reflexes been a fraction slower, those bullets would have found their mark upon me. I gasped for breath, ensuring an ample supply of oxygen to my brain. Heightened tension and adrenaline could constrict blood vessels, impeding circulation and leading to potential disorientation or faintness, which would severely impact my combat efficacy. After catching my breath for a considerable time, I submerged into the sea, relocating to another position. The waves, the rocks, and the moon veiled by clouds afforded me excellent cover. I was now certain that only 1 pirate lay in ambush at the jungle's edge. They were exceedingly cunning, possessing commendable tactical awareness, as they had anticipated my strategy and prepared a contingency plan. I positioned the barrel of my AK-47 between 2 rocks, deliberately exposing the muzzle, then quietly slipped beneath the water, gradually making my way ashore. The pirate concealed in the jungle possessed a sharper tactical acumen than the 2 who had previously laid in wait for me. He would likely notice the disguised barrel, but it would require keen observation on his part. Should my ruse be too conspicuous, he might easily see through it. As he pondered whether to act independently or await the return of his comrades, I stealthily maneuvered behind him. My tactical approach was audacious yet remarkably effective. The pirate would never anticipate my relinquishing of my weapon to sneak up on him. On the battlefield, a firearm represents a soldier's primary sense of security. Many soldiers, even in death, will cling tightly to their weapons. This understanding renders the act of feigning abandonment of one's firearm a potent deception against adversaries. Furthermore, I surmised that the pirate lurking in the jungle would not easily abandon his position as he awaited reinforcements. The gunfire echoing from the beach signaled to the other 2 pirates in the jungle, prompting them to hasten to his aid. All he needed to do was keep his eyes on me, preventing my escape, while my disguised weapon offered him a false sense of security, leading him to believe I remained there, aimlessly searching for targets within the thicket. Experience dictated my awareness of the position of the pirate who had just fired. This is a fundamental skill for a sniper. Nevertheless, I remained vigilant. I crouched low, carefully approaching a coconut tree, behind which the pirate was intently focused on my concealed position. Unbeknownst to him, a gleaming dagger was already poised against his throat. By the time he became aware, I had already made a clean incision around his neck, severing muscles, blood vessels, and soft tissues with precision, leaving only the spinal cord as the sole connection between his head and body. My expression bore no trace of emotion. After neutralizing him, I secured his body with a piece of wood to preserve its position. I then returned to the campfire, dragging the 4 corpses into the sea and weighing them down with stones in the shallow water. I conducted a swift cleanup of the scene before hastening to conceal myself atop the Poet Cliff. From this vantage point, I could observe the body of the disguised pirate among the coconut trees. Should the 2 remaining pirates appear, I was confident in my ability to eliminate them. However, I feared that the situation might not unfold smoothly, as anyone clever enough to anticipate my intentions and leave a pirate behind as bait would possess a strategic mindset far superior to that of the other pirates here. In my combat career, I had only encountered around 30 such formidable adversaries. Author's note: dear readers, please consider leaving a 5-star review. I strive to achieve notable success during this new book's release period. Your support is the greatest motivation for me as an author. Chapter 35. The Fury of the Sea in the Shadowy Underworld. Excluding military snipers, there are no more than 10 assassins of my caliber. Among them, 3 have already fallen to my hand. These were elite killers hired by the new drug lord of the Golden Triangle, who relentlessly pursued me for a grueling 3 months and 7 days, only to meet their demise at my hands in the depths of the Amazon jungle. Consequently, I have ascended to the 7th rank within the assassin's hierarchy. The 30 or so assassins I have slain, whom I deem to be formidable, possess skills that are certainly not lacking. They are warriors who have survived the true trials of life and death, endowed with extensive experience in the art of assassination. Such assassins, whether in combat skills or experience, differ only marginally from my own capabilities. However, the ultimate determinant of victory is not merely combat skills and experience, but also an extraordinary awareness, an awareness that delineates the hierarchy of an assassin or sniper. This profound consciousness, which allows one to contend with death itself, encompasses combat awareness, strategic awareness, crisis awareness, and the awareness of the game at hand. Often, an inconspicuous detail can dictate the outcome of a battle, determining the fate of life and death. Among the two pirates who entered the jungle, one exhibited the ability to discern my intentions, indicating that his awareness is undoubtedly formidable. His initial decision not to lead his entire team into the mountains in search of me and Susan stemmed from a lack of understanding regarding the nature of the adversary on the island, an oversight that hinted at underestimation. Upon perceiving unusual sounds in the forest, he promptly devised a trap of this caliber for my anticipated return to the beach, even willing to sacrifice the lives of 4 companions as bait. His combat awareness ascended dramatically from that of a novice to a significantly elevated level, perceiving me as a rival of equal stature. Clearly, he no longer harbored any illusions of superiority. After a wait of approximately 15 minutes, the moon broke free from the clouds, casting its silvery light, akin to the veil of a saint, upon the dark, beast-like island. I lay concealed amidst the grasses upon the rocks, besieged by numerous mosquitoes that relentlessly bit at my face and ears, severely distracting my focus. Under normal, however, the present conditions did not permit such luxuries. I had no choice but to endure this discomfort, relying on the stamina cultivated through rigorous training. Positioned at a vantage point, I was well placed to observe a wide expanse of enemies, yet I was equally susceptible to being detected. Especially under the moonlight, where the outlines of foliage were sharply defined, even the slightest movement could provoke a hail of bullets. Fortunately, they lacked sniper rifles and night vision equipment. Another 20 minutes elapsed, with the beach and surrounding coconut trees remaining eerily still, confirming my suspicion that the two pirates were indeed nearby, though their exact location remained unknown. Suddenly, a camouflaged corpse beneath the coconut tree collapsed. In the dim light, I glimpsed the branch that had felled the body, and at its other end, a figure darted into the jungle like a startled groundhog. My gun was immediately trained on his escape route, and I fired several shots without concern for accuracy, dragging my weapon as my body swiftly slid backward. A gunshot rang out, and a spray of mud erupted from my original position. Up in the trees! I discerned the source of the gunfire. He too was positioned at a high point. I rolled into the jungle, seeking refuge behind a sturdy tree, while the gunfire originated from the west, an area teeming with towering trees. The pirate must have rapidly descended, for he would no longer have the opportunity to do so otherwise. Clutching my weapon, I stealthily advanced towards the coconut tree, deducing that the injured pirate was likely still alive, though his time was surely limited. The assassin would not dare to come to his aid unless he was prepared to risk everything. Defying logic, I approached the wounded pirate, surrounded by numerous trees and shrubs, the darkness of the jungle rendering it difficult to discern my presence from a distance. Before long, I finally laid eyes on the injured pirate. He had been struck in the legs and waist, crawling approximately 5 meters across the ground, leaving a trail of dying blood in his wake. I stealthily approached from behind, wrapping one arm around his shoulder and dragging him into the thicket. "Save me, Albert," he whimpered, unaware that his rescuer was none other than me, mistaking me for a comrade, his voice a mournful plea. "How many of you are there?" I demanded, pressing my knife against his nostrils. He trembled in fear, paralyzed, desperately controlling his heavy breaths to avoid any large movements. "Speak. Please, don't kill me. I merely wish to survive. Speak quickly." For one whose life I held in my hands, a few comforting lies before death could serve to anesthetize his spirit. On the sub-island, there are many landmines. Without our guidance, you cannot pass. How many of you are on the island? Only myself and Albert. Please don't kill me. I can lead you to Albert on the sub-island. With your skills, you could join our pirate crew and attain a high status. Moreover, the Fury of the Sea will land in 2 months. By then, you shall have no chance to escape, only to join us. Having heard enough, I withdrew the blade from his nostrils and swiftly slashed his throat. In his final moments, he struggled on the ground, emitting a low, pained groan. I departed the scene without delay. The man named Albert must have already fled towards the sub-island, fully aware that he was no match for me, prompting his immediate retreat. If he reached the sub-island, it would become exceedingly difficult for me to eliminate him. The previous pirate had mentioned that the sub-island was riddled with landmines, making it nearly impossible for me to navigate without proper means, and once there, he could effortlessly shoot me from the safety of the sea. As for the fury of the CS impending arrival in 2 months, that was not a concern for me at present. I must eliminate Albert first to strategize my next move. I scuttled swiftly through the jungle towards the sub-island, not pausing for a moment, convinced that Albert was undoubtedly racing for his life. A killer who has lost confidence cannot continue to fight. Once that instinct to flee arises, escape is paramount. For fear of the enemy breeds despair. Without the will to fight, victory becomes impossible, unless one is extraordinarily fortunate, but who would willingly entrust their fate to chance? With my rapid pace, even if he lay in ambush nearby, he would be unlikely to strike me down with a single shot. He was acutely aware of the caliber of opponent he faced. Should he reveal his position, he would forfeit his opportunity. Thus, he would not dare to fire recklessly. Chapter 36. A subtle contest in the inky darkness of the rainforest, tracking becomes a perilous endeavor, fraught with the risk of falling into an ambush. Particularly when trailing the footsteps of an adversary, I am acutely aware that if Albert wishes to swiftly board a vessel and flee to the islet, he must race along the coastline, for that is the route of utmost expediency. However, once he traverses the rocky shore, he will find himself exposed on the ordinary sandy beach to the east, his frantic silhouette laid bare under the moonlight, with no cover in sight. Meanwhile, I am navigating through the shallow woodlands. The sparse vegetation along the coastline consists of low shrubs and coconut palms, interspersed with dense evergreen underbrush and small tree clusters. These plants cloak the shallows, ensuring the ground remains free of overly complex undergrowth, providing me with excellent concealment without hindering my pursuit. I surmised that upon descending from the towering tree, Albert would bolt directly toward the islet, for this is the only way he could secure ample time to board the vessel before I reach the coast. If he delays, he risks being intercepted just as he sets foot on the ship. I in the open expanse by the sea, my marksmanship would leave him no chance of survival. Yet he underestimates my approach, presuming I would lie in wait for his injured comrades, anticipating his rescue attempt to deliver a fatal shot. This is a tactic commonly employed in special operations. Thus, Albert, upon descending from the tree, would make a beeline for the eastern islet, hoping to gain a significant head start during my ambush. As I dragged the injured pirate away, the surrounding area remained eerily silent, confirming my suspicion that he was not lying in wait for me there. In this strategic psychological contest, I had gained the upper hand. He had not managed to secure a substantial escape interval. If my calculations are correct, he should be no more than 50 to 100 meters ahead. Once he crosses the rocky shore, I shall emerge from the underbrush to pursue him, closing the distance to within 50 meters before launching my attack. During these intense minutes of running, Albert and I engaged in a fierce psychological battle of strategy. A solitary individual, unable to steadfastly adhere to their plan, may find themselves questioning their decisions after a prolonged sprint in the darkness, with only the sounds of insects and the sea breeze accompanying them. Doubt signifies failure. Albert, too, after a time of frantic flight without any indication of my presence, may convince himself that he has evaded me. At this juncture, complacency may set in, and his originally cautious demeanor could wane in the subconscious. These subtle shifts often dictate the ultimate outcome of a confrontation. Had Albert remained vigilant, he undoubtedly would have avoided the stretch of unshielded sand, opting instead for the safety of the underbrush, making it exceedingly difficult for me to locate him. Thus, my aim is to instill in him the belief that he has successfully shed my pursuit, allowing his guard to lower ever so slightly. This is precisely why I refrained from rapidly tracking him along the coastline. Should I pursue him directly, a mere glance back would reveal my presence, assuring him that he has not eluded me. Heightened tension would render his actions exceedingly cautious, and upon crossing the rocky shore, he would instinctively plunge into the thicket, where the darkness would render my pursuit futile, all while I must remain wary of his traps and ambushes. Regardless, he would not wish to engage me in a test of endurance within the jungle. Therefore, his primary objective remains to shake me off. Although I have anticipated this, I refuse to become complacent. Human behavior is inherently unpredictable, particularly in the case of Albert, a seasoned veteran of special operations. The strategies we each contemplate are difficult to foresee. I in the underbrush. I move like a predator stalking its prey, my dark silhouette darting through the trees. After running approximately 1,500 meters, I finally paused behind a massive rock at the exit of the rocky shore. The outcroppings to the east diminish, and the shallow woodlands recede several dozen meters. A trail of footprints glimmers under the moon, resembling two parallel dashed lines stretching eastward. Beyond 50 meters, the trail fades from my view. At this moment, I do not rush to follow. I must ascertain the nature of these footprints. Albert's intense survival instinct, evidenced by such a conspicuous trail, seems rather illogical. He is likely speculating on my movements. As well, I descended from the rock and crouched upon the beach, scrutinizing the imprints in the sand. Indeed, they bear the mark of military boots. Following the footprints, I too left a trail in the sand. Suddenly, I accelerated forward, then halted, lying flat upon the beach. Comparing my footprints, I noted that the initial segment was marked by a slow, deliberate pace, leaving clear and distinct impressions. In contrast, the latter portion bore the signs of hurried movement, with only the tips of the toes visible, creating small indentations in the sand due to the thrusting force exerted backward. To my astonishment, I discovered that Albert's footprints did not indicate a full sprint, but rather resemble those of a slow jog, as a retired Special Forces operative. Even if he has neglected his training, his fitness should not have deteriorated to such an extent that he resorts to a slow run to escape. From the shelter to this point, a distance of around 1,500 meters, he could not have become so exhausted as to flee at such a sluggish pace. Even if he has grown complacent, genuinely believing he has eluded me, he would not resort to such a leisurely escape. The only plausible explanation is that he has deduced my pursuit is hot on his heels. This insight led him to leave behind these footprints, intending to misdirect my rapid follow-up. Had I, in my hubris, assumed I had correctly anticipated Albert's strategy and proceeded as planned, my demise would have been assured. Though we have yet to confront one another, we have already engaged in several rounds of this psychological duel, each fraught with peril. This is becoming intriguing. He is a worthy adversary, and I shall end his life with a single shot as a mark of respect. Chapter 37. Landing on the sub-island once again, the pale gray cumulus clouds shrouded the only glimmer of light hanging in the night sky, as if heralding an impending storm of blood and carnage. The visibility on the beach was exceedingly low, and within the shallow woods, one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The howling sea breeze was drawing back the curtain on the stage of war, while the waves violently crashed against the rocks, gradually settling into a tense tranquility. I ventured into the damp underbrush, pressing onward. Regardless of whether Albert was camouflaging these footprints to hunt me or to mislead me into wrong directions, I had to traverse this stretch of beach and ascend the mountain peak to the east. Having previously observed the terrain from the summit, I knew that the western side of that peak sloped gently, while the eastern side dropped into a sheer cliff, which faced directly toward the sea on the eastern shore of the main island. If I could scale that cliff, I would be able to ascertain immediately whether Albert had departed by boat. His cunning schemes would then unravel before me. To expedite my ascent, I affixed a flashlight to the end of a 2-meter-long branch. Raising the branch to a height of 1 meter above the ground, it appeared as though a figure was holding the flashlight at their waist, illuminating the treacherous path ahead. This maneuver would effectively confound my adversary. Should Albert detect the light and fire upon me, he would likely strike the location of the flashlight. Utilizing this ruse, I traversed approximately 200 meters. The sound of gunfire erupted at last. Shots from the southwest shattered the stillness of the shallow beach, sending a flock of seagulls nesting in the mangroves into flight. The flashlight tied to the branch was shattered and fell among a cluster of ferns. Reacting swiftly, I raised my AK and aimed at the spot from which the flames had just erupted, 50 meters away. Tat, tat, tat. I unleashed a barrage of 7 or 8 bullets. A cry of anguish rang out from that direction, and I promptly followed up with a few more shots, after which silence enveloped the area. I could not be certain if my subsequent shots had found their mark. If I recklessly advanced to inspect the situation, I risked falling victim to a counterattack. Such scenarios are commonplace in cinematic narratives, and reality often mirrors this. I certainly would not approach to investigate just yet. If I had indeed struck him, he must be bleeding. But if he were to feign death to lure me closer, he could only maintain that charade for a few minutes at most, lest he succumb to his wounds. After a few minutes, he would undoubtedly need to tend to his injury or be compelled to crawl away from that spot. I stealthily approached from another angle. When I was merely 3 meters from the location where he had been shot, I halted, straining to listen for any sounds. An unusual stillness enveloped the surroundings, akin to the calm before a beast pounces upon its prey. Suddenly, from the thicket beside me, a dagger lunged forth from a shadowy figure, aiming straight for my chest. Albert was indeed still alive, concealed in the brush to my left. The darkness rendered him hesitant to fire as I drew near. Once I was close, he could not use his firearm either, for his hiding place was thick with foliage, and shifting his weapon would create a considerable commotion. Had he attempted such a maneuver, I would have already filled his skull with bullets before he had the chance to fire. Thus, he resorted to lunging at me with a dagger instead. His speed was astonishing. Even a half-second delay in my reaction could spell my demise. As the dagger plunged towards me, I instinctively raised my left hand to shield my chest, gripping his arm tightly. The blade tore through my shirt, leaving a shallow yet painful gash across my chest, and I immediately felt the warmth of blood seeping forth, accompanied by a searing pain. My crouched stance ensured a stable center of gravity, preventing me from being toppled by his powerful thrust. With his initial assault thwarted, he swiftly twisted the dagger, attempting to slice my wrist. However, I pressed down with my left hand, causing his body to lose balance and tilt toward his arm. Raising my AK, he lunged directly onto the sharp bayonet. The blade pierced through his body, emerging from his... At that moment, moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the glistening, bloodied blade. He grasped the barrel of the AK with both hands, his body slowly descending, his gaze fixed upon me, his lips moving to utter a single word, "Who?" I remained silent, instead retrieving the flashlight from his body, casting light upon the wound on my chest. Simultaneously, it revealed the large tattoo that adorned my torso, depicting a grave constructed from skulls, with a raven perched above, clutching a severed finger in its beak. You are the Ghost King?" Albert uttered his final words, his expression gradually shifting from terror to an odd sense of honor. I pushed his body aside and extracted the AK from his lifeless form, then illuminated the surroundings with the flashlight as I made my way toward the western coast. Indeed, I soon spotted a wooden boat equipped with an engine. This vessel had a capacity of 20 people. I was not in haste to return to find Susan and the others, for I trusted they could care for themselves. I needed to hasten to the sub-island to ascertain the situation there. Given the nature of these pirates, it was certain that the sub-island would harbor not only pirates but also women and ample provisions. If there were no women, it would be inconceivable for them to remain here for 2 or 3 months. Having slain these pirates, I felt compelled to rescue those women who had suffered at their hands. I started the engine of the wooden boat and, with the navigation lights aglow, set sail toward the sub-island. A few minutes later, I landed on the sub-island. However, I did not enter the woods from the shallow beach, as that area was undoubtedly littered with anti-personnel mines. My certainty stemmed from having observed the terrain from the mountain summit. The southeastern, southwestern, and western flanks of the sub-island were all shallow beaches, while the northern side was dominated by a vast expanse of rocky shore, making it impossible for any vessel to land there. Naturally, no one would approach the island from that direction. Furthermore, considering the pirates' limited armament, they would not waste resources deploying mines across the entire island. The reasoning behind their avoidance of the main island was straightforward. It was simply too large, teeming with medium-sized animals. Should they install anti-personnel mines there, they would likely only succeed in killing small creatures, necessitating repeated mine placements. The sub-island did not present this issue, as its ecosystem was minuscule, with medium-sized animals being exceedingly rare. Following the coastline, I arrived at the rocky shore of the sub-island, entering the woods from that point. The sub-island measured roughly 1 square kilometer, taking on an elliptical shape. After advancing about 100 meters into the forest, I spotted a flicker of flames. Within the woods lay a spacious clearing, where stood a wooden structure, estimated to be around 50 to 60 square meters in size. A surge of joy filled my heart. Surely, ample provisions awaited within. I cautiously advanced, quickly reaching the edge of the wooden house. I was uncertain whether anyone remained inside, and if there were women present, I harbored a concern. Were they merely subjugated by the pirates, or were they the wives of the pirates themselves? The distinction between the two was profound. Should the latter discover that something was amiss, they could easily masquerade as victims, and when I was asleep, plunge a dagger into my heart. Author's note: I am preparing for 3 updates next week, so please offer your support. Chapter 38. The prison and the island. Human beings are but animals. They are fundamentally indistinguishable from lesser creatures, their veins coursing with boiling blood infused with the genes of slaughter and aggression. Peace exists merely as an anomaly within the realm of humanity. Once driven to the brink, killing becomes as effortless as mowing grass. I have slain those 13 pirates, and should there be 3 to 5 women among them, if even one is a wife, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance for their fallen husbands, perpetually on the lookout for an opportunity to end my life in retribution. As I approached the wooden structure nestled within the forest, I quickly discerned that it was not as I had envisioned. It was not a house at all, but rather a prison. My conviction stemmed from my experience in Syria, where I had witnessed the guerrillas capturing by the regular army, who would drive 2-meter-long, thick wooden stakes into the ground, forming a makeshift jungle prison about 10 meters long and scarcely 1 meter wide. Those confined within could only sit or lie down, unable to stand upright, their hands bound. It was only from a distance that I had mistaken it for a mere house. I hesitated to draw near. A jungle prison, secluded from the coast, was inherently sinister. I even entertained the notion that those imprisoned within might not be human at all. But if they were not human, what could they possibly be? And there were still those 13 pirates guarding it. Initially, I had presumed those pirates were merely watching over a treasure, yet I was taken aback to realize they were actually guarding this enigmatic jungle prison. Where, I pondered, did those guardians reside? And where did their food come from? For the sake of caution, I refrained from approaching the prison, resolving to investigate further at dawn. I was certain that something was amiss. An instinctual sense of danger persistently urged me to keep my distance. Why survival thus far owed much to this keen instinct. Retracing my steps, I reboarded my vessel and set sail towards the main island. Throughout my journey, I contemplated numerous questions, particularly concerning the living arrangements of those 13 pirates. 13 individuals constituted a significant group, and it was implausible for them to endure on this secondary island without ample food and fresh water for more than 10 days. Even hunting would not suffice, as the secondary island was far too small. Moreover, they were tasked with guarding that prison, implying they must have a reliable supply, if they were not residing on the secondary island. Yet, if they inhabited the main island, why had the pirate I killed claimed their camp was on the secondary island? Was he attempting to lure me into a trap on the secondary island, ensnaring me in peril? Another pressing question arose. If they were based on the main island, they should have discovered our presence on the very first day, given that we had made a fire, and the resulting smoke would have surely revealed our location. Such thoughts sent a chill down my spine. When dawn broke, I would undoubtedly return to ascertain the true nature of that jungle prison and uncover the whereabouts of the 13 pirates. Our lives hinged upon this inquiry. If those pirates did not dwell on the secondary island nor the main island, then they must have another hiding place, which further suggests the entire island bore the weight of mystery. Otherwise, why would they not reside here? An array of questions surged within me, leaving me in a state of unrest. Author's note: I intend to expand the chapter to approximately 1,500 words, aiming to commence the release of 4 chapters starting next week. Chapter 39. Hidden Secrets. Amidst the dim twilight, I navigated my ironwood vessel westward, traversing the waters between the main island and its smaller counterpart. I secured the boat at the very spot where Albert had once docked. The reason I did not follow the coastline directly back to the refuge was that the vessel could not possibly navigate the rocky shallows and coral reefs. The propeller was at great risk of being damaged by the submerged rocks, while the seagrass in the coral zone could easily entangle and incapacitate the propeller. This, evidently, was why Albert and his companions had refrained from steering the ship straight to the shelter. It appeared they possessed a profound understanding of the island's intricacies. Upon disembarking, I sprinted along the coastline to the west, the dark silhouettes of trees casting eerie shadows in the night, resembling spectral guardians of the isle, dissuading any deeper exploration. After more than half an hour, drenched in perspiration, I finally returned to the refuge. However, the 2 women had yet to arrive. I pressed onward, running for another 10 minutes, when the moon, akin to a bashful maiden, shyly unveiled half her face from behind the clouds. In the dim light, I discerned two figures behind the rocks. The moonlight had betrayed them, revealing two intertwined shadows sprawled upon the sandy beach. The two women must have been thoroughly frightened. As I approached, halting 5 meters away, I called out, "It is I. You may come forth." The women hesitated in their retreat, Susan cautiously peeking out. Upon seeing my tattered state, caked in mud and weeds, with a long gash marring my chest, I must have appeared quite terrifying. At first, she failed to recognize me, but after a few moments, comprehension dawned. She likely struggled to believe that I had vanquished those me and to her, I might merely be an ordinary bodyguard, a mercenary for hire. Her elderly paramour, I had heard, was a professor at a certain American university. He had hired a bodyguard due to the likelihood that he absconded with bioweapons or sensitive materials when leaving the United States, intending to peddle them to a foreign nation in South Africa. However, it was not this old man who had employed my services, but rather a prominent Nigerian figure. His ability to locate me through his connections indicated he was no ordinary individual, and the person I was tasked to protect was certainly no simple character either. The crux of the mission comprised two phases. The primary target was the old man, while the secondary was Susan. Should I successfully escort the elder to Nigeria, my reward would amount to $10 million. If the old man were to meet with misfortune, ensuring Susan's safety would yield the same monetary compensation. From this, I inferred that the assailants who had sunk our passenger vessel were likely affiliated with the organization to which the old man had once belonged. Presently, if anyone were to discover Susan's presence on this island, it would undoubtedly attract more visitors, as the news would inevitably spread, especially with the demise of those pirates here. Within 2 months, I could expect a brutal confrontation. Judging by Susan's dubious demeanor towards me, it was highly probable that she remained oblivious to her significance or the intricacies of the situation. Otherwise, she would not perceive me merely as an ordinary bodyguard. I approached and gently coaxed Susan from her hiding place, followed closely by the terrified Yuanwen, whose youthful visage was marked by panic. The two women collapsed into my embrace, weeping silently for an extended period, unable to utter a single word. I understood their feelings all too well. After my first kill in childhood, I had grown reluctant to speak, and as I took more lives and witnessed death frequently, I became accustomed to it. They were fortunate, for I was there to protect them. Had I perished, the consequences of their falling into the hands of pirates would be unimaginable. It is all right now. I have dispatched those men. Let us return to the refuge, for I must tend to the bodies and secure the firearms, I reassured them, stroking the heads of the two women. Susan, her delicate form still pressed against my chest, caught sight of the tattoos and wounds adorning my torso, her complexion paling in fear. "You are hurt?" Chapter 40. The man by the campfire, Susan inquired of me, her gaze flickering with concern. The wound was not deep, yet if left unattended, it carried the risk of infection. Fortunately, Albert's dagger had not been laced with poison. Otherwise, this seemingly trivial injury could have proven fatal. With Albert's skills, had he known he was facing an adversary of my caliber, he would undoubtedly have poisoned the blade. It was indeed unfortunate for him to encounter an opponent of such stature without any prior preparation. I escorted the two women back to the location of our refuge and kindled a fire. Although the temperature was not particularly cold, the evening would bring a swarm of mosquitoes, which the women could scarcely endure. Should they contract malaria, it would spell considerable trouble for us in certain regions of the tropical jungle. Mosquitoes transmit a disease known as malaria. While feeding, they inject a saliva containing anticoagulants, and it is during this process that the malaria pathogens infiltrate the human body. The campfire would create turbulent air currents, disorienting the insects and making it difficult for them to invade our shelter. Once I had ensured the safety of the two women, I ventured into the underbrush, stripped the clothing from the pirate whose throat I had slashed, and laid him on the ground. I then retrieved the blood-stained camouflage attire and the weaponry he had wielded. Subsequently, I dragged the bodies of the 4 pirates from the shoreline back onto the land. I collected all their equipment as well and transported them into the woods, where I found a ravine to dispose of them. I returned to the site where I had swiftly eliminated 5 additional pirates, confiscating their clothing and firearms as well. I did not concern myself with the bodies. Left exposed in the tropical jungle, they would soon be decomposed by insects. I refrained from casting them into the sea, for the currents would return the bodies to shore, creating a foul stench and immediately revealing our location. After managing the corpses and supplies, I returned to the stream's outlet, shed my garments, and took a refreshing bath, using fresh water to cleanse the wound on my chest. Bare-chested, I re-entered the refuge, retrieved my toolbox, and cut the medical tape into 5 strips, which I adhered horizontally across the wound. This method would effectively expedite healing and prevent it from reopening. The 2 women, illuminated by the flickering flames, beheld my muscular physique for the first time, along with the multitude of scars that adorned my skin. Had it not been for the extensive tattoos obscuring them, those haunting scars would have been truly shocking, remnants of a past I preferred to keep hidden. My back, similarly muscular, bore a scar measuring a full 40 centimeters, a testament to an encounter with an enemy's katana during combat. Had it been half an inch deeper, I would not have survived. After the scar was stitched, I had a tattoo artist ink a long sword, its tip embedded within a skull, with delicate scars around it resembling feathers from fallen crows, and my arms, too, were marked with numerous scars, concealed beneath tattoos. A serpent coiled from my left forearm, over my shoulder, and onto my right arm. The 2 women gazed at me in awe, having never witnessed me without my camouflage attire. This was their first glimpse, and it was likely my tattoos that left them astounded. However, in comparison to the tattoos, my calm and composed demeanor after slaying 13 heavily armed pirates was likely more striking to them. My thoughts, however, were not focused on the 2 women. A crisis loomed on the horizon, set to descend upon us within 2 months, and I had yet to ascertain the situation on the sub-island. Furthermore, the Fury of the Sea was one of the top 10 maritime forces in Somalia, with their pirate faction numbering at least 300. If they all descended upon this island, our chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. Chapter 41. The killing machine. The nocturnal hunt left my muscles swollen and fatigued, particularly in my legs. As the long night of running had drained my energy, I donned a black vest, layering it with a dry camouflage suit. Rising once more, I prepared to venture into the woods, followed closely by the 2 women. Mr. Pan, where are you headed? I'm just retrieving a few items. Please tend to the leopard meat here, ensuring nothing goes to waste. Clean any that has fallen to the ground with fresh water, I instructed before plunging into the inky darkness of the forest. Before long, I arrived at the spot where the cub was bound. It had consumed all the golden pomfret slices I had left, struggling to free itself as it lay there. I approached, first lifting the 3 bamboo tubes from the ground before offering a piece of fish. The cub was quickly cradled in my arms. Its fluffy body was irresistibly adorable. I brushed my rough palm over its fur, a barely perceptible smile gracing my face. Upon returning to the seaside, the sight of the fluffy creature in my hands transformed the 2 women's initially shocked expressions into smiles. They eagerly vied for the opportunity to hold the little one, unperturbed by the possibility of being bitten. As the cub had yet to enter its predatory phase, it was no different from an ordinary house cat. If we calmed its emotions and provided it with ample food daily, it would develop a dependency on us, perceiving us as its guardians or friendly companions. I recognized that the 2 women had likely suffered considerable trauma. Without some form of emotional reassurance, they might endure psychological scars. Even I grappled with post-war psychological syndrome, commonly referred to as post-traumatic stress disorder. This affliction rendered me distrustful of others, overly vigilant of my surroundings, and plagued by suspicion. The slightest rustle could rouse me from sleep, impacting my rest quality. For the past couple of years, I had been undergoing treatment, yet the improvements were not markedly significant. My insomnia had improved considerably, but in peaceful settings, I found it difficult to sleep. Conversely, in such environments, my sleep quality seemed to enhance. As the 2 women played with the cub, I stored the remaining leopard meat in the bamboo tubes. I then employed a torch to sear the openings, incinerating the air within before swiftly inserting a prepared clean cloth to seal the tubes. Subsequently, I used the standard preservation film from the lifeboat to secure the openings. I repeated this process, filling 2 bamboo tubes with the meat, leaving the rest on the stone slab. I firmly believed that the pirate's habitat would provide sustenance, thus sparing me the need to expend excessive energy on the leftover leopard meat. After completing these tasks, I was utterly exhausted. I tethered the cub at the entrance of the shelter before slipping inside with the 2 women. I barricaded the entrance with bamboo walls and lay down to rest. Overcome by fatigue, I fell asleep almost instantly. The two women lay beside me, listening to my breaths and heartbeat, gradually drifting into slumber amidst the disquiet of the night. Once again, the specter of slaughter dragged me back into the nightmarish past. I felt like a relentless killing machine, perpetually taking lives, executing tasks, and bleeding profusely. I concealed my inner feelings in the darkest recesses of my heart. Only in this way could I shield myself from the corrupting influences of humanity and conscience. I thought of her again. Seagull, my beloved wife, you must wait for my return. Author S. Note: today's update is complete. Your support is greatly appreciated. Writing while unwell is quite arduous. Otherwise, I could have produced even more. Chapter 42. Susan's revelation. The night stretched interminably, and I found myself dreaming once more of my wife, her warm hands gently tracing the contours of my resolute face. She pressed her lips against my cracked ones, caressing the bloodied bayonet that had returned with me from the battlefield. She shed her garments and embraced me, an ethereal daughter of the sea, an angel sent by God to extract the tears that had long since run dry from this devil's heart. In a blinding flash, a blade sliced through the air, severing her head from her body. Ah! I jolted upright, instinctively drawing the dagger bound to my leg, its sharp edge poised against the neck of the bare woman cradled in my arms. Susan's chest heaved in terror, her complexion pale, as the firelight illuminated the scene. I beheld her in all her vulnerability, unclothed and trembling within my embrace. "What are you doing?" I inquired coldly. "Mr. Pan, I do not wish to die. Please take me away from here. I am willing to be your woman," Susan implored, tears spilling from her eyes, her delicate frame quivering. I gradually retracted the dagger, pushing her away as I exited the makeshift shelter. Susan donned a long dress and followed suit, while I perched upon a rocky outcrop, gazing at the pale light of dawn emerging on the horizon, the vast ocean instilling a sense of tranquility within me. Susan approached and knelt before me. "Mr. Pan, I recognized that pirate." Her words left me utterly astounded. Who was this pirate she spoke of? Was it the leader, Albert, the very one she had first seen while drying leopard meat on the rocks? How could an ordinary woman possibly know such a man, one who consorted with the devil? "Albert?" I queried. "Yes," Susan nodded in terror. "Where did you meet him? How did you come to know him?" I pressed, suppressing my shock and adopting a commanding demeanor. "In California." "Elaborate." "I was attending a covert government meeting with my husband when Albert, a close bodyguard of a high-ranking official, must have come to kill me." Susan spoke with palpable fear, yet I furrowed my brow and grasped her throat. "If you dare deceive me, you shall perish this instant," I declared. I would never allow politics to ensnare me, for it was a bottomless abyss of slaughter, from which escape was nigh impossible. I had promised my wife that my remaining days would be spent in humble companionship with her. With my grip tightening around her neck, Susan's expression morphed into one of agony. Rendering her speechless, I cast her aside. "How could you possibly remember a bodyguard from a meeting? Given your status, you would not have been privy to the meeting's contents. Unless you provide me with a plausible explanation, you shall meet your demise before the sun rises." I spoke icily, confident that, if she were not a fool, she would understand my resolve. Just as I had dispatched those 13 pirates, I bore no moral burden. Finally, she bit her crimson lip and confessed, "I did not participate in the meeting." After my husband entered the conference room, Albert took me aside for a thorough search. He even reached inside, so I could never forget him. "Then how do you know he intends to kill you?" I asked coldly, my mind racing with another question. Why was Albert here? Could the sinking of the passenger ship be linked to him? "My husband and I escaped California using false identities. He warned me that if we were discovered by American agents, we would be doomed. He also instructed me that, in the event of trouble, I must cling to you, as only you could ensure my safety. I am unaware of my husband's dealings," Susan sobbed. She appeared sincere, her words corroborating my previous suspicions. She indeed knew nothing of her husband's affairs. Within the confines of the shelter, she sought to become my woman, believing that such a bond would compel me to protect her. "You need not resort to such measures, for you are also my target for protection. I must deliver you to a prominent figure in Nigeria to secure a reward of $1 million that is rightfully mine," I stated coldly. Chapter 43. Another larger island before me knelt a woman, her body trembling in the cool air as the sun gradually ascended above the horizon, casting a gentle glow through her sheer garment, subtly revealing her enchanting figure. Her will to survive eclipsed her rationality. In this moment, she would do anything for me, including, but not limited to, using her voluptuous form and beautiful lips to appease my lonely soul. I reached out to assist her in rising. Do not touch me while I am asleep again. I cannot guarantee that I will restrain myself next time, and I would hate to lose my head over a matter that could cost me $10 million, I warned her. Bathed in the pale morning light, the sea breeze tousled her long hair, rendering her particularly striking as she stood upon the rocky shore. I took a moment to arrange the confiscated firearms, slinging one of the AKs across my back. After hastily roasting some leopard meat over the fire for breakfast, I set off. Before departing, I cautioned Susan not to leave this place until my return. If she detected any signs of danger, she was to extinguish the fire and I spent some time making my way to the place where Albert had met his demise. His lifeless body lay undisturbed, though the wound was now teeming with ravenous insects, and his pallid face was particularly ghastly. I searched his body once more and, to my surprise, discovered a parchment map. I immediately unfurled the map upon a rock, scrutinizing it intently. This was a nautical chart, albeit small, marked with 2 locations, each denoted by a red dot. These red dots presumably indicated islands. If my assumptions were correct, one of the dots likely represented the very island I was currently on, while the other lay approximately 10 nautical miles to the northeast. In the vastness of the ocean, 10 nautical miles felt almost like next door. I swiftly ascended the rocky peak and gazed northeast, only to be astonished by the sight of a continuous line of islands in the distance. That island was at least 5 or 6 times larger than this one. I was utterly astounded, for when I first reached the summit, I had not taken a moment to observe the surroundings, or perhaps the weather that day had not been as clear as it was now, causing me to overlook it. If Albert and his crew were indeed on that island, they would have been able to see the smoke rising from here through a telescope, or even with the naked eye. Considering the timeline from when Albert discovered us to our landing on the island, it was evident that they must have come from that very island. My heart raced with anxiety as I sensed that matters were far more intricate than I had imagined. Should there be military installations on that island, it would undoubtedly host a greater number of personnel, not limited to pirates alone. Given Albert's presence, I had reason to suspect that a contingent of clandestine American military forces resided there. It was likely a secret base of some nation. Their collaboration with the Furious Sea was clearly indicative of some nefarious dealings, and such matters could not be allowed to leak. The 13 pirates had not returned on schedule, and it was certain they would dispatch more individuals our way. Yet, at present, they remained silent. Otherwise, before dawn broke, this island would have been surrounded. I hastily descended from the rocky peak and leapt into the ironwood skiff, heading towards the secondary island. I needed to ascertain the situation on that island post-haste and uncover what the Furious Sea and the American military were up to on these shores. I was exceedingly reluctant to become embroiled in any political turmoil. Those in power were ravenous demons, consuming lives without remorse. Their schemes operated in the shadows, reshaping the world and sacrificing countless innocents for their gain. As a wandering assassin, should I become entangled in their machinations, I would merely be a pawn, likely to meet the same fate as Albert. Author's note: thank you to the kind-hearted readers for your generous support. Wishing you joy during the double festival. Chapter 44. The macabre bones. Such occurrences are not unfamiliar to me. During my time as a mercenary in Iraq, the military would submit tasks to the mercenary company, one of which entailed assassinating a commander of the irregular forces. Such actions should never transpire, yet driven by their gruesome interests, they sought to forcibly alter the situation through clandestine operations. However, the mission ended in failure. The mercenaries involved were swiftly reclassified as members of a terrorist organization and were ruthlessly exterminated by the U.S. military. I was among those who managed to extricate themselves from the Iraqi conflict at that time, and the war concluded within the same year. Subsequently, I found myself the target of covert pursuits by the U.S. military, which included the hiring of top-tier assassins from the underworld. During a later mission, an aircraft mishap occurred, and I drifted at sea for 133 days. Upon my rescue, I introduced myself as Pan and claimed to be a Chinese national. Indeed, I was a Chinese citizen, yet I had never been able to embrace the embrace of my homeland. After that, I evaded further attention, as those who sought my demise presumed I had perished in the aviation accident. I have reason to suspect that the incident may have been orchestrated by those individuals to eliminate. With the passage of time, it is unlikely that anyone would still concern themselves with the assassination of the commander of the irregular forces, and the U.S. government could hardly expend resources in pursuit of me any longer. This fortunate turn of events allowed me to evade a dire fate. Otherwise, I would have been relentlessly hunted for a lifetime. A life devoid of tranquility, where every moment would be steeped in dread. This marks the second occasion in my life where I have been pursued by the entire world. The first being the assassination incident in the Golden Triangle involving a notorious drug lord. After narrowly escaping countless perils and returning to a semblance of normalcy, I have no desire to engage with any malevolent military or political entities. Were it not for my wife's medical needs, I would not have accepted this current mission. Yet, aside from this task, I find myself with no means to procure additional funds. As I pondered these matters, I once again ascended to the secondary island, making my way towards the forest from the rocky beach. I tread cautiously along the path, careful not to trigger any landmines. Upon reaching a point merely 20 meters from the jungle prison, I observed that the trees surrounding the prison had been felled. Judging by their weathered state, it appeared that this prison had been established approximately 6 months prior. If that were indeed the case, it was highly probable that the prison had fallen into disuse. It is conceivable that it served as a temporary holding facility for hostages by pirates, given that hijacked vessels do not yield ransom immediately, often taking months to secure payment. Thus, it would be imperative to confine hostages in one location. I cautiously approached. Hearing no sounds emanating from within, I circled around to the wooden door of the prison, only to find it still locked, albeit heavily rusted. The interior was shrouded in darkness, while the outside light was blinding. I had to press my face against the door to discern the situation within. To my horror, I found the chamber filled with human bones, at least a dozen individuals. These unfortunate souls had been imprisoned here until death, indicating that the pirates had failed to secure their ransom. Such an occurrence is rare, unless an unforeseen event transpired. What tragic incident led to the demise of these hostages? Unfortunately, I cannot fathom it at present. The absence of clothing on these individuals further complicates matters. Otherwise, I might have gleaned some clues from the remnants of their garments, perhaps identifying their nationalities. A lingering sense of unease gnaws at me, suggesting that this matter is far more complex than it appears. Yet the truth remains elusive. The prison has been abandoned by the pirates and may have been discovered by the military, or perhaps they have relocated to a new hideout. That new location could very well be the island to the northeast. I dared not venture into the forest in search of answers, lest I inadvertently trigger an anti-personnel mine. Returning to my ironwood boat, I cast another glance towards the northeastern horizon and resolved to infiltrate that island tonight. Chapter 45. The women who wished to join the battle. It was morning, and I found solace in knowing that I need not worry about colliding with the treacherous reefs or becoming ensnared by the seaweed that could entangle the propeller. I navigated around the rocky shores of the main island and finally returned to the shelter. Upon hearing the distinctive hum of the ironwood boat's diesel engine, the two women on the beach had already extinguished their fire and retreated into the forest, peering curiously in my direction. Upon recognizing me, they rushed out with palpable excitement, their chests heaving like gentle ocean waves. I anchored the small boat at a less exposed shallow reef, and the two women hurried to my side. I leapt from the vessel, and they eagerly examined the ironwood craft. "Uncle, can we go home now?" Ewan innocently inquired. I smiled and replied, "Setting aside our lack of diesel, even if we had enough, we would need at least 2 months of calm seas in this vast ocean to have a chance of reaching shore. Not to mention the food situation. This boat can barely accommodate provisions for the 3 of us." Ewan, though not entirely disheartened, responded, "So when can we set off?" "Set off? Have you lost your senses? In the perilous waters of the Indian Ocean, it is simply impossible to expect 2 months of tranquility. Moreover, the likelihood of encountering pirates is exceedingly high. Attempting to escape the Indian Ocean in this small craft is nothing short of a pipe dream," I said, gently ruffling her hair. "Mr. Pan, do we have any plans?" Susan queried, her dark eyes fixed on me. I understood her urgency to leave this place. She was a perceptive woman who recognized that Abbott had perished here, and others would inevitably come searching for him. If we did not depart swiftly, our chances of survival would diminish rapidly. There is an island to the northeast, a place frequented by those pirates. I cannot guarantee that it is devoid of other marauders, so I must take advantage of the cover of night to scout the island and assess the situation before devising a plan, I explained to Susan. She remained silent, fully aware of my rationale. I felt compelled to undertake this task. If fortune favored me, I might return alive. However, should I fall victim to the pirates' gunfire, she and Yi Wenwen would undoubtedly find themselves captives. You must be careful, Susan said, pressing her lips together, her beautiful eyes gazing at me with concern. I nodded in acknowledgement. I cannot be certain whether they will approach during the day, as the 13 pirates have yet to return. If they do come, I must be prepared, I stated, securing the wooden boat to a protruding rock. Uncle, can we help? Yi Wenwen asked, catching up to me. I glanced at her youthful face. It is not yet time to teach you how to shoot. You may handle the firearm to familiarize yourselves with its weight, and if necessary, I will instruct you on how to fire, I said, retrieving 2 unloaded AK rifles from the shelter and handing them to the women. To learn to shoot, one must first grow accustomed to the feel and presence of the weapon. When a firearm is always within reach, one becomes attuned to its existence, thus enabling it to serve its true purpose. These 2 women had never taken a life. I could not immediately teach them the art of killing. Murder is a far cry from slaughtering a chicken. Unless absolutely necessary, I would not train them to become assassins. Furthermore, to become a killer requires a certain aptitude, an extraordinary insight, endurance, and strategic awareness. Chapter 46. The web of fate in their hands, the 2 AK-47 rifles, worn from prolonged use by pirates, exuded a polished sheen on the stocks and foregrips. The AK-47 is often hailed as the king of combat rifles. Its affordability and durability have made it a favored choice among pirates and terrorists alike, to the extent that it has become synonymous with their activities. The foregrips reveal that these are Southeast Asian manufactured AKs, known for their robust combat history, thus rendering them more reliable in the crucible of battle compared to counterparts from other regions. They are exceptionally dependable, featuring a straightforward design, ease of use, and remarkable sturdiness. However, their only drawback lies in their considerable recoil, rendering them ill-suited for female users. Without professional instruction, simply picking up the weapon could result in serious injury. Therefore, my current objective is merely to familiarize them with the firearms. Without providing ammunition, I instruct them on how to disengage the safety, load the magazine, affix the bayonet, and aim, among other operations. I then encourage them to practice repeatedly to make the weapon feel like a trusted companion. The 2 women trained diligently. It is evident that after the carnage of the previous night, they have come to grasp the stark reality of the battlefield. Meanwhile, I remain active. Having taught them the requisite skills, I ascend to the mountaintop to survey the northeastern sea. Should I detect any approaching enemies, it is imperative that I eliminate them before they reach the shore. Once they set foot on land, they would scurry like frenzied mountain rats, evading detection. The previous success in dispatching 13 pirates was largely due to their ignorance of my presence, which granted me ample time to react and seize the initiative. Fortune, however, is a capricious ally. We cannot expect a second stroke of such luck. We must confront the harsh truth. I fervently wish I were armed with a sniper rifle. With my marksmanship, as long as ammunition were abundant, they would never dream of reaching this island. This is not mere bravado. I possess extensive combat experience, and given their approach by sea, they present a conspicuous target, clustered together. Within a 2-kilometer range, I could hit precisely where I aim. The effective range of an AK-47 is a mere 300 meters. Beyond that, the bullets drift like autumn leaves caught in the wind, their trajectory unknown. Even with a scope, hitting a target at 600 meters is a daunting challenge. Furthermore, as they arrive by fast pirate boats, it is highly likely that they are equipped with M2 Browning heavy machine guns, capable of obliterating me from as far as 500 meters. Heavy machine guns serve as the reapers of the battlefield. As long as one is not in the sights of a sniper, no number of assailants can breach the line of defense. In the truest sense, one man can hold back 1,000. At this moment, I can only pray that fate does not unleash its cruel hand upon the 3 of us, vulnerable souls, sparing us from the grim net of destiny that seeks to harvest our lives. Yet fate has a penchant for tormenting the unfortunate. Perched in the treetops, I use the bayonet affixed to my rifle to drive away the monkeys, remaining still until approximately 4 30 p.m. local time. The sun gently descends in the west, while in the northeast, two dark silhouettes of boats emerge on the horizon. They are pirate speedboats. An electric surge of alertness courses through my entire being as I swiftly descend from the tree. I flee for my life. Every second is of the utmost importance. Based on my observations of their vessels, the distance, and their speed, they will reach the island in approximately 20 minutes. Moreover, there are two pirate boats. Typically, a single pirate speedboat can carry a maximum of 10 individuals, but they usually transport between 5 to 7. There would be one rocket launcher operator, 3 riflemen, and 1 machine gunner, with the possibility of a sniper if circumstances allow. The deployment of 2 boats indicates their awareness of the imminent threat on the island. Otherwise, they would not have sent such a significant force. I must act swiftly to escort the 2 women to the adjacent island for refuge. Time is critically short. Should they discover our presence, we would be deprived of any chance to engage. Chapter 47. Preparing to enter the minefield in the heart of the jungle, I raced down the mountainside at almost sprinting speed. Navigating through the thicket of thorny tropical foliage, I resembled a wild wolf on the hunt, heedless of the sharp thorns that tore at my skin, leaving several bloody gashes across my face. The familiar mountain path, which I had traversed countless times, would not ensnare me with branches or vines. The twilight light filtering through the trees still provided a measure of visibility. As I ran, I kept a watchful eye on the time. Nevertheless, it took me 13 minutes to reach the shelter, where I found the 2 women diligently practicing. Upon seeing me dash towards them, they immediately halted their activities, their faces etched with fear. "What is it, Mr. Pan?" Susan asked, her voice laced with anxiety as she noted my pallid complexion. I did not pause my stride. Instead, I sprinted towards the wooden boat, shouting, "Quick! Get the clothes, food, and the little leopard on board. Leave everything else behind." As I spoke, I had already untied the boat from the rocks. The 2 women momentarily froze, but swiftly reacted, demonstrating commendable crisis awareness. Often, life and death hinge upon the slightest of responses. I would not linger for them. Instead, I merely slowed my pace to push the boat outward. The women hurriedly gathered the necessary items and approached without a hint of hesitation. I lifted them onto the boat without delay, and then I too leapt aboard, igniting the engine and steering swiftly towards the direction of the secondary island. If my calculations were correct, we were likely to encounter the 2 pirate ships laden with devils in the waters between the main and secondary islands. At that moment, 2 heavy machine guns could obliterate both us and the wooden vessel into mere fragments. Yet, I had no choice but to take this risk, as the time we had encountered one another could afford us a precious window of 2 to 5 minutes. My greatest fear was that they might suddenly accelerate, exceeding my predictions, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of our meeting in those treacherous waters, leaving us with little more than a narrow sliver of hope. In truth, had they chosen to land at night, we would have had no hope whatsoever. Their decision to arrive in the afternoon was perhaps due to the previous 13 pirates failing to return, merely sensing danger and approaching with 2 armed speedboats, yet unaware of the need to ambush the enemy on the island. Their overwhelming strength and ample manpower rendered them unconcerned with stealth. It was this slight misjudgment that gifted us a fragile chance of survival nestled within the crevices of fate. If they approached at night, they would undoubtedly refrain from using searchlights, a tactic of pirate ambushes. By the time I heard the sound of their engines, they would already be within mere dozens of meters of us. Our remaining fate lay in waiting for these ruthless pirates to butcher us like cattle. This slender thread of hope acted as an invisible lifeline, guiding our small boat cautiously through the waters that would determine our destiny. In that moment, we 3 held our breaths, our gazes fixated on the northeast until the trees of the secondary island obscured our view, allowing us to exhale a long sigh of relief. As our boat surged past, the 2 pirate speedboats emerged in the waters between the main and secondary islands, akin to 2 interlocking gears of fate. We could not approach the shore from the rear of the secondary island, as that side faced north, and the pirate ships coming from the northeast would undoubtedly spot us. This time, we had no choice but to land amidst the minefield. To avoid being overheard by the pirates, I shut off the engine, allowing the boat to drift forward until it finally came to rest on the beach. There are numerous landmines here. I must first conceal the boat to prevent them from discovering us. With that, I summoned all my strength to push the vessel to a spot along the island's edge, where there was no sandy shore, only the mangroves thriving in the shallows. I secured the boat to a low tree, and then cut down reeds along the shore to camouflage it effectively before returning to the side of the two women. "Mr. Pan, how can we know where the landmines are not?" Susan swallowed hard, her expression tense and pale. Chapter 48. Boarding the submerged vessel Yi-11 was equally terrified, gazing at me in silence, yearning for a response that would provide her a sense of security. "You need not set foot on the island. Simply remain concealed in the small boat. Should they venture this way, you can quietly disembark and flee to the rocky shore to the north, where ample stones will offer you refuge. Once they have dispatched me, they will be oblivious to your presence. If they fail to find anyone on the island, they will likely abandon their search. At that point, you can seek an opportunity to return to the main island, where at least you will find sufficient provisions." Upon hearing this, Yi-11 wept and clung tightly to me, tears welling in her eyes. I reached out to wipe away her tears, saying, "Do not worry about me. I have taken countless lives in my lifetime. If I were to perish at the hands of these pirates, it would merely be a conclusion." At this moment, Susan also embraced me with tears in her eyes. "I beg you, you must return alive. You must," Susan pleaded, and I remained silent, for I could not offer such assurances. Each time I found myself teetering on the brink of life and death, I cast aside the notion of mortality, focusing solely on the perilous negotiations with the demons of fate. I helped the two women aboard the cleverly disguised vessel. Yi-11 kissed my lips gently, her once clear eyes now clouded with tears. "Uncle, you must come back, that I want to return home. Without you, we cannot go anywhere," she said, and I could only nod, trying to forget the innocent kiss of a girl, as I recovered the reeds, climbing aboard this ever-turning wheel of destiny, either to be crushed beneath it or to struggle against it until the very last breath. I knew that they would search the island for at least 2 hours. This duration would afford me ample time to prepare. Now, I simply needed to wait for nightfall, to dive onto their anchored pirate speedboat, neutralize their guards, and seize the weapons on board. A critical issue loomed. I had no knowledge of how many personnel were aboard the two speedboats. Even the loss of a single life could pose a lethal threat to me. Thus, upon boarding, I would need to eliminate all guards while ensuring at least one remained alive for interrogation. Otherwise, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Concealed behind the rocks, I gazed at the colossal main island, its rocky peak towering majestically, with the two pirate speedboats positioned beneath it. Approximately 300 meters separated me from them, rendering it impossible to discern how many crew members were present, or even if anyone was aboard. I dared not reveal myself, for they surely possessed binoculars. Leaning against the rocks, I awaited the dusk, the shadows of the stones stretching longer as the sun sank below the horizon. Just 15 minutes remained until complete darkness enveloped the sky. Observing the cumulus clouds above, I felt fortune still smiled upon this wretched soul, for the past few days had seen no rain. Tonight's sky was devoid of a bright moon, only thick layers of clouds, generated by convection, heralding an impending downpour. The evening rain would serve as my ally, concealing all traces of my movements upon the sea. As the twilight deepened, heavy raindrops began to fall. Seizing the moment when the winds were still mild, I plunged into the ocean, gliding like a dolphin for several meters before surfacing to take a deep breath, then submerging once more to propel myself forward. I repeated this process. When I reached the midpoint of the sea, the torrential rain almost stole my breath away, the waves growing increasingly tumultuous, the undercurrents swirling violently, my body akin to a homeless otter. After several more minutes, I finally spotted the two pirate vessels moored on the shore. Due to the rain, the guards had retreated beneath the canopy, likely observing their surroundings from within. I could not determine their numbers, but they could not see me either. Silently, I approached the side of the boat. In the darkness, I grasped the railing. They seemed concerned about being discovered, as they had not illuminated the searchlights on the deck, which greatly benefited me. Had they switched on the fixed searchlights, I would have likely been detected before even boarding. As the boat rocked with the wind and waves, I successfully climbed aboard. Just as I set foot on the deck, I collided with a dark face. A pair of sharply contrasting eyes widened in shock. He began to reach for his weapon, but my dagger had already pierced his throat. I silenced him completely, allowing him to collapse within the vessel. Ahead, a man clad in a leather vest faced away from me, mumbling to himself, likely addressing the now-deceased companion. After finishing his sentence and receiving no response, he was about to turn and curse. I then reversed the blade, pushing outward, severing the tissues at his neck, causing his head to tilt back, the gaping wound resembling a bloodied python's AT that moment. His walkie-talkie crackled to life. Calling ship Eagle. Calling ship Eagle. We are returning to the vessel. The rain is heavy, and we are halting the search. Do you have any updates from your end? The message was delivered in fluent Somali. However, I could not respond, for doing so would instantly expose me, especially since the crew on the other boat remained unneutralized. I had initially intended to spare one for interrogation, but it seemed unnecessary now. In a swift motion, I dashed onto the deck, gripping the handle of the M2 heavy machine gun mounted there, pivoting it toward the adjacent speedboat. Author's note: today's update has concluded. Your support is greatly appreciated. Once I recover, I will strive to provide more frequent updates. Chapter 49. The layout of the sniper's attraction, the lethality, rate of fire, and formidable mechanical design of the M2 heavy machine gun are undoubtedly weapons that captivate the hearts of men. With the chamber loaded, hands firmly gripping the handle, I take aim and fire. The staccato sound instantaneously pierces the night sky, bullets sweeping across the hull of the pirate speedboat like a tempest, reducing it to a mangled wreck. Inside, the two guards are ruthlessly torn apart by the barrage, a bloodied severed leg and a head soaring onto the deck, their already shattered bodies cascading into the sea propelled by the force of the gunfire. The pirate speedboat lies incapacitated, yet the heavy machine gun upon it remains operational. I leap off this vessel and onto the bullet-riddled speedboat, dismantling the ammunition box positioned beside the M2's mount. This box, containing 100 rounds of large-caliber ammunition, weighs a hefty 26 pounds. Clearly, transporting the entire box is impractical, rendering my hands unusable. Swiftly, I wrap the ammunition belt around my body and return to my original speedboat. I ignite the engine and steer it northeast. After navigating approximately 500 meters, I turn the bow around, simultaneously shutting off the engine and the searchlight. I do not hasten to dispose of the two corpses aboard. Instead, I search their bodies and discover a pair of military-grade night vision binoculars. On the pitch-black surface of the sea, the expansive search area renders them incapable of spotting me, while I am able to observe them. Should they appear on the shore, their moving silhouettes would manifest in my night vision. Although visibility is severely hampered by the rain, the slightest movement is sufficient for my bullets to find their flesh. To minimize any significant errors, I adjust the M2's barrel while observing through the binoculars, ensuring the gun sights align with the green glow of my vision. The walkie-talkie dropped by the pirates aboard the speed. If their side had triumphed, they would have contacted their comrades immediately. Conversely, if they had been defeated, communication would be impossible. At this moment, their guards cease to relay messages, confirming to them that their ship has been commandeered by the enemy. Furthermore, they remain oblivious to whether I am a solitary assailant or part of a larger pirate crew. It is not uncommon for pirates to vie for resources amongst themselves. The initial group of 13 likely came to scout the situation. Should they have realized they faced a band of pirates, they would have retreated to inform their main force. However, upon witnessing the bonfire, they deduced that only a few stragglers were present, leading them to entertain notions of mockery, thereby affording me the opportunity to eliminate them. Thus, their two factions have severed communication in warfare. First-hand information and intelligence are of paramount importance. With the loss of their primary intelligence, they are compelled to send operatives to scour the island and reassemble information. Minutes later, a figure finally emerges on the shore, hastening towards the speedboat. Their intention is not to ascertain the fate of their comrades aboard, but rather to verify the condition of the heavy machine gun. With one of their vessels commandeered, I have acquired a formidable weapon. Without a heavy machine gun of their own, they cannot confront me. Hence, they must confirm the integrity of the weapon before dismantling it for transport. Their actions unfold entirely within my expectations. Before the individual reaches the boat, I dispatch him with a hail of bullets, cleaving him in two. Bang! A bullet strikes the 10mm thick barrier before me, producing an excruciatingly sharp sound. Indeed, there is a sniper. I orchestrated this scenario to ascertain whether an enemy marksman was present. Otherwise, eliminating the individual rushing to disassemble the machine gun would have served little purpose. My objective is now achieved. This sniper is commendable, managing to pinpoint my position and fire. Had the bullet been elevated by a few centimeters, it would have struck my chest, I had indeed grown somewhat complacent. Had the adversary been a sniper of comparable caliber, that shot would not have missed. Perhaps the obscurity of the rainy night or the recent memory of the voluptuous woman cradled in his arms dulled his focus, resulting in such a deviation. I cannot linger here. Knowing they possess a sniper, they will not easily reveal themselves again. They will either wait for me to ascend the hill in search of them or bide their time for a daylight ambush. Uncertain whether I am alone or part of a pirate crew, they will undoubtedly refrain from vacating the island. Thus, I restart the engine and head northeast. The sound of the engine, 500 meters away, fades into the rain-soaked night, rendering them oblivious to whether I remain in my previous position or have maneuvered to encircle them. Chapter 50. Landing on the northeast island. If they possessed any intelligence, they certainly would not foolishly remain on the coast. In their awareness, I am not merely one individual, for the 13 pirates who came before me, including skilled individuals like Albert, have perished. Such a feat is unlikely to be accomplished by a single person. Therefore, to evade being encircled by a multitude of pirates, they must retreat into the jungle and lie in ambush until dawn. This creates a highly advantageous window of opportunity for myself, which I intend to exploit to swiftly ascend to the northeast island. Pirates on their own island are absolutely prohibited from using any satellite phones, so I am not at all concerned that they might alert their headquarters. This results in the first-hand intelligence remaining unshared. My return to the northeast island is entirely unexpected for them. This is my singular opportunity. I am but one person, whereas they may number in the dozens or even hundreds. They possess numerous chances, while I have but one. I recall the pirate I interrogated, who mentioned that the Fury would arrive on the island in 2 months, which implies that there is not an entire band of pirates stationed on the northeast island. At most, there could be fewer than 100. I shall estimate their number at 50, the initial group of 13, coupled with the 4 who remained to guard the ship and the 1 who went to scout for heavy machine guns, totals 18 deceased. Thus, 32 remain. Given the island's size, they would require at least 20 individuals to effectively search it. Anything less would render the endeavor perilous. Therefore, I surmise that the personnel arriving on their 2 speedboats should number around 23 to 24. Consequently, the pirates left on the island to guard their women and supplies number only 7 to 8. This presumes their total count is approximately 50. If it exceeds this figure, my deductions would be incorrect. However, the likelihood of error is minimal. Generally speaking, they would not exceed 100 in guarding the island, as the Fury will not return for 2 months. They must have set out to... Those remaining are tasked solely with guarding the island and replenishing supplies for the pirates. Thus, this logistical contingent would absolutely not exceed 100, and the truly combat-capable individuals would number no more than 20. Fortunately, all their capable fighters have already been dispatched to the small island. Therefore, if I return and avoid any missteps, it should be a relatively straightforward endeavor, leaving only the resolution of the sniper on the small island. I accelerated to maximum speed, and after 20 minutes, I finally beheld the northeast island. Upon nearing the shore, I spotted a makeshift wooden house stationed along the coastline. The chandelier atop the wooden structure swayed in the wind, revealing the silhouettes of heads moving about. Their generator produced an incessant din, the noise penetrating the rain and reaching 100 meters away, rendering them oblivious to my approach. I refrained from turning on the searchlight. Through my binoculars, I observed the scene. 7 or 8 naked women traversing among the pirates, serving tea and water, while some were being exploited in the arms of their captors. These women varied in complexion, some fair-skinned, others dark, yellow, and brown. I simply could not ruthlessly open fire upon them. I must devise a means to distance them from the pirates. I counted the remaining pirates. There were 9, a few more than I had anticipated. The dilemma before me is to separate these women from the pirates, a daunting task, though not entirely insurmountable. However, pursuing such an approach could plunge me into grave peril. As my vessel drew ever closer, the time I had to make a decision grew ever shorter. The chandelier hanging from the beam would soon expose my craft to the pirates' view, and they would unleash a hail of gunfire upon me. Come on. I gritted my teeth and raised the AK slung across my body, firing a burst into the air. The sound instantly revealed my presence. The pirates hiding in the wooden house were immediately drawn to the gunfire, hastily grabbing their weapons and rushing outside to investigate. Since I did not aim my AK at them, they were momentarily uncertain whether the approaching vessel was friend or foe, perhaps thinking it was a comrade celebrating a victorious return. However, only 5 pirates were lured out. Time was running out. My vessel was about to come into their line of sight. I raised the barrel of the M2 heavy machine gun and unleashed a volley upon the 5 pirates who were observing from the shore. They had no opportunity to retaliate, being cut down in an instant. The 4 pirates hiding in the wooden house immediately became alert, seizing the nearest woman as a shield, their bodies retreating as they planned to escape through the back door into the jungle. I could not afford to grant them that opportunity. As a killer, one must not concern themselves with the lives of hostages. I had no other choice. If they lived, I would die. Moreover, any hostages taken into the jungle would not survive either, as the pirates would fear exposure and find it exceedingly inconvenient to flee while dragging hostages along. Thus, the first order of business upon entering the jungle would be to eliminate these captives. Therefore, their fate was sealed. Without a moment's hesitation, I aimed the heavy machine gun directly at them. The 4 pirates, along with the women in front of them, were shredded to pieces by the storm of bullets, and any women nearby who had not yet managed to drop to the ground were also gunned down. Only 3 women, who had fallen to the ground, escaped unscathed. Chapter 51. Western and American pop stars amidst a tempest of blood and chaos, the vessel swiftly collided with the shore. The haven of the pirates was devoid of a beach, instead comprised of an extensive mangrove forest, where wooden houses were ingeniously constructed utilizing the very structure of the mangroves, reminiscent of the wooden dwellings found in the marshlands of rural Myanmar. The area was quite spacious, boasting 2 stories. The inhabitants slept in communal quarters, lacking private rooms, yet there was ample space to accommodate over 50 individuals. The granary was not located in this vicinity. It was likely concealed somewhere on the island, and my concerns, however, lay elsewhere, as the 20-odd individuals on the small island had yet to be eliminated, and there were snipers to contend with. Should I fail to procure a sniper rifle, the task of eradicating them would prove exceedingly arduous. For in that scenario, I would be compelled to infiltrate the island alone, confronting the traps they had set and systematically dispatching them one by one. Possessing a sniper rifle would alleviate some of these complications. Thus, as soon as the hull struck the shore, I hastily ascended to the wooden floor of the house, AK in hand. The 3 surviving women dared not lift their heads, cowering on the ground in trembling fear, their bare bodies reminiscent of Roman-era female slaves. Among them, 2 appeared to be of Middle Eastern descent, while the 3rd was a fair-haired Caucasian. I assisted the latter to her feet, only to discover that this woman, standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, was strikingly beautiful, not only possessing a perfect physique but also exquisite facial features. She cast a terrified glance at me before quickly averting her gaze to her toes, maintaining the posture befitting a slave, her lips quivering as she uttered a phrase in heavily accented Somali. I am not one of them. I have come to rescue you. Please tell me, are there any other pirates on this island? I grasped her wrist, urgently questioning in English. Still engulfed in panic, she was unable to comprehend my words, prompting me to repeat my inquiry. Speak quickly, or we shall all perish. Upon hearing this, I swiftly pulled her behind a wooden wall for cover. Where is the armory? Over there. On the hillside there is a small building, she replied. Are you certain of the direction? Do not lead me astray, I emphasized, to which she nodded vigorously, her certainty indicating that she had visited that place more than once. You must find a place to hide immediately. I will return after dealing with those 2, I instructed, and the Western woman nodded repeatedly, casting a glance at me as if to ascertain my intent to spare her life. I was about to dash toward the direction indicated by the woman when she called out to me. Wait, there are landmines in the forest. I will guide you. At her words, I observed a newfound calmness on her face, suggesting she had regained her composure. I picked up a garment from the ground and draped it over her shoulders, donning a pair of pirate boots myself. Let us go, I exclaimed. With her leading the way, I meticulously surveyed the surroundings as we navigated the path, which was not particularly difficult to traverse. Before long, we arrived at the hillside. "Just ahead," she whispered. I glanced forward and indeed noticed a faint glimmer of light, likely emanating from an oil lamp, as there appeared to be no generator in sight. I instructed the woman to retrace her steps. Once she was gone, I stealthily advanced, reaching the exterior of the wooden house, where I overheard the conversations within. "That Western pop star has a fantastic physique. I can't stop thinking about her. Why don't we call her over for a proper enjoyment? There was gunfire over there just now. Should we go check it out? What concern is it of ours? Our duty is to guard the armory. Besides, what could possibly be happening? They are surely just firing their weapons for amusement." The two conversed within. I dared not rush in with gunfire. A stray bullet could penetrate their bodies and strike the gunpowder cache, leading to dire consequences. Author's note. That's all for today. Chapter 52. The Temptation of the Eye. Within the armory, two pirates continued their lewd discourse regarding the physique of a certain Western woman and her skills in servitude. They discussed her with such fervor that it was as if they were presently engaged in intimate dalliance with her. Through their conversation, I learned that the voluptuous Western woman was named Jacassi. She had originally embarked upon a maritime excursion with her boyfriend, only to inadvertently lose her way and encounter pirates. The outcome was all too predictable. Her boyfriend was likely executed on the spot, and Jacassi was forcibly brought to this desolate place. It had been nearly a month since her abduction, and it was difficult to fathom how she had endured such a prolonged ordeal. The island was home to over 50 men, any one of whom might have subjected her to indignities. That she remained uninfected by disease was nothing short of miraculous. I felt no urgency. I was acutely aware that those trapped on the small island had no means to return to this side. Moreover, they would never dare to risk venturing to the secondary island. Lacking a vessel and unaware of my numbers or positions, any reckless attempt to set sail would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, I had ample time to engage in a war of attrition with the two pirates within the dwelling. The rain had begun to lessen, yet the night sky remained overcast. One of the black pirates could no longer contain himself, rising to step outside, seeking solace beneath a tree as he unfastened his trousers to relieve himself at that moment. I emerged like a specter from a slaughterhouse. The flickering light from the oil lamp inside cast my shadow upon the damp tree before him. He paused momentarily, turning to look back just as the cold blade in my hand pierced his frail throat, the tip of the dagger reaching into his mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering even a faint groan before death claimed him. I gently lowered the pirate's lifeless body to the ground, his blue jeans now soaked with his own urine. As I withdrew the dagger, he convulsed a few times, his form succumbing to the crimson pool beneath him. With purposeful strides, I approached the wooden cabin, quickening my pace as I neared its entrance. The structure was modest, roughly 20 square meters in size, and as I stepped inside, the other pirate would instinctively believe I was a companion. The air within was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and my eyes were met with an array of wooden crates laden with weaponry. Heavy machine guns were mounted upon the wooden walls, and even a rocket launcher was present. A middle-aged man with brown skin was hunched over, engrossed in a tattered adult magazine. As I entered, he failed to raise his gaze, assuming I was merely one of his comrades. This numbed state of mind would ultimately deprive him of any further enjoyment of life. It was only when I stood before him that he finally looked up. Upon seeing me, his eyes widened in terror, resembling saucers, as the blood-stained dagger pressed against his chin. "Raise your hands," I commanded coldly in English. The freckled man, his face a canvas of fear, slowly complied, lifting his hands in surrender. I recognized the utility in keeping him alive, though it was clear he would not have much longer to live. A fact this desperate soul undoubtedly understood. He was merely attempting to buy time, hoping for a chance to escape. "Stand up slowly," I instructed icily. The freckled man complied, rising cautiously. Before he could fully straighten, I relieved him of his weapon, a Remington M51 semi-automatic pistol. I commanded him to exit the cabin and place his hands against the wooden wall. "I will ask questions, and you shall answer. Should you utter a single falsehood, I will not hesitate to fire upon you, and I cannot guarantee where the bullet will land." My proficiency in interrogation techniques was extensive. With these untrained pirates, I required no elaborate methods. By posing questions to which I already knew the answers, I could easily gauge his honesty. For every lie, a bullet would serve as punishment, ensuring he would soon learn the futility of deceit. This man was a coward. I posed 5 questions, 3 of which I already knew the answers to, and he spoke truthfully. Of course, that did not guarantee his future honesty. I would continue to intersperse known queries among my inquiries. Why are you collaborating with the American military? We're not. There's no collaboration. He vehemently denied. I killed an American operative named Albert yesterday. Do you dare claim there is no collaboration? As I spoke, I drove the dagger into his palm, pinning it to the wooden wall. The agony elicited a heart-wrenching scream that swiftly faded into the jungle's depths. I truly don't know. The 3 Americans here are mercenaries who only recently joined us, not operatives. His words hinted at a potential understanding of Albert's purpose. American operatives typically engaged in clandestine operations. Without such endeavors, their pensions would scarcely suffice for indulgence. However, a pirate's treasure would be too vast for a mere handful of operatives to consume, indicating they had likely allied with other factions to execute a coordinated effort. Such tactics were not uncommon. The pirate factions of the Indian Ocean frequently changed leadership. Some pirates would inexplicably vanish, a phenomenon known to only a select few, those involved in certain political activities in Africa. I was among that select group. To ascend to political prominence and secure electoral victory, covert operations must be conducted, necessitating substantial financial resources. These funds must be of illicit origin, untraceable to their sources. Thus, the pirate's treasure became a coveted prize in the eyes of those individuals who viewed these seemingly formidable pirates as mere pawns in the grand game of politics. Chapter 53. This island spans no less than 16 square kilometers, all dense with primordial jungle. Hiding a few crates of gold or diamonds would indeed make them difficult to locate. My inquiry was, in truth, a gamble. If the treasure's whereabouts were easily discerned, Albert and his crew would surely have already acted, and they would not have waited until now. After all, the Fury would return in 2 months. If they intended to strike, it would have to be within this 2-month window. With this knowledge, the freckled man had no further reason to live. In gratitude for his compliance, I shot him in the head, ending his suffering. I immediately stepped into the wooden cabin, surveying the array of firearms within. The mingled scents of gunpowder and diesel filled the air, igniting a fervor within me. I seized the iron pry bar resting in the corner and pried open the stacked wooden crates. Inside, I discovered a cache of pristine AKs, though I felt no interest in them. My quest was for a sniper rifle. Without such a weapon, confronting the more than 20 individuals on the island would prove exceedingly challenging, especially with 2 surviving American agents still in play. Their ranks likely surpassed even Albert's, and contending with 2 elite operatives simultaneously would be no simple task, compounded by the interference of other pirates. Therefore, I could not afford to lag significantly behind them in armament. After rummaging through several crates, I finally unearthed a gleaming new AMW series sniper rifle, the latest L115A3 model produced by the British Precision Instruments Manufacturing Company. I could scarcely believe my fortune in stumbling upon such an advanced firearm. British sniper rifles are renowned as the finest in the world. Yet, it was highly unusual for such a cutting-edge weapon to find its way into the hands of pirates. Typically, their arms are sourced from conflict-ridden regions through military contractors, who predominantly deal in the most sought. Acquiring new models is fraught with difficulty and expense, particularly for strictly regulated sniper rifles, which are generally beyond the reach of third-rate pirates, who seldom have any need for such precision arms. On one hand, training a sniper is a challenging endeavor. On the other, pirates primarily engage in intercepting cargo ships, rather than requiring high-precision strikes. Thus, snipers are a rare breed within pirate circles. The presence of this brand-new sniper rifle astonished me, provoking curiosity about the deeper political motives behind the Fury. If it had not been transported by the Fury itself, it might have come from the 3 American agents. Should they have defected with firearms in tow, the Fury would surely welcome them, as snipers are a coveted asset among pirates. Although unnecessary for hijacking, they could prove invaluable during firefights with rival crews. Little would the Fury suspect that these 3 individuals were plotting to plunder their own treasure vault. I retrieved the pristine L115A3 from the haystack. Its 12-pound 6-ounce weight felt remarkably substantial in my hands. Though I favored older weapons, having a new gun was certainly preferable to being unarmed. While new firearms undergo factory testing, they lack the experience of battle, often carrying an inherent timidity towards the sanctity of life, a sentiment shared by most snipers regarding new weapons. However, now that I possessed it, I intended to forge a profound connection with its essence, imbuing it with the spirit of slaughter befitting the battlefield. I procured a cloth and diligently polished the barrel until it acquired a muted black sheen. Then, I meticulously disassembled it, caressing each component with my thumb, as if handling a cherished antique, cleansing its soul as I endeavored to make it an extension of my very being. When I next touched it, the sensation transformed from that of a newcomer to the warmth of a long-lost friend. Minutes later, I reassembled the rifle, and it had become a weapon with a soul, one that belonged to its master. I slung it over my shoulder, casting the AK aside, and then retrieved two equally pristine Glock handguns, swiftly disassembling them as well before reassembling. This practice is a customary ritual for any seasoned handgun user upon acquiring a new firearm. Such habits can often be life-saving on the battlefield, as a shooter's familiarity with their weapon is crucial, akin to a basketball player's feel for the ball. I secured the two Glock handguns to either side of my thighs and gathered several grenades. I packed the ammunition for the sniper rifle and handguns into two canvas pouches, ensuring to pull the drawstrings tight, eliminating any excess movement within, so as not to produce any noise while on the move. Chapter 54. The Blonde Beauty. Generally speaking, a pirate's arsenal is not particularly extensive, unless they are preparing for a large-scale assault on rival islands. Such occurrences are relatively rare, yet their prudent foresight remains essential. This has now afforded me considerable convenience. I have discovered a number of anti-personnel mines. However, I did not take the pressure-triggered ones, opting instead for the tripwire variants. With a slight modification, these tripwire mines can indeed serve as grenades, though my intention in acquiring them lies not in this functionality, but rather in their higher probability of activation. I gathered them into a green canvas bag designed for grenades and extinguished the oil lamp before departing from the small wooden cabin. Following the original path, I returned to the large wooden house by the coast. The three women had found clothing and dressed, casting timid glances in my direction, silently yearning for me to provide them with a sense of hope for the future in front of them. Jackazy donned a white vest belonging to the pirates, complemented by a camouflage outfit. The voluptuous figure of the Western woman was fully accentuated beneath that white vest. Clad in the pirate's camouflage attire, she appeared striking rather than unappealing. To an unknowing observer, she might even be mistaken for a female soldier from the United States. Yet, they had refrained from taking them, evidently demonstrating sound judgment. Had they armed themselves before my return, I would not have hesitated to eliminate them. Such matters are not to be trifled with. "Are you proficient with a firearm?" I asked. "I have some experience," Jackazy replied. I regarded her striking azure eyes, noting the remnants of tears staining her beautiful cheeks, clearly indicative of recent distress, though she now appeared composed, intent on arming herself for resistance. I found her psychological resilience commendable. Typically, women who have endured torment at the hands of pirates succumb to Stockholm Syndrome, becoming dependent slaves to their tormentors. The two brown-skinned women standing behind her bore expressions rife with timidity and resentment, unmistakably belonging to that unfortunate category. Despite their rescue, they remained shackled by the perception of their captivity, harboring bitterness towards their saviors who had vanquished their assailants. They might even resort to arms against their liberators. I had to remain vigilant towards them, yet I could not bring myself to harm these wretched souls without just cause. A lack of understanding in psychology renders it difficult to comprehend the aberrant thoughts and behaviors of such individuals. I picked up an AK from the ground and handed it to Jackazy. "Collect all the firearms from the ground. I intend to return to that small island and eliminate the remaining pirates." "Alone?" Jackazy questioned, her expression one of surprise. "Indeed. Is there a problem?" I replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Her face was etched with concern. "Could you not go? What if you fall into their hands? How would we escape from here? We have a boat. If we merely secure enough diesel and find the right direction, we should be able to return to the mainland." It was evident that she had initially assumed I was part of a larger team, but upon realizing I was alone, she quickly devised an alternative plan. Her composure surprised me. I began to regard her with a hint of suspicion. This woman was not to be underestimated. "That is futile. We have not yet reached the mainland. They will undoubtedly pursue us. The only way to ensure our escape is to eliminate them all. Moreover, this small boat on the Indian Ocean is not impervious to capsizing, nor is it immune to encounters with other pirates. Under normal circumstances, to avoid detection, a pirate island would lack satellite phones, but this only pertains to those that are not easily activated. It does not imply their complete absence. This island must conceal a satellite phone that can only be employed in emergencies. Should we escape from here and the pirates return to the island, they would promptly notify the raging sea, and we would find ourselves cornered, with no avenue of escape. The sea is their domain, and tracking down a speedboat that has fled for less than 24 hours is certainly not a formidable challenge for them. Chapter 55. Interrogating the blonde woman. The corners of Jackassie's mouth twitched slightly. Finally, biting her crimson lip, she nodded and inquired, "With so many of them, what is your battle strategy?" Since departing from the Golden Triangle, I had fought alone, never divulging my strategies to anyone. Furthermore, Jacassie had not earned my trust. On one hand, her extraordinary alertness was disconcerting. On the other, her well-proportioned thighs, powerful arms, and articulate speech led me to deduce that she had undergone a significant period of military training, one that was certainly not of a mediocre standard. Moreover, having just escaped the clutches of pirates, how could she remain so composed and eager to engage in battle? A few years prior, I had rescued a distinguished officer in Iraq who had been captured by insurgents. He endured a month of torturous torment, and when liberated, he was not only physically ravaged but also on the brink of mental collapse. Although the nature of his ordeal, a trial of torture, was not on the same level as Jacassie's brutalization by pirates, the caliber of the officer and her own were equally incomparable. When she had been naked moments ago, I noted that her alabaster skin bore few scars, in stark contrast to the numerous marks on the two brown-skinned women, particularly the conspicuous scars on their prominent features, inflicted by the pirates' cigarette butts, both new and old, numbering at least a dozen. Even if I were to entertain the notion that she was safe, I could never collaborate with her in combat, for she and I were not of the same caliber. Working alongside teammates of disparate levels would forever impede any sense of synergy. It would be more prudent to operate solo, unless I were to consider her as a potential sacrificial pawn, which might warrant some experimentation. When she posed her question, I fixated my icy gaze upon her for several seconds, causing her to instinctively recoil. I swiftly kicked the AK from her grasp, thrusting my Glock into her mouth. "Ah!" The two brown-skinned women behind her gasped in shock, utterly bewildered by my reaction. Jacassie's azure eyes widened to the size of saucers. "You have but one opportunity. Provide me with a reason not to end your life. Do not foolishly attempt to deceive or mislead me." After delivering this chilling statement, I caught a glimpse of the two women, who were stealthily reaching for handguns from the ground, but before they could raise them, I fired my Glock, the bullets finding their mark in their skulls. Their bodies collapsed onto the wooden floor, lifeless and drenched in their own blood. Jacassie's complexion paled, her chest heaving with rapid breaths. Those two women likely sought to eliminate me, perhaps in hopes of garnering favor before the pirates. They likely understood that it would be a formidable challenge for me to vanquish all the pirates alone. Thus, they believed that by killing me, they could mitigate their own suffering or even regain their freedom. Alternatively, they could have been ensnared by Stockholm Syndrome, which warped their perceptions. Gradually, I withdrew the saliva-coated barrel from Jacassie's quivering lips. She trembled with anxiety, her earlier composure evaporating, revealing that her previous calmness had indeed been a facade. A mole only faces authentic peril when their ruse is uncovered. It is this genuine threat that incites fear and trembling. Every operative must undergo a psychological assessment and interrogation techniques before graduation, which instructs them on how to maintain composure and deceive adversaries during interrogations. Clearly, Jacassie had not experienced such training. "Speak. What is your purpose for remaining by my side?" I interrogated coldly, causing Jacassie's legs to buckle as she sank to the ground. It was Jis who instructed me to do this. "Please don't kill me. I merely wish to return alive. That I beg you, do not take my life. Please, don't kill me. Woo-woo." Jacassie's face contorted in terror, her features rigid, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her words rang true. The psychological assessment encompassed strategies for both interrogation and counter-interrogation, with one branch focusing on micro-expression psychology, which reveals whether the subject is truthful. Human expression encompasses language, tone, intonation, body language, emotion, facial expressions, and micro-expressions. Language typically conveys a mere 7 of meaning, of which 90 can be lies, rendering spoken words the least reliable form of expression. Tone and intonation account for 38 of meaning, a partially controllable aspect. For instance, an individual may suppress anger while verbally admitting fault, yet their tone may betray their true feelings. Body language, emotion, facial expressions, and micro-expressions comprise 55% of communication, an uncontrollable realm of subconscious reactions that convey unvarnished truths. A well-trained operative can discern the veracity of a subject's statements through their physical cues and micro-expressions. The Kingpin invested considerable resources in imparting this knowledge to me, which continually proves invaluable in preserving my life. Reveal everything? I asked, my voice devoid of warmth. Chapter 56. The return to Southwest Island. Jakasi began to weep bitterly. GIs. Abbott and Boone, they are American agents. They came here on a mission, and they told me that if I accepted their conditions and acted as they instructed. Jakasi trembled, shaking her head, claiming ignorance. I pressed further. What conditions did they offer you? They know I am a somewhat renowned film star, and they want me to serve them 3. And in return, they can protect me from being targeted by other pirates. How long? She was not lying. She had arrived half a month earlier than Abbott and the others. Thus, her ordeal at the hands of the pirates had lasted only about 2 weeks, which was sufficient time for her already limited wounds to heal. Throughout this month, she had been serving the 3 American agents. It was inevitable that she had developed a strong dependence on those men for her survival, and during this time, she had surely undergone training by them. Did Abbott and the others train you? I probed cautiously. Yes. What did they train you for, do you know? I asked with a cold snort. They said they wanted me to coordinate from within, to capture the captain and the first mate, extract the location of the treasure, and then return home with me. Jakasi allowed her tears to flow freely, not daring to wipe them away. Do you truly believe they will take you back home? What they are doing is illegal, and considering their relationship with you, once it becomes public, it would severely tarnish the military's image. Do you think they would hesitate to kill you and toss your body into the sea to feed the fish? I stated icily. She paused for a moment, and only then did she grasp the reality of the situation, lowering her head in shame. I'm sorry. I just want to go home so badly. I truly don't want to die. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill you. I just want to go home. I shot her a cold glance. I knew she lacked the resolve to kill me. Otherwise, she could have ambushed me with her familiarity of the terrain when I returned from the armory. It was precisely because she did not act on this that I refrained from ending her life. Do not entertain thoughts of harming me again, or I will sever your hands and boil them to serve you as your meal. I threatened, knowing that my intimidation would have a certain effect on the terrified woman. I'm sorry, please believe me, I truly dare not. As long as you refrain from any actions that could harm me, I promise that if I survive, I will take you away from here and back to your homeland. But should you pose even the slightest threat to me, I assure you, I will not hesitate to act. I spoke coldly, making my way towards the speedboat. Jakasi collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. I believed she could envision the fate that awaited her, having seen the lifeless bodies of the 2 brown-skinned women on the ground and the shattered corpses surrounding them. She should be grateful for the remnant of her conscience. Had she ambushed me upon my return from the armory, her fate would undoubtedly have been far worse than those on the wooden floor. Whether she succeeded in killing me or not, she would ultimately meet her demise. It was evident she had come to this realization. Do not dispose of these bodies in the sea. I will return to deal with them. Gather all the firearms on the ground and place them on the table, I instructed before starting the speedboat and steering it towards the southwest. Before dawn, a fierce battle was inevitable. I had to eliminate all the pirates except for the 2 American agents before the sun rose. Only then could I engage in a truly remarkable showdown with them. When I was 600 meters away from Southwest Island, I shut off the engine and allowed the boat to glide for over 300 meters. Silently dropping the anchor, I anchored the vessel in the shallow waters between the northeastern and southwestern islands. Then, from the stern, I quietly slipped into the sea, swimming in a calm and measured manner towards Southwest Island. After half an hour, I finally reached the rocky beach on the northern side of the main island. The wind and rain had ceased, and the sea breeze was relatively gentle. The dark rocks on the island glimmered faintly under the dim moonlight. I leaned against a rock over 2 meters high, slowly rising and attempting to let the water drip off my body onto the stone before sliding back into the sea. This was to prevent the sound of dripping water from alerting the pirates lurking nearby. GIs and Boone, the two American agents, possessed a certain level of competence. They would surely command 1 or 2 pirates to patrol the coastline, allowing them to swiftly detect any enemies landing and formulate a rapid response strategy. Thus, I had to carefully approach the shore and capture one of the patrolling pirates to extract some advantageous intelligence. Intelligence is the primary element of warfare. Every successful battle relies on first-hand information, and if you enjoy this, please give it a 5-star rating. Creating is not easy. Your support means a great deal. Chapter 57. Crisis on the island. Leaning against the reef, I rested for a brief moment before making my way along the rocky shore toward a towering boulder that soared over 10 meters high. This particular rock connected to the mountainside, its form amalgamating with the terrain, resembling the foot of a giant clad in green fabric shoes. The protruding rocky outcrop was devoid of the island's vegetation, akin to a careless toe puncturing the fabric of a green shoe. I maneuvered within the shadow of this big toe. Approaching the edge of the jungle, the damp foliage, recently refreshed by a convective rain, was imbued with the invigorating aroma of verdant plants. The insects that emerged post-rain clamored in a fervent chorus, vying for mates. Their cacophonous chirps seemed chaotic, comprehensible only to the males of their respective species. To human ears, the sounds were indistinguishable, yet one could discern areas of heightened noise and sudden silences. Where silence fell abruptly, it was certain that an intruder had disturbed their realm. This insight is a rare gift possessed by only a handful of predators, and I count myself among them, adept at dispatching foes in tropical jungles and surviving in polar realms. Some lessons were imparted by ruthless instructors, while others were hard-won through perilous experiences. Gazing at the trees that loomed like human silhouettes within the forest, I was reminded of the 18 tormentors who had trained me, for I could forever perceive only their shadows. I understood that the patrolling pirates would not be wandering the coastline but rather lurking in the shallow woods, watching intently. During daylight, I could easily spot their hiding places, but now, under the cover of night, the moonlight was obscured by thin clouds, leaving the island shrouded in a faint. While a low-light telescope was useful, visibility in the jungle barely extended beyond 5 meters, and at most 11 or 12, rendering a swift search nearly impossible. I listened intently to the fluctuating intensity and direction of the insect calls, roughly pinpointing several potential locations. As I stealthily advanced, I scanned for possible hiding spots using the telescope. At this juncture, I could not afford to be complacent. Although I was confident that even if discovered, they would not immediately open fire, since their mission was to observe for any landings rather than to search the jungle and risk mistakenly harming their comrades. I knew that a minor advantage should not lead to overconfidence. After nearly an hour of searching, I finally spotted a cowardly pirate cowering beneath a coconut tree, swatting at mosquitoes. These pirates were no match for the caliber of special forces. They faltered at the slightest insect bite, oblivious to how their lack of endurance betrayed them, resulting in trembling arms and the telltale sound of slapping. This was, without a doubt, akin to shaking hands with death. I refrained from swiftly approaching this pirate to slit his throat. Instead, I patiently waited for half an hour till last. I witnessed another individual emerge from the jungle, taking over the watch. In truth, this was not merely a change of guard but a positional exchange. The person emerging from the thicket had taken a position approximately 20 meters behind the first. Should the forward individual be slain or any disturbance arise, the one in the rear would react instantaneously. This tactic had once been employed on the battlefields of Vietnam. During the Vietnam War, American forces had suffered greatly due to such strategies, undoubtedly conceived by the seasoned operatives, GIs, and Boone. Such cunning was beyond the imagination of the brutal and savage pirates. This seemingly trivial arrangement could determine the outcome of a war. Had I eliminated the pirate beneath the coconut tree, the one stationed behind would have instantly fired a flare, exposing me. That night would not have seen me as the hunter but rather as the prey, toyed with until my demise. Chapter 58. The fatal half-hour in the pitch-black rainforest, I resembled a panther stalking its prey in the dead of night, quietly trailing the pirate who had just been by the coconut trees. The moment they exchanged positions marked the optimal opportunity for my ambush. As the pirate moved deeper into the jungle, his vigilance waned compared to when he was by the shore. He produced a lighter and ignited a cigarette. At the instant he inhaled deeply, I lunged swiftly from behind him. Hearing the commotion, He turned his head, but due to the expansion of his lungs from the deep draw, he found himself momentarily unable to utter a sound. My dagger plunged violently into his wildly beating heart, while my other hand clamped around his throat, eliciting a low cough from him, as blood and remnants of smoke fell to the ground. To hasten his demise, I viciously twisted the dagger, shattering his heart, and torrents of blood surged through his insides. His body abruptly lost its strength, and I let his convulsing form collapse onto the damp sand. I swiftly withdrew the dagger, and under the pressure difference, blood gushed from his heart like a fountain, while the smoke from his lungs gradually escaped through his mouth and nose. In the darkness, I faintly discerned the youthful visage of this pirate. War had compelled these young souls to wield firearms, bearing the burdens they should never have had to endure at such an age. I had become numb. Despite having slain this pirate, he was perhaps merely a boy who had turned to piracy out of desperation. War and poverty had left them with no alternatives. In Somalia, Syria, Afghanistan, and other nations, there are far too many adolescents like him. Forced to shoulder arms, I reached out and closed his eyes, which had never witnessed peace and would forever be deprived of light. Then, I stealthily moved towards the coconut trees. The other pirate lit a cigarette, gazing at the hollow sea under the moonlight. In the next instant, I pounced upon him like a tiger, wrapping my left arm around his neck with a vice-like grip, while simultaneously stabbing him in the right arm. The pain contorted his face, yet he could not emit a sound. The AK-47 in his grip clattered to the ground. His body writhed in desperation. Speak quickly. I pressed the dagger against his chest. He gasped for breath. I slowly eased my grip, allowing his jaw to move slightly so he could articulate simple numbers, though not loud enough to shout. 25, he replied. I immediately inquired, how many snipers? 2, he answered, but in the darkness, his left hand moved toward his waist. Before he could draw a knife, I swiftly ended his life. After dispatching this pirate, I carefully dragged their bodies into the underbrush to prevent them from being discovered prematurely, which would compromise my mission. The island was small, with 25 men having landed. Subtracting the 4 guarding the boat left 21, who were spread across 6 directions to monitor the coast for any intruders. A mere 12 were needed for this task, allowing the remaining 9 to form a rapid response unit. Thus, regardless of where enemy activity was detected, they could respond immediately. Having eliminated 2 observers in the northeast, only 10 remained, alongside 9 rapid response members, leaving a total of 19 pirates. Among them were 2 snipers, who were certainly with the rapid response unit. I was unaware of the whereabouts of this rapid response team, which posed a significant disadvantage. The remaining 10 observers likely had no knowledge of the team's location either, which is why I had not interrogated them. Before dawn, I needed to eliminate the remaining 10 observers. Only then could I engage in the first round of combat with the rapid response unit. This demanded immense physical endurance. With each group I dispatched, my exposure increased. In reality, it was critical that I could not eliminate all the observers in the vicinity, for they possessed radios and, according to standard protocol, were required to report their status every half hour. They had just reported moments ago when they switched positions. Thus, I had a mere half hour left. Within this time, it would be impossible to eradicate all the observers. This meant that after 30 minutes, my presence on the island, at that point, all observers and the rapid response unit would converge to conduct a thorough search of the island. This was the true strategy of GIs and Boone, and of course, I had anticipated various layouts before landing, and this classic guerrilla warfare arrangement in the jungle was among those considerations. I did not pause for a moment. Surrounding the 2 pirates, I extended 6 anti-personnel mines 30 meters into the jungle in every direction. Regardless of which way they approached, as long as it was not from the coastal direction, they would trigger the mines I had set. Chapter 59. Waiting under the gun. After the installation of the anti-personnel mines, 10 minutes had already elapsed, and considering the time consumed in eliminating 2 pirates, I was left with a mere 15 minutes. Moreover, I had to account for the possibility of their sporadic reports. Thus, this 15-minute grace period was, in reality, even shorter. Racing along the ridge towards the vantage point, I needed to locate a strategic high ground advantageous to me. When they triggered the anti-personnel mines, they would undoubtedly be thrown into a state of panic, reluctant to flee haphazardly. They would face 2 options, either to gather at the rocky shore or to retrace their steps and await the dawn for a search. In truth, they would likely prefer to hide among the rocks, as that area would be devoid of mines. They would also be apprehensive that any search party arriving on the island would be substantial, and if so, it would certainly be wise to lay mines around the entire perimeter of the island, leading to their inevitable demise upon descent. Alternatively, that group could encircle the entire island, which would also lead to a dead end. Hiding among the rocks would alleviate such concerns, as any enemy appearing there would be utterly exposed. At worst, I could engage them in a firefight, facing death with clarity. The high ground I sought was a rocky peak standing approximately 200 meters above sea level, providing a clear view of the coastline. Its only drawback was the lack of an escape route. To the west lay a precipice, to the north was the sea, with only the southwestern side offering a potential retreat. While they concealed themselves among the rocks, I could utilize my sniper rifle to eliminate 5 or 6 of them. At that point, they would likely deduce that I was their sole adversary. They would swiftly attempt to encircle my position. Given their speed of advance, they could surround me within 50 meters in about 20 minutes, after which they would unleash concentrated fire upon me. However, it would not be an easy feat for a mere dozen of them to ascend the peak. I would strategically place several anti-personnel mines along their path to deter their reckless advance. Anti-personnel mines are among the most cost-effective weapons in warfare, yet they yield tremendous results. During the Vietnam War, there were no fewer than hundreds of thousands of these mines along the border, effectively stalling the advance of the technologically superior U.S. forces and altering the course of the conflict. As long as their ascent slowed, I would have ample time to reposition and strike back. The nighttime jungle posed the greatest challenge for snipers, ensuring that before dawn, neither of the 2 snipers could execute a precise kill. Rather, they would become my prey. After nearly 20 minutes, I had camouflaged myself among the rocks at the high point. In the darkness, I resembled a resilient shrub growing stubbornly in the crevices of stone. Upon my ascent, I had already laid anti-personnel mines along the route. By now, JIS and Boone must have realized that I had landed on the island and dispatched the 2 sentinels stationed on the northeastern coast. They were likely maneuvering towards the location of those sentinels. I was grateful they did not have hunting dogs. Otherwise, I would be in peril. The role of a military hunting dog is immensely significant, particularly in jungle warfare, as it enables precise tracking of targets. At this moment, I was akin to a patient chameleon lying upon the rocks, awaiting the enemy to enter my kill zone for a decisive strike. My sniper rifle had been calibrated. Theoretically, I should fire a few test shots to verify its accuracy. Regrettably, I lacked the opportunity to do so. There was no suitable location on the northeastern island for such an experiment, and ascending the mountain was too perilous, compounded by the pervasive darkness and rain. Now that conditions were favorable, I was nonetheless compelled to refrain from firing. The L115A3 features a high-tech scope that allowed me to discern their movements 300 meters away, provided they dared to show themselves on the rocky shore. However, this posed a significant test of a sniper's prowess. In the dim light, the image reflected by the low-light device appeared as a green hue. The greater the distance, the more visibility diminished. If the individuals on the rocky shore remained stationary, distinguishing between inanimate objects and humans at 300 meters would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, I needed to eliminate them one by one as they moved. Many variables were at play, and I could not guarantee how many I could dispatch. I could only hope to take down as many as possible. As time crept by, I diligently worked to steady my breathing, striving to attain the optimal state for combat. Since the afternoon, I had been depleting my body's nutrients and energy reserves, and with my blood sugar plummeting, my hands began to tremble. Before they entered my trap, I still had time to recover to my best condition. Moments ago, I had found a few pieces of chocolate in the pocket of the young pirate, which I had hesitated to consume, intending to save them for my confrontation with JIS and his men the following day. At that juncture, I would have no means to eat, and low blood sugar was a certainty. The chocolate contained 50% sugar, providing the necessary energy for combat. Now, I reluctantly savored a piece, digesting that product of human industry on this desolate island far removed from civilization. Chapter 60. The carnage before the duel. I completely digested a piece of chocolate and took another sip from the aluminum canteen. This green-painted aluminum vessel was seized from the lifeless. A leather water skin, on the other hand, would not present such a concern, expelling air in proportion to the amount of water consumed, ensuring that the liquid remains undisturbed within. After patiently waiting for a few more minutes, a thunderous explosion echoed from the valley below. Clearly, someone had triggered the anti-personnel mine I had set, though I could only speculate on the number of casualties. In a tightly packed formation, it could potentially incapacitate 2 or 3. An injury, after all, equates to a loss of combat effectiveness. They would never allow wounded comrades to hinder their plans, not in the sense of carrying the injured along, but rather due to the fear that these wounded might divulge critical information to the enemy. Thus, I anticipated the sound of gunfire would soon follow. Bang, bang. The crack of 2 gunshots resonated through the woods. 3. The group of 19 was suddenly reduced by 3, leaving 16 remaining. Yet another reduction in the threat posed to me. Through the scope, I observed the coastline as they hesitated in the forest before finally making their way to the rocky beach. I did not wait for them to find cover. I steadied my breath and let it flow like a wisp, then predicted their movements, firing swiftly. Those who had ventured to the center of the rocky beach fell to the ground in response. The individuals present immediately retreated. I fired several more shots, totaling 6, from a distance of 300 meters. Given my advantageous position from above, I hardly needed to factor in much deviation. All 6 shots found their marks. 10 targets remained. Regrettably, as it was night, I could not discern whether the fallen were Caucasian, African, or of other ethnicities. Thus, I could not ascertain if I had claimed the lives of Gis or Boone. While this loss of intelligence was somewhat disadvantageous, it was of little consequence. I would proceed as though I had not slain either, which would not alter my strategy, merely necessitating greater caution. Once they had entered the forest, I immediately made my way southwest. I knew they would attempt to encircle me, for if they did not, they would lack a better strategy. They outnumbered me, and after my gunfire, they were well aware of my solitary status, which would surely bolster their morale. I was confident that Gis and Boone would not be among those attempting to flank me, as they had witnessed my sniping prowess and could likely deduce my level of skill. I would not exaggerate when I say that no more than 20 individuals could accurately shoot and kill 6 moving pirates in such an environment, including the military's renowned marksmen. Gis and Boone now possessed a marginal understanding of my capabilities and would undoubtedly revise their operational strategy. If I were to surmise correctly, they had likely dashed to the southwestern slope, waiting for me to descend so they could take a shot at my chest. Although I descended from the southwestern slope, I had no intention of plunging into the valley. Rather, I planned to maneuver around to the rear of the search party while still on the mountainside. I must eliminate the remaining 8 ruffians to avoid interference in my confrontation with Gis and Boone. The greatest hindrance in a duel between skilled opponents is the disruption caused by such ruffians, as they would incessantly test and approach me with their lives. Each shot I fired would reveal my position, granting Gis and Boone the opportunity to track me down. The author has a message. I've completed today's update. If you enjoy this book, please leave a 5-star rating. The more ratings I receive, the faster and more powerfully I will update. I need motivation. Chapter 61. The disguised elite in the pitch-black jungle. Following a recent convective downpour, the damp ground was laden with decaying leaves, rendering my flight exceedingly arduous. A moment's inattention could lead to a treacherous slip. This predicament was not mine alone, but equally applicable to the pirates. With the aid of a dimly lit telescope, I pressed onward, my military boots quickly becoming ensconced in the foliage, akin to traversing a snowy expanse. If my estimations were accurate, they ought to have triggered the anti-infantry mines I had strategically laid, yet an unsettling silence persisted. Leaning against a buttressed tree, I waited in stillness for 20 interminable minutes, but there was still no sign of movement. Doubt crept into my mind. Had they not ascended the hill? Or had they simply failed to activate the mines I had installed? The battlefield is notorious for its unpredictability. Variables can shift in an instant. My objective was to anticipate the enemy's maneuvers and secure a decisive advantage before combat erupted. Clearly, this time, my predictions had faltered. Several explanations came to mind. Firstly, the pirates may have resisted following the commands of Gis and Boone to ascend the hill in search of me. Although the two held relatively high standing within the pirate crew, they were still recent additions, and having just suffered a loss of 6 men at the rocky shore due to my ambush, they had ample reason to defy their orders. Secondly, they might be deterred by the prospect of mines on the mountain, choosing instead to wait until dawn to engage in a war of attrition against me. A third possibility was that they were seeking the vessel I had used to make landfall. The final scenario was one I had anticipated. Hence, I had anchored the ship 300 meters offshore in shallow waters. I, in the obscurity of night, Spotting a vessel at such a distance was no trivial task unless the evening boasted a radiant moon. The situation had taken a turn for the worse, as I now found myself utterly oblivious to their movements. Such circumstances are not uncommon on the battlefield. One must devise effective passive strategies in response to varying situations to maximize one's safety. I reclined against a damp buttress tree, concealed by thickets, which provided a temporary yet effective camouflage. However, such a disguise was not sustainable. At daybreak, my whereabouts would likely be easily discernible to the enemy. Since I was unaware of their location, it became imperative that I rendered my own hiding place undetectable. Retracing my steps to the beach where the pirates had fallen, I found it devoid of life save for the corpses, confirming their departure. Having triggered the mines in the vicinity, it was reasonable to suspect the presence of additional explosives nearby, compelling them to vacate such a perilous area. Engaging in combat there would undoubtedly lead to their detriment. Even the most inexperienced combatants would not remain in such a precarious position. It was plausible they had retreated along the shallow waters. I dragged the 6 bodies from the beach, stripping them of their clothing and cutting their garments into varying strips with my dagger. Clad in camouflage attire, these strips could be fashioned into a rudimentary disguise, something I had long desired to create but had lacked the time to do so. Now, necessity compelled me to improvise. After approximately half an hour, I had fashioned a simple camouflage suit. Draped in my creation, I crouched amidst the dense underbrush, seamlessly blending into my surroundings, akin to a master of disguise, the tawny frogmouth. A camouflage suit must not only mimic the colors of the environment but also obscure one's shape and silhouette. The most conspicuous features of a human are the shoulders and legs, which animals often recognize as indicators of human presence. Thus, proficient camouflage gear should blur these contours. The shoulder area can be concealed by a cloak with a long cape, effectively disguising the shoulders as well as the head and neck. As for the legs, a simple camouflage skirt suffices. The finesse of camouflage is relatively straightforward to master. In practical scenarios, the paramount factor is the awareness to identify advantageous environments for concealment. Once my suit was complete, I turned my attention to camouflaging my firearm. The disguise of a weapon is equally crucial. A straight barrel and the distinct metallic sheen can be easily discerned by a marksman from 2 kilometers away. Having completed these preparations, it would be folly to merely seek refuge in a random spot. Such an approach would be imprudent on one hand. I might conceal myself in an area devoid of enemy presence, while on the other, my chosen location might hinder mobility and ambush opportunities. A skilled sniper must excel not only in camouflage but also in guerrilla tactics. Once I eliminate an adversary, my position is compromised. Thus, I must identify the next suitable spot for concealment. I cannot afford to make such decisions on the fly, as the battlefield offers little time for reaction. Consequently, tonight, I must pinpoint 5 or 6 locations for camouflage and ambush, ensuring that upon arriving at each new position, I can instantly transform into an invisible spectre. Tomorrow, my child begins school, so I should be able to update earlier. Thank you for your patience. I look forward to your continued support and 5-star ratings, as they significantly impact my recommendation standings. Chapter 62. A painful decision. The quest for a concealment point is no simple endeavor. It is a fundamental lesson for every sharpshooter. Particularly under such severely obstructive visibility conditions, discovering a suitable hiding place proves exceedingly challenging. Each concealment point is meticulously strategized. It is not merely a matter of who can hide best. In solitary jungle warfare, the ability to blend in is of paramount importance. This capacity for disguise determines everything. I envision countless combat routes, along with escape paths to take should conflict erupt. Typically, an adept sniper selects 2 to 3 escape routes, all of which must allow for seamless transitions to maximize the chances of evading pursuit. In military parlance, an escape route is elegantly termed a retreat route. For someone like me, who perpetually lives on the run, the term escape route is far more fitting, as retreat routes imply the presence of support. One need only withdraw to a designated point to await helicopter assistance. In contrast, the fugitive has no support, only oneself and the solitary silhouette left behind. I had promised her that we would share our lives together. This singular wish dwelled in my heart, and should anyone dare to obstruct my pursuit of that wish, I would not hesitate to sever his head as a warning. After 8 hours of stealthy movement across the island, I had identified 5 concealment points, 3 sniper positions, and 6 escape routes based on those sniper locations. In just 4 hours, the sun would rise above the horizon, revealing its blood-red hemisphere. A confrontation between life and death would reach its climax before sunset. I stealthily returned to the northeastern coast, removed my camouflage attire, and placed it in a secure location before swimming towards the speedboat. After more than 30 minutes, I finally reached the vessel. I used a bayonet to puncture a fist-sized hole in the bottom of the boat, and immediately, seawater began to rush in. I then leapt back into the water, swimming 20 meters away to avoid being pulled under by the sinking whirlpool or entangled by some debris. I had no desire for such drastic measures, as the pirates, they would undoubtedly find a way to board it and return to the northeastern island. Once they realized that the northeastern island had fallen, they would set sail in search of the furious sea. In that scenario, my fate and that of the 3 women would be sealed. Having already resorted to damaging the boat, I found myself with no other options. The proximity to the island made it impossible for me to fire my weapon without being heard, let alone starting the engine. Therefore, hiding the boat or sailing it away was impractical. My initial plan had been to eliminate the group of pirates before dawn, thus negating the need to sabotage the boat. With the vessel at my disposal, we might still face peril in the open sea, but it would be preferable to confronting the 300 bloodthirsty men aboard the furious sea. Alas, things did not unfold as I had hoped. Watching the speedboat sink filled me with regret, and this action propelled me into a more terrifying abyss. After swimming back to the northeastern coast of the island, I retrieved some ham from the corpses of the fallen pirates to replenish my strength. After resting for half an hour, I donned my camouflage gear once more and infiltrated the jungle. With 3 hours remaining until dawn, I needed a place to rest adequately. Otherwise, I would be unable to focus on the impending battle. During combat, prolonged gazing through the scope can induce drowsiness. Once fatigue sets in, both reaction time and perception suffer drastically. I chose to rest in a shallow thicket, surrounded by anti-infantry mines I had strategically placed. The pirates had suffered losses there before and would certainly think twice before venturing into that area while darkness lingered. To shield myself from insects crawling into my ears or nose while I slept, I fashioned a black vest to cover my head. The post-rain environment was rife with leeches, and their intrusion could prove fatal. I selected a shallow pit as my resting place. Though damp from collected rainwater, it provided concealment from any enemy that might approach. To further disguise my presence, I arranged the naked corpses of the pirates at least 10 meters away in every direction. If the pirates were to search for me, they would likely discover these bodies first and may react with noise or hesitation, granting me precious moments to awaken. Once I had completed my camouflage, I finally allowed myself to drift into slumber. In the battlefield, my descent into sleep was far quicker than in a tranquil environment, a product of my brain's combat awareness. I needed to replenish my mental acuity, and thus my body, accustomed to the rigors of killing, adapted swiftly. This was the result of my extensive training. Gradually, I succumbed to the embrace of sleep. For a warrior, the true demise does not occur in battle, but rather in the realm of dreams, where no pain or regret exists, only the gentle embrace of a tranquil slumber. If at that moment the pirates, wide awake, happened to find me and ended my life with a single shot, I would at least be granted a swift conclusion. Chapter 63. The final battle at dawn. 3 hours later, the eastern horizon glowed with a pale light, resembling a shroud of white cloth laid out in mourning for the fallen foes, while the surrounding orange-red clouds appeared as if stained with the blood of the adversaries. At this moment, the biological clock within me, imbued with a warrior's resolve, stirred me awake. I paused to listen to the sounds around me before slowly removing my hood. The morning air in the forest was heavy with the metallic scent of blood, the stench of decay, and the briny tang of the sea. I stealthily made my way towards the first concealment point, exercising utmost caution. Throughout the previous night, I had been unable to locate the movements of those individuals. In fact, I surmised they were likely near the island's central lake, for that was the only area I had yet to explore. Venturing deeper into the interior posed a risk of encirclement, and unless absolutely necessary, I would refrain from doing so. At most, I would survey from the ridges. The ridges of the tropical jungle were not particularly distinct. However, should the mountains lack dense foliage, moving along the ridge to observe would be a sniper's folly. A figure traversing the ridge could be spotted by a sniper from 3 kilometers away. Of course, standard sniper rifles cannot reach such distances unless they are anti-material rifles. In reality, bullets take 3 to 4 seconds to cover that distance, introducing significant variables and influencing factors. The current longest confirmed sniper shot is 497 meters, achieved with a Barrett rifle, but that does not represent the furthest kill record. It was merely a static target shot, which is vastly different from hitting a moving target. Such competitive-level sniping holds little practical significance in real combat. For instance, the Desert Eagle, often depicted in films, is merely a training weapon for soldiers and is rarely taken into battle. The Barrett is an anti-material sniper rifle designed to engage tanks, and using it against human targets is inhumane. In a confrontation with another sniper, one would be foolish to employ such a weapon, as the immense noise and powerful recoil would immediately expose one's position to the enemy's sights. In summary, traversing the ridges is a perilous and inadvisable endeavor. As sunlight filtered through the trees, a figure moving through the underbrush would disrupt the light like a series of signals, one after another. Even in such dense foliage, I would traverse along the lower edge of the ridge, striving to minimize my silhouette against the sunlight, thereby avoiding detection by distant foes. My first concealment point was located on the slopes flanking the outlet of the island's central lake. Concealment points typically do not initiate attacks. They serve to observe the enemy's movements, whereas ambush points are not only concealment locations but also sites for surprise attacks. The distinction between the two is significant. An ambush point provides multiple escape routes, while a concealment point often has no more than one. Why seek such perilous locations for concealment? Because groups of enemies on the move are likely to choose expansive areas that are easily surveilled. Should an ambush occur, they can retaliate swiftly. Thus, such risky concealment points are more conducive to monitoring enemy movements. Upon detecting the enemy's activity, I would stealthily advance to a pre-identified ambush site, identifying the most opportune moment to strike decisively. After executing the ambush, I would immediately withdraw to the next point, perpetuating this cycle to confound and dismantle the enemy's forces. Of course, if it were merely a band of brutish pirates, the task would be considerably easier. However, among them are two snipers, presenting a formidable challenge. The moment I fire, my position would become compromised. An adept sniper could ascertain my location within a mere 3 to 5 seconds. Thus I had only. Consequently, the ambush point must facilitate a swift escape. Within 3 to 5 seconds, I must vanish from the scene, leaving no trace of my movements for the enemy to discern. This is of paramount importance, which is why I dedicated 8 hours the previous night to scouting these positions. Precision in this endeavor is utterly essential. The author wishes to convey. The update is complete for today, as per routine. Chapter 64. Necessary adventures. Beneath the verdant canopy of trees on the hillside lies a profusion of ferns. These ferns serve as natural camouflage, concealing those clad in disguise, akin to a cluster of grass deprived of sufficient sunlight. Even if someone were to pass by at this moment, remaining utterly still would guarantee one's invisibility. However, should you choose an ill-fated spot, precisely in their path, their machetes may strike you with deadly precision. What you must do is leap forth before their blades descend, engaging them in a rapid draw akin to a Western gunslinger, vying to see whose bullets find their mark first. I lay in ambush for approximately half an hour before I detected movement. 2 individuals were descending from the mountaintop. From a distance, I could discern their figures traversing the ridge, passing above the rocky slope where I had previously hunted a leopard. Clad in damp camouflage uniforms, their heads were swathed in brown and black cloth, revealing only their dark faces and unkempt jaws. They descended cautiously, an AK-47 gripped firmly in hand, as if intent on hastily retreating before the beasts stirred, showing no inclination to linger. I noted their footwear. Their military boots were evidently far more astute than those of the first wave of pirates that landed on the island. The boots of the two men were caked with semi-dried mud and bits of hay, indicating their passage through marshy terrain, a rarity on the mountain, despite the rain that had fallen the previous night. The thick layer of foliage covering the ground in this tropical jungle would render it nearly impossible to tread upon the bare earth, let alone sully one's boots. I lowered my binoculars. Initially, I had no intention of confronting these two. I surmised they had ventured up the mountain to survey for vessels before relaying their findings to others. However, the traces they left behind had betrayed the geographical location of their base. eliminating the need for me to trail them to discover their lair. With only 2 adversaries to contend with, I could dispatch them and then follow the route they had taken to uncover their stronghold. As long as I refrained from gunfire, they would remain oblivious to my actions. In the wilderness, eliminating 2 individuals posed little challenge. A bow would have been preferable, allowing for a more silent and stealthy resolution. Taking advantage of their distance, I stealthily relocated from my hiding spot to a pre-designated ambush point. I navigated through clusters of underbrush, descended into the valley, and crossed a stream. Climbing atop a large buttress tree, I found an excellent position for ambush and concealment. I was confident that the 2 would pass beneath me, for I had previously cleared this path upon my arrival on the island. Should they choose an alternative route, it would necessitate a considerable effort to forge a new path, an unlikely task given their urgency. After waiting for several minutes, the 2 men finally appeared, one following the other. As they approached, I seized the moment and leapt from the tree to ambush the trailing pirate. In that instant, the lagging pirate instinctively looked up, his pupils widening in terror, but before he could utter a sound, my dagger had plunged into his throat, piercing his chest cavity. The commotion drew the attention of the leading pirate, who turned abruptly, but he was too late. My second dagger slashed across, severing his throat. While a throat cut is indeed lethal, it does not guarantee immediate death. A person of strong will might still reach for their weapon and fire. Thus, as my dagger swept across his throat, I swiftly drove it into his heart, simultaneously kicking the handle to send both him and the blade tumbling into the underbrush. The pirate behind me, impaled from throat to chest, found his dagger lodged between his shoulder blades, leaving him incapable of raising his AK. He swayed like a leaf in the wind before collapsing to the... I contemplated capturing them for interrogation about the precise location of their base, yet I dared not take that risk. Killing one while attempting to capture the other introduced a multitude of variables. Decisive elimination was the most expedient and straightforward course of action. Should I slay one while the other escaped or raised an alarm, my prior plans would be jeopardized, rendering all my preparations futile. Hence, I resolved to avoid unnecessary risks. Withdrawing my dagger, I immediately set off towards the southwest. Based on my observations, a vast expanse of mangroves lay to the south, and it was highly probable that the pirates' base resided somewhere within that vicinity. My objective was to locate their stronghold and eliminate the remaining adversaries, including Geese and Boone, along with 8 other targets. Upon crafting my disguise, I had not encountered any Caucasian men, thus Geese and Boone were undoubtedly still alive. Their current status within the pirate ranks remained uncertain, whether they had blended into the shadows or not. Regardless of their chosen strategy, I must first eliminate the remaining 6 pirate members before engaging in a bloody confrontation with them. This would be advantageous for Geese and Boone, as they would likely anticipate my strategy, possibly using these pirates as bait to draw me out, only to eliminate me when I appeared. Yet, I had no retreat. This was their opportunity to ambush me while simultaneously revealing their own positions. It was a matter of who could seize that fleeting chance. Author's note: I was delayed by unforeseen circumstances today. The update will be later than usual. I will complete it before sunset tomorrow. Thank you for your patience, dear readers. Chapter 65. Consciousness determines life and death. To the northwest of this island lies a vast expanse of low-lying land, where dense mangroves flourish. Should anyone dare to tread or linger in that area, their boots would inevitably become encrusted with the decaying leaves and the muddy detritus of wild fruits, which upon drying, would take on a pallid, ashen hue. I suspect that the pirates took refuge in that very region last night. It is precisely that area that I would never venture to search, and the reason is quite straightforward. Anyone traversing that terrain would inevitably disturb the water soaking the tree roots, creating a cacophony of noise. Moreover, with my feet submerged over 10 centimeters in water, my movements would become burdened and sluggish, impeding both pursuit and escape. Not to mention, the foul mud clinging to my boots would weigh me down, and the submerged roots could easily ensnare my feet. Thus, the peril of searching that area last night was simply not worth it. G.I.s and Boone surely discerned this as well, which is why they, along with the reluctant pirates who chose not to pursue me, sought concealment within the mangroves. There, they could merely suspend a hammock between two trees to enjoy a night of rest. However, I am confident they did not bring hammocks with them. They had not anticipated such an occurrence, and aside from military units, few would carry full marching gear at all times. Consequently, they spent the night perched among the branches in this pristine mangrove, untainted by human interference. There exists no shortage of bothersome insects, certainly 100 varieties at the very least. It would be impossible to find restful sleep among the trees, leaving their mental state in a dismal condition. Although my own slumber was brief, the solitary nature of my actions, devoid of the comfort of communal safety, rendered me exceedingly vigilant, thus heightening my adrenaline and mental acuity in comparison to theirs. When one is enveloped within a group, they often succumb to a false sense of security, relinquishing control to others, under the impression that amidst so many, someone will inevitably detect an impending threat. Consequently, they subconsciously relax, diminishing their alertness. Should this group lack a leader, such an illusion of safety could very well lead them to ruin. However, the leaders Gi's and Boone, whom these pirates followed, had already abandoned hope in their short-sighted followers the moment they disobeyed orders to encircle me from the mountain. They were destined to become sacrifices. This subtle shift in psychological strategy is imperceptible to the untrained eye, yet it can be discerned through rigorous training and espionage. Pirates, driven by self-interest, were reluctant to ascend the mountain for an ambush, yet upon retreat, they hesitated to appoint a new leader. No one understands strategy better than these two operatives, thus they continued to utilize them as makeshift leaders. Their mentality was one of passive reliance. We shall partake in the benefits, yet you must ensure our safety when there are none. If they were merely typical pirates, they might endure such a situation, but these two operatives possessed a higher strategic awareness and consciousness. They could never be truly manipulated by this brutish band of marauders as temporary leaders. Rather, they would exploit them as bait. Consciousness dictates who reigns supreme in the hierarchy of the food chain within human society, and the same principle applies to small groups. Those with elevated awareness can make decisions that determine the livelihoods, or even the very lives, of the masses, often leaving those affected unaware of the forces that led to their demise. Had there been even one individual among the pirates with slightly greater awareness, they would have appointed a leader who commanded respect. Clearly, they failed to do so. At this moment, I observed that the once ferocious pirates had emerged from the mangroves, now resembling a flock of sheep, congregating on a clearing within the valley. They appeared to be awaiting news from the two pirates who had ventured up the mountain. I counted only 6 of them. The 2 white operatives were no longer present. At this juncture, they were likely concealed nearby, perhaps 400 meters away on the opposite slope, lying in wait for me to reveal my position with a gunshot, poised to deliver a fatal bullet. I scrutinized my surroundings through binoculars, assessing both my current slope and the opposing one, yet I discerned no signs of snipers. They were adept at hiding, possibly concealed behind a rock or within a clump of grass, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal themselves after I fired. Thus, prior to my shot, locating them was an impossibility. Cautiously, I made my way along the ridge to my second ambush point. This position afforded me the advantage of surveying any area within the mangroves leading into the valley, yet the angle for the opposing slope to shoot at me was exceedingly narrow. With a massive rock to my right, I merely needed to extend my gun barrel toward the valley to fire. Should the 2 snipers on the opposite slope detect me, they would only be able to see my gun barrel, with no opportunity to shoot. Of course, this was merely a temporary measure for self-preservation. The presence of 2 snipers meant they would not both be stationed on the same peak. Thus, after I fired, any sniper on my slope would undoubtedly stealthily approach my location. I had no knowledge of their whereabouts. What if one was lurking merely 50 meters away? A single shot could easily draw a retaliatory bullet. Yet, I had no other choice. On the battlefield, regardless of one's prowess, one can only hope to avoid danger through sheer probability, while the remaining... Chapter 66. The Devil's Contest. Fortunately, the sniper rifle in my possession is equipped with a suppressor. Although it does not achieve the efficacy of an external suppressor, it effectively diminishes the propagation of sound, particularly within this U-shaped valley where the echoes of gunfire are exceedingly prominent. The suppressor has proven to be of tremendous assistance to me. Last night, I fired 6 shots, which ultimately revealed my position amidst that torrential downpour. The cacophony of crashing waves along the shore rendered my gunfire inaudible to them. They relied solely on the trajectory of my shots to ascertain my location. The circumstances here are markedly different. The mountain is eerily silent this morning, and the natural calls of the birds and beasts that inhabit this area are insufficient to mask the distinct sounds produced by industrial contrivances. Moreover, firing 6 shots has indisputably compromised my position. At this moment, I refrain from further contemplation. All 6 pirates are gathered there, presenting me with my sole opportunity to eliminate them swiftly. Aware that this is a bait, I feel compelled to take this risk. Gi's and his companion must be cognizant of my capabilities. Had it not been for such a significant temptation, I would never have contemplated such a perilous venture. Were there only 4 or 5 of them present, I would indeed refrain from taking the shot. I would prefer to lure them into the woods and execute them there. The L115A3 is heralded as the finest sniper rifle in the world, retailing through legitimate channels at a staggering $23,000. Once a formidable weapon on the battlegrounds of Afghanistan, I now find myself in a precarious situation. I must swiftly dispatch 6 pirates before American operatives can find an angle to eliminate me, all while reloading a magazine, each containing only 5 rounds. Unlike ordinary rifles, a sniper rifle necessitates the operation of the bolt after each shot. As the bullet exits the chamber, gases from the ignited powder propel it down the barrel. Yet in that fleeting moment, gas escapes through the gas port, disrupting the equilibrium of chamber pressure. This design prevents sustained fire. Thus, rapid manual cycling of the bolt is imperative. For a top-tier sniper, achieving the rapid elimination of 6 scattered pirates poses an immense challenge, requiring 6 bolt actions and a magazine change. This is precisely why last night's sniping incident revealed my caliber to American operatives. Those on the outside observe for spectacle, while those within the field discern the intricacies at play. Eliminating these 6 pirates is a test of my limits, and I am acutely aware that JIS and Boone likely seek to take advantage of my concentration during this critical moment. In my mind, I mentally rehearsed the escape trajectories of the pirates. Regardless of their paths, completely neutralizing them would take between 6 and 10 seconds. Ample time for American operatives to triangulate my position and adjust their aim to eliminate me. Therefore, I must eradicate the pirates within 5 to 6 seconds. Failure to do so would seal my fate. I fixate on the scope, searching for the optimal moment to strike. Typically, I would never hold my breath while shooting. Though it enhances precision, it can induce a rapid heartbeat, leading to cerebral pressure that may cause visual disturbances and significantly hamper performance. Yet, given the circumstances, I find myself compelled to do just that. At that moment, an impatient pirate, smoking a cigarette, stood up. His silhouette obscured a seated African-American pirate behind him. Seizing the opportunity, I entered a sniper's state of focus, and with a soft crack, my bullet pierced the soft tissue of the standing pirate's abdomen while simultaneously dispatching the one behind him. The startled pirates, momentarily stunned by the sight of blood, took a second to react before fleeing. Their transition from standing to running and subsequently seeking cover would require at least 4 seconds, time enough for me. After firing 4 shots, I swiftly changed magazines without waiting to finish the last round, for the enemy was aware of my weapon's specifications. Should I exhaust the final round before reloading, they would exploit that moment to strike. Hence, I must disrupt this predictable condition. As I discharged the 5th shot, my body instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly evading a bullet that whizzed over my head and struck a nearby tree, exploding into a shower of wood chips. The 6 pirates have now been neutralized. At this moment, American operatives must be seething with frustration, for their singular opportunity to eliminate me has evaporated. Awaiting them is Chapter 67. Dual camouflage and deception. The 6 lives served as bait, akin to ants inadvertently crushed beneath the foot of a giant. I can vividly imagine the contorted faces of my 2 unfamiliar adversaries, Geese and Boone, their muscles twitching in agitation, their eyes ablaze with fury. At this moment, I resembled a green-skinned hedgehog, swiftly darting into the forest, vanishing without a trace. The warfare between snipers is often excruciatingly monotonous and tranquil. The sound of a gunshot typically signifies both the commencement and conclusion of battle, with endurance and insight being the primary contenders. Whoever reveals themselves first becomes the loser. As I faced off against 2 snipers, my first objective was to ascertain whether they were working in tandem. Their cooperative or independent status would dictate my response strategy. My extensive combat experience informs me that a top-tier sniper operates alone. Only in scenarios of fixed-point assassination does one require an observer. Naturally, having a highly skilled observer and a wireless communicator would create a seamless collaboration. However, assassins in the underworld are solitary figures, trusting no one but themselves and their weaponry. I propelled myself eastward along the windward slope, intending to circumvent the base of the U-shaped mountain to reach the leeward slope opposite the position from which the sniper had just fired at me. With only one sniper having revealed his position, I deduced that the other was still on the slope where I had initially been, currently scrambling toward the spot from which he had shot, intending to locate me, while his counterpart would provide cover. The sniper on my side of the slope would therefore be relatively unguarded, as he had an ally to shield him. Should I take aim at the sniper providing cover, he would immediately detect my presence and return fire. Thus, I had to swiftly maneuver to a diagonal position to eliminate the white sniper searching for me on the original slope. This strategy was equally perilous, as the rapid movement to shift locations inherently exposed me to the enemy's line of sight. However, significant risks often accompany substantial rewards. Given that I was racing behind the mountain, the geographical conditions were favorable. They would quickly notice me unless I remained in their visual blind spot. This endeavor was akin to racing against a devil. Should I falter, I would be caught and torn asunder. Even if I escaped detection, I must not harbor any illusions, for that invisible devil would relentlessly pursue me, potentially catching up at any moment during my sprint. Fortunately, this area, due to its distinct geographical features, lacked the dense thickets found to the east of the island. Instead, it was adorned with numerous towering trees. Though the ground was thickly carpeted with leaves, there were few vines or low shrubs to trip me up, which greatly facilitated my running. I circumnavigated the U-shaped mountain for over 10 minutes without being fired upon, confirming that my route remained within their blind zone. Ultimately, I positioned myself at the base of the U-shaped mountain, towards the leeward slope and the lakeside area of the island. This marked my third and final ambush point. From this vantage, I could observe both slopes of the U-shaped mountain simultaneously. In other words, both snipers now fell within my targeting range. What lay ahead was a contest of endurance and insight. My concealed location possessed a unique geographical advantage. Should they dare to stray from their positions to search for me, they might very well be eliminated by my Glock before they even approached. In front of me lay a natural rock crevice, and last night I had perched a boulder the size of a basketball atop it, creating an opening the size of a child's soccer ball within the stone fissure. I carefully extended the barrel of my camouflaged weapon through the gap. After observing for approximately half an hour, both slopes remained eerily still. Following 2 rounds of rapid sniper fire, it was likely that neither would dare to make a move, as they, too, recognized the disparity in skill between themselves and their adversary. Their course of action would consist of remaining concealed while keenly observing for any sign of weakness from me. I retrieved a bundle of fishing line from my pocket, remnants from my last fishing excursion aboard a lifeboat. Quietly, I crawled to a disguised position 20 meters away, a location I had scouted the previous night. Though it was unsuitable for an ambush, I secured the fishing line to a slender sapling and maneuvered to the right, circumventing a tree of considerable girth, using it as a pulley point, and then drew the line leftward back to my sniper position. By pulling the fishing line in this manner, the small tree would tilt rightward before swaying back to the left. Typically, a novice sniper would instinctively fire at the direction of the swaying tree, believing it to harbor a concealed presence. However, the snipers I faced possessed a higher caliber of skill. They would likely surmise that the movement of the branches was orchestrated, for in their estimation, I was not the type of opponent to commit such a fundamental error. Thus, instead of firing immediately, they would observe the direction of the trees fall to ascertain the origin of the line and, subsequently, scrutinize that direction for my actual position. This was my tactic to mislead their strategic thinking. Their line of sight fortuitously aligned with one of my previously identified camouflage points. Given their observational prowess, they should recognize it as an excellent hiding spot. Furthermore, I had uprooted several serrated grasses from that location the previous night. By midday, under the blazing sun, they would likely wilt. These withered grasses served as my signal. The camouflage I donned would inevitably dry out over time, and a perceptive sniper would discern its disparity from the surrounding vegetation. Coupled with the swaying branches to induce misdirection, my dual camouflage and dual deception were sufficient to confound these 2 snipers. Author's note: writing is no easy feat, and creating original masterpieces is even more challenging. I kindly ask for your support. If you can, please contribute financially, or at the very least, leave a 5-star review. Chapter 68. Sniper, I lay prone on the damp concealment point, surrounded by moss-covered rocks and clusters of ferns, with a few stunted trees providing me with excellent camouflage. At this moment, rather than hastily pulling the fishing line, I severed it and secured one end to a stone the size of a child's soccer ball. Utilizing the remaining length of line, I created a circle 10 meters behind me, tying the end to a diminutive tree growing from a crevice in the rock. This tree, a mere 20 centimeters in height with a trunk no thicker than a pinky finger, possessed roots that delved deep into the earth. Its supple body would serve as a reliable early warning system. Should anyone intrude upon my safe zone and disturb the line, I would be immediately alerted. Time passed inexorably, and I was certain that the two American snipers were likewise ensnared in the depths of solitude, awaiting the moment I revealed a flaw in my defenses. When lying in wait for a sniper, one must engage in profound psychological contemplation. If a person cannot endure the utmost solitude, they are likely to falter and rise to seek comfort. Years ago, I had been relentlessly pursued in the Amazon jungle of South America by 3 assassins ranked 7th, 8th, and 9th in the underground world. This ordeal required not only exceptional wilderness survival skills but also a formidable psychological constitution and the ability to withstand extreme isolation, ensuring one remained perpetually combat-ready, without a hint of relaxation or negligence. These two American snipers were undoubtedly not among the elite of the world, yet they had certainly participated in real combat and taken lives, rendering them formidable adversaries not to be underestimated. My belief that they were of lesser rank stemmed from their carelessness in leaving behind a sniper rifle in the armory upon departing from Northeast Island. I surmised that it must belong to Albert. When they arrived, they had not considered that Albert might be in peril. Otherwise, they would have surely concealed the weapon. Such actions revealed their level of awareness as snipers. The distinction between top-tier snipers and those of merely good standing lies not in technical prowess, but rather in psychological fortitude and situational awareness. The sun ascended slowly into the sky, and as we were situated in the southern hemisphere, it hung at an angle north of the zenith during noon. Sunlight bathed the southern slope of the U-shaped mountain, while the northern slope began to be affected by backlighting. Should the sun descend towards the west, I would become the one adversely affected. Thus, I resolved to eliminate the sniper on the southern slope before the sun slipped away. I retreated behind the rocks to consume a piece of chocolate and take a sip of water before crawling back to my sniping position. At this juncture, they too must have felt hunger and thirst. However, they would likely refrain from drinking, fully aware of the caliber of sniper they faced, and would choose to endure, anticipating my slip-up so that they could indulge afterward and return to Northeast Island to revel in the company of women. Contemplating these thoughts, their resolve to endure would naturally strengthen. I had surmised their psychological state, albeit not with absolute certainty, but it would soon be tested. I rolled the stone tied to the fishing line down the gentle slope behind me, and as it rolled, it tugged at the line, causing the small tree 20 meters to my right to sway. After a brief moment, it settled. They did not fire. This was anticipated. Soon, a gunshot echoed from the southern slope, reverberating through the valley. The moss-covered, decaying wood at my concealment point was struck, rolling down the slope. A sniper can discern the impact of their bullet, whether it strikes a human body or rotting wood, which can mislead their judgment. Believing they had hit their target, combined with the prolonged period of waiting that numbed their bodies and a wealth of experience suggesting success, would likely lead them to relax their final defenses and carelessly abandon their ambush. The dual trap I had set was not merely to lure the target into error, but to instill a sense of pride in their perceived success. Pride is the most potent catalyst for carelessness. Much like a man who conquers a beautiful woman, it is not uncommon for pride to lead to unexpected consequences. Soon, I spotted the silhouette of the sniper moving on the southern slope, cloaked in rudimentary camouflage, hiding behind a pile of deadwood, resembling a pangolin as he crawled outward. Without a moment's hesitation, I took aim. At this midday hour, with the southern slope of the U-shaped mountain serving as a leeward side, the air was dry, and the temperature and humidity were relatively balanced. In this distance of less than 300 meters, I could hit a wind chime the size of a thumb hanging from a tree. Whoosh! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the top of the American agent's head, sending it tumbling. After the shot, I promptly withdrew from my ambush point. Now, only one American agent remained. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed, and a blood-red signal flare erupted in the sky. Chapter 69. A fortuitous opportunity. The sound of the signal flare took me completely by surprise. According to the intelligence I had gathered, There should be no reinforcements, rendering this flare not only a revelation of one's position, but utterly meaningless. Yet, that American agent audaciously shot a signal flare into the sky. Did he truly believe that the 9 pirates on Northeast Island would come to his aid? This notion is evidently absurd. His act must serve a different purpose. I slung my sniper rifle over my shoulder and grasped my Glock pistol in pursuit of the direction from which the flare erupted. The path behind the northern slope was treacherous, riddled with rugged terrain and an abundance of vines. Moss-covered rocks jutted out from the hillside, posing a risk of tripping in such a primordial jungle. Stumbling could prove perilous. The terrain was intricate and concealed various biological threats, alongside natural traps such as falling rocks overhead or hidden spikes concealed within the underbrush. These areas were also favored habitats for wild boars and other beasts, as they could easily locate water sources there. Moisture could not be retained within the crevices of stones, allowing mountain water to flow freely, creating natural springs where these creatures would quench their thirst. Should I provoke these ferocious animals, escape would be futile, leaving me with no choice but to fire my weapon and expose my position. Encounters with wild beasts could still be managed, especially since I was armed to the teeth, but my true fear lay with venomous creatures. A careless stumble into a nest of poisonous beings would be utterly disastrous in the heart of the jungle. There existed 5 million insects per 4,000 square feet, equating to over 1,000 insects per square foot, whether clinging to trees, lurking on the ground, or camouflaged as vines. This was the environment I found myself in. Unless absolutely necessary, I had no desire to traverse this dense jungle to investigate the flare's origin. After considerable effort, I navigated the perilous northern slope with utmost caution, carefully making my way to the vicinity of the signal. Naturally, I could not simply approach to inspect the situation. Instead, I employed my binoculars to scrutinize the surroundings. I spotted a tree, upon which were inscribed 2 words, treasury, and as an abbreviation for the ship Angry Sea. These words illuminated the intention of the individual. He sought collaboration to seize the treasures of the Angry Sea, fully aware that I could not conquer the vessel alone, nor could I abscond with its riches. Clearly, he presumed I was in pursuit of the treasure. Regardless of my intentions, overcoming the Angry Sea alone was an impossibility. If I could find a sharpshooter with comparable skills, there might be a chance, but trust must first be established between us. Otherwise, collaboration would be out of the question. I shifted my binoculars to scan the vicinity of the tree and noticed a sniper rifle propped nearby. This evidently formed the basis of trust, yet he could also be rushing to the southern slope to retrieve the sniper rifle of the deceased American agent. Regardless, I could not approach the sniper rifle by the tree. Doing so might expose me to ambush, and it was unnecessary. Even without that rifle, he could evade me for months on this island, ample time for the Angry Sea to arrive and conduct a thorough search. Thus, I needed to devise a means to establish contact with the sharpshooter. Forming an alliance with an enemy sniper is exceedingly perilous, yet the unfolding circumstances now pertain to my survival and my ability to escape the heart of the Indian Ocean. This sniper had drawn my attention in such a manner and laid his cards on the table for collaboration. I sensed a potential partnership. On one hand, I genuinely required a companion, while on the other, he understood that even if he triumphed over me, he could never earn the trust of the Angry Sea, as the entire logistics team had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. The Angry Sea would undoubtedly eliminate him as well. With a common adversary, we might just become allies. Nevertheless, I must remain exceedingly cautious, for he still possessed another avenue of escape. His reinforcement. Should he return to Northeast Island and locate the hidden satellite phone, he could promptly call for support to rescue him. Hence, he could eliminate me at any cost. However, he would be hesitant to take such a gamble. Should he fail to find the satellite phone, he would face the wrath of the Angry Sea alone. Thus, there existed a glimmer of hope for our collaboration. I stealthily crept closer to the lifeless body of the white man I had slain, carefully observing my surroundings. Although I yearned to rush over and retrieve the earpiece from the corpse to communicate with him, I could not afford such recklessness, for my current position no longer afforded me a view of the tree with the inscriptions, nor could I ascertain the whereabouts of the sniper rifle. Should he have laid an ambush here, approaching to collect the earpiece would seal my fate. Thus, I must exercise utmost caution and avoid falling into the enemy's trap. I would have to wait until nightfall before advancing. Under the cover of darkness, any ensuing conflict would rely solely on fortune. If he were not foolish enough to insist on a life-or-death struggle, he would refrain from engaging me in battle at night. I now found myself at a concealment point, biding my time until night enveloped the landscape. If Susan and Yewin remained hidden aboard the small boat, they must be anxious, especially given my prolonged absence and the gunfire from the previous night. They likely feared I had been slain. If all went smoothly, I should reunite with them tonight. To be honest, I missed them. After enduring a shipwreck together, a subtle interdependence had formed between us. I hope everything proceeds favorably tonight. Author's note: I'm striving to increase my output. I would like to know how many people have seen the latest chapter. If you have, please click to urge me to update. I am contemplating a burst of updates. Chapter 70. You are the devil. As I swallowed the last morsel of chocolate, the twilight had descended upon the land. Prior to this moment, I had consumed every edible item within reach. For what lay ahead, should I engage in a confrontation with that agent, it would undoubtedly devolve into a close-quarters battle. I could not ascertain his physical stature. Generally speaking, soldiers from Europe and America possess a physique that is larger than that of their Asian counterparts. If we were not of the same weight class, engaging in hand-to-hand combat would be exceedingly perilous. The disparity in physicality would significantly diminish the chances of triumph through skill alone. After all, he had undergone rigorous military training, possessing knowledge of all the requisite techniques, and his instincts in close combat would be comparably acute. Therefore, physicality and strength would ultimately dictate the outcome of our confrontation. This urgency compelled me to consume all available sustenance, fortifying my stamina to the utmost extent. Although a clash was not guaranteed, I had to prepare thoroughly for the possibility. Under the cover of night, I swiftly maneuvered to the vicinity of a corpse belonging to a Caucasian individual. After confirming that the surroundings were devoid of activity, I advanced a short distance further, finding no signs of life, before finally reaching the body. The remains were grotesquely oozing brain matter, emanating a... I did not linger. Instead, I seized the earpiece hanging beside his ear and promptly retreated. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. I discovered a concealed spot and immediately donned the earpiece. Speak. I uttered a single word, and soon an uproarious clamor echoed through the device, followed by a gruff voice. Hello, skilled one. You are indeed exceedingly cautious, I must concede. Had you attempted to retrieve the earpiece during the day, I would have dispatched you with a single shot. Clearly, you are a devil, committing not even the slightest error. I do not wish to be your adversary. Let us collaborate. My name is Boone. I am Mr. Pan. Mr. Pan, I am unaware of the grievances you harbor against the Fury of the Sea, but we have no quarrel with money, correct? I am not affiliated with the Fury of the Sea. I am here in search of treasure. You need not harbor hostility towards me, Boone stated. I could discern the implications nestled within his words. He presumed that I sought vengeance against the Fury of the Sea while simultaneously distancing himself from them, elucidating his own intentions without revealing his identity. It was evident he was keen to ascertain whether I was aware of his true identity, for if I did, it would imply that Jackass had fallen into my grasp. Do you know the location of the treasure? I deliberately revealed my intentions. Should I uncover the treasure, there would be no need to deliver Susan into the hands of Nigerian dignitaries, as I believed doing so could very well lead her into the abyss. There are two methods by which we may ascertain the treasure's location. The first is to locate the satellite phone on Northeast Island, allowing me to notify my associates to bring the necessary equipment to search. The second option is to capture the captain of the Fury of the Sea alive and interrogate him for the treasure's whereabouts. Clearly, you would not agree to the first option, leaving only the second. Are you confident in your ability to overcome the Fury of the Sea? Once they realize the island has been occupied, they could bombard it with artillery, leveling these small isles and subsequently conducting a thorough search. We would have no chance of survival. Boone articulated. I understood his concerns. The occupation of the island was an undeniable reality, and the Fury of the Sea would undoubtedly receive an incursion signal upon arrival. Should no signals be detected from the island, they would ascertain that it had been overtaken. At that juncture, bombardment would be inevitable. Even if I managed to hide and evade the bombardment, the prospect of 300 armed men conducting a comprehensive search across all islands would leave no avenue for escape. However, it was not without its vulnerabilities. The crux of the matter was that we needed to evade the bombardment and bide our time until those 300 pirates disembarked, at which point we could seize the opportunity to board the vessel and capture the captain or first mate. Boone was astute. Sensing my silence, he continued speaking. I know you wish to employ the same tactics against the fury of the sea that you used against our speedboat, but the opportunity is fleeting. Should we be captured, there will be no chance of escape." Boone's tone was laced with trepidation as he endeavored to persuade me to pursue the first option. Clearly, that was an impossibility. He understood this as well, yet his fear of the fury of the sea compelled him to attempt it. The fury of the sea was indeed a formidable entity. Based on the intelligence I had gathered, it was a double-masted warship armed with 32 cannons, displacing a staggering 280 tons, making it one of the most powerful forces among pirates. Bombarding these islands would be a mere trifle for them. Moreover, the ship housed approximately 300 armed pirates, a force that Boone and I would struggle to contend with. Even if we managed to stealthily board the vessel and capture the captain and first mate, extracting the treasure's location would still necessitate the elimination of all 300 armed pirates before we could return to the island in search of the treasure. Neglecting even one could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, even if we were to vanquish all the pirates and secure the treasure, we would need to ensure that the ship remained undamaged. Otherwise, we would be unable to escape the heart of the Indian Ocean. Such a multitude of variables rendered the plan exceedingly difficult to execute. Yet, I had no alternative. I must confront the fury of the sea to the bitter end. Otherwise, I too would be left with no path but death. Either we pursue the second option, or we engage in another life-or-death confrontation. I stated coolly, my voice carrying an ominous chill. Boone fell silent, understanding my resolve. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce, for he could sense that I was a desperate individual, left with no options other than to eradicate the pirates completely. May we slip through the fingers of death. Should they capture me, I hope you will grant me a swift end. I absolutely refuse to endure their torment. I promise you. Thank you. Boone expressed his gratitude, albeit with a hint of distress. Remain on this island and survive. In 2 months, we shall fight side by side against the fury of the sea. Let us hope we survive until the end. You are a devil. Who exactly are you? Boone questioned, clearly unable to fathom that someone would dare confront the fury of the sea, casting doubt upon my identity. Yet, I had no intention of disclosing my true self. Only the dead were worthy of knowing my genuine identity. Chapter 71. A refreshing bath in the stream. Perhaps you should conserve your battery. This device may prove useful later, I suggested, preparing to remove my earpiece. The other party hastily interjected, "Send Jacassi over. How lonely I shall be on this island. She is now my woman. Do not even think of swimming to the northeast island." "I will shoot you in the head," I retorted, and with that, I swiftly removed the earpiece and made my way towards the coast. It was perilous to linger in the woods at this late hour, and the 2 women on the auxiliary island must be terrified by now. Upon reaching the coast, I did not head directly towards the auxiliary island. Instead, I returned to the initial refuge where I discovered the lifeboat. Naturally, I intended to take the lifeboat with me, for if Boone were to utilize it, it would not be improbable for him to approach Hideout unnoticed and assassinate me. After all, I had another option, to locate a satellite phone. However, I had no surplus choices. I could only drag him into the depths and make him my partner. The distance from this small island to the northeast island is approximately 10 nautical miles, or 18 kilometers. For an agent with exceptional physical capabilities, it would take at least 4 hours to swim there on a clear night, but with a lifeboat, 2 hours would suffice. Thus, this would not pose an obstacle to him in killing me. I secured the lifeboat and hoisted it onto my back, hastening eastward. Soon, I arrived back at the site of the speedboat I had destroyed with my M2 machine gun. I located a diving point, plunged into the water, and swam eastward. After half an hour, I landed on the auxiliary island and followed the shore to the concealed spot for the small boat. There was not a sound to be heard. Susan and Ewanwin were evidently unaware of my arrival and must be frightened out of their wits. I called out, "It is I. The pirate has been slain. We are headed to a new location." I endeavored to elongate my statement, hoping to rouse them from their terror and recognize my voice. In moments of fear, one's reflexes can become dulled, so I needed them to clearly hear me before I drew near. Otherwise, they might strike out at me with whatever they could find. "Uncle, Mr. Pan," 2 melodious and affectionate voices responded from within, filled with anticipation. They likely thought I had perished at the hands of pirates during my prolonged absence and had possibly wept for both my fate and their own predicament. I, too, felt an overwhelming longing for them. Unbeknownst to them, They had become my concern. I waded over to the boat, removing the reeds from the top and tossing them into the sea. Upon seeing me, the two women were overcome with emotion, clad in camouflage attire stripped from the pirates, their exquisite faces illuminated by the moonlight. Glistening with tears, I boarded the vessel, and the two women immediately enveloped me in a tearful embrace. As I listened to their soft sobs, I suddenly realized the extraordinary significance I held in their lives. With my strong arms, I wrapped them around their slender waists. They knelt within the boat, their curves forming graceful arcs that left one parched with desire. Nearby, the little leopard scratched its chin, curiously gazing at us. "Uncle, I truly feared you might not return. Thankfully, you are back. By the way, you mentioned taking us to a new place. Where is it?" Yuanwen inquired, wiping away her tears as she looked at me with eager anticipation. At that moment, Susan cradled the little leopard in her arms, sitting beside me, also awaiting my response. "To the northeast lies a larger island, a haven for pirates," I began, steering the small boat as I recounted the harrowing events of the day and night to the two women. They were astonished to learn of the terrifying bloodshed I had endured. Their curiosity about my identity was palpable. I instructed them not to ask any questions, as knowing would not benefit them, and they both, in silent understanding, sealed their lips. Having crossed the 10 nautical miles of sea, we finally glimpsed the island's lights and heard the hum of the generator. Jacassi was hiding behind a low wooden board, watching us with astonishment as I approached with two unfamiliar women. She slowly rose, her expression one of shock. She bore no weapon. All firearms were laid out on the table in the wooden hut. She had already dealt with the bodies inside and cleaned the bloodstains from the floor, although a lingering scent of blood remained. Susan, Yuanwen, and I disembarked onto the shore. The two women had already heard me mention Jacassi on our way here. Yuanwen recognized her, having listened to Jacassi's songs and watched her films. Upon arriving, Yuanwen greeted her and introduced herself, exuding youthful exuberance and warmth. Jacassi was taken aback to encounter a fan of Asian descent. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Susan had little interaction with Jacassi, merely introducing herself, while I proceeded to gather all the firearms and stored them in the attic of the wooden hut, commanding the three women not to ascend to the loft. I ventured into a damp room, which served as a kitchen and bathroom. The so-called bathroom was connected to the hall, with water sourced from bamboo pipes overhead, the water flowing from a small stream behind the wooden hut. I shed my clothing and stood beneath the icy stream, washing away the odious scents that clung to me. It had been over 10 days since I last enjoyed such a refreshing bath. Jacassi sat outside, occasionally glancing in, while Susan appeared too shy to look. I was unperturbed by this, for eventually, anyone bathing here would be seen. Pirates would bathe in a line, perhaps even holding a few slave women to assist them. After rinsing off, I found myself without clean clothes or a towel. Just then, Yuanwen entered, clutching a new camouflage outfit and a brown towel, standing before me, her eyes fixed upon me. "Uncle, may I assist you with your back?" Chapter 72. The warehouse fire. I was somewhat taken aback that Yuanwen, a pure and innocent young girl, could gaze at me, a robust man, with such calmness. To her, I could easily be mistaken for her father. "I have finished washing up. You all should take a bath as well. Tonight, the three of you will sleep in the common room while I retire to the attic. If you have no pressing matters, I implore you not to venture upstairs. Should any misfortune befall you, do not blame me for not having warned you." I cautioned the three women before taking my clothes and striding naked towards the attic. I was utterly exhausted and needed a proper rest, for the morrow promised more significant undertakings. The three women could not fathom the impending crisis we were about to face. This night would be the most relaxed we would experience in the next 2 months. We ought to cherish this reprieve. Inside the attic, I rigged a tripwire, one end attached to a grenade pin. If anyone were to recklessly open the door, the moment it swung open, the grenade would fall, severing the intruder's legs. My intention was not to guard against these three women, for they had already been forewarned and would naturally avoid my quarters at night, and my concern lay with Buin. His stamina was not on par with mine, and he had ample food and fresh water. Thus, if he chose to capitalize on my fatigue and swam ashore under the cover of darkness, it was entirely within the realm of possibility for him to attempt to assassinate me. Were I in his position, I would certainly seize such an opportunity. After all, he had the chance to avoid direct confrontation with the angry sea. All he needed to do was eliminate me, and seized the satellite phone to call in the U.S. military. In that scenario, I would be his only adversary, and despite my strength, he would still have a 50-50 chance of overcoming me, whereas facing the angry sea meant assured death. When faced with two evils, one must choose the lesser. He had a significant likelihood of attempting to invade the island, and over the next 2 months, the threat of his arrival loomed ever closer. I had spared his life, and he was acutely aware of the reason. I required a pawn to take the lead and make sacrifices on my behalf, and Buin was that sacrificial lamb. Our partnership was decidedly inequitable. He had no choice but to either meet his end at my hands, or prolong his existence for 2 more months only to be slain by pirates. The pirate captain, inherently suspicious, would not believe him if he were to surrender upon the arrival of the angry sea, claiming that all the logistics personnel had been killed by an unknown assailant. It was evident that the captain would find his story implausible. Firstly, he had only joined the pirate crew 2 months prior. Secondly, they had 3 snipers, all seasoned U.S. Marines, boasting formidable combat experience. Thirdly, there were no signs of bombardment on the island, indicating that he had not encountered a rival raid. If he were to board and declare that a single individual had dispatched those men, his head would swiftly be severed and tossed onto the deck, becoming the pirate team's inaugural winter football. As I surveyed the attic, I noted 2 small windows with old-fashioned shutters that opened upwards. Should an emergency arise, I could escape through them. In the corner of the floor, a fist-sized hole provided a view into the hall, bathroom, and kitchen, evidently designed for surveillance. Lifting the small round wooden panel, I observed that the 3 women had discarded their foul pirate attire and were now bathing beneath a bamboo tube fed by a stream. Each woman possessed her own unique allure. Jikaxi's figure was elegantly pale and voluptuous, while Susan exhibited an exquisite balance of proportions, embodying the grace and subtle beauty of an Eastern woman, rivaling Jikaxi's physical appeal. Yi-Wenwen's youthful innocence and graceful stature were vividly displayed before my eyes. After a fleeting glance, I replaced the wooden panel and rummaged through a nearby wooden box, discovering an entire stash of condoms. I casually pocketed 5 or 6 before reclining upon the military bedding, allowing my body to relax and gradually drift into slumber. That night, my sleep was profoundly restful. Upon waking in the morning, I disarmed the grenade at the entrance and descended for a brief wash-up before steering the wooden boat to the edge of the mangrove, camouflaging it with foliage. I then returned to the shore. The women had awakened, and I called for Jikaxi, requesting her guidance to locate the granary. However, she shook her head despondently, saying, "The granary caught fire the day before yesterday. The pirates intended to transport food and liquor to the island yesterday, but upon hearing disturbances on the island, the food and oil leader took a team to investigate, and then I halted Jikaxi's narration, for I already comprehended the ensuing events. Albert and several members had likely been summoned to the ship for a reconnaissance mission, unaware that they were stepping into a confrontation. Consequently, they met their demise at my hands, having been ambushed by the pirates transporting provisions. The pirates had transported their supplies from the mainland, enough to last 3 months, and they typically divided their granaries into 2 sections to mitigate losses. Regrettably, the granary on the northeastern island had been depleted. The island where Buin currently resided, however, possessed an abundance of provisions sufficient to sustain him for over a year, but I could not venture to that island, nor could the women accompany me. Otherwise, Buin would undoubtedly demand that one woman remain behind to facilitate the transport of some supplies. "How much food do we currently have?" I inquired of Jikaxi. She gestured towards the table, where some ham, leopard meat, and a few pieces of golden pomfret lay. "Only these. We must ration our food carefully. We cannot remain here for long. Buin could strike at any moment, and if the angry sea returns, it will undoubtedly bombard this coastline first. We could very well be asleep when disaster befalls us. Thus, in the coming days, I will investigate this island to find a suitable new refuge for us," I declared, gnawing on a piece of leopard meat, my jaw muscles working vigorously. My gaze fell upon Susan and Yi-Wenwen, who, having just awakened, donned their own nightgowns, their figures subtly outlined. With the presence of mosquito coils, they clearly enjoyed a more restful slumber than ever before. Chapter 73. Seeking shelter in the mountains, please organize the kitchen utensils and some essential living supplies. We must be prepared to leave at any moment. Today, I will assess the situation on the island, and if I can find a suitable place to reside, we shall move without delay. I addressed the 3 women. Yi Wenwen's eyes widened in shock. We have only just found a place where we can sleep soundly. Why must we relocate? Indeed, Mr. Pan, residing here is far better than dwelling in the mountains, Susan echoed, her face reflecting reluctance. Women naturally cherish a stable and comfortable home, and the conditions here were undeniably superior to those we had previously endured. If we do not evacuate now, and the angry sea returns, their 30-plus cannons could obliterate us into fragments. Would you wish to be reduced to mere debris? I replied, feeling a tinge of patience towards the two women, a sentiment I would not have entertained previously. But you mentioned they wouldn't return for another 2 months, Yi Wenwen protested, a hint of grievance in her tone. 2 months is merely the maximum time frame. They could return at any point within that period. Furthermore, Boone may arrive on the island at any moment. We can only guard against 1 day at a time. We must prepare a strategy, I patiently elucidated. I am not a man of many words, perhaps a consequence of the traumas I endured in my childhood and youth. Faced with these two somewhat naive women, I began to slowly explain the unimaginable crises that loomed ahead. Some threats, when articulated, may not be comprehended. Much like a child who has never fallen does not understand the circumstances that could lead to a fall or the extent of the injury it could cause. The three women fell into silence, their beautiful eyes filled with reluctance towards this wooden abode. Uncle, will we still have the chance to return home? Yi Wenwen asked, her eyes glistening with tears. I inhaled deeply, casting my gaze towards the sun rising in the east and the beautifully crimson sea. Once I have vanquished all the pirates aboard the angry sea, we shall sail back to land on the pirate warship. At that time, you may choose to return home or indulge in leisure as you wish, but for now, our priority must be survival, I murmured. The three women also gazed at the red sun in the east, sharing my anticipation for the future. However, the path to our freedom was likely to be fraught with thorns and peril. Susan Wenwen, we should place our trust in Mr. Pan. If he can eliminate all the pirates here, he can certainly guide us back to shore. Our duty now is to cooperate with him and heed his commands, just as you have done before to survive, Jacassi spoke in her halting Chinese. Susan and Yi Wenwen exchanged glances with Jacassi, and Susan replied, Of course we believe in him. He has saved us more than once. Yi Wenwen approached me and embraced me tightly. Uncle, I will listen to you. I nodded slightly and led Yi Wenwen to my loft. Her curious gaze met mine as she asked, Uncle, is there something you wish to discuss? I may not return in the next few days. If I do not make it back, you should sleep in the loft at night, keeping a vigilant watch over the firearms. Should anyone attempt to take them, do not hesitate to use the pistol hidden beneath the carpet to eliminate them. Furthermore, if Boone arrives here, tell them I have gone into the mountains. He will not harm you. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. Do you understand? I instructed. Yi Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her momentarily speechless. But they are good people. Just follow my instructions. I do not wish to isolate them, but each of their backgrounds is quite complex, and no one truly knows their inner thoughts, I replied, while Yi Wenwen bit her red lip, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. I retrieved the pistol from beneath the carpet and taught her how to disengage the safety. Once she grasped the concept, I returned the firearm to its hiding place and cautioned her that it must remain concealed unless absolutely necessary. If the adversary harbored hostile intentions, revealing any aggressive behavior would likely lead to immediate retaliation. Having imparted these instructions, I shouldered my sniper rifle, secured 2 Glock handguns, and a machete, venturing into the unknown dangers of the tropical rainforest. This island, I estimated, spanned approximately 16 square kilometers, teeming with potential hazards. I could not afford to be complacent. I must locate a site conducive to both combat and refuge, one that is distant from the coast, boasts ample freshwater, and offers a clear vantage point. Such a location would enable me to observe any approaching enemies before they arrived, allowing for preemptive measures. Discovering this ideal spot would require both luck and ample time. Should I return to the wooden cabin at night, I would waste precious daylight traversing repeated paths, depleting my energy unnecessarily. Thus, I resolved not to return until I had secured a suitable dwelling. Their sustenance could still be foraged along the shoreline, ensuring we would not suffer in the short term. However, time was of the essence, and we could not squander a moment. Once the angry sea seized a vessel and acquired sufficient ransom, it would not be uncommon for them to return early in celebration. Though 2 months was the stated timeline, each passing day could herald their return. We were poised to confront a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Any misstep could plunge us into an irretrievable abyss. The author's note. I have observed some chapter reviews. Some readers express disdain for the combat sections, preferring tales of beauty instead. I too find this troubling. This narrative demands a careful reading to truly appreciate its essence. It cannot be crafted like a mere feel-good story. Otherwise, I might as well pin a tale of survival on an island where everyone looks down on the protagonist, who relies on skill to impress. Chapter 74. Caving adventure. The mountain paths of the northeastern island are exceedingly wild and untamed. I ventured along the narrow stream behind the wooden cabin. Traversing the dense wilderness would likely decimate my pace tenfold. Before nightfall, it is uncertain whether I could cover the 5 kilometers ahead, yet I must still navigate the rugged mountain trails once I delve deeper. In the vicinity of the armory, there are landmines, but other areas are devoid of such precautions, as there is no necessity for them. Similarly, treasure-laden locales would not be rigged with explosives, for should an animal trigger them, the treasure's location would be revealed to all. The human pursuit of wealth cannot be thwarted by a mere handful of landmines. Even if an army lay in ambush, countless souls would still rush forth in pursuit of riches. Thus, amidst this primal tropical jungle, I find myself in a state of profound freedom, able to traverse as I please, provided I remain aware of cardinal directions. Following the stream to its source, I discovered a rocky hill overgrown with thorns, where various low trees flourished. Irregular stones protruded from the ground, coated in damp moss, resembling slumbering green turtles nestled upon the earth. The spring water flowed gently over the moss-covered stones. After consuming the fresh water I had brought with me, I positioned my aluminum canteen beneath the spring's outflow. This, of course, would yield little water, for the spring's flow was minimal and trickled forth slowly. I untied my shoelaces, placing one end into the spring and the other into the canteen, allowing the sweet spring water to seep through the shoelace and drip into the vessel. This is a fundamental wilderness water collection method employed during marches. This technique helps to avoid contamination from organisms that lay eggs in water, though it may impart a hint of shoelace flavor. In comparison to the perils of drinking water tainted with parasites, a mere trace of shoelace taste is inconsequential. While gathering water, I did not remain idle. I ascended the rocky hill. Although not particularly high, it afforded me a view of half the island, significantly enhancing my sense of direction. I resolved to continue northeastward. Approximately 3 kilometers ahead, I espied a small river flowing from east to west. The mountain at the river's source stood as the tallest peak on the island, estimated to reach an altitude of around 300 meters. From a distance, it resembled a natural throne nestled in the mountains, with the high peak serving as a backrest, the undulating hills flanking it as armrests, while a river meandered toward the setting sun. This locale appeared to be an idyllic habitat. If I could find a suitable dwelling atop that mountain, it would grant me a tremendous natural advantage over the raging sea. The mere thought filled me with exhilaration as I carefully descended the rocky hill, retrieving my aluminum canteen filled with sweet spring water and readying my shoelaces. With renewed hope, I set forth toward that mountain peak. After 2 hours of traversing this untamed terrain, I finally reached the hillside on the southern flank of the mountain. Gazing towards the river I had previously spotted, I was astonished to discover a waterfall concealed within a gorge, cascading in stages from the mountainside. Judging by the flow rate of the waterfall, I surmised that the protruding area at mid-mountain must be an island lake. My excitement heightened as I spent another hour laboriously making my way to the waterfall. Even before I reached it, the mist from the waterfall enveloped the bamboo grove, a refreshing coolness penetrating the heart of this uninvited guest, instantly calming my heated body. Grasping a bamboo stalk, I leaned out to observe the river's course. The sun was already descending in the west, where the vast ocean merged with this island's small river, creating a breathtaking natural tableau that filled me with delight and an irresistible desire to linger. I glanced upward at the mountain's summit, feeling as though I had stumbled upon a veritable paradise. Continuing along the bamboo grove, I ascended the mountain, passing through a thicket of large buttressed roots and towering skyward trees, until I finally arrived at the heart of the mountain. Indeed, I had discovered an olive-shaped island lake, and the environment here was entirely different from what I had envisioned upon my arrival. The so-called highest peak was merely a continuation of a vast mountain range. The island lake was but a valley nestled within these mountains. The mountain's waters all flowed into the lake, which in turn fed the enchanting waterfall, cascading westward. The river was wide enough to allow our small boat to navigate its waters, an unexpected delight. I could easily transport 3 women along the coast, guiding the boat from the river's entrance to the tranquil pool beneath the waterfall. I merely needed to find a suitable habitable spot near that small pool. Constructing a wooden cabin would be a secondary option. My ideal scenario would involve discovering a spacious natural cave. Mountains with gorges often conceal numerous natural caverns. With a bit of modification, it could transform into a splendid cave villa where the 3 women and I could reside comfortably. My excitement surged, and I decided not to pursue the mountaintop today. Instead, I sought a path downward, determined to locate a cave, with the intention of bringing the 3 women to this haven the following day. I descended to the edge of the small pool, which spanned approximately 400 square meters and resembled a gourd. The area beneath the waterfall was characterized by smooth rocks, upon which torrents of water crashed, producing a deafening roar while generating a mist that billowed outward. Through the mist, I discerned a natural cave behind the waterfall. If the entrance were to be the waterfall itself, it would be impractical for habitation, as each entry and exit would leave one drenched and susceptible to illness. I leapt into the pool, which was over 2 meters deep, and swam to the base of the waterfall. Cautiously, I climbed up the slippery stones, reaching a height of over 3 meters until I finally entered the rear of the natural cave. This cavern truly astonished me. Aside from the moisture at the entrance, the interior was remarkably dry, for a natural barrier effectively shielded it from the mist and the sound of rushing water. I retrieved my handgun and flashlight, probing into the depths of the cave. Author's note: I am quietly ramping up my output. Would any kind souls be willing to support me? I hope everyone can leave a 5-star rating, as it is crucial for the continued exposure of this book. Chapter 75. Beyond the giant's jaw, such secluded jungle caves often serve as habitats for large animals, including tigers, leopards, wolf packs, and even giant pythons. While the presence of bats is common in most caves, which is hardly surprising, an excessive number of them poses a significant risk of bites should one carelessly venture inside. It is well known that bats carry a multitude of bacteria and viruses, making any bite a serious concern. Thus, entering such jungle caves is far from a trivial pursuit. Without ample preparation and extensive experience in exploration, one may easily meet a fatal end due to overconfidence and hubris. I maneuvered around a massive stone within the cave, where the entrance suddenly widened, compelling me to crawl forward. Had the interior been shrouded in darkness, I would have certainly refrained from entering, for it could very well house a giant python, and to venture in would be akin to offering myself to its jaws. However, amidst the smooth stone crevices, I discerned a faint glimmer of light to my right, which grew increasingly pronounced as I advanced. There was no humidity wafting toward me, and the stone surface upon which I lay was notably dry, allowing me to envision the wonders that lay ahead. My anticipation heightened as I imagined the formation of this cavern. Perhaps eons ago, a torrential downpour dislodged a colossal rock from the mountainside, sending it tumbling into the valley, ultimately resting upon this stone beneath, leaving a hollow space within. Over countless years, this extraordinary shape gradually took form. After crawling for several more meters along the polished stone, I felt I had reached the closest point between the 2 enormous boulders, my body wedged between them like a wolf inadvertently caught in a crevice. Upon assessing the narrow gap, I realized it was insurmountable. Should I become trapped, it would spell my doom. Countless explorers have met their fate due to a lack of understanding of their own physique and the perilous desire for shortcuts, ultimately becoming mere specters in the wilderness. I retraced my steps back to the waterfall's mouth, glancing to my right, where I beheld another massive square rock, its surface adorned with wild grasses and moss, dotted with delicate pink flowers that appeared particularly enchanting at that moment. I knew that scaling this 20-meter-high rock and reaching the rear of the waterfall's boulder would most certainly unveil its hidden visage. If my conjecture was correct, I anticipated discovering a natural cave resembling the gaping maw of a giant. Unable to suppress my joy, I swiftly identified a climbing route and began to ascend, eager to traverse this giant's jawbone and behold the splendid scenery beyond. Climbing in the wild is an activity fraught with danger, with the mortality rate for free climbers soaring to 50%. The demands placed on the fingers, forearms, triceps, biceps, and core muscles are exceedingly rigorous, targeting muscle groups that ordinary exercises cannot adequately train, which often determine the fate of a free climber's career. I had previously scaled the world-renowned climbing haven of Chief Mountain, and in comparison, this giant's jawbone seemed trivial. Nevertheless, I remained exceedingly cautious in selecting my route, paying meticulous attention to every foothold and handhold. Though not particularly high, a fall could result in severe injury or death. Like a green gecko, I clung to the giant stone wall, steadily ascending, each movement as assured as if I were affixed to the rock itself. After several minutes, I successfully surpassed the giant's jawbone, revealing a level stone surface covered in a variety of wild grasses and a small patch of dandelions, each bloom resembling a beautiful puffball. I approached and scattered them, allowing their lovely seeds to dance in the wind, free to find new soil to grow into hopeful dandelion mothers. After a short walk, I finally glimpsed a new world. Behind me flowed a small stream, trickling through an underground opening at the lower left of the giant's mouth. Traversing beneath the massive stone before entering a tranquil pool, I could not help but admire the masterful handiwork of nature. I slid down the slope along the side of the boulder, and the natural cave, the giant's mouth, gradually unfolded before my eyes. The entrance spans approximately 10 meters wide, with a height of about 1.5 meters on the left and rising to around 1.7 to 8 meters on the right, extending over 2 meters deep, the ceiling lowering as one ventures further inside. The stone surface within slopes upward, resembling a giant's chin, effectively dividing the pebble-strewn stream and compelling it to veer left into the underground opening. Despite this, the cave still held considerable water, likely the result of tidal surges or torrential rain. I cheerfully stepped inside, savoring this natural abode. I was certain that 3 women would delight in this space, if I could gather some sturdy hardwood branches to fortify a wooden wall against any ferocious beasts, and furnish the interior with the blankets discovered in the wooden hut. It would undoubtedly become an exquisite sanctuary, warm in the spring and cool in the summer. Were it not for the impending arrival of the Fury, we could certainly enjoy a blissful existence here. As dusk began to descend, I deemed it unwise to travel at night. Thus, I resolved to seek a dry stone surface within the cave to spend the night. Before darkness enveloped the land, I intended to scout for a route that would allow swift access from the outside, for otherwise, all would be in vain, as 3 women could not possibly navigate their way. Thank you all for your 5-star ratings. I will continue to strive for more updates today. Chapter 76. Overnight in the cave. The only shortcut from the water pool to the giant's gill stone is across steep slopes, surrounded by a dense bamboo forest. By circumventing this extensive thicket, one can reach the small stream adjacent to the stone cave. Although the journey is somewhat lengthy, I find myself quite content. Having discovered the path, I resolved to cut down some straight hardwoods to bring back. In the primordial rainforest, trees are abundant. However, harvesting dozens of straight hardwood logs is undoubtedly a monumental task that cannot be accomplished in less than a full day. I contemplated constructing a bamboo wall gate from the sturdy bamboo here, yet doubted its durability. If confronted by a 500-pound black bear or a frenzied giant wild boar, a mere sprint would suffice to obliterate the bamboo gate. Despite possessing weapons, I am aware that the 3 women accompanying me would not stand a chance against a giant bear, even with firearms in hand. Furthermore, without a stable and robust dwelling, how could they feel secure? In the wilderness, shelter is of utmost importance. Lacking a secure abode invites a plethora of unforeseen issues and troubles. For instance, bites from snakes or insects can disrupt sleep, and exposure to the elements can lead to illness. A sudden assault by a ferocious beast could result in fever and declining immunity within a mere few days. Should the security of our shelter falter, ailments would exacerbate, and the body's resistance would diminish due to insufficient nourishment. In times of illness, one's will to survive wanes, as even a simple severe cold can torment a person to the brink of despair. Over time, death from illness becomes inevitable. In addition to these concerns, threats such as torrential rain and lightning loom. Thus, possessing a dry and comfortable little nest is indeed crucial. Even amidst days of downpour or being incapacitated by injury, as long as food is plentiful, one can thrive within this humble abode. However, after scouring a radius of 100 meters, I found little suitable hardwood. I managed to fell only 5 logs of arm thickness. Glancing at the sky, I realized I would need to spend the night here, which posed its own challenges should a wild beast appear. I resolved to cut some bamboo to construct 2 rows of deer fences, approximately 1 meter and 3 centimeters in length. Historically, deer fences were used to impede enemy cavalry at city gates. While I do not need to deter mounted foes, I must erect these barriers before darkness falls to prevent wild animals from detecting my scent while I sleep and seeking me as prey. Clearly, a bamboo gate would be less effective than the deer fences and would take longer to construct. Armed with a machete, creating these tools would be far more efficient. Had I relied on the previous sailor's knife, I might have spent 5 or 6 hours without success. I climbed into the bamboo grove, observing the tall, sturdy bamboo, each as thick as an adult's wrist, perfect for the deer fences. I need not worry about the presence of bamboo vipers above, as they prefer to inhabit the denser, shorter varieties of bamboo. Swinging my machete, I worked diligently. In just 10 minutes, I had felled 17 or 18 meticulously selected stalks. I stripped all the leaves from the bamboo, cut off the ends, and then divided each into sections of about 1.5 meters. After nearly an hour, I had completed all the necessary bamboo segments. I then sharpened each piece and fashioned bamboo strips from one stalk to create binding ropes. These bamboo ropes are remarkably useful. One simply divides the bamboo into finger-sized strips and separates the outer skin from the inner pith with the machete. The fibers detach swiftly. Once an incision is made, a downward stroke with the machete cleaves them apart entirely. The bamboo skin, known as bamboo green, possesses excellent flexibility, by wrapping it around the items to be bound several times and twisting the ends together into a braid. One can secure the bundle tightly. Before sunset, I successfully intertwined and bound the bamboo to complete 2 rows of deer fences. While these fences cannot entirely seal off the 10-meter-wide cave entrance, they adequately enclose my sleeping area, which suffices for my needs. I had initially planned to catch some freshwater fish and build a fire to cook, but as darkness descended, I was left with no choice but to consume the leopard meat I had brought with me. Lying in the dry cave, listening to the flowing stream, I began to miss everyone. The environment here is evidently less favorable than the wooden cottage by the coast, yet safety is paramount. Here, I need not fear a bombardment from the fury of the sea arriving in the dead of night, nor the threat of Boone's ascent. The cave grew chilly at night, with drafts on both sides and proximity to water. I had no time to address these issues and could only make do for the night. In the middle of the night, I heard the howling of wolves and the heavy breathing of a brown bear. Opening my eyes, I was startled to see a massive brown bear prowling outside the cave. This creature must weigh at least 400 pounds. I curled up inside the cave, akin to a frightened lone wolf. However, I was aware that it could not enter unless it risked injury by charging through my deer fences. I swiftly grasped my sniper rifle. This enormous brown bear had already sensed my presence, and I could not allow it to escape, lest it return tomorrow night. It likely had never encountered the might of modern firearms. Aiming my gun at it, the bear showed no sign of fear, instead displaying a threatening demeanor as it pounded its massive paws against the deer fences, attempting to topple them. Author's note: I appreciate everyone's encouragement, and I will continue to strive forward. Chapter 77. The pack's feast due to the presence of a horizontal bamboo pole fixed at the intersection of the thorny bamboos. The tripod of the deer fort was rendered stable, making it impossible to topple. It could only be pushed aside. However, the brown bear had evidently not contemplated this method, nor would it have the opportunity to do so again. With my rifle aimed directly at its ponderous skull, I fired without hesitation. The bear's hefty body collapsed instantly, deprived of even a moment to struggle or convulse. Had I relied on a handgun, it would have been futile. One shot would either fail to incapacitate it, scare it away, or incite its wrath, compelling it to attack me indiscriminately. Clearly, I would not allow it any chance to harm me. Even a mere lick from its barbed tongue, laden with backward-facing spines, would be a grievous injury. This formidable omnivore could clean the flesh off bones with its tongue, thanks to its multitude of backward-facing spines. To exaggerate slightly, a single lick could be likened to being scraped by a plane on human skin. Without a firearm, my combat prowess, even with a dagger in hand, would find it exceedingly difficult to prevail. A mere accidental touch from it would likely render me incapacitated. Moreover, escaping would be an arduous task, as it could sprint at a staggering speed of 56 kilometers per hour. In the wild, when devoid of weapons, it is prudent to avoid such thick-skinned, massive creatures. One should never provoke them unnecessarily. The bear's blood coursed down the stream into the pool beneath the waterfall, and had it been daylight, a river of blood would have been visible. The scent of blood would undoubtedly attract more bloodthirsty beasts, and I could not drag the carcass into a cave. It was destined to become a feast for those predators. Yet, how could I come to terms with this? Setting aside the fact that the nutritious meat was a rare bounty in our harsh environment, The bear's hide alone was a treasure I could not bear to lose. In winter, it would provide warmth. During the rain, it could serve as a raincoat, and in nocturnal battles against enemies, it would afford me camouflage on damp days. Laying it inside the cave would ensure unparalleled dryness. I set my sniper rifle aside, aware of the limited ammunition. Only 3 boxes in the armory, each containing 50 rounds. I had taken just 1 box, leaving me with merely 20 rounds. Thus, only 2 boxes remained. This ammunition was crucial for the effectiveness of the Fury's sniper rifle. Regrettably, even if I were to hit every target, exhausting all my... If I failed to capture the captain or first mate, both Boo and I, with our bodies bristling with fangs, would find ourselves facing certain death. I surmised that Boo's ammunition amounted to no more than 27 or... Therefore, the sniper bullets were exceedingly precious to us. After placing the sniper rifle down, I grasped 2 Glock handguns firmly in my hands. Through extensive shooting practice, my proficiency with either hand was nearly indistinguishable. The howls of wolves grew increasingly louder, signifying that a peaceful slumber was now out of the question for me this evening. I could only wonder how many wolves would come. Both handguns were fully loaded, each magazine containing 17 rounds, a total of 34 rounds. Should the number of wolves exceed this, I would find myself in a precarious situation. In my experience, wolf packs in the jungle rarely exceed 10 individuals, though larger packs may comprise 30 to 40, depending on the distribution of food in the area. Half an hour later, the bamboo groves bordering the stream fell eerily silent, as if the chorus of insects had been abruptly silenced. A dozen wolves prowled the woods, holding their breath and surveying the situation, refraining from making any sound as they awaited the howl of their alpha. Wolves are remarkably fierce and intelligent creatures. They possess a sense of social cohesion, hunting strategies, a naturally suspicious demeanor, agility, and stamina. If I failed to eliminate them, they could engage me in a war of attrition throughout the night. When encountering a pack in the wild, their inherently cautious nature means they will not attack recklessly. Wielding a torch or a sturdy stick can at least allow one to hold them off until nightfall. They only strike when they ascertain that the target poses minimal threat. However, if night falls without finding a way out or receiving reinforcements, danger looms. I was not particularly concerned about these issues, for I held advanced weaponry in my hands, and with my shooting skills, these wolves would not stand a chance against me. My only concern was the potential damage to my bare hide. After observing for a while, 3 or 4 wolves tentatively emerged from the bamboo thicket and stepped into the stream, their attention evidently drawn to me. They quickly recognized that this brown bear was my quarry, yet they were unfamiliar with my bipedal form, entirely unaware of the extent of my lethality. Noticing my lack of sharp fangs, muscular arms, and lethal claws, they even speculated whether the bear had perished from a fall. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, as could be discerned from their upright, alert ears. They were perpetually poised for either attack or retreat, intent on discerning my capabilities before employing flanking tactics. Chapter 78. The Game of Man and Wolf. I was acutely aware of the intentions of the 4 wolves lurking nearby. They sought to probe my defenses and ascertain my method of attack. Once I initiated my offensive, those concealed within the bamboo grove would find it exceedingly difficult to emerge, opting instead to remain hidden, gradually wearing me down, even following me through the daylight hours. Thus, I was resolute in my decision not to hastily discharge my firearm to eliminate these scouting wolves. Initially positioned over 20 meters away, the wolves, sensing my stillness, began to inch closer to the tempting form of the brown bear, which was a mere meter from me. As they approached, salivating at the sight of the delectable creature, they cast furtive glances my way. However, the barrier of the deer fence prevented them from getting close enough to catch my scent. The 4 wolves made several attempts to intimidate me, baring their sharp, menacing teeth. When they observed my continued immobility, one of them took a bite out of the bear, not for sustenance, but as a provocation, testing my response. When I remained unthreatening, they howled defiantly at the sky. This band of marauders seemed to believe that the several hundred pounds of brown bear was merely a casualty of a fall from a cliff, and they brazenly attempted to feast on it before me, the rightful owner of the prey. Yet, no matter how clever or sharp their teeth, they were no match for the might of human firepower. After a cacophony of howls, the pack emerged from the bamboo grove, their eyes glinting with greed and challenge in the moonlight. It was as if they were proclaiming that once they devoured this clumsy brown bear, they would then turn their attention to me, the feeble creature. Clearly, they were oblivious to the nature of the threat I posed, as I studied the wolves, attempting to identify their leader. Capture the king before the pawns. These gray wolves dared not consume the bear, merely pressing their noses close for a cautious sniff, stealing furtive licks. I noticed a particularly robust gray wolf, distinguished by its dark gray fur and white underbelly, standing taller and stronger than its companions. While the rest of the pack lowered their heads and drooled over the bear, this one kept its gaze fixed upon me. It was the Wolf King. The moment it discerned that I posed no threat, it prepared to raise its head and howl. I acted swiftly. Should it call out, the pack would immediately descend upon my quarry. Clearly, I would not allow it to sound the alarm. Why, 2 Glock handguns erupted in rapid succession, my rate of fire exceptionally swift. The Wolf King fell, and simultaneously, the surrounding wolves collapsed. By the time those remaining reacted, over 10 of their number had perished, scattering like a pack of frightened wild dogs into the bamboo grove. With the loss of their leader, compounded by their fear of the gunfire, they would not dare return. However, they would linger at a distance, cautiously observing the situation by the creek. I knew all too well that once I departed from this place, they would return to partake of the brown bear. Therefore, before my exit, I needed to gradually move the bear into the cave and utilize the deer fence for its protection. Otherwise, our future food supply would be severely compromised, and we would be forced to toil daily for sustenance, leaving little time for rest or preparation for battle. I had to train the 3 women to become proficient marksmen. Even if they did not engage in combat, they would at least be better equipped to protect themselves. Thus, time was of the essence for me. This brown bear would serve as our food supply for the coming month. It must not be lost. Pushed aside the deer fence and secured a climbing rope around the bear's neck. Tightening it in the darkness, I exerted my strength to drag the approximately 450-pound giant bear, using my backward pull to maneuver it. The wolves dared not approach, merely watching in astonishment as I, an unarmed monster, dragged the bear into the stone cave. I positioned the bear in the farthest left corner of the cave, where the deer fence could effectively enclose it. Tonight, I could rest comfortably beside this great bear. The warmth of its body and the softness of its fur dispelled any lingering concerns I had about the night's chill. Should any other carnivorous creatures approach, they would first consider dragging away the bodies of the wolves, as those carcasses were lighter and easier to remove. There would be no need to provoke me. I slept nestled against the bear throughout the night. Although its scent was somewhat peculiar, it was a trivial concern compared to the prospect of enduring the cold. Upon rising, I surveyed the area outside the deer fence. The 10 or so wolves I had slain lay scattered upon the smooth stones by the creek, and undoubtedly, many carnivores had arrived after my slumber to drag away their remains. As for the remaining wolves, now bereft of their king, they would soon elect a new leader. I was certain they still lurked nearby, watching me. However, I felt no apprehension, for they lacked the audacity of tigers or lions to launch a swift attack. Their suspicion would only compel them to observe me from the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This trait might serve well against other prey, but it held no relevance for me, armed as I was. They could only follow me until nightfall, yet before darkness fell, I would relocate the women and supplies to this safe haven. They would never have the chance to avenge their fallen king. I secured the deer fence firmly and transported stones to reinforce the area, ensuring that no carnivorous creature could intrude upon our food supply. With everything in place, I swiftly made my way back, my pace far quicker than my initial journey, which had been aimless and meandering. Now, I had a clear direction, and within 2 hours, I would reach the wooden cabin by the shore. Author's note: does the diligent author have your support? I would greatly appreciate your kind reviews. I hope to bring you a refreshing experience amidst this steel jungle. Chapter 79. An M16 within the depths of the tropical jungle, there exists no semblance of a path. The rampant growth of vegetation and the fierce competition for survival have resulted in every inch of space being utilized to its fullest. The environment in which these plants thrive is infinitely more hostile than that of humankind, though it remains unseen by human eyes. As I journeyed onward, I traversed countless low shrubs and grasped numerous resilient vines, their tenacity sufficient to support my entire weight. In certain downhill stretches, I swayed precariously, yet I had to be both cautious and swift in discerning which vines might give way and which would hold firm. grasping a vine that had struggled for months without reaching the canopy would not only squander its efforts, but could also result in my own injury. Moving rapidly through the jungle is undeniably perilous, yet I have grown accustomed to surviving in such wild terrain. During my days of being hunted in the Golden Triangle, I lived primarily within the jungle before eventually becoming a mercenary. In truth, I would prefer the life of the jungle over that of a mercenary. The latter's existence is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, entwined daily with life and death, and bartering with demons. For us mercenaries, capture often leads to a grim fate, as we are among the few soldiers in the world who can be executed without the necessity of a military tribunal. Thus, we live day by day, existing like animals. I scaled desolate mountains, my extensive military training endowing me with extraordinary physical prowess and endurance. After traversing nearly 3 kilometers of rugged terrain, I finally returned to the small stream leading to the wooden cabin. Following the stream at a swift pace, I resembled a wild stallion navigating mountains and waters, treading through the babbling brook and over the scattered stones, until I reached the exterior of the cabin. I did not rush inside. Instead, I carefully removed my sniper rifle and observed the surroundings for half an hour. Only when I spotted Jakasi bathing in the bathroom, Susan tidying up the kitchen, and Ewenwen binding weapons in the attic, did I allow myself to relax. Of course, I was not in haste to return. I first headed to the armory. The 2 men who perished within that chamber remained there, their bodies now emitting a foul stench, grotesque in appearance. I paid them no heed as I approached the armory door. Using the barrel of my gun, I pushed the door open, ensuring no ambush awaited me on the other side before stepping inside. I promptly extracted the bullets from my sniper rifle and placed them into a canvas bag. I then dragged out a box of anti-personnel mines. These weapons were exceedingly heavy, requiring multiple trips to transport them all. In truth, not all of these weapons would be of use to me. I could not take the surplus boxes of AKs. Instead, I sought to retrieve the anti-personnel mines, a mortar, and a rocket launcher. These heavy artillery pieces were imperative to carry away, along with the rifle ammunition. Feel my astonishment. I discovered an M16A2 rifle nestled at the bottom of a small wooden crate. The M16 has long been a favored weapon among nations, boasting an impressive range, capable of both automatic and semi-automatic fire, with the second generation allowing for the effortless attachment of scopes, effectively enabling one to engage multiple enemies at close range with precision. A surge of fervor welled up within me as I hastily rummaged through over a dozen boxes of 5.56mm ammunition. My excitement was palpable. With this firearm in my possession, I could train one of the 3 women to become a sharpshooter. The addition of another marksman would undoubtedly affect a qualitative change on the battlefield. I surmised that the vessel Angry Sea harbored ambitions to cultivate a sniper, intending to strike against rival pirates. However, the unforeseen inclusion of 3 retired U.S. military snipers compelled them to abandon this scheme. If indeed this was their intention, then Angry Sea must be planning an assault on a particular pirate faction upon its return. Yet, at this moment, I remained uncertain as to which faction they aimed to target. If that faction were nearby, it might be prudent to consider an alliance against Angry Sea, but the lack of information rendered such plans indeterminate. I slung the brand new M16 over my shoulder, resolved to depart immediately, intending to return later for the 5.56mm ammunition and those grenades. The rocket launcher and mortar were also included in this initial journey. Upon my return to the wooden cabin, I was greeted by 3 scantily clad women, their faces alight with joy. Rushing over to inquire about my endeavors, I informed them that I had discovered a suitable cave for habitation, and we could proceed there at once. They had already organized and bundled the essential supplies. I maneuvered the small boat over. This ironwood vessel, intended for transporting provisions, offered more space and a greater carrying capacity than a speedboat. I loaded a substantial quantity of supplies onto the boat, nearly filling it to capacity, with 2 women seated at the stern, while Ewenwen occupied the space before them, and I stood at the bow, steering the craft. At that moment, the 3 women, clad in pirate-like burlap attire, presented an alluring silhouette, their curves exuding a softness that was undeniably captivating. However, I had no time to admire their figures. Instead, I filled the boat with a drum of diesel and set course westward. My plan was to navigate around half of the island to the west before steering the vessel into the mouth of a small river, subsequently veering eastward. This small wooden boat afforded me tremendous convenience. Without it, I might have been limited to carrying merely a couple of blankets and a few garments, alongside a few firearms and ammunition, leaving everything else to be consumed by flames. Now, I was able to transport nearly all essential living items. Later, I could return to transfer a significant cache of weapons to the stone cave, a fortunate circumstance indeed. As I approached the shore of the Fury Sea, I intended to lay numerous landmines along our path, maximizing enemy casualties at minimal cost. After all, their gunboats could not navigate the small river, alleviating concerns of bombardment. Their attacks would be restricted to mortar fire, significantly diminishing the threat. Furthermore, the open terrain, coupled with the advantageous high ground, provided an ideal vantage point for sniping, bolstering my confidence in confronting the Fury Sea. Ultimately, the Fury Sea would first reach my island, and our victory would hinge upon Bune's ambush. The kidnapping of the captain and first mate rested solely on his shoulders. Should he perish, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Author's note: thank you all for your generous gifts and support for this book. I appreciate you all. Love you. Chapter 80. Crisis in the river. The wooden boat, laden with a multitude of goods, glided slowly into the meandering river nestled within the mountains. The river, approximately 3 meters wide and about 1 meter deep, was flanked by abundant mugwort and the delightful seasonal greenery. Debris and severed branches floated upon the surface, while the air was filled with the melodious calls of birds from the surrounding thickets, infusing this secluded waterway with an enchanting poetic charm. 3 women, seemingly entranced by the beauty of this unfamiliar landscape, expressed their excitement by eagerly gazing at every direction. As we passed a cluster of blossoms, Yuanwen daringly reached out to pluck a small yellow flower. I chided her gently, to which she responded playfully by sticking out her tongue. Meanwhile, Susan knelt in the boat, cautiously dipping her hand into the water to wash her delicate face. The river, reflecting the verdant banks, appeared a deep shade of emerald green, allowing the women to use the surface as a mirror to admire their own reflections. Women have an inherent love for beauty. Noticing Susan's reflection, Jakasi and Yuanwen leaned over the side of the boat to wash their faces as well. The riverbed, unlike the rivers we typically encounter, was composed of muddy silt and decaying vegetation rather than the stones we are accustomed to. As a result, the water appeared murky, resembling a pot of green broth flowing within nature rather than a crystal-clear stream. "What is that?" Yuanwen inquired curiously, spotting 2 small black beads on the surface that resembled wild grass fruit. Upon a closer look, I discerned that beneath these beads lay a piece of driftwood, seemingly submerged for ages. It stirred slightly, and I instantly recognized it as a caiman. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and I swiftly shot the caiman that was poised to lunge and bite off Yuanwen's arm. The 3 women were startled by the sound, their screams subsiding only when they beheld the lifeless caiman, which had rolled over to reveal its white underbelly, blood spilling from its wounds. Almost immediately, lurking caimans revealed themselves, rushing to tear apart their fallen kin. The women, now pale with fear, had not anticipated such a multitude of caimans in these waters and felt a wave of relief that they had not lost their hands while washing their faces moments before. Stunned into silence, they sat there, their faces ashen. They realized my earlier warning was not mere paranoia. The wilderness harbored countless hidden dangers, and one careless moment could have dire consequences. After this harrowing experience, the women's spirits had been thoroughly dampened. I carefully maneuvered the wooden boat against the current of the winding river, but soon we encountered a formidable obstacle. Ahead, a log as thick as a man's waist lay horizontally across the water. We were still about 500 meters from the waterhole, and it was impossible to unload the cargo and carry it overland, given the unimaginable difficulties and dangers that lay ahead. The riverbank was shrouded in mud and swamp grass, obscuring any potential hazards beneath the surface, making it impossible to disembark and traverse the shore. "Uncle, what do we do? We can't move such a large log," Yuanwen exclaimed, her face etched with concern as she stood to get a better look at the obstruction. "Fear not, we have explosives," I reassured her, gesturing with my hand before reversing the boat by 26 meters. I advised the 3 women to plug their ears and open their mouths wide. Once they complied, I retrieved a sleek black grenade from my pocket, pulled the pin, and hurled it towards the log. The grenade detonated with a thunderous roar above the water, reverberating through the valley and startling the birds and beasts along the banks. The powerful shockwave erupted from the water's surface, generating a formidable sound wave that radiated outwards. When the water, propelled to great heights, cascaded back down, a multitude of fish flipped onto their backs, and 2 caimans were blasted ashore. Simultaneously, the submerged log was severed, and under the force of the water, it became entangled in a figure-8 formation. Without the grenade, I would have had no choice but to plunge into the water to saw through the log, a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. I cautiously navigated past the site of the explosion and continued onward. After advancing 300 meters, we faced yet another challenge. The propeller had become ensnared by the dense aquatic vegetation that had accumulated along the river. The water plants have entangled the propeller. Susan and Jacassi both exclaimed, calling out to me. At that moment, I drew 2 pistols and climbed to the stern of the boat, the vessel rocking perilously as the 3 women clutched the edges, unwilling to let their guard down after the earlier fright. Having just experienced the chaos, none of them desired to plunge into the water to feed the fish. I peered down at the propeller, entangled in the thick weeds. In this situation, I could have threatened Jacassi to descend and assist me in cutting the plants free. However, such an action would likely breed resentment, making her feel singled out compared to the others, which could sow discord within our team, something that should be avoided at all costs. I handed one of the pistols to Yiwonwon and the other to Jacassi. Given her experience with firearms, Jacassi could provide me with cover. Yiwonwon and Susan, however, were less capable, having never fired a gun before. I entrusted Yiwonwon with the pistol, as she would understand the implications. Should Jacassi seize the opportunity to shoot me while I was occupied with the weeds, Yiwonwon could instantly retaliate. This course of action was undoubtedly risky, something I would never have done in the past. However, it was essential now, as I would be spending 2 months in close quarters with these 3 women, and we needed to establish trust. Otherwise, it would prove detrimental to all involved. Jacassi regarded me with surprise, but said nothing. Upon receiving the handgun, Yiwonwon glanced at me, her expression betraying a hint of panic. Being a clever girl, she undoubtedly grasped my intentions, which explained her alarmed demeanor. I nudged her hand, guiding her pistol to point towards the murky water beyond the boat. Chapter 81. Establishing trust. One reminded Yiwonwon not to point the gun at her own people, and also about the boat. Once a hole is made in the vessel, repairing it is far from the ease one might imagine. The crux of the matter is that our supplies have yet to reach the shore. Should a hole form in the bottom of the boat, it would sink entirely within 100 meters in this river. You 2 provide cover while I dive in to clear the water weeds. If crocodiles approach, shoot immediately, but do not fire when they are within a meter of me, as it could injure me. Understood? I instructed. Understood. The 2 women's voices were barely audible, lacking in spirit. I adopted a serious tone. What did I just say? Repeat it. The 2 women hesitated momentarily, and it was only then that Jacassi regained her composure. We will cover you, and we want to shoot when the crocodiles are within a meter of you. Jacassi swallowed hard and replied earnestly. Yiwonwon remained silent, aware that my remarks were not directed at her. Her wide eyes were fixed on me, her delicate hands gripping the gun tightly, revealing her tension. I reached out and gently patted her head, then drew a dagger and leapt directly into the river. The riverbed was deeply muddy. As I plunged into the water, it rose above my shoulders, and the muck clung to my shoes, making movement arduous. After taking 2 steps, I began to use the dagger to clear the water weeds from the propeller. At that moment, I noticed ripples forming on the surface of the water behind me. Turning around, I was startled to discover that the group of crocodiles from the bombing zone had followed our boat. These crocodiles quickened their swimming speed, resembling phantoms in the water. The women on the boat could likely only see swift-moving shadows. Some of these crocodiles measured over a meter in length, while others reached an astonishing 2 meters, their dark backs bristling with spikes. Their massive bodies were capable of frightening any fragile creature. The ominous horde surged toward me. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 women unleashed a flurry of shots at the crocodiles, but their aim was limited. Shooting at aquatic creatures is fraught with challenges due to light refraction that distorts visual distance. I swung my dagger, rapidly severing the water weeds from the propeller. Preparing to board the vessel, I supported myself against the boat's side, only for the entire craft to sway precariously. The 2 women were unable to aim and shoot effectively. A powerful surge from behind sent a wave of urgency through me. I had no time to glance back. but I was certain that the massive 2-meter crocodile weighing 500 pounds was pursuing me. Its large size and swift speed were undeniable. With all my strength, I braced myself against the boat's edge, lifting my body as my legs escaped the clutches of the muck, swiftly rolling back onto the vessel. In that perilous instant, the giant crocodile lunged, its massive jaw agape, nearly snapping at my ankle. The strength of a crocodile's bite is no jest. They can easily sever a limb, yet they often prefer to drag their prey underwater to drown it, conserving energy while allowing their quarry to struggle in vain. The 3 women observed in terror as crocodiles surrounded the small boat, scarcely daring to breathe. I retrieved the handguns from the 2 women and fired a shot directly at the giant crocodile. The hungry crocodiles then engaged in a frenzied struggle with the bloodied beast. Seizing the opportunity, I maneuvered past the supplies on the boat to the bow, cautiously restarting the engine and steering forward. The group of crocodiles did not follow us any longer. After enduring 2 close calls, we finally arrived at a pool of water, where the riverbed was composed of stones rather than mud. The water was crystal clear, revealing trout swimming beneath the surface, and we all exhaled in relief. "Uncle, is our cave far from here?" Ewan eagerly inquired. I smiled and pointed toward the waterfall. "Behind that waterfall lies one of the entrances. Your petite frame allows you to slip through and climb into the stone cave on the opposite side. Our supplies must traverse a mountain path to reach there. Last night, I killed a 500-pound brown bear. You can go see that magnificent creature," I stated, and Ewan's excitement was palpable. "Really? Then I'll go over now," she exclaimed cheerfully, completely dismissing the earlier peril. I guided her. I steered the boat to the right side of the pool and secured it to the shore, then forcefully tossed a bundle of rope over the giant's gill rock. The other end of the rope was tied to the supplies. "Jacassi, you stay on the boat. Shortly, I'll pull from above, and you help me secure the other supplies from below," I instructed, and Jacassi nodded in agreement. I then led Susan ashore, laboriously climbing up the muddy slope and through the bamboo forest until we reached the cave's entrance. Upon seeing the scene before her, Susan understood the trials I had faced the previous night. Her gaze was filled with concern and empathy. Ewan had already darted over, her petite frame soaked from crossing the waterfall. Her camouflage suit had come undone, revealing a sheer white tank top beneath that accentuated her figure. She waved at us and hurried down the bamboo slope, grasping Susan's hand. "Be careful around here. Don't get pricked by the bamboo. I'll go fetch the supplies," I cautioned, then ascended the rocky slope to the giant's gill rock, locating the hemp rope I had thrown up. By this time, Jacassi had already secured several bundles of cotton blankets on the other side. I carefully pulled them up, repeating the process until the entire load of supplies was hoisted onto the giant's gill rock. It was an exhausting endeavor, yet it was not over. I still needed to return to transport the necessary weapons from that side. There was still a considerable distance to go before I could catch my breath. The 3 women could afford to rest for a while. I assigned them a few tasks: to gather dry firewood and use the pirate lighter to start a fire here, and to scoop out and clean the water from the cave, as we would need to rest there tonight. After delegating these tasks, I equipped each of them with an AK and instructed Jacassi to teach them its use. In the event of a beast encounter, they were to focus their fire on its body. Aside from Jacassi, the other 2 were novices. Their accuracy with the initial shots was alarmingly low, and the AK's accuracy deteriorated significantly during rapid fire, making it quite an achievement if they could strike a beast at all. Having conveyed these instructions, I set out once more, hoping to manage everything efficiently before nightfall. Chapter 82. Handling the prey. I must retrieve those weapons with utmost urgency, for I need to process the brown bear before darkness descends. Otherwise, it will soon begin to emit a foul odor, rendering all my efforts futile. Since last night, that bear, weighing over 400 pounds, has been dead for nearly 11 hours. The speed at which nature decomposes a corpse and returns it to the cycle of life is truly formidable, and I must act swiftly. Upon returning to the site of the alligator's feast, tranquility had been restored. Only a few remnants of scales floated upon the murky water's surface, while some small red fish nibbled at the fragmented flesh. I did not linger, casting a quick glance around and noting that the alligators had feasted to their fill, now basking in the midday sun on the muddy banks, entirely indifferent to my presence as a representative of the civilized world. As I paddled back, I quickened my pace. Before long, I arrived at the shoreline near the cabin, secured the small boat, and hurried to the armory, I painstakingly transported the grenades and anti-personnel mines out in several trips, taking nearly 2 hours to retrieve the necessary weapons. These armaments were exceedingly heavy, and carrying them from the armory to the cabin was a significant physical exertion. Nonetheless, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for these items would aid us in overcoming the fury of the seas. I surveyed the boat, noting ample empty spaces. After some contemplation, I resolved to make 3 additional trips to the armory to retrieve the 3 crates of AKs. After all, these were brand new weapons, and they might prove invaluable. Having secured the items, my stomach began to grumble, a testament to the immense energy I had expended, and I was drenched in sweat. My electrolytes now unbalanced, I drained the water I had brought with me and resolved to prepare a saline solution upon my return. I had contemplated setting fire to the place, but then I realized that such an action would unequivocally signal to the fury of the seas that this location was devoid of inhabitants, potentially saving them the trouble of bombing it. As for the satellite phone, it was surely well hidden. Such devices are rarely utilized by pirates, as their use would betray the location of their island. Thus, it must be concealed in a metal box, buried in some dry, obscure spot. Without a metal detector, searching for it would be a futile endeavor. In the late afternoon haze, I returned to the waterhole. This time, however, I did not need to transport the weapons to the cave. Storing so many arms within the cave would be exceedingly unsafe. One accidental discharge could lead to our collective demise. Instead, I arranged them inside the boat, covering it with a waterproof green tarp and weighting it down with some bamboo to prevent it from being blown away by the wind, while also once I completed these tasks, I swiftly crossed the giant's gills and returned to the cave. The 3 women had not disappointed me. They had kindled a fire and were drying their damp clothes nearby. It seemed they had worked for too long and were feeling overheated. Having shed their camouflage attire in favor of the pirates' vests, their figures stunningly alluring, causing this solitary man to feel somewhat parched. Upon my return, they greeted me warmly. Reporting on their progress, I was quite pleased, particularly with U11's advancements. She not only had learned to shoot the AK, but also proudly presented me with a fish no larger than the size of my palm, claiming it was the result of her efforts at the waterhole. Hitting a fish at a depth of 2 meters is no trivial feat, and although this fish may not have been at the bottom, it was still quite an impressive accomplishment. This revealed to me her innate talent for marksmanship. Excellent. One day, I shall teach you to snipe with a different rifle, but for now, I must promptly attend to that brown bear. Otherwise, the delectable meat will spoil. Fortunately, we have an abundance of salt, so after curing it, we can hang the bear meat to dry, unlike previously when the preservation period was far too short. I want to help too, U11 exclaimed joyfully. I nodded, signaling her to follow my instructions. The 3 women joined me in dragging the bear out to the pebble-strewn beach. With practiced skill, I began to dissect it, and within half an hour, I had removed a complete pelt. U11, having observed my skinning technique, adeptly assisted by soaking the hide in the stream and surrounding it with stones. Uncle, let me take charge of preparing this hide, U11 declared proudly. I smiled and nodded, returning my focus to the dissection. Soon, I had sliced the bear meat into strips, leaving the remaining bones and entrails on the beach, knowing that by nightfall, animals would arrive to clean up, and I had no concern about them contaminating our living space. However, I needed to be vigilant against carnivorous creatures that might attempt to pilfer our bear meat. The location for drying the bear meat was of utmost importance. With 3 hours remaining until nightfall, I needed to devise a method to cure the meat and hang it high to dry, all while guarding against birds and other animals that might steal it. Although the bear meat was plentiful, the hungry scavengers were even more numerous. By night, land predators would emerge in search of food, while during the day, aerial creatures would swoop down to snatch a bite. Vigilance was imperative. In the days to come, I should not expect to enjoy restful sleep at night. A note from the author. Here it comes, albeit late. My apologies. Chapter 83. Although we had an abundance of salt, our supply of vegetable oil was critically limited due to a fire that had ravaged our food stores, leaving us with merely a small barrel of olive oil currently in use, amounting to about 1 liter. Thus, the rendered fat was of significant importance to us as well. Once I had finished trimming the fat, I swiftly ascended into the bamboo grove. Armed with my machete, I efficiently felled a substantial quantity of bamboo, stripping away the leaves and segmenting them into 1-meter lengths. I summoned Jacassi and Susan to assist in transporting these bamboo pieces to the front of the cave, thus saving me considerable time to harvest even more bamboo. The volume collected this time was fivefold compared to the last, and due to the pressing time constraints, I did not take the time to be selective. After acquiring a sufficient quantity of bamboo, I also carved a large bundle of green bamboo cord to bring back to BY now. The sun had dipped just above the horizon, and in half an hour, darkness would envelop the land. It was evident that completing the drying rack before nightfall would be impossible. I would need at least 2 to 3 more hours of labor to construct a sturdy structure. However, before I could finalize the drying rack, I had to erect 3 deer enclosures. With 4 of us sleeping in the cave, the area enclosed by the deer barriers needed to be significantly expanded. Fortunately, the cave's shape was advantageous, allowing us to sleep as far inside as possible, thus minimizing the height required for the enclosures, saving both time and resources. Once we could construct a solid hardwood wall, we would gain greater peace of mind, but for now, the deer enclosures remained our sole source of nighttime security. An hour after sunset, we gathered around the campfire, having successfully erected the 3 deer enclosures. The aid of the 3 women considerably expedited the process, as many of the ancillary tasks were time-consuming and labor-intensive, and they were perfectly positioned to assist me with these. Upon completing the enclosures, they tested the height within the cave, which was just right in the space surrounded by the deer barriers. No creature larger than an adult cat could squeeze through the gaps to attack us. Securing these enclosures was not a challenging endeavor, as there were numerous methods to achieve this. If the ground were muddy, they could simply be placed directly on the earth, and for added security, one could drive them into the ground. On the smooth stone surface of the cave, securing them was equally feasible. Using rope or similar materials, I could bind all the enclosures together and fasten the 2 end structures. At this moment, the eerie sounds of wild boars and wolves echoed through the dense jungle. The wolves were surely the same pack from the previous night, as wolves are territorial creatures. Those from other regions would not easily trespass. Thus, I felt no immediate concern that they would dare to attack unless they had forgotten the painful experience from the prior night. Of course, I could not afford to be careless. A wolf bite would be a serious matter. I instructed the 2 women to stay as close to the fire as possible, and if wolves approached, to retreat into the cave while I dealt with the threat. As for the omnivorous wild boars, they typically do not initiate attacks on humans or larger animals. Their presence here was not merely for curiosity. They awaited the aftermath of a wolf attack to scavenge for leftovers. Moreover, wolves generally could not contend with wild boars in a one-on-one confrontation, as wild boars also exhibit pack behavior. In most circumstances, these 2 species coexist without conflict. However, should a solitary wild boar encounter a pack of wolves, the outcome would be different. Thus, the creatures of the jungle maintain a delicate balance of power. Both the wolves and the wild boars were likely eyeing my brown bear meat rather than targeting a bipedal creature such as myself. I began to construct the drying rack. There are various forms of drying racks, with no fixed design. However, the outdoor drying rack bears a striking resemblance to the deer enclosures, differing only in that the drying rack is constructed in a rectangular shape, surrounded by thorny bamboo. My task was to hang all the meat on a long, slender bamboo rod, stringing it through the center of the drying rack like a barbecue skewer, and then sealing both ends with the deer enclosures to deter any carnivorous intruders. It was imperative to control the density between the bamboo poles. I could not allow a greedy little ocelot to reach in and pilfer the meat. Yet, I could not completely seal it off, as airflow was essential for the drying process. While I was engaged in the construction of the drying rack, the 3 women were busy salting the cleaned brown bear meat and threading it onto thin bamboo skewers. If I were alone, these tasks would have consumed several times more of my time. As I observed the 3 industrious and beautiful women, a wave of contentment washed over me. If I hastened to complete this drying rack, I could anticipate a peaceful night's sleep alongside them. The optimal location for the drying rack would be atop the giant's jaw rock, as the strong winds there would greatly facilitate the drying of the meat. Placing it by the stream would yield far less favorable results and could even lead to spoilage, so I had to take the risk of positioning the meat high up and unattended. Naturally, I felt somewhat uneasy. After all, a drying rack is not infallible, especially against mountain mice and snakes. I could only hope that during these 3 days, the mountain mice would not be too numerous. Otherwise, the hundreds of pounds of meat would likely become a festive feast for those rodents. Chapter 84. A Feast of Happiness. 2 hours later, I had successfully constructed the drying rack, and with the assistance of Jakasi, we positioned it above the giant's jaw rock. The breeze here was perfect for swiftly drying the bear meat. Although the island's air was humid, It would suffice to air dry the meat for 2 to 3 days. In winter, the drier environment would facilitate the process even further, enhancing preservation. To ensure the drying rack provided optimal protection for the bare meat, I secured long bamboo poles, each inclined at a 35-degree angle, to the 4 cardinal directions around the rack. These poles guaranteed that the drying structure would remain steadfast against any potential collision. After considerable effort, we finally completed the drying task. However, Jakasi, intrigued by the unfamiliar process, inquired, "Will the meat remain unspoiled like this?" As an American and a celebrity, she had likely never encountered the traditional Chinese method of drying meat. I explained that this technique, practiced by the Tibetan people in China, involves salting the meat and allowing it to air dry in a shaded area for 2 to 3 days. Once the meat has dried, it becomes less hospitable to bacterial growth, thus achieving preservation. She expressed a desire to travel to China after escaping the island. I smiled quietly. Returning to my homeland was a dream I too cherished. As a mercenary without a fixed nationality, no country would welcome me back, making the notion of returning seem almost fantastical. It was merely an obsession of mine, a longing for a Chinese person to return to their roots. I had spent my life in wandering and evasion, and I hoped that, upon my death, I could rest eternally in my motherland, where my soul could coexist with that of my parents. To protect the dried meat from the sun during the day, I gathered several banana leaves from the riverbank and placed stones atop them. Then, Jakasi and I descended from the giant's jaw rock. As we made our way down, Jakasi slipped and fell into my embrace, her voluptuous form exuding a faint fragrance. I held her tightly to prevent us from tumbling down the rocky slope below, where the consequences could be dire. Startled, she gasped for breath in my arms. "Are you all right?" I asked. "I'm fine. I apologize for nearly endangering us," she replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had realized the peril of our situation. If we had both rolled down the steep slope, the outcome would have been catastrophic. "It's all right, just be cautious," I reassured her. Under the moonlight, I noticed her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude, likely stemming from my earlier gesture of trust when I had handed her the handgun. Little did she know that if she dared to use it against me, Yuanwen would eliminate her without hesitation. However, Yuanwen was just a child, and they were oblivious to the task I had entrusted her with. We returned to the fire pit, where Susan and Yuanwen had already begun simmering some bear meat and bones in an iron pot. The little leopard sat beside them, licking its lips in anticipation of the feast. The black collar around its neck, originally used by pirates to bind women, now served the leopard well, with Susan and Yuanwen taking turns holding the other end of the leash. The 4 of us gathered around the fire, watching the broth bubble, our mouths watering in unison. This was undoubtedly the most delectable meal we had experienced since arriving on the island. With our cooking utensils at hand and ample food available, we were poised for an indulgent feast. I stood up, declaring, "I shall gather some wild vegetables to supplement our meal with vitamins." "I want to go too," Yuanwen volunteered, now resembling a little huntress with an AK slung across her back, the strap accentuating her youthful form. "Then you shall be my lookout, ensuring no beasts take a bite out of me." "Absolutely," Yuanwen replied confidently, raising her tiny fist. I smiled and nodded, and together we ventured upstream along the creek. "Uncle, where do wild vegetables grow, and what do they look like?" Yuanwen inquired with her melodious voice. I explained that wild vegetables typically flourish in forest clearings, along riverbanks, and in moist, fertile areas, resembling the leafy greens we commonly consume, making them easy to identify. Some resemble sweet potato leaves, others mimic wheat stalks, and some look like lettuce. One can locate wild vegetables by examining the geographical environment. The soil's quality is crucial, as moist, loose areas tend to yield an abundance of wild greens. Before long, we stumbled upon a vast patch of wild vegetables, the greens resembling wheat stalks, perfect for our soup. This was nature's generous gift, allowing us 4 famished souls to replenish our nutrients. In addition to the greens, I also unearthed some wild yams, which would provide us with a substantial starch source, replenishing the glucose our brains required through digestion. Such provisions were indeed a boon. We returned with an ample supply of wild vegetables and yams, washing them clean by the creek before adding the greens to the simmering broth and slicing the yams into the pot. This resembled a traditional outdoor hot pot meal from China. The enticing aroma wafted through the forest, attracting various creatures, including a fox and several wolves. Yet, they dared not approach, for the flickering flames instilled a natural fear in them. Animals instinctively shy away from fire, having learned through generations of evolution that flames pose a threat, especially in the wild, where lightning strikes can ignite devastating fires. Humans, in primitive societies, utilized fire to ward off beasts, and thus, these instincts remained entrenched in their genes. Even if they dared to approach, we would not fear them. They would merely present additional targets. Soon, we were ready to feast, savoring the delightful broth, succulent bear meat, and crisp wild vegetables, an experience beyond description. The fatigue of the day dissipated under the pleasure of this exquisite meal, leaving only happiness and contentment in its wake. The three women shared laughter and joy, strengthening their bonds. I, too, reveled in the moment, witnessing three urban beauties seamlessly integrating into this untamed island world, an almost surreal sight. After the meal, the three women took it upon themselves to clean the cooking utensils. However, I was not yet at leisure. I still needed to render the bear fat, melting it down before pouring it into a small antimony pot to let it solidify naturally, allowing us to scoop it out for future use. Naturally, these oils and salts would need to be securely stored in the cave to prevent theft by wandering animals. Chapter 85. Inhabitants of two worlds. The cave, having been meticulously cleaned by the women, was now dry. Three women spread a cotton quilt on the clearing surrounded by the deer fence, using another quilt to seal the stone crevices within, preventing the dampness from the waterfall from seeping in and causing illness during the night. Furthermore, to deter snakes and rodents from entering, they draped a quilt over the side of the deer fence closest to the cave, not only shielding against the wind but also safeguarding against animals reaching in with their claws. The women were adept at tidying up, and in no time, they had created a cozy home for me. They invited me inside, yet I informed them that I still had some unfinished business and suggested they rest first. After cooking the fat, I retrieved fishing line and hooks from the toolbox of the lifeboat. Surely, many creatures would seek to pilfer my bear meat during the night, and I could not afford to be complacent. I needed to teach them a lesson about the consequences of stealing the fruits of another's labor. I cut a surplus piece of bear meat into chunks the size of a child's fist, inserting fish hooks into 7 or 8 of them, which I then hung around the periphery of the drying rack. Should they dare to approach and steal, they would be met with the sharpness of the hooks piercing their throats. In this brutal jungle world, I could not afford a shred of mercy. If I refrained from suspending the meat outside, they would certainly devise ways to snatch my jerky, particularly the larger carnivorous beasts, whose repeated assaults could potentially damage my drying rack. If all the jerky were stolen, our 4 stomachs would not be easily filled. Hunting daily would be incredibly arduous and would heighten the risk of injury. Thus, I had to protect the fruits of our labor. Setting these traps for them was the most fitting course of action. I quickly set the traps and returned to the creek, shedding my clothes and sitting on a stone by the water to wash away the stench of blood. The dismemberment of the bear had left me covered in bits of flesh and blood, and such odors, if they found their way into our bedding, would attract a multitude of insects, whose bites would severely disrupt our sleep and health. The 3 women had already bathed by the cabin, so I did not wait for them. However, Yuan, who had assisted me with the bear meat, also carried quite a bit of the odor. She approached as I finished washing. Under the moonlight, she stealthily began to cleanse herself by the creek. Living in this wilderness and having endured so much life and death, the trivialities of modesty had become irrelevant. Moreover, at sea and in the cabin, we had relied on one another for survival. Now that we lived together, there was no need to construct another dwelling. We had become akin to family, and residing in a cave felt entirely natural. The girl was merely 18, and prior to this, she had transitioned from an innocent girl to one who had faced shipwrecks, the death of her uncle, drifting at sea, being pursued by pirates, and witnessing a multitude of deaths. It was entirely natural for her to lean emotionally on me as a source of comfort. Susan and Jackassie were more seasoned in societal matters and possessed greater resilience. Although they too had experienced fear, under my protection, they gradually learned to be strong. However, living together inevitably led to some awkward interactions, which was to be expected. They might have harbored a crush on a strong figure, but such feelings were not to be shamed. This psychology is easily understood. While working for the drug lords, my robust physique and reputation often attracted women seeking my protection. Once, a beautiful journalist from Europe, who came to the Golden Triangle for an interview, was bullied, and in her quest for long-term safety, she lived with me for an extended period. allowing me a glimpse into the charm of a Western woman. "Uncle, may I help you wash your back?" Yuanwen asked after finishing her bath, noticing me sitting before the fire with my bare, muscular torso. She understood that I had been unable to reach my back to wash it. With her damp hair clinging to her skin, she resembled a youthful girl emerging from her boyfriend's abode. In the flickering firelight, her youth revealed a beauty that was irresistibly alluring. "There is no need to ingratiate yourself. We are all in the same boat. If I survive, so too shall you." I wished for her not to feel compelled to curry favor with me for any ulterior motives. On one hand, her pure and clear eyes brought me comfort. On the other, I did not want to transform the subtle, familial bond between us into a mere transaction. For a man like me, whose emotional wellspring had long dried up, any hint of genuine feeling was invaluable. Once that connection was severed, I would regard her as merely another commodity. Yuanwen bit her delicate red lip. "I enjoy being with you," she boldly declared, her youthful courage evident in her adorably earnest demeanor, her eyes stubbornly fixed on mine, seeking a response. I gazed into her eyes, rose to my feet, and gently brushed aside her bangs. "My dear, you do not understand me, nor can you truly enter my life. When you return to the peaceful world and embrace your beautiful university life, if you occasionally think of me, I will find great joy in that." With that, I offered a soft smile, pinched her cheek playfully, and then picked up my clothes from the rock, making my way toward the cave. Yuanwen stood frozen for a moment, then abruptly turned back, rushing to embrace me. I heard her weeping softly behind me. Neither of us spoke. I felt the same way toward her, yet we were inhabitants of two different worlds. Our time on this deserted island was but fleeting. Should we survive and part ways, I hope to remain in her memories as a gentle man. Chapter 86. Susan's profession within the confines of the cave. I unearthed a pristine camouflage suit to don. These garments were all discovered inside the wooden cabin. Some were brand new, while others had been worn, and there were also pairs of shorts that had been left out to dry by pirates. During the day, these shorts, having been exposed to the sun's potent ultraviolet rays, posed little risk beyond some psychological discomfort. In the wilderness, it is absolutely essential to wear shorts underneath. The coarse fabric of the camouflage suit can easily chafe delicate areas, and during combat, one often finds themselves in harsh environments, such as damp jungle floors or muddy swamps, teeming with insects and debris that can sting sensitive skin. Furthermore, the vigorous movements while running can lead to physiological distractions, severely impairing focus. One must never underestimate these details or dismiss them out of embarrassment. Every aspect can sway the outcome of a battle. While my clothing dilemma was relatively straightforward to resolve, the situation for the three women was considerably more complex, as there were no female garments among the pirates' belongings. The outfits Susan and Yuanwen were wearing were salvaged from the sea, aside from the female clothing they had been wearing when they fell overboard. For the statuesque Susan and Jackassy, some of the smaller pirate attire was suitable, but Yuanwen was less fortunate. At a height of 1.60 meters, her slender frame made it impossible to find appropriately fitting clothing. She had to cinch the camouflage belt tightly, resembling a diminutive, elongated green-skinned creature. As we lay within the cave, illuminated by the flickering firelight, I noticed that the three women were still awake. Susan glanced over Yuanwen and softly confided in me her uncertainty about whether she might be pregnant. As the recent waves of nausea had subsided, I inquired if she and her husband had taken precautions while on the ship. She nodded, her face flushed with shame. I then asked her when her next menstrual cycle was due, and after a moment of calculation, she replied that it was expected within the next few days. If her cycle did not arrive, it would imply she was indeed pregnant. In such a situation, I fervently hoped she was not, for if I were to perish in battle 2 months hence, the pirates would undoubtedly show no mercy to a pregnant woman. They would cruelly cut her open to examine the infant within before discarding her into the sea to feed the fish. Such brutality would serve to instill fear in others. "Sister Susan, do you know how to sew?" Yuanwen suddenly asked. Susan smiled and nodded. "My profession is that of a chief designer for a clothing brand, so of course I know how to sew." "That is splendid. Could you mend these camouflage suits for me tomorrow?" "They are terribly uncomfortable," Yuanwen exclaimed with delight. Susan agreed with a smile, while Jackassy remained silent, her limited grasp of Chinese leaving her feeling somewhat isolated. Lying on her side, I observed her. For a woman who should have been destined for a bright future, the abrupt descent into a hellish existence would shatter even the strongest spirit. Now, As we found a moment of stability, the haunting memories of fear would inevitably resurface. Let us all rest early. We have much to accomplish come morning, I gently reminded them, to which the three women obediently responded. Yuanwen nestled against me, her warm, youthful body enveloping me in a tender embrace, appearing like a wronged little girl seeking solace against her father's sturdy chest, yearning for his affection. My rough palm rested lightly on her head, using my finger to lift her fringe, admiring her charming visage. She pressed her face against my swelling chest, sobbing softly, her small hands clinging tightly to me. My heart trembled. If I were an ordinary man, I would have a daughter of her age. How blissful that would be. The night passed in silence, and I awoke early the next morning. The jungle's dawn was refreshingly cool, with the cascading waterfalls, the melodious chirping of birds, and the gentle babbling of streams creating a delightful symphony. The remnants of last night's fire still flickered faintly, and the innards of the brown bear I had placed on the rocks had been thoroughly consumed by nocturnal creatures, leaving only a few crimson scraps adhering to the stones, which required the beaks of birds to clean. Armed with my Glock pistol and a machete, I scaled the heights above the giant's jaw stone. The meat hanging in the drying rack remained intact, though the bait meat had been partially devoured. Following the fishing line, I discovered 3 wolves sprawled on the grass, barely clinging to life, having likely struggled throughout the night without success, their strength utterly depleted and suffering from internal bleeding. One piece of bait was missing, presumably taken by a mountain mouse. I dispatched the wolves with my machete, intending to use their flesh to maintain the traps, as small morsels would only attract these wolves. Tigers and leopards, on the other hand, would scorn such paltry bait. The scent of blood in the area was too potent, certain to attract more ferocious beasts. Thus, I needed to devise a comprehensive strategy before the brown bear meat fully dried. Upon examining the 3 wolves, I considered that their pelts might be fashioned into snug garments for the women, providing comfort and warmth, sparing them the discomfort of wandering about in mere tank tops. Chapter 87. Crafting Tools and Yuanwen's gift. I reinforced the canopy of banana leaves above the drying rack, ensuring that the sunlight could not directly scorch the succulent bear meat, which was now dripping with juices. A dry membrane had formed on the surface of the meat, with only the ends still glistening with moisture, likely having dripped throughout the night. The puddles of meat juice on the ground had attracted a fair number of black ants, and a wave of panic washed over me. These relentless ants could potentially disrupt the fragile dry membrane, jeopardizing the precious, sterile layer I had painstakingly created. I glanced around and, fortunately, the black ant presence was still minimal. The soil atop the giant's jawstone was quite thick, which proved advantageous for my endeavors. Using my machete, I dug a trench around the drying rack, akin to an ancient moat. However, the soil would absorb a considerable amount of moisture, rendering such a small moat somewhat impractical. It was imperative to excavate it deeper and wider, and then periodically water this diminutive moat. Once the surrounding vegetation had sufficiently absorbed moisture and the soil had bonded, it would no longer lose significant amounts of water. After completing the trench, the 3 women had risen, beginning preparations for breakfast, while Susan was also ready to tailor a fitting camouflage outfit for Yuanwen. Descending from the giant's jawstone, I filled a bucket with stream water and cautiously climbed back up, slowly irrigating the trench with the contents. As I had imagined, the water was being absorbed gradually. Judging by the absorption rate, I would need to pour in at least 3 more buckets. However, I knew patience was key. The soil needed to fully absorb the water until it reached saturation to ensure the moat's water would provide protection for an entire day. Thankfully, not many black ants had ventured forth last night, allowing me to address the situation in a timely manner. After half an hour of repeated irrigation, the effects were not immediately apparent, and I worried that the moisture was seeping into the stone surface, rendering my efforts futile. Fortunately, upon emptying my 3rd bucket, the water in the trench had stabilized. Now, adding water every 4 hours would suffice. The black ants already on the drying rack posed no substantial threat. Several hundred pounds of bear meat could hardly be compromised by a mere handful of ants. Moreover, I had placed some meat scraps around the edges of the drying rack, and the ants feasting on the juices would soon be lured away by the enticing aroma of the meat outside, providing me with an opportunity to deal with them later. "Mr. Pan, breakfast is ready?" Susan called out from the stream side. Looking up at me, I acknowledged her and descended, casually tossing down 3 wolf carcasses onto the rocks before washing my hands in the stream. Hygiene was paramount in the wild, especially since the animal remains I had handled could harbor pathogens. The 3 women, exemplary representatives of civilized society, were equally attentive to cleanliness, which brought me great comfort. We gathered around the fire pit as Susan distributed long-handled rectangular stainless steel containers, reminiscent of those used by pirates and favored by the military for their durability. In the wilderness, such containers were also suitable for cooking. Jackazy then used her dagger to slice off a 10-centimeter thick bear steak, freshly pan-fried. "Everyone, do try the bear steak I made," Jackazy exclaimed joyfully, evidently eager to bond with us and earn our approval. We had only 3 sets of cutlery, reserved for Boone and his fellow American operatives, as the pirate crew embraced the African custom of eating with their hands. "You ladies might prefer to use the forks and knives." "I have no need for them," I offered, handing the utensils to them. After rinsing my dagger and briefly heating it over the fire, I cut a piece of steak with the tip and began to chew. The flavor was delightful. Jackazy had added olive oil, which was ideal for cooking steak. Due to the absence of a table, the women placed the containers on the ground to eat. While it was manageable for a day or two, such a practice would soon become cumbersome and detrimental to digestion. I resolved to gather some timber to construct a simple wooden table and 4 stools. The pirates had left behind many long iron nails when building their wooden shelters, and I had brought those with me. After breakfast, I checked on the drying rack and took down 2 pieces of meat to prepare meals for the women for lunch and dinner. Subsequently, I ventured into the mountains with my machete, cutting down several small trees of arm's thickness and stacking the branches together. After 3 hours of labor, I returned with an ample supply of timber. I then retrieved the toolbox used by the pirates, locating the saw blades and a retractable saw bow. After assembling the tools, I began to craft the wooden table and stools. Though seemingly simple, the construction proved to be quite time-consuming. Including the time spent felling trees, I dedicated an entire morning to nailing together the table and stools. Once completed, I cleared a patch of pebbled ground and arranged the table and stools there. The 3 women were overjoyed, rushing over to experience the stools I had fashioned for them, their fingers exploring the square table with evident satisfaction. "From now on, we shall have a table and stools to dine on, no longer living like savages," Susan exclaimed with delight, while one, with an air of mystery, placed her hands behind her back and gazed at me. "Uncle, guess what I have made for you." Chapter 88. Into the jungle with Jackazy, I spread my hands in a gesture of uncertainty, yet my heart brimmed with anticipation. An unfamiliar feeling it resembled the delight of receiving a surprise from loved ones on a birthday. Apart from very early childhood, when I experienced such surprises, I had since forgotten my own birthdays. For someone devoid of family, birthdays felt as meaningless as a death date. Thud, thud, thud. Yiwenwen produced a pair of chopsticks carved from wood. These chopsticks were perfectly straight and smooth, evidently shaped first with a knife and then meticulously refined. Despite their ordinary appearance, transforming slender twigs into such fine utensils was no simple feat. Clearly, Yiwenwen had dedicated considerable effort to crafting these for me. I had initially planned to carve a pair for myself after setting up the table, but the presence of such a thoughtful young girl warmed my heart. "Do you like them?" Yiwenwen bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with expectation as she— "You possess quite the talent, my dear. Let me see how your hand is healing from the snake bite," I replied, extending my hand to take hers. Her delicate hand was still wrapped in bandages, which had grown somewhat yellowed with age. Upon inspecting the injury, I noted it had almost fully healed. "Be cautious while handling knives," I advised the 3 women, who nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Jackazy returned carrying the meat soup we had for lunch, distributing it into containers, which also included some wild vegetables, clearly foraged by Yiwenwen and the others from last night's location. Although we now had vegetables, we lacked starchy staples such as wheat, corn, or rice. A day or 2 without them would pose no significant issues, but prolonged absence could lead to insufficient glucose intake for the brain, resulting in fatigue and potential hypoglycemia. Thus, I needed to seek out alternatives that could swiftly replace high-starch foods. It is well known that starch is converted into maltose through the digestive action of saliva, which is then broken down into glucose to nourish the body. If we could obtain a substantial quantity of glucose directly, we could resolve this dilemma. Nature abounds with glucose-rich substances. Besides some naturally sugary fruits, honey stands out as one of the most accessible sources of glucose. However, I clearly lack the time to procure such items at present. Ensuring our safety must take precedence. Therefore, after our meal, I planned to venture into the woods to gather timber. I required ample wood to construct a wooden door to secure the cave entrance, allowing us to rest peacefully within. Constructing this wooden door represented a monumental task. I calculated that the cave entrance measured 10 meters in width, and each timber I intended to cut would be roughly 10 centimeters in diameter. Thus, I would need around 10 pieces of wood per meter, totaling 100 for the entire span. Moreover, the timber would not be conveniently clustered together for my convenience, necessitating a considerable investment of time to select suitable materials. The effort involved in cutting, preparing, and transporting the wood would be labor-intensive and time-consuming. I will be heading out to chop wood. You all should remain here. Once I have finished, I will call you to help. Pan, I am strong enough to assist you with the chopping, Jikaxi said, approaching me eagerly. No, you must guard the cave and protect them, I replied firmly. Jikaxi nodded, her spirits visibly dampened. At that moment, Yuanwen stepped forward. I do not require protection. I have learned to shoot from Jikaxi and can defend Sister Sue. Had I not been waiting for Sister Sue to tailor my clothes, I too would accompany you to gather timber. Initially, I had intended for Jikaxi to oversee the cave, as her military training would enable her to handle any wild beasts that might approach. However, considering Yuanwen's fervor, I wished to provide her with an opportunity for growth. Unseasoned soldiers are unfit for the battlefield. I nodded in agreement and assigned her a task: to hunt 3 jackals and prepare their pelts alongside the bear skin. Yuanwen was delighted to accept this assignment. For her, it would serve as an engaging lesson in wilderness survival and pelt processing, far more intriguing than merely chopping wood, and it would not deplete her energy reserves. With a means to heat water, she could process the pelts far more efficiently than before, simplifying the task significantly. I had previously explained the method of skinning and preparing pelts to her, and she approached the task with great diligence. The first thing she did upon rising was to retrieve the bear skin, meticulously cleaning off the remnants of flesh and fat, and then laying it between the crevices of the cave to dry. Now, her task was to separate the jackal pelts, scrape off the remaining flesh and fat by the stream, and finally dry them in the cave. Given that jackal pelts are smaller than bear pelts, there was no need for lengthy soaking in water. The main purpose of soaking was to preserve the pelts in the cold stream while allowing small fish to consume the stubborn remnants of flesh and fat. Generally, this step was unnecessary for such small pelts. Having delegated her tasks, Jikaxi and I ventured into the woods to fell trees. Our goal for the afternoon was to cut down 50 logs, followed by another 50 to prepare the next morning. The entire following day would be dedicated to transporting the logs back, allowing us to rest before commencing the construction of the wooden door on the 4th day. Such was our plan for the days ahead. Jikaxi, adorned in a pirate-style linen long-sleeve shirt and camouflage trousers, moved gracefully through the wilderness, her ample figure exuding a striking allure. Upon entering a forested area, she leaned against a moss-covered root, wiping the sweat from her brow. She cast a furtive glance my way, as though she had something to say. Author's note: Greetings, I am the author Tai Bang Wuqing. Thank you to all the readers for your generous support. Chapter 89: The Taste of Freedom, Mr. Pan. Jikaxi spoke, unfastening her garment and revealing her alabaster skin. I have experienced the allure of Western women. Aside from that proactive journalist, during my time accompanying drug lords across the globe, I encountered women from various countries. After a significant deal, the drug lords would lavishly procure a selection of local beauties to revel on their yachts. Yet, those days are now but a distant memory, as my immersion in the Iraq War has left little room for such indulgences. She, as a Western star, possessed an angelic visage, a statuesque form, and lips imbued with sensuality. I discerned her intentions. She sought to secure a vital position in my heart, fully aware of the distinctions between herself and Susan. Susan is a target of my protection, and Yuanwen particularly endears herself to me. Only she is a woman who entered my life midway. I know little of her, and she knows little of us, much like a stranger boarding a vessel mid-journey, with no one inclined to converse with her. If she wishes to integrate with us, she must offer something in return. Particularly, ingratiating herself with the ship's captain would be the most prudent choice. Should I reject her advances, it would equate to casting her into the vast ocean, leaving her as an isolated stranger. I acquiesced to her actions. She knelt before me, and I cradled her angelic face in my hands, her gaze beseeching me. With her tender and fervent kisses, she sought to dwell in the depths of my heart, akin to a solitary fish submerged in the inky abyss. It's enough. You need not demean yourself further, I gently lifted her, refusing to allow her to continue in such a manner. Her tear-filled eyes met mine as I wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, gazing earnestly at her. I am not like Bun and the others. I do not require you to barter your body for your freedom. Live well, and we shall return to the world of freedom. Upon hearing my words, tears streamed down her cheeks. Over the past 3 months, she had grown accustomed to trading her body for a sense of security, hence her actions. If I were akin to Bun or the pirates, our relationship would not embody friendship and trust, but rather an undesirable master-slave dynamic. Should she find herself with the means to rebel, she would not hesitate to turn against me. For equality achieved through the exchange of body and dignity is no true equality. Much like the women in war, we must complete our task today. Otherwise, our plans will continue to be postponed, and none can predict when the Fury will land on the island. We must resolve our pressing needs swiftly, I said, fastening my pants as I addressed Jacassi. She nodded earnestly, donning her garment once more, concealing her voluptuous figure. We spent the afternoon in the woods, felling trees. With darkness approaching, we dragged the timber to a designated pile before making our way back to the cave. Along the way, Jacassi began to sing a captivating melody. I must admit, her voice was remarkably unique and enchanting. Though I am not a connoisseur of music, my life has seldom afforded me the space to express my emotions. Occasionally, I would listen to piano compositions, a fondness ignited by a little girl who lived next door during my youth in London, compelled by her mother to practice beautiful pieces morning and night. From then on, the melodies that danced in the air became symbols of my longing for freedom. Jacassi remarked that should we escape the island, I must attend her concert, and she would ensure my lifetime exemption from ticket fees. I smiled in agreement. It would surely be a delightful existence, wouldn't it? As we approached the cave, the mouth-watering aroma of bear stew wafted through the air. Jacassi inhaled deeply. It smells divine. Do all Chinese people enjoy soup? She inquired curiously. I offered a wry smile. Although I am Chinese, my time spent in China was merely during my childhood. Uncle, dinner is ready, Yuanwen called out as she emerged from the woods, her hands busy washing the pelt of a wolf by the creek. This clever girl understood the value of dissecting in flowing water, allowing the blood to wash away while preventing the meat from spoiling too quickly. That moment, Susan was using a pair of long wooden chopsticks to retrieve vegetables and meat from the pot. Upon seeing us return, she greeted us with a graceful smile. Yuanwen dashed to the cave's entrance, shedding her blood-stained garments by the riverbank, her lithe form illuminated by the setting sun, inspiring boundless imagination. She donned the camouflage outfit that Susan had tailored for her, her figure becoming strikingly apparent, reminiscent of a university student participating in military training. She ran toward me, offering a salute. Well done, let us eat. I replied with a smile, waving my hand as I fetched a bucket of water from the creek to fill the moat. Then, I joined the women for dinner. Chapter 90. The clever and cheerful girl I severed a leg from the wolf with a machete and tossed it before the young leopard, which sniffed at it before clumsily tearing into the flesh. It had already learned to consume its prey independently. However, it was still far from being able to hunt on its own. Otherwise, this little leopard could have guarded the bear jerky for us atop the giant's jawstone. Now, the 4 of us, along with one beast, can enjoy 3 hearty meals a day, which is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Without the pirates' firearms and supplies, we would be confined to the seaside, utterly unable to venture into the mountains. The sustenance available in the jungle pales in comparison to the abundance found by the shore. For 4 humans and 1 animal, 5 mouths to feed. Surviving solely with the initial sailor's knife would be an unimaginably daunting endeavor. Yet, with the aid of sharp tools, we are able to live like human beings in this jungle. To vary our diet, during our leisure hours in the evening, I crafted a fishing trap from bamboo. This trap resembled a vase, albeit with a wide opening adorned with barbs, allowing fish to swim in but preventing their escape. The trap has numerous applications. To catch small fish, one can construct a funnel-shaped dam with stones in the downstream area and place the trap at the water's exit. We then move upstream to drive the fish down, thus efficiently harvesting a significant quantity of small fish. However, this method is not feasible in deeper waters. In such cases, we can place a piece of meat inside the trap and suspend a stone beneath it to ensure it sinks. After leaving it submerged for a night, we are sure to catch 3 or 5 fish of palm-sized proportions. I submerged the meticulously woven trap into the pool beneath the waterfall when Yuanwen darted over from the crevices of the rocks, expressing her desire to learn how to weave fishing traps as well. Eager to catch fish through her own efforts, her enthusiasm for learning made me more than willing to impart this little skill to her. Weaving is not particularly difficult. Once one masters a few techniques, many methods of crafting tools are interconnected. Therefore, aside from the fishing trap, I can also weave other implements. In the rural areas of the Golden Triangle, farmers craft their labor tools using these skills, and my proficiency was acquired from them. To weave bamboo products, one must first learn how to peel bamboo shoots. Without mastering this, all else is mere talk. While Yuanwen was learning to peel bamboo, she accidentally cut her hand on a sharp edge, and bright red blood welled up, forming a small blister at the wound. She gasped in pain. I fetched some medical tape to bandage her injury and urged her to rest, but she stubbornly insisted on continuing to learn how to peel bamboo. The girl is quite clever. After an hour, she finally grasped the basics, though she still needed additional practice to improve her speed and technique. Next, I taught her how to weave the fishing trap. Under my guidance, she spent 2 hours by the fire, successfully creating a larger trap, and leaped up in excitement, her face radiating happiness and satisfaction. The simplicity of her joy was truly heartwarming. I can't wait to catch small fish. I hope to savor their broth tonight. Yuanwen exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, and upon seeing her happiness, I found myself inexplicably joyful as well. All right. Let us gather stones and construct a funnel shape. Then we can place your woven trap at the water's exit, and afterwards, we shall move upstream to drive the fish. At that moment, Susan, seated by the fire, crafting a raincoat from waterproof fabric, smiled at our merriment, revealing her perfectly white teeth. Jaxie was bathing by the creek. Having accompanied me to fell trees that afternoon, she was utterly exhausted, as she had likely never engaged in such strenuous labor before. On our way back, I noticed her hands were covered in blisters from wielding the axe. I informed her that she need not return tomorrow and should take the time to rest her hands. Otherwise, she could risk serious injury. Blisters are a minor inconvenience, as gripping the axe too tightly while chopping can easily cause damage to the muscles and bones of the hands. In severe cases, one might be unable to lift a bowl for several days. Jaxie ultimately agreed, promising to stay behind to watch over the bear meat. Yuanwen and I, barefoot, collected stones from the creek, carefully stacking them into a funnel-shaped dam. Under the moonlight, Yuanwen's youthful figure, bent over, revealed the tender contours of her form, her damp garment glistening in the light, reminiscent of a delicate flower maiden from an ink wash painting. The gentle stream flowed over our feet as we stood on the smooth stones, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Before long, we successfully constructed the stone dam. Yuanwen placed the fishing trap atop it, surrounding it with stones and pressing 2 larger ones on top to ensure it wouldn't be washed away at a crucial moment. With everything completed, Yuanwen approached me, her face alight with satisfaction, cheerfully exclaiming, "Uncle, we can go drive the fish now." I agreed, thinking of the delightful small fish broth she would prepare. I mused that it would surely be delicious. I wonder how many more days of such bliss await us. Once the hardwood wall is built, I shall teach this innocent girl the art of survival. One day, when she returns to the bustling metropolis, she will undoubtedly become an extraordinary young woman. The author has a message. Thank you for the encouragement, dear readers. Chapter 91. The solitary heart together, we captured a dozen fish, each no larger than a finger. Yuanwen was as joyous as a child, lifting the fishing cage and scampering to the riverbank. With a vigorous tug, she extracted the bowl-shaped trap, allowing the fish to be easily retrieved. These were mere minnows, requiring no preparation. They could be directly placed into a pot for soup. Yuanwen called for me to wait aside. As she wished to prepare the broth herself, I took the opportunity to fetch a bucket of water from the moat above, pausing to observe the small boats across the way, which filled me with unease as the battle loomed ever closer. It was imperative to ascend to the peak of the island swiftly, yet the extent of this all remained a mystery to me. Judging by the beasts that had appeared, I surmised that this island was far larger than I had initially imagined. From the vantage point of the small island, I could merely see its broad face, which already spanned over 10 kilometers. How distant were the mountains behind the waterfall? It was truly unfathomable. When I discovered that female leopard on the small island, I questioned how such a creature could exist there, given that leopards have vast hunting territories and I had not observed any male counterparts. Upon seeing the northeastern island, I realized that the female leopard must have drifted there for some extraordinary reason. The tranquil river flowing from east to west before me hinted that this island was not as diminutive as I perceived. The existence of a vast lake above the waterfall could only be sustained by a rich influx of plant water over time. In addition to rainfall, during the less abundant autumn and winter months, the flow of the waterfall diminishes significantly, sometimes ceasing altogether, giving rise to the tranquil river we now beheld. Only a calm river could foster marshy banks and a muddy riverbed. Otherwise, crocodiles would not make their home there. From the information I had gathered, I could vaguely deduce that this northeastern island might encompass 100 square kilometers or even more. It is not surprising for a small island of over 100 square kilometers to exist in the heart of the Indian Ocean. Such places may not even be marked on public maps, yet they would certainly appear on specialized nautical charts. The choice of such an island as a base by the fury of the sea was likely a strategic consideration for evading any potential international coalition's extermination efforts. Moreover, a larger island would make it more challenging to discover hidden treasures. If we were to survive on this island for a decade or so, we could not rely solely on hunting. We would need to contemplate cultivating rice or wheat. Clearly, such concerns were premature, as our survival over the next 2 months remained uncertain. Lost in thought, Yuanwen called out to me from below, pulling me back from my reverie. The aromatic fish soup stirred my appetite. While the bear meat broth was delightful, it could not be consumed indefinitely. Fresh fish soup was not only delicious but also light on the palate. Jacassi and Susan joined us to sample the soup, showering Yuanwen with praise, which brought her immense joy. After enjoying the fish soup, we settled into our nightly routine. I slept on the periphery, with Yuanwen beside me, Susan nestled next to her, and Jacassi in the innermost position. Having chopped wood throughout the day, my grip was still painful despite my efforts to manage it. Yuanwen seemed aware of my discomfort, her small hands gently massaging my palm. She then tenderly took my hand and drew me closer, inviting me to rest against her soft form. The space was limited, and as I held her, my hand inadvertently brushed against Susan's side. She responded with a gentle caress of my palm, as if to comfort a weary husband, placing my hand upon her soft skin to offer solace for my pain. I made no objections. We had shared many trials together, and I understood her loneliness. Unlike me, who had endured profound solitude and descended into despair, they sought consolation. Yet, as my rough palm made contact with her delicate skin, she may have felt some discomfort, prompting me to retract my hand. However, she grasped it firmly, delicately tracing the thick calluses on my palm with her fingertips and guiding them to her skin, as if to convey that she did not mind my coarse hands. That night, we all slept in quietude. Susan's body, however, exhibited signs of restlessness, but under the calming influence of my calloused hand, she gradually succumbed to slumber. The young girl in my arms, it seemed, was still awake. She wriggled slightly, shifting my hand from her body, perhaps realizing it had brushed against Susan. Her small hands were not entirely still, and I gently in the flickering firelight, she gazed at me with wide eyes, as if questioning my strong reaction. I certainly would not divulge that it was due to my earlier emotional interaction with Susan. I removed her small hand, and though she pouted, she nestled closer into my embrace. Author's note: I extend my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's generous support and encouragement, particularly to user 518 for the lovely gift of a 6/6 heart, and the urging for updates. Chapter 92. The Great Wooden Wall in the presence of a man capable of safeguarding them. Young girls often harbor a profound admiration, and Yuanwen is no exception. As an ordinary student who has endured countless hardships, her feelings towards me are hardly surprising. Under the veil of night, her heart draws nearer to mine. She has become somewhat bold, casually draping one of her legs over my waist. When I attempt to remove her foot, she merely places it back, displaying a mischievous spirit. However, I do not mind. Her actions indicate that she regards me as a close friend, akin to family, for such ease of interaction would be unthinkable otherwise. This sentiment suddenly alleviates my previous loneliness, bestowing upon me a small sense of emotional belonging. She, like Susan, shares this sentiment. Yet, Susan may harbor ulterior motives, a far cry from the innocent affection that the young girl offers me. As I reach out to pinch her cheek, she retaliates like a stubborn little princess, wide-mouthed, playfully biting my fingers. Yet, her nibbles are merely for show, intended to frighten me. Perhaps her innermost self remains that of a child, and this playful demeanor brings her some semblance of peace, leading me to let her whims unfold. Throughout the night, she securely nestles my arm in her embrace, sleeping soundly without further fuss. She seems to relish the safety of the moment, even amidst the unknown perils and scarcity of resources on this desolate island. The moon above glides serenely through the river that winds around the island, and soon the sun will rise from the east. The tasks ahead remain daunting. After breakfast, I inform them that I will not return for lunch, but will come back in the evening. Susan kindly prepares some leopard meat and water for me. Venturing into the mountains alone proves to be somewhat easier. By midday, I have felled an ample supply of trees. In the afternoon, the heavy timber is far too weighty for the 3 women to carry, so while daylight lingers, I shoulder the first bundle, walking a distance before resting, and then return for the second, repeating the process for the third. The arduous task of transporting the 3 bundles of lumber is exhausting. When I finally reach the stream, the 3 women come to assist me in dragging the heavy timber, which accelerates my progress. As the sun dips below the horizon, I successfully bring all 3 bundles back. I have managed to advance the logging project by a day, as I need not consider Jekasai's need for rest, though the effort has left me thoroughly fatigued. That evening, after savoring the delicious soup and grilled bear meat prepared by the women, I succumb to a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, I feel revitalized. However, for someone like me, who has long lived in a state of readiness for battle, this is merely akin to carrying logs around the training grounds. I am now contemplating a training regimen for Yuanwen. Among the 3 women, her age is most suitable for training, and my observations reveal her excellent physical condition. With my scientifically structured training, she could undoubtedly achieve an intermediate level in just a month. My concern now lies in her willpower to endure, as I intend to train her akin to a special forces soldier, enduring the infamous Devil's Week. Before embarking on this endeavor, I must prepare extensively. Securing nutritious food, establishing a safe and effective training environment, and ensuring her psychological readiness. Each of these components is indispensable. Particularly critical is her mental adjustment. If she is unwilling to accept training, any coercion would be futile. Thus, I must cultivate her willingness to embrace the process. While the women have yet to rise, I ascend the giant jaw rock to inspect the bear meat. Upon squeezing it, I find it has dried remarkably well, filling me with a sense of satisfaction. After drying, the several hundred pounds of pure bear meat has reduced to just over 150 pounds, which I pack into a breathable burlap sack. I then carry it down from the giant jaw rock and store it within the cave, preparing to commence the construction of the hardwood wall. With the materials at hand, erecting the hardwood wall proves to be a manageable task. I merely need to find a flat expanse near the cave entrance, arranging the logs neatly, then placing 2 long, have logs horizontally atop them, securing everything with nails. We possess an ample supply of nails, so there is no concern of running short. Long before lunchtime, I have erected a hardwood wall measuring 9 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Yet, this is merely the beginning. I must hoist it upright and secure it at the cave entrance, leaving a 1-meter wide opening for future placement of deer barricades. At that point, the spacious cave will serve as our activity area. To allow light into the cave, I also plan to cut 5 bowl-sized windows 50 centimeters above the ground during the assembly of the wooden wall. The moonlight will filter through these openings at night, and we will be able to observe the outside world through the small windows. In the event of an enemy encounter, we can extend our firearms through these apertures, thus serving multiple purposes. Chapter 93. The training begins through our collective effort. We finally manage to raise the heavy hardwood door, propping it securely against the mouth of the cave at a 30-degree angle. Our final task was merely to secure it fully to prevent it from toppling over, a task that posed no significant challenge. It merely required us to tie a rope at the 4/5 mark of the upper edge of the wooden wall, then pull it into the cave, allowing the rope's end to pass through the smooth stone wall, and anchor it to a large boulder capable of wedging itself into the crevices on the opposite side. Should the wooden wall succumb to external forces, the rope within would tighten. Keeping it upright, I maneuvered around the giant stone formation, standing at the edge of the pool beneath the waterfall. The cascade had dwindled to a mere trickle, akin to a gentle stream, thus reducing the hindrance to my ascent to the cave's entrance. However, It remained an arduous task to clutch a boulder weighing several dozen pounds while scaling the slick stone wall. A moment's inattention could lead to severe injury. Therefore, I could only secure a hefty stone with a rope and ascend along the water-slicked rock face, stabilizing myself at the cave's entrance before retrieving the stone from the pool below. Upon entering the cave, I found Yuanwen already waiting. Holding the rope tied to the wooden door, I set down the stone, accepted the end of the rope from her, and secured it to the boulder, wedging it firmly into the crevice, thus completing the task concerning the wooden door. I exhaled a long sigh of relief. Due to our low position, both Yuanwen and I were crouched down, and she flashed me a mischievous smile, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, and I could even catch a whiff of her youthful fragrance. "Uncle, did you engage in that activity with Jikaxi in the woods the day before yesterday?" Yuanwen inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. I playfully poked her forehead, choosing to ignore her question as I leaned back, yet she crawled out after me. "Last night, your reaction was quite considerable. Uncle, do you really not want to address this?" she asked with a sly grin. My face flushed with embarrassment. That girl had truly overstepped her bounds last night by brazenly reaching into the pool for catfish without my consent. Approaching the waterfall's mouth, I turned to regard this relentless little girl with a serious expression. "Do you possess an abundance of energy?" Yuanwen rolled her eyes and nodded, pouting slightly. "From today onward, you will train with me. Over the next 2 months, I intend to expose you to the true essence of wilderness military training and the rigorous Devil's Week. Rest assured, I will provide you with the most delectable and nutritious ingredients. If you succeed in my training, within the limits of my abilities, I shall grant you any request you desire," I stated with utmost seriousness. Yuanwen's eyes widened, her breath quickening. As a modern woman, she was undoubtedly aware of the formidable reputation of Devil's Week through the wealth of information available. She fell silent for a moment, then pressed her lips together, her smile rising as if making a decision. "You won't make me unattractive, will you?" She suddenly posed an unrelated question, leaving me both amused and exasperated. Yet, this was her style. I smirked and replied in a similarly casual tone, "No, I will enhance your allure. By the end, you may even surpass Miss Sue in figure." "Then, does that mean any request can be fulfilled?" Yuanwen asked with a playful glint in her eye. "Within my capabilities, all things are possible," I responded gravely. For a trainee, having a glimmer of hope is crucial. Without it, one's willpower may wane, rendering them unable to withstand the rigors of intense training. "All right, my request is, you need not voice it now, for in moments of hardship, you may wish to alter your wish, perhaps even expand it. However, once agreed upon, there will be no turning back. Are you certain you are resolute?" I stated firmly, aware that should she agree, our plan against the fury of the sea would gain an additional ally, significantly altering our strategy, and I wished for no hesitation from Yuanwen. The young girl's face bore a semblance of a smile, yet there lingered an almost imperceptible shadow of concern in her eyes, revealing a maturity beyond my expectations. The safety of everyone cannot rest solely on your shoulders. Each individual bears responsibility. I have no desire to perish at the hands of those pirates aboard the fury of the sea. Moreover, I have my reward to strive for. Why not seize the opportunity?" Yuanwen said with a smile, revealing her charming teeth. In that moment, I glimpsed the maturity and resilience hidden behind the girl's smile. She possessed the resolve of a killer, with an innate survival instinct forged in the crucible of a harsh world. My current duty was to transform her from an unfeathered fledgling into a magnificent phoenix, ready to soar across the heavens. "Excellent. Await my command." Training officially commenced. A weighty sense of responsibility settled upon me, as I pondered whether she could withstand the rigors of my training. It was indeed unfortunate for a girl, untouched by the world's cruelties, to endure such burdens, yet without effort, greater misfortunes awaited us. I returned to the cave's entrance, where Yuanwen had already donned a military uniform, her weapon slung across her back as she awaited my arrival. "Commence with 5 minutes of warm-up exercise." She gazed at me, a bit bewildered, blinking in confusion. "What constitutes 5 sets of 100? 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, and hold your breath underwater for 100 seconds. Author's note: the King of Gifts has fallen out of the top 60. I understand everyone is doing their utmost. This new book has yet to gain much traction, and it has been a challenge for all of us. However, Persevering will always yield hope. Let us strive together. Moreover, the next update may be slightly delayed. If time permits later, I will do my best to add more. Chapter 94. The Devil's Instructor. Yi Wenwen's eyes widened like precious gems, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was evident that she was aware of the daunting nature of the challenge I had set for her. These goals were to be attained incrementally. Achieving 100 pull-ups was certainly not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time, nor could one hold their breath underwater for 100 seconds so easily. I hoped she could meet the first 100 benchmarks within a week. For the underwater breath holding, my ideal time frame was 2 to 3 weeks, while I aimed for her to complete the 100 pull-ups within a month. If she could meet these 5 100s, I would then begin to teach her the art of camouflage, marksmanship, and lethality. Of course, it was unrealistic to train solely on these 5 tasks each day. They were merely target objectives amidst a plethora of fundamental exercises. For instance, rising at 5:40 a.m., she would run around the waterfall lake for a total of 5 kilometers. While there was no actual barbed wire, I would create a comparable training environment for her. At 10:20 a.m., she would commence strength training with dumbbells and resistance bands, conditions I would meticulously arrange for her. After digesting her lunch, at 1:30 p.m., she would practice balancing bricks on the gun barrel for 2 hours, followed by an hour of shooting practice. Afterward, she would rest for 40 minutes before partaking in combat training, where I would impart skills for swift elimination of adversaries. 30 minutes after dinner, she would undertake a 5-kilometer sprint around the waterfall lake, and upon completion, she could rest. Additionally, she would swim freely in Crocodile River every 5 days and dive in the waterfall lake weekly. These physical training regimens were not solely for enhancing her physical capabilities. More importantly, they were designed to fortify her willpower and self-confidence. Especially in the realm of combat, these 2 attributes were paramount. If she could withstand the rigors of intense training, she would cultivate a formidable inner strength. These tasks represented the highest standards I believed she could achieve, so it was natural for her not to meet them initially. However, I would scientifically elevate her physical fitness so that within a month and a half, she could reach the pinnacle I envisioned for her. Subsequently, I would teach her techniques for camouflage, evasion, and sniping. She would become my sole heir, ranked 7th on the global assassin leaderboard. With such skills, no matter where life took her, I would rest assured. "Uncle, this is impossible," Yi Wenwen exclaimed incredulously, staring at me. I refrained from revealing that my previous training standards had been exponentially more demanding, considered by many as insurmountable tasks, yet I had nonetheless emerged alive from the training base. "How can you deem it impossible without even attempting?" I gestured to the ground. "From this moment forth, I am your instructor, and my orders supersede all. Complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Failure to do so means no meals for you." Upon finishing my command, I drew my handgun and fired a shot into the sky, causing the 3 women to shudder in fear. Yi Wenwen bit her crimson lip, gazing into my unyielding eyes. I approached her, coldly scrutinizing her. "Are you backing down before we've even begun? Do you wish to become a slave to pirates? Do you desire to have iron rods thrust into your body? Do you want them to sever the organs you take pride in? If you cannot accomplish this, I suggest you take your own life now to spare yourself from the torment of hell. Tell me, can you do it?" Yi Wenwen had never encountered such ferocity from me. Her pride seemed provoked. At that moment, Susan and Jacassi stood frozen, paralyzed with uncertainty. Slowly, Yi Wenwen raised her tear-filled eyes to meet mine, biting her lip. "I will definitely succeed. Do not underestimate me. Remember your words. Get to it." I bellowed, and without hesitation, she dropped to the ground to begin. Susan and Jacassi were left dumbfounded, completely unaware of how the atmosphere had shifted so dramatically. Jacassi understood I was training Yi Wenwen, yet the intensity and methods were vastly different. Compared to the training Yi Wenwen was undergoing, Jacassi's previous training had been amateurish. She had only received basic firearms and situational awareness training, designed to prepare her for the battlefield as a mere sacrifice, which was incomparable to the survival-focused training I was imparting to Yi Wenwen. "Jacassi, you will be responsible for recording the training data. Miss Susan, prepare lunch. I must ascend the mountain. I shall return before sunset," I stated, disregarding their responses as I gathered my firearm and provisions. Plunging into the forest, I intended to ascend the waterfall lake to prepare a shooting range and establish a running course, in addition to sourcing honey and ample vitamin supplements. Upon reaching the mountainside, I glanced back towards the cave, observing Yi Wenwen's petite figure still valiantly performing push-ups. When she could no longer endure, she collapsed to the ground, only to rise again with unwavering determination to continue her task. In that moment, I witnessed the indomitable will to survive within her. Though my heart ached for her, I yearned even more for her to escape the desolation of the island and return to her rightful world of peace, never to encounter a man like me, forever steeped in bloodshed. I retracted my sympathetic gaze and hastened my ascent up the mountain. Author's note. Apologies for the delay in posting. Chapter 95. The girl is quite upset since my last exploratory venture. This marks my second arrival at the enchanting waterfall lake. The water shimmers in a vibrant green, reminiscent of a colossal olive-hued emerald. The surrounding mountains create a natural barrier, their peaks forming a gentle undulation, while the trees that grace the mountainside stand far less towering and lush than those found in the valleys below. Instead, only a sparse few are scattered across the expansive grassy meadow. As these rocky slopes are not conducive to the flourishing of trees, I am filled with delight. For although this olive-shaped waterfall lake is encircled by mountains, the summits of these peaks are remarkably flat, offering minimal elevation changes. They are adorned with vast expanses of periwinkle, which collectively form a stunning natural lawn, ideally suited for running. Truly a natural tract. A complete lap measures nearly 4 kilometers, and I deem it sufficient for Yi Wenwen to complete just one circuit to fulfill her task. The only challenge lies at the gorge's water outlet, which she must swim across, testing her endurance after the fatigue of a lap. After a leisurely jog around the lake, I took the liberty of marking several trees along the water's edge with my dagger, carving a palm-sized cross and encircling it, thus creating a rudimentary target for future shooting practice. With the running track and target area established, I set out in search of the necessary ingredients. Given the intensity of Yi Wenwen's training, she will undoubtedly require substantial nutritional replenishment. As for electrolytes, there is no need for concern. We have ample salt. Therefore, my focus is on ensuring her intake of glucose and vitamins, as well as procuring quality seasonings, for a diet of fish and meat daily can become quite monotonous without them. It is essential to provide her with a comfortable and nourishing experience, as I cannot train her in the same manner as the men in the camp, lest I risk exhausting her. Fortunately, my extensive wilderness survival experience equips me with knowledge of where to find natural wild onions, mountain ginger, chili peppers, and peppercorns. Of course, merely knowing their growing environments is insufficient. Luck plays a significant role in locating them. After a modest meal of my provisions, I set forth to gather these flavor-enhancing ingredients, mindful of the fading light. I searched tirelessly throughout the afternoon and was ultimately rewarded with a small patch of wild onions. These wild onions, resembling green natural straws, emit a pungent aroma when snapped. Digging them up revealed bulbous white onion heads, often referred to as wild garlic. Wild onions can be enjoyed in a variety of ways. Dipped in sauces, tossed in salads, used for flavoring soups, pickled, or even incorporated into dough for savory pastries. Despite being drenched in sweat and fatigue, the sight of this patch of wild onions filled me with joy, prompting me to hastily dig them up along with the soil before the sun set. I removed my camouflage attire and carefully wrapped the onions, intending to take them back for cultivation, so that future foraging would become unnecessary. With the wild onions cradled in my arms, I hurried back. Along the way, the absence of bees concerned me, as honey is of great importance to us. Seems I shall have to seek them out tomorrow. While retracing my steps, a monkey caught my eye, gnawing on a plant stalk, which I recognized as wild pepper. I surmised that wild pepper must be nearby. What a stroke of luck today has been! As the sun dipped below the horizon, I continued my search for wild pepper, and ultimately, a silver-ringed snake drew my attention. The tiny peppers adorning the plant were a vibrant mix of red, yellow, and green. I swiftly cleared the unnerving snake away and uprooted the pepper plant. Elated with my bounty of these flavor-enhancing plants, I knew that had I not trained Yi Wenwen today, she would have been overjoyed upon discovering these seasonings. I quickened my pace homeward, and soon, darkness enveloped the landscape. Balancing my precious finds made walking cumbersome, so I bit down on my flashlight and pressed on, arriving at the campfire before the cave around 7 o'clock. Susan and Jacassi were seated by the fire, but I did not see Yi Wenwen. She was likely sulking in the cave, upset with me. There was no time to appease her, so I carried my haul to the upper stone ledge, where the soil was most suitable for cultivating these wild seasoning plants, and with the protection of the moat, irrigation would not pose. I meticulously dug holes with my dagger and planted each one with care. Once this task was completed, I descended with my dirt-stained camouflage and stripped off my clothes to wash in the stream by the rocks. After a while, Susan returned from the cave, having brought me clean clothes. This was typically Yi Wenwen's domain, and it was clear that Susan had gone in to call for her, only to find her unwilling. The atmosphere among the women was noticeably subdued, lacking their usual vivacity. This was to be expected, as even more arduous challenges lay ahead, and I had no intention of explaining anything to them. Nevertheless, Yi Wenwen undoubtedly required some consolation, yet I have never quite understood how to comfort others. This predicament leaves me in a quandary, and I feel it may be prudent to seek the counsel of Susan or Jacassi. Chapter 96. The tears of a young girl. Jacassi brought over a bowl of steaming soup, filled with numerous slices of fish, evidently gathered by Yi Wenwen, who had ventured through the stone cave to retrieve the fishing net. Wenwen specifically asked me to prepare this for you. Worried that you would return to find no soup to drink, Jacassi spoke to me in a low, somber tone. After a moment of silence, I emptied the bowl, devouring the fish slices with great eagerness, and finished off the pan-fried bear meat that Jacassi had prepared, finally satiating my hunger. I handed the empty bowl back to Jacassi but was suddenly reminded of something and promptly made my way into the cave. Inside, the cave had undergone a transformation, appearing far more beautiful and spacious than before. Yi Wenwen lay on a soft quilt, glancing at me with a sulky expression as I entered. Pouting her lips in disregard, I approached her. I have relaxed your muscles a bit. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to continue training tomorrow. After intense exercise, delayed onset muscle soreness can occur, and without proper relaxation, the pain can be excruciating. I aimed to ensure she wouldn't suffer too greatly, for if she did, training would be delayed by 2 to 3 days, a significant waste of time. I gently held her delicate shoulder, guiding her to lie flat. She wore a white tank top, and at that moment, her youthful figure appeared particularly enchanting. Her large, expressive eyes gazed at me with a hint of melancholy, seemingly awaiting my comfort. Unsure of what to say, I bent her long, graceful legs, noting that she was clad in brown linen pants, which were far more comfortable for sleeping than camouflage attire. I took her alabaster feet in my rough hands. Kneading them gently, I repeated the process of bending and straightening her legs for 10 minutes, applying the same slow and careful technique to my hands. The accumulation of hydrogen ions, a byproduct of intense exercise, had built up in her muscles and needed to be metabolized. However, I could aid in dispersing these substances to alleviate her discomfort. We remained silent as Yi Wenwen allowed me to massage her entire body. Her form was undeniably supple. After completing the massage, I inquired, "Can you still move?" "Where to?" she asked, her brows furrowed in curiosity. I explained that we needed to soak in cold water. Otherwise, she would be in great pain tomorrow. If she was still able to move, she could crawl to the pond. She fell silent but obediently made her way there. I navigated around the giant stone and arrived at the pond, where Yi Wenwen carefully removed her clothes, folding them neatly and placing them at the dry entrance of the cave. At this hour, the waterfall's flow was minimal, merely a trickle compared to the rainwater cascading from the eaves. Under the moonlight, she descended cautiously from the rock above the water and leaped into the pond. The water was somewhat deep, and her muscles felt fatigued, making it difficult for her to swim. Instinctively, I jumped in and embraced her from behind, my hands inadvertently brushing against her soft skin. She flushed with embarrassment, and I quickly repositioned my hands to her waist. I led her to a rock at the pond's edge, where she could comfortably sit and soak, allowing her body to relax entirely. The stream was exceptionally cold at night. After a while, I noticed her lips turning slightly blue, prompting me to cease the soaking treatment. I guided her back to the cave entrance, where she dressed before climbing back inside. At that moment, Jacassi and Susan were still tending to the fire. Upon seeing me return, drenched, Susan prepared to fetch me some clothes, but Yi Wenwen took the initiative to bring them to me, stepping out of the cave to hand them over. "Thank you," I said, and she pouted her adorable lips, accepting my gratitude. Our minor grievances dissipated in that instant. As I changed clothes, she stood before me, and in the flickering firelight, she noticed the numerous swollen welts on my arms and neck from insect bites. "Uncle, what were you doing in the mountains to get bitten by so many insects?" she asked, somewhat surprised, for she knew I always donned camouflage gear during my excursions, no matter the heat, and rarely exposed my fingers to avoid such bites. I chuckled softly, finished dressing, and led her to the area above the giant stone. I showed her a patch of wild leeks and a large chili plant, and she quickly comprehended how I had managed to bring these back. I informed her that we still needed ginger and pepper, suggesting we crush these ingredients and mix them with olive oil to enhance the flavor of the meat, ensuring it wouldn't become tiresome. We lack sufficient starch, so I will find some honey to replenish your glucose levels. In the future, if you desire anything, feel free to tell me. Before I could finish, Yuanwen leaped into my arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. How can you be such a wonderful instructor? UV fought off so many pirates without a scratch, yet you endure these insect bites just to prepare delicious food for me. She clung to me tightly, and I was deeply moved by her emotional response, feeling a lump in my throat as I gently stroked her silky hair. Chapter 97. Preparing for morning exercise in the dim light of the night, the young girl looked up at me with her slightly innocent and charming face, standing on her tiptoes to bestow a gentle kiss with her soft, fragrant lips. Uncle, you are a good person clad in animal skin. I will strive with all my might in training and will no longer be angry with you for your harshness. Yuanwen's melodious voice, imbued with a sweet, obedient tone, resonated in the air. Such an understanding girl truly evokes a desire for affection, yet to ensure her survival, she must be transformed into a merciless machine of slaughter against our foes. Perhaps, at that point, her innocence and sensitivity will be irrevocably lost, but for the sake of existence, there is no alternative. If it were within my power, I would wish for her never to become like me, spending eternity in unending darkness. Once one has taken the life of another for survival, there is no turning back. The remainder of one's life is spent burdened by guilt, until one day, meeting their own demise at the hands of an enemy's bullet, they can finally walk towards the light, into the embrace. I wiped away the tears from her cheek, and she smiled. Go back now. The training will only intensify, and you must prepare yourself mentally. I cautioned her, for she might not yet realize that the forthcoming training is but the true beginning. Today was merely a warm-up. I would continue to train her through the pain of her muscles, pushing her to her physical limits. We should return to sleep together. All right, no moving around tonight. We must rise at 5:30 tomorrow to climb up to the waterfall lake. Great. I have long wished to see the scenery up there. As we conversed, we descended the giant's jaw rock slope and returned to the cave. Upon seeing us reconciled, Susan and Jackazy displayed expressions of relief and contentment. That night, Yuanwen was utterly exhausted and fell asleep the moment she lay down. Susan and Jackazy invited me to lie between them, for they had matters to discuss. The cave now offered ample space, allowing me to easily move closer to them. Mr. Pan, is there anything we can assist with? Watching Yuanwen train pains my heart. Susan expressed her concern, her brows furrowed in the dim light filtering through a small window. Jackazy leaned beside me, propping herself up on her arms, her tank top failing to conceal her ample figure, the neckline sagging considerably. She too was eager for me to assign them some tasks, unwilling to witness the suffering of Yuanwen, a mere girl. You have surpassed the optimal age for training, and we require individuals to prepare meals and do laundry. You shall serve as the logistics team. I will ensure that the girl's training is measured, so there is no need for you to worry. Now, rest early. I did not recline but instead leaned closer and spoke softly to them. The two women refrained from asking further questions, fearing they might disturb Yuanwen. Allowing me to lie back beside her, I was unsure when it had begun, but she had grown accustomed to nestling in my embrace to sleep soundly. With my hands behind my head, I contemplated the necessity of procuring some sugary berries the next day. Securing berries would be ideal, but if that proved impossible, I would gather bananas along the stream to provide her with as much sugar as possible. Initially, I hesitated to pick them, as these bananas were exceptionally nutritious, rich in trace elements that are exceedingly difficult for those living in the wild to replenish. A deficiency in trace elements could lead to health issues. My original plan was to allow everyone to consume a banana every few days. That bunch would suffice for the four of us for 2 months. During our time on the island, I had rarely encountered banana trees. That bunch of bananas was discovered when I had picked banana leaves to shield the drying racks 2 days prior, so until I found more, I was reluctant to destroy it. As I pondered these matters, I glanced at the deer fence at the cave's entrance. The little leopard was sleeping there now, seemingly accustomed to our presence. Despite its youth, it would certainly emit a fierce growl at any beast daring to sneak a peek. After a night of silence, I arose before dawn. The familiar girl in my arms remained asleep. I in a training camp for assassins. A bucket of icy water would have been thrown over her in the dead of winter, and the dampness of the bedding would force her to endure cold nights on a hard bed. Rise and prepare for morning exercise, I called, shaking Yi-Wen gently, but she mumbled incoherently, reluctant to leave her slumber. I reached down to grasp her thigh, just above her knee. Her muscles were already sore, and my touch elicited a sharp cry of pain from her. Ouch, that hurts, uncle. How cruel you are. Cruel? The enemy will not be so gentle. Hurry and wash up to keep pace. My earlier squeeze was not merely to rouse her, but also to gauge her muscle soreness in order to adjust the training intensity, preventing her muscles from breaking down due to improper training, which could be fatal. High-intensity training cannot be undertaken casually. It requires a scientific approach, allowing the body to adapt maximally to its current workload. But it's not even light yet. Yi-Wen pouted. It will be bright once we ascend the mountain. We can witness the sunrise, I replied, stepping outside, with Yi-Wen reluctantly rising to follow. The sounds of insects in the forest still echoed around us, and the clouds above were beginning to brighten. The morning air was warm, but as we exited the cave, a cool mist settled on our skin, causing Yi-Wen to shiver. Go wash up. I will fetch you something. As I spoke, I re-entered the cave and found a scarf-like piece of fabric, a bandana used by pirates to wrap their heads. It could serve as a hat and prevent sweat from dripping into the eyes, hindering visibility. Now, this bandana would be useful for Yi-Wen to bind her chest, preventing any unnecessary movement while running. Such motion would not only affect her jumping but could also lead to the loss of fat through excessive shaking, which would leave her in tears over a reduction in her bust size. Chapter 98. The only opponent is oneself. Holding the scarf, I stepped outside to find Yi-Wen brushing her teeth. I handed her the scarf. Wrap it around your chest. This will diminish the vibration of the fat in that area, thereby reducing fat consumption, I advised. Yi-Wen blushed and accepted the scarf, hastily washing her face before turning her back to me to remove her clothing. The slender silhouette of her youthful figure appeared somewhat fragile. She attempted to wrap her chest herself, but soon realized her arms could not reach the scarf behind her due to muscle soreness. Instructor, I can't wrap it myself. Please help me. Yi-Wen called over her shoulder, having deliberately adopted a new title to signify a sense of ceremony. I approached, took the scarf from her, and secured it around her budding curves, tightening it firmly, much like a diver's swimsuit. She donned her rough cloth attire once more. I instructed her to sit on a stone while I examined the pair of pirate boots she wore. If the shoes were ill-fitting, running 5 kilometers in them could be quite detrimental to her feet. Do these shoes fit well? I inquired. They are a size too large. This is the smallest pair I could find, Yi-Wen replied. I removed her shoes and noticed her delicate feet were clad in worn socks with holes. Please wait a moment. I re-entered the cave and sought out another pair of shoes, retrieving insoles and a pair of scissors. Using her insoles as a guide, I fashioned a new set, inserting them into her boots. Give it another try, I urged. Yi-Wen slipped them on, her expression one of astonishment, as if she had just discovered a miraculous method to make her shoes fit. Uncle, what is happening? I explained. By elevating the insoles, we reduce the internal space, but this only works for shoes that are just a size too large. If they are excessively oversized, this method becomes ineffective. Yi-Wen donned the other military boot and took a few steps, her face radiating joy. This feels wonderful. Now perform some warm-up exercises. I will freshen up, I instructed. Once Yi-Wen completed her warm-ups, I strapped on the assembled M16 and carried water, leading the way while she cheerfully followed, struggling up the path I had cleared the previous day. The mountain trail had improved significantly. Within 20 minutes, we reached the waterfall lake. The sun began to rise on the horizon, and the birds in the forest began to stir, embarking on their daily foraging, while the entire island resembled a colossal beast waking from slumber beneath the sea. How beautiful! Though it is a bit chilly, Yi-Wen remarked, feeling the lake breeze and admiring the verdant landscape, which indeed possessed a unique charm. You will warm up soon. Stand at attention, I commanded, and she obediently straightened up, demonstrating her attentiveness. Complete a lap around the lake in 16 minutes. If you exceed the time by even a minute, You will run an extra half lap tomorrow, and so forth. Ready, set, go. Upon finishing my instructions, I fired a shot into the air. Startled by the sound, Yi-Wenwen darted off, and I glanced at my watch to begin timing. Completing 4 kilometers of light cross-country running within 16 minutes is a standard training intensity for an ordinary soldier. However, for Yi-Wenwen, who had never undergone rigorous training, this posed a formidable challenge, averaging 4 minutes per kilometer, equating to running over 4 meters per second. The first kilometer at that pace was manageable, but as fatigue set in, the task would become increasingly daunting. She needed to learn to allocate her stamina and control her breathing. Running serves not only to enhance physical condition, but also to help one understand their limits, a crucial aspect in combat. If a person is unaware of their own capabilities, understanding the enemy becomes an insurmountable task. Ignorance of the adversary is akin to willingly walking into the line of fire. This encapsulates the essence of running. Beyond the improvement of physical fitness, endurance, and willpower, it fosters a comprehensive understanding and coordination of one's bodily capabilities. Typically, instructors do not impart such knowledge to ordinary soldiers, as it remains unnecessary throughout their lives. It is the special forces and peacekeeping units that necessitate this understanding. For someone like me, a killer, comprehending the limits of my abilities is imperative. Otherwise, one risks becoming blindly arrogant, committing grievous errors. I placed my weapon and water down and began to run behind Yi-Wenwen. Before long, I caught up with her, and she greeted me with a light-hearted smile. I was the champion of the 800-meter race back in school, Yi-Wenwen declared proudly. I couldn't help but smile. I had no intention of dampening her spirit. For an ordinary girl, winning the 800-meter race is indeed commendable, yet I required a killer in her. In that case, finishing this 5-kilometer run on time should not be too difficult for you. I replied with a slight grin before accelerating. I was acutely aware of my limits, enabling me to determine the appropriate pace to maintain without compromising my combat readiness. Even after finishing a run, I could immediately engage in battle without any adverse effects. The battlefield is never akin to a shooting range where one merely lies down to shoot. It is a series of marathons, encompassing endurance races, stamina trials, and tests of willpower. Observing my increased pace, Yi-Wenwen, not understanding her own endurance, blindly attempted to catch up, a clear indication of her lack of awareness regarding her stamina and strength, allowing the rhythm of my stride to disrupt her training plan. In training, there are no competitors. The only opponent is oneself. The true objective is to continuously surpass one's own limitations. Chapter 99. Physiological extremes for a girl with experience in long-distance running, traversing 5 kilometers of rugged terrain remains a formidable challenge. After just 1 kilometer, Yi-Wenwen began to struggle, her legs refusing to obey her commands and her lips paling noticeably. I was acutely aware of that sensation. I had encountered it myself during my initial foray into the killer camp when I undertook a 15-kilometer trek with a heavy load. My legs felt numb and powerless, my heartbeat intensified, my lungs ached with each breath, and I was beset by a sense of suffocation, my brain struggling for oxygen, my complexion turning ashen. Control your breathing, regulate your pace, and restore normalcy to your oxygen supply. I instructed her from the sidelines as her speed gradually diminished, her mouth agape as she gasped for air. I hurried over to her side. Breathe through your nose, I commanded. Yi-Wenwen remained remarkably alert, promptly closing her mouth. It is only at high-intensity exertion that one can effectively combine nasal and oral breathing. At such levels, nasal breathing alone can only satisfy between 27 to 40% of the body's oxygen needs. Given my higher expectations for Yi-Wenwen, I considered this level of exertion to be merely low intensity. During low-intensity exercise, inhaling through the mouth can allow frigid air to irritate the throat and trachea, potentially leading to upper respiratory infections, coughs, or even fainting from a sudden onset of breathlessness. Furthermore, excessive mouth breathing can result in significant dehydration, detrimental to prolonged exertion. Additionally, air entering the lungs through the mouth bypasses the filtering function of nasal hairs, increasing the risk of inhaling foreign particles, particularly in the wilderness, where inhaling toxic insects can be fatal. Moreover, if one resorts to mouth breathing during low-intensity activity, it becomes impossible to progress to higher-intensity training. Her limits must be continuously expanded. I deliberately slowed my pace to provide her with a benchmark for how much she should ease off. Having only covered slightly over a kilometer, I recognized that she had already reached the breaking point of human physical exertion. At the onset of exercise, the capability of the internal organs often lags behind the demands of the exercising muscles, resulting in breathlessness, chest tightness, dizziness, a rapid heart rate, muscle fatigue, and a sense of lethargy. This state, characterized by an overwhelming desire to cease all activity, is referred to as the breaking point. However, this is far from the human limit. If one possesses the willpower to persist, the body's exercise functions can recalibrate, achieving a balance with the internal organs, thus enhancing overall performance, increasing oxygen supply, expediting the clearance of lactic acid, and overcoming the inertia of organ function. The symptoms associated with the breaking point will gradually dissipate, leading to a new physiological equilibrium, at which point breathing becomes deeper and more rhythmic, movements feel lighter, and discomfort fades away. One can strive to surpass the second breaking point. This was the primary objective I aimed for her to achieve today. Soon, at the 2-kilometer mark, she overcame the first breaking point. Her lips regained their color, and her complexion gradually flushed with vitality. I felt a sense of pride in her determination, for such endurance is typically unattainable for most girls. The experience of reaching the breaking point is excruciating. If one has ever experienced seasickness or motion sickness, the discomfort pales in comparison to the agony of this state, compounded by its persistence. Without a certain degree of willpower, it is nearly impossible to endure. Moreover, her legs were already in considerable pain. Having surpassed the breaking point, that sensation would soon dissipate entirely as we approached the canyon. She gradually came to a halt, supporting herself on her knees as she breathed heavily, allowing her body to adjust to the cessation of activity, an aspect in which she excelled. Following intense exertion, a significant volume of blood flows into the muscles. If the body is not allowed to acclimate, it may lead to inadequate blood supply to the organs, potentially resulting in severe health issues. After a brief moment, Yuanwen straightened her posture, her legs feeling weak as she trudged through the grass toward me, gasping in disbelief. "Instructor, I felt like I was about to die just now, but then I felt fine. Why is that?" "You have surpassed the physiological breaking point. From now on, running a few kilometers will be a trivial matter," I replied, glancing at my watch and smiling as I noted, 19 minutes have passed, 3 minutes over. I'll give you a discount. Tomorrow, you can run 2 laps. Yuanwen, still catching her breath, shot me an exasperated look. "Oh, esteemed instructor, what do we do now? Run back?" "It's not advisable to take a cold shower right after exercising," I said, turning to sit on the grass, gazing at the vast expanse of sky and sea. From this vantage point, one can indeed see the southwestern islands, and if the Fury were to approach, it would be visible from here as well. This is one of the reasons I chose to dwell in this location. "It's beautiful," Yuanwen exclaimed as she settled beside me, her face illuminated by a charming smile. "Indeed, it is quite stunning." I nodded in agreement. Yuanwen turned to me as if she wished to say something, but then hesitated and fell silent, and I chose not to press her. Chapter 100. The Crisis of the Future. Originally, we were supposed to conduct shooting training immediately, but considering that Yuanwen was not even a novice, we decided to forego such expectations. Otherwise, during our ascent, I would have instructed her to swim across the canyon first, followed by running drills, which would have allowed us to commence shooting training upon her return. The gap between the canyon walls spans approximately 20 meters, with the opposite bank rising over a meter above the lake surface, while our current position stands more than 5 meters above the water. Although descending to swim is feasible, I hope to impart diving training to Yuanwen, as this 5-meter height is quite suitable for beginners. This lake is relatively deep. When you jump in, cross your arms over your chest, pinch your nose, maintain a vertical posture, and keep your legs straight but angled slightly from your abdomen. This technique ensures that you won't plunge directly to the bottom. Instead, you will glide forward and enter the water at an angle, thus preventing a hard impact and mitigating the shock of entry. Remember to pinch your nose to avoid water rushing in and causing temporary unconsciousness. I crossed my arms over my chest and pinched my nose to demonstrate for Yuanwen, who imitated my actions closely. Moreover, if you cannot guarantee the proper entry posture, you must protect your chest and abdomen, avoiding contact with the water first. Many divers overlook the impact of the water. Often, if the chest and abdomen hit the surface first, it can lead to injuries to the ribs, vertebrae, and internal organs. In combat, sustaining internal injuries can be tantamount to a death sentence. There are no second chances. I explained with gravity, and Yi11 listened intently, her sparkling eyes seeming to respond to my words. Sometimes, in the midst of an escape, we are compelled to leap from great heights into the water, often unaware of the depth. In such instances, aim to enter the water with your back first, and ensure your body is at an angle to the surface. You cannot simply fall flat. Yi11 nodded vigorously. I was uncertain how much she would retain, but this knowledge could very well save her life in critical moments. Prepare yourself. Watch how I enter the water, I declared, executing a standard diving technique as I plunged into the lake. Experienced divers might adopt various styles upon entry, but for beginners, such risks are inadvisable. The morning lake was frigid, likely around 6 to 7 degrees Celsius. Yi11 soon followed suit, proving to be the bravest girl I had ever encountered. Upon hitting the water, she quickly resurfaced, though the impact had caused her clothing to rise, fortunately revealing only a modest chest wrap beneath. Are you all right? I inquired. Instructor, I'm fine, but are there crocodiles in this lake? Yi11 asked, glancing around with trepidation. I reassured her that such elevated waterfall lakes typically do not harbor crocodiles, but one can never be too cautious in unusual circumstances. I swam ahead, and Yi11 promptly followed. The 20-meter distance was swiftly covered, and as I rested my arms on the rocky shore, I turned to watch Yi11 swim towards me. Be cautious of the rocks as you come ashore. Avoid hitting your knees, I cautioned her, as novices often make this mistake due to excitement after surfacing, failing to notice submerged hazards. When approaching the shore, the body remains in a swimming position, with the knees lifted forward rather than straight up, making it easy to collide with rocks, which can temporarily incapacitate the leg. Though this may not seem significant, in the heat of battle, such lapses can cost precious moments, potentially leading to a fatal encounter. The butterfly effect in combat is starkly apparent. A simple misstep or moment of distraction can cascade into a series of errors, culminating in death at the hands of the enemy. Therefore, even seemingly trivial matters can become critical factors in determining life or death. Despite my warnings, Yi11 still collided with the jagged underwater rocks as she emerged, a bruise the size of a thumb appearing on her fair skin. It hurts so much. I can't move, she lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Injuries to the joints are excruciating and can render an entire limb temporarily immobile. Next time, be more careful, I advised. Yi11 replied tearfully. Fortunately, there are no external wounds. Otherwise, you would be unable to enter the water again. Now, I will teach you to use the M16A3 rifle. I have equipped it with a scope, capable of striking targets up to 600 meters away. Earlier, during our run, I introduced you to the tree targets. The nearest is 300 meters, and the farthest is 800. Start by practicing shooting at 300 meters. Take 6 or 7 shots to familiarize yourself, and then I will teach you how to calculate bullet drop. Yi11 nodded, momentarily disregarding her knee injury, as she complied with my instructions and assumed the standard shooting position. I aimed to familiarize her with the M16 and subsequently teach her the complexities of calculating ballistic deviations and swiftly compensating for them, along with strategies for dealing with the aftermath of taking a life. Sniping is a skill that demands innate talent. Within the military, only the most elite soldiers achieve the status of sniper, in the Assassins Battalion. Each member must be a sharpshooter, and she must rise to become the champion of the Assassins Battalion. For should the underworld learn of her lineage, they will undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. Although such tragedies may not inevitably occur, I must remain vigilant to that looming threat. She will be confronted by all the assassins within the battalion. The author's note. Dear readers, please do not hesitate to show your support with 5 stars. My type of writing cannot compete with those lighthearted tales, and without your backing, I may face dire consequences. Chapter 101. Sniper Training. Uncle, have you ever watched Elon, the Professional? Yi11 suddenly inquired. I playfully poked her forehead, saying no, one must not be distracted while shooting. Focus is paramount. Oh, she replied, falling silent, her eyes brimming with a sense of happiness. It was only later that I learned this film, released in France in 1994, portrayed a hitman, with her likening herself to the young girl and me to the illiterate assassin. This became significant after her disappearance for a period, prompting me to watch the film and subsequently travel to France, where I found her in a humble rental apartment. By then, she had blossomed into a striking beauty, yet upon seeing me, she wept like a child. But that is a story for another time. Ye-Wonwon fired a few shots, and as I observed through my binoculars, I realized her bullets had strayed entirely. Clearly, she was equally bewildered. Where did the bullets go? I didn't see a single one. She gazed at me helplessly. I leaned beside her and indicated the focus ring at the front of the scope. When scopes are manufactured, these settings are often misaligned. If you shift your line of sight, you'll notice the crosshair also moves. This is due to parallax error. The place you were looking at just now wasn't aligned with the crosshair, which is why you couldn't see where the bullets landed. Generally speaking, at such a close range, the deviation of the bullets shouldn't be too significant, making it easier to locate their impact points. I gradually guided her on how to adjust the scope. By addressing the parallax and utilizing the reticle, we could easily ascertain the precise distance to the target. The model she was using featured a parallax-adjustable scope, with the crosshair consisting of mil-dot reticles. Although this offered a higher starting point for practitioners, it provided considerably greater accuracy compared to a fixed parallax scope, enabling shooting at greater distances. Now, adjust your line of sight and see if the crosshair remains stable, I instructed after she made some adjustments. She quickly grasped the calibration methods for the scope. The adjustment ring at the front allows for diopter correction. If you are nearsighted, you can use this to enhance clarity. Additionally, this level is crucial. During combat, we sometimes need to aim from an angle, which can be challenging for novices when dealing with a slanted crosshair. Familiarize yourself with these settings, and once you've adjusted them, I'll assist in verifying your work. Though these were fundamental concepts, a lack of understanding could significantly impact performance in combat. Sniping is far from the simplistic notion one might envision. Even a sniper of my caliber is prone to error. Our objective is to minimize mistakes to the greatest extent possible, allowing our adversaries to falter first, thereby securing our victory. After a while, she adjusted the settings, and I took my position to verify. Satisfied with her adjustments, I felt a great sense of pride in her talent. I then taught her the calculations for different magnifications, which would allow her to accurately determine the target's distance. Understanding the distance to the target is, of course, a fundamental yet crucial aspect for a sniper. These concepts are relatively easy to master. After a brief explanation, Ye-Wonwon was quick to comprehend. I encouraged her to take a few more shots, and this time she could finally see where her bullets landed, successfully striking the trunk of the target tree, though still quite far from the bullseye I had marked. Precision is paramount in sniping. If one cannot strike the target accurately, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, one must not become complacent over a minor shortfall. Within 300 meters, one need not consider the Coriolis effect or air temperature, but it is essential to account for bullet quality, wind direction, and speed. Beyond 300 meters, one must factor in varying wind conditions, air temperature, and humidity, in addition to the bullet's rotational drift, which occurs clockwise. Thus, when shooting at distant targets, the bullet will deviate slightly to the upper right. At distances exceeding 1 kilometer, one must also consider the Coriolis effect I elaborated, to which Ye-Wonwon pondered before asking, doesn't T-gravity partially counteract the bullet's upward drift? Your reasoning is astute. Between 300 and 500 meters, gravitational force does indeed adjust the bullet's trajectory. However, beyond that distance, gravity exerts a greater influence. It would be beneficial for you to frequently handle bullets, familiarize yourself with their weight, and imagine them soaring through the air at hundreds of meters per second. This will help you develop a sense of accuracy. In rapid sniping situations, instinctual precision often precedes calculation. I continued my explanation. In the realm of sniping, practice and familiarity are paramount. Often, there is little room for calculations. Most of the time, one must anticipate the target's distance, prepare calculations and adjustments in advance, and when confronted by multiple targets, or if one's position is compromised, instinctive reflexes derived from experience become invaluable. Ye-Wonwon's talent is indeed remarkable, and within these 2 months, she shows promise of becoming a competent sniper. However, enhancing her sniping capabilities necessitates real combat experience, an aspect that cannot be imparted by an instructor. Observing her earnest and focused demeanor stirred within me a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, compassion, and a sense of responsibility. Author's note: many thanks to user 544 for their support in climbing. Chapter 102. Inspiring talent, bang bang. Periodically, the mountains echoed with gunfire, reverberating across the lake, while a blooming bullet hole appeared on the tree trunk, 300 meters away, I observed that each bullet drew closer to the target, revealing the girl's talent exceeded my expectations. At that moment, the wind across the lake was quite strong, significantly influencing both wind speed and direction. Remarkably, she understood the art of inference, observing the ripples on the water's surface to ascertain the wind's direction and approximate force, thereby predicting the trajectory through her instinct. I had yet to teach her the method for calculating ballistic deviation. Honing her intuition was far more crucial. Much like a skilled hunter, when asked about the precision of their aim, they may be unable to articulate the reasons, yet upon grasping a firearm, they instinctively find their mark. That is true talent. My aim was to cultivate and unleash her innate abilities, not to mold her into a mere machine reliant on calculations. A truly great teacher does not merely impart vast knowledge, but rather instills in students the ability to think critically and solve problems, for new knowledge and challenges will continually arise, making it impossible to teach every detail. The ultimate approach is to empower students to think independently. A commendable instructor does not merely teach soldiers how to shoot or defeat enemies. They ignite the soldier's potential, enabling them to operate autonomously in the field. "Sir, how am I supposed to know the wind speed?" Yuanwen exclaimed after firing several shots, finally realizing where she faltered. In truth, I had discerned it long ago, but I believed it would be more beneficial for her to discover it herself. "During your studies, have you heard of the Beaufort scale?" I inquired. "It's a bit unfamiliar," Yuanwen replied, her face flushed. The Beaufort scale, an internationally recognized measurement of wind force, is readily accessible online and is not a secret. The scale categorizes wind strength into two groups based on environmental indicators: terrestrial and maritime signs, allowing one to gauge wind force through observable phenomena. I recited these concepts to Yuanwen, and she quickly committed them to memory. With renewed determination, she fired 3 or 4 shots in succession, astonishingly hitting the target at 300 meters. Evidently, she had found her rhythm. Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at me, excitedly boasting of her achievements. "Very impressive, but remember, the enemy is not a tree. They won't stand still for you to aim. Don't become complacent." "We'll conclude today's shooting session here and return for breakfast," I stated as I rose to my feet. Yuanwen was elated, her stomach audibly growling. She secured her firearm and followed my lead, while I glanced at the spent casings on the ground. "Collect the casings. Leave no trace where you lay. If I were to bring a hunting dog, you would find it impossible to conceal yourself on this island." My words struck Yuanwen with clarity. Her brows furrowed in realization. She understood that a sniper must exercise utmost caution. Neglecting even the smallest detail could unleash a tempest. To a sniper, every detail is as conspicuous as footprints exposed to sunlight. They can lead one directly to their prey. Insight is a fundamental skill for a sniper, and it is something I intend to teach her personally in due course. After gathering the spent casings, she caught up with me, and I noticed her beaming smile, as if she had discovered the very essence of life. This mirrored my own experience, though my motivation stemmed from the thrill of wielding life and death, unlike her burgeoning excitement in acquiring a new skill. She perhaps remained oblivious to the fact that learning to be a sniper, she only grasped that she would one day confront pirates, yet the profound experience of engaging in a life-or-death struggle is entirely different. Knowing how to kill is one thing, but having never done so, one cannot fathom the sensation of a dagger piercing an enemy's abdomen or the gaze of a foe as their life ebbs away. Such experiences are ones I fervently hope the innocent girl never encounters. Upon returning to the cave, Susan and Jackassy had prepared breakfast. To my astonishment, today's meal included river crabs and shrimp. Gazing at the delectable spread, both Yuanwen and I felt our appetites awaken. "Sisters, where did you catch these?" Yuanwen asked Susan and Jackassy, her face alight with surprise. Jackassy smiled and gestured for Susan to respond. With a grin, Susan explained, "We noticed how hard you've been training, so Jackassy and I thought to treat you to something different. We caught them upstream in the creek, and they are quite nutritious. By the way, we added some chili and green onions. Dipping them in olive oil makes them even more delicious." I noticed a medical bandage on Susan's slender fingers, evidence of an accidental pinch from a river crab. Both women hailed from bustling cities, and catching 3 or 4 large river crabs is no small feat in the future. Remember to wear gloves when catching crabs. If you get injured, the medicine left by the pirates won't cure a viral infection, I cautioned sternly. Susan and Jackassy lowered their heads in guilt, mistakenly believing I was reprimanding them. Yet, Yuanwen chuckled. What Uncle means is to avoid getting hurt in the first place. Uncle, could you please speak less seriously? It's evident you are just being considerate, noticing their injury. A little tenderness wouldn't go amiss. You don't need to sound like a drill sergeant. They aren't your soldiers. Hearing Yi Wenwen's words, they all shared an awkward laugh. Yi Wenwen possessed remarkable emotional intelligence. Indeed, this was one of my shortcomings. I tend to be straightforward, unable to employ subtleties or flatter others, often opting for silence instead. Author's note: thank you for the previous mountain climbing rewards, Ying. That name is quite amusing. Chapter 103. You may give up after the meal. Yi Wenwen was utterly exhausted and fell asleep as soon as she returned to the cave. I refrained from waking her, for the disparity between planned training and actual practice was apparent. The conditions in the wilderness were far from ideal, and I was still assessing her adaptability. Seizing the opportunity while she napped, I cleared a section of the riverbank ahead, tossing large pebbles into the stream. Leaving behind a 20-meter stretch of damp sandy shore, I then procured some bamboo, dividing it into two groups. One of short poles and the other of long rods. The short poles were inserted into the sandy area in 2 rows, spaced 1.5 meters apart, with long rods secured above them, thus creating a training ground resembling a 20-meter by 2-meter barbed wire obstacle. Originally, I intended to extend it to 30 meters, but due to space constraints, it would have to suffice at 20. She could always repeat the course an additional 30 times later. An hour later, I roused the slumbering Yi Wenwen and handed her an AK. Now, we shall train your gun stability for 2 hours. I announced loudly. Yi Wenwen groggily rose, running to the stream to splash her face with water to awaken herself. With an innocent expression, she glanced at me and pinched her little arm, exclaiming, "It hurts." The pain is precisely why we train on the battlefield. If you cannot even hold your weapon steady, how can you hope to fight? I instructed her to raise the gun upright and assume a shooting stance, then affixed stones the size of 2 fists to the barrel. "It's so heavy," Yi Wenwen pleaded, her eyes wide with desperation. "You cannot lower it voluntarily. You must hold it until your arms can bear it no longer. Just as in long-distance running, your body learns to overcome its inertia. But if I do this, how will I manage to eat with a knife and fork?" Yi Wenwen lamented. "I'll feed you," I stated firmly, standing beside her. "Then, that won't ruin my arms, will it? And if my hands hurt so much that I can't exert any strength, what will I do when I need to use the restroom? Keep talking, and I'll make you hold it for an additional 2 hours." I observed her lethargy, clearly a consequence of her recent slumber, realizing I must not allow her to sleep for so long next time. Holding a gun is no trivial task. It may seem simple, but the practice is arduous. Yi Wenwen could barely endure 10 minutes before her entire arm began to tremble. "Uncle, I can't take it anymore." "Can't I sit down?" she implored, her eyes glistening with tears. "No, holding the gun trains your overall coordination and endurance. Sitting would negate that effect. After 2 hours, you won't need to stand. I will ensure your legs get a break. Now, no more talking. Expressing fatigue will only tire you further. Remember to breathe through your nose," I reminded her as I walked to the cave entrance to fetch the well-fed little leopard. When I returned to her side, a glimmer of joy crossed Yi Wenwen's face as she assumed I was bringing the little leopard to entertain her. However, I was not a benevolent figure. I lifted the little leopard and positioned it beneath the knife of her rifle. Should she relax her grip, the blade would slice into the leopard's belly. "Uncle, handle it as you wish," I replied indifferently. I understood that without a semblance of threat, it would be difficult for her to persist. The presence of the little leopard would compel her to endure to her limits. When she could no longer maintain her grip, I would naturally remove the leopard. But for now, I needed her to believe that I would not do so. Serious demeanor communicated everything. At the 20-minute mark, Yi Wenwen's body began to tremble uncontrollably, gritting her teeth as tears streamed down her cheeks. For a girl, this was an excruciating ordeal. Susan and Jackassy watched with concern, hesitant to approach or interrupt me, as I stood motionless, cradling the little leopard before the blade, the atmosphere so tense that no one dared to defy it. When the 25-minute mark approached, Yi Wenwen's arms shook to their limits, yet driven by her willpower, she persevered. Her muscles had surpassed their physiological threshold, and soon after, balance was restored. Yuanwen recognized that she had moved past a phase of suffering. I knew she had likely battled countless thoughts of surrender, yet the image of the little leopardess belly being cut open and dying pitifully must have spurred her on. Thus, she endured, tears flowing as her hands shook. Though she had surpassed the first threshold, I felt a twinge of worry. Her kindness was so profound that she could withstand such pain for the sake of a little leopard. I placed the little leopard on the ground, where it scampered back to the cave entrance, drawn to the little warm nest Yuanwen had fashioned for it from torn cloth. An hour later, her delicate arms could no longer sustain the weight and fell limply to her sides. This method of holding would not strain her muscles, as the human body possesses defensive mechanisms. Her will had pushed her muscles to their limits, and they would naturally give way. I hurried to her side, assisting her in relaxing her arm muscles. Rest for 5 minutes, then continue holding. Yuanwen burst into tears, her arms too weak to lift and wipe her tears away, allowing them to cascade down her cheeks. Susan approached, gently wiping her tears and offering comfort. I stood and moved to a nearby rock to sit, allowing her to regain her composure. 5 minutes later, I approached her once more, my gaze unusually serious and earnest as I asked, "Do you wish to give up? We have only just begun. If you choose to surrender, I will not blame you. I can teach you survival skills on the island. After my demise, the three of you and the little leopard would have no trouble living safely here for the rest of your lives. The pirates would not scour a few hundred square kilometers of island for a handful of women." Chapter 104. The girl's injury. Yuanwen gazed at me with her large, tear-filled eyes. She understood the gravity of my seriousness. I never jest. If she wished to give up, I would undoubtedly acquiesce. With great fortitude, she stifled her tears, causing her lower lip to quiver slightly, emitting a sound of suppressed sobs. In silence, she rose from the ground and retrieved her weapon, standing resiliently by the creek, akin to a valiant border guard, confronting the adversary at the frontier. Even in the face of annihilation, she exhibited no inclination to retreat. "You shall train independently. I will venture into the mountains to procure honey for you. We shall forego traversing the barbed wire today. An hour from now, you may proceed with your own activities." I ceased my surveillance of her, as I had faith in her self-discipline. Once a person's combat spirit is ignited, the inertia of their capabilities becomes no longer an impediment. Grasping my canvas bag and firearm, I ventured into the mountains. I headed towards the source of the creek, for typically, one can find an abundance of blooming flowers in areas where bees are likely to be present. By following a honeybee that has collected nectar, I would be able to locate the hive. However, this task proved to be immensely challenging, as pursuing a single bee in this untamed jungle is exceedingly difficult, and it is all too easy to lose track of it. I could only make an educated guess regarding the hive's location before commencing my search. After an hour of traversing, I had followed a few bees but ultimately lost them, failing to discover the hive. With only a few hours remaining before dusk, I felt that fortune would not favor me in finding honey today. Thus, I resolved to ascend the highest peak of the island, to survey the surroundings from a vantage point. Only by attaining such height can one gain a comprehensive view, which is extraordinarily vital for our survival on this deserted. I chose a relatively accessible ridge and began my ascent. As this was a rocky mountain, it lacked the entangling vegetation of the jungle, making the climb somewhat easier. After nearly 3 hours, I finally reached the summit. This peak stood at approximately 500 meters above sea level. Perched atop the highest rock, I beheld the entirety of the island, along with a distant small isle shrouded in sea mist to the southwest. Regrettably, the distance was too great. Even with binoculars, I could not discern the happenings on that isle. I remained uncertain about the current situation of Buin. Turning my gaze northeastwards, behind this lofty mountain lay an expansive area of low-lying jungle, mangroves, and coconut groves. The island was immense, spanning approximately 210 square kilometers. Despite its vastness, in comparison to the boundless ocean, it resembled a mere grain of sand upon a blue canvas, its colors indistinguishable. From my elevated position, I could see the waterfall lake below, resembling a piece of emerald green jade in the shape of an olive, akin to the eye of a colossal beast lurking on this island, truly magnificent in its splendor. From this vantage point, I could not perceive the creek, nor even the Crocodile River flowing westward, as the foliage below was too dense. The sun was gradually descending towards the horizon. Reluctantly, I tore myself away from the breathtaking view atop the mountain and leaped down the rock, hastening my descent. The journey downhill is always easier than the arduous climb. I spent 3 hours ascending, yet the return took merely 1 hour. After the sun had set, I finally returned to the cave. I was drenched in sweat and did not even enter the cave, opting instead to strip off my clothes and wash by the creek. Susan and Jacassi were roasting fish and bear meat by the fire, but I did not see Iwanwan, which stirred a sense of worry within me. Once I had bathed, I donned the clothes that had been drying on the bamboo pole and approached the fire pit. "Where is the girl?" I inquired. Susan stood before me, her head lowered as she bit her red lip, gesturing towards the cave. My expression darkened, and I hurriedly ran into the cave. There lay the girl, her arms and knees bandaged with blood-stained gauze, quietly resting upon a cotton blanket. Upon seeing my return, she attempted to rise, and I rushed to embrace her. "What happened? How did you get hurt?" I asked anxiously. I was oblivious to the events that had transpired during my absence, and at that moment, Jacassi and Susan followed me into the cave. One, after you left, attempted to climb the barbed wire again. Her forearms and knees were scraped. Jacassi spoke with a quivering voice, while tears streamed down Susan's cheeks. I had not anticipated Wanwan's eagerness. Her training intensity had already been considerable that day. "I'm fine, just a few scrapes." I gazed at the girl, who still wore a considerate smile, and my heart ached. I had pushed her to this extent. Tenderly, I held Iwanwan in my arms, my own resilience nearly giving way to tears. "Uncle, I can still train tomorrow. I just need to toughen the skin on my arms and knees. Once I develop calluses, I won't be as easily injured as today," Iwanwan declared. My breath trembled as I looked at her for a while before speaking. "Training cannot result in injury, do you understand? The distinction between training and combat lies here. Henceforth, you must not train without my permission. Should you sustain a serious injury, it will impede our progress." Iwanwan pouted as she gazed at me. "You clearly care for me yet speak of training progress." Author's note. Thank you all for your likes, and to user 368 for the mountain climbing. Chapter 105. Altering the training regimen. Allow me to examine your injuries. Which hand is the most severely affected? I shifted the topic. For a man like me, who has endured countless tribulations, finds it wholly inappropriate to discuss emotions. Much like a cruel blade, stained with the blood of countless victims, devoid of any sentiment or warmth. At this moment, the fleeting bliss and warmth felt akin to a rare bloom in the twilight of time, beautiful yet ephemeral. Iwanwan indicated it was her right hand. I carefully unwrapped the bandages from her right forearm, revealing the skin abraded on the side that had come into contact with the ground. The wound appeared to have been cleansed and disinfected. I cleaned the wound with boiled water. "It's not very deep and should scab over in 2 days, she reassured me, sensing my concern. I nodded and rebandaged her arm. "For the next 2 days, let's focus on running and shooting. You must also avoid water. We'll run 9 kilometers each morning and evening." I revised the training regimen, to which Iwanwan expressed. In fact, she seemed eager to recover swiftly and embrace even more rigorous training. "From now on, during lunchtime, I shall instruct you in camouflage, ambush tactics, and how to create traps to mislead the enemy's thinking. We will begin with the theory, and once your injury heals, we shall put it into practice. Do you have any objections?" I inquired, addressing Iwanwan, who sat upright. She shook her head, indicating her acquiescence. "Then let us rest for today." "I will check on the furs," I said. Helping her lie down, I moved towards the right side of the cave, reaching into the crevice to retrieve the pelts. Upon inspection, I found them to be well cured. With a bit more drying, they could be softened with warm water, and once the meat naturally cooked, they would be nearly ready for use. The weather next month would certainly be much colder than now, and these furs would be invaluable. As I exited the cave, Susan called out to me, inviting me to join them for grilled fish and meat. I realized I had yet to eat dinner, and my stomach rumbled with hunger. They had learned to fish using the nets I had woven, sparing me the time of foraging for food and allowing me to attend to other matters. "How did we come by pepper?" I asked, taking a bite of the grilled fish, and was pleasantly surprised. "Leaving it there will result in it dropping off. Additionally, do not plant it in the sandy soil, as it cannot tolerate standing water," I advised the 2 women, who lacked agricultural knowledge. In truth, We would not require an excessive amount of pepper, for before it bore fruit again, we would either become corpses riddled with bullet holes or have already departed from this island. After finishing dinner, I placed the wild yam I had dug up into the embers. Then, I approached the banana tree, using my dagger to fell it, as it had grown too tall to harvest the bananas in stages. The entire tree needed to be cut down. I returned with a large bundle of bananas, and the two women were visibly excited, having not tasted fruit in quite some time. I handed each of them 2 bananas before entering the cave. Inside, it was dark, and upon seeing the bundle of dark objects in my hands, she rose to inquire, "What is that?" I stepped closer and switched on my flashlight. Bananas? Indeed, I discovered them a few days ago. You've expended considerable energy today and require some nourishment. Eat these 5. I bit down on the flashlight and sliced off 5 plump, orange-yellow bananas with my dagger. My hand hurts. I can't move it, Yuanwen pouted, and though I recognized her playful demeanor, I peeled the bananas for her. After finishing 3, she smiled contentedly and said, "So sweet. Uncle, you should eat one too." "Yes, eat up and get some rest." After satisfying her hunger, Yuanwen finally began to genuinely rest. With her increased physical exertion, it was imperative to recuperate properly for swift recovery. I stepped outside the cave and settled by the fire. Susan approached me, somewhat sheepishly, and confessed, "I've gotten my period." "I'm not pregnant. My previous reactions may have been due to physical discomfort." "That is good news," I replied, feeling a sense of relief. If she had been pregnant, the situation would have become exceedingly complex, especially as I had yet to locate the treasure. Should I fail to find it, I would still have to relinquish her to that influential figure. Otherwise, all the risks I had taken would be rendered meaningless. It was evident that Susan had been attempting to draw closer to me, even going so far as to use her body to win my favor. However, I was reluctant to engage in any emotional entanglement, as I might have to send her into a political inferno in Africa. If I were to develop feelings for her, I might find myself unable to act, for I sensed that her older lover was unaware of the circumstances. Should I send her away, the outcome would be grim, as the darker aspects of politics must remain hidden, lest she become a piece of evidence. Of course, they would also be contemplating my demise. They would need to weigh their strength against the precariousness of their situation, assessing whether their hold on the noose was secure. Author's note: I appreciate the support from Xiao Yu and the likes from other readers, as well as user 879 for the motivation to update. Chapter 106. The injury. The premise of all my actions hinges upon the fact that I have not discovered the treasure. Had I found it, there would have been no need for me to act in such a manner towards Susan. Furthermore, even if I were to entertain the notion of developing romantic feelings for her, I would forego the riches, escape the island with her, and return to the civilized world. But what then? Unlike me, Susan cannot wander the globe freely. Once her identity is revealed, she would attract the pursuit of agents from various nations. It is utterly unfeasible for me to flee with her, nor do I possess the desire to do so. I yearn to enjoy the remainder of my life with my wife, and if fortune smiles upon us, we shall be blessed with a delightful child, thereby becoming one among the countless ordinary individuals. Thus, Susan's fate appears almost predestined. Like most people, she enters this world with a destiny that cannot be altered, merely struggling a little more along a path laden with suffering. The splashes of a few waves will hardly capture the world's attention. Moreover, her very identity is peculiar. I remain unfamiliar with her past, and I must not allow myself to develop any form of emotional attachment towards a stranger. The roasting is quite satisfactory. Exercise caution as you venture into the mountains. Avoid being bitten by poisonous creatures. If not absolutely necessary, refrain from entering the mountains lightly, I advised Susan. The inclusion of you all was merely to ensure that Jakasi did not feel isolated. Susan is my charge. I cannot allow her to come to harm, hence my serious tone. Susan nodded, pursing her lips in acknowledgement. Rest early. After finishing my meal, I rose to rinse my mouth by the stream, then ascended the giant stone to inspect the growth of the plants we had unearthed. Before I could descend, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the stream's edge. It was Susan. I hurried down and saw her returning from a patch of grass by the stream. I rushed to her side, inquiring, "What has happened?" I went over there to relieve myself, and something bit me on the buttocks. Susan was visibly shaken, and I felt a surge of anxiety. Typically, Insects and snakes do not readily attack creatures significantly larger than themselves. Perhaps Susan had inadvertently stepped on a snake's tail. Let me take a look. Susan, overwhelmed with embarrassment, loosened her pants and propped herself up beside the fire. Her peach-like posterior bore a wound near a sensitive area, from which blood was oozing. Jacassi spread a piece of clothing on the ground, allowing Susan to lie down and elevate her legs, ensuring the firelight illuminated her injury for my examination. "Do we have any cool boiled water?" I inquired. Jacassi promptly responded and fetched a kettle, pouring a bowl for me. I gently cleaned Susan's wound with water. She cried out in pain. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the injury was not from a snake bite, but rather a puncture from a plant. The wound was somewhat deep, mere inches away from a far more delicate area, which could have resulted in a far more serious situation. Seems I must find time to construct a restroom. I had previously overlooked this issue due to my male perspective, which made such matters rather simple for me, failing to consider the challenges faced by 3 women. This was no trivial matter. Today it was a puncture, but next time it could very well be a snake bite, and if bitten in sensitive areas such as the buttocks, back, waist, abdomen, or neck, it could pose significant complications. "I shall tend to your bandaging," I offered, as Jacassi procured gauze and medical tape. After I had properly dressed the wound, Susan, still blushing, lowered her legs. However, given the circumstances, there was little that could be done. The boundaries of propriety had already been crossed. Jacassi seemed unfazed. Her mindset was far more liberal than that of many Eastern individuals. Although Susan is a Chinese American, her views remained somewhat conservative. "Thank you," Susan said. Her cheeks flushed. I nodded in response. "Rest now. I will see to constructing a temporary restroom for you, so you need not venture into the wilderness anymore, especially at night." The 2 women acknowledged my words, and Jacassi assisted Susan towards the cave. The restroom must not be too far, yet it cannot be too close, nor can it be situated directly beside the stream or river, as we frequently fish, bathe, and fetch water from there. I surveyed the surroundings and ultimately decided to dig a latrine beside the bamboo grove, crafting a simple yet secure restroom. This task would have to wait until tomorrow. Upon returning to the cave, I informed the 2 women that I had selected a location for their restroom, and they expressed their gratitude. "Sleep well." This evening, due to her injury, Yi11 would sleep separately to avoid aggravating her wound, so I settled down with Susan and Jacassi near the cave entrance. The small leopard remained at the entrance, contentedly resting in the cozy nest crafted for it. Susan took my hand and placed it against her chest, just as she had done previously, as if inviting me to feel the rhythm of her heartbeat. Author's note: thank you all for your support and your patience. When you finish reading, please take a moment to click on the ads that pop up. It greatly impacts the author's earnings. Thank you immensely. Chapter 107. The girl's grievance. Susan's skin was soft and supple. Previously, due to Yi11's presence, she had not had the opportunity to draw so close to me. Now, she lay beside me, her delicate form pressed tightly against my arm, emanating a sweet fragrance. Her slender fingers gently traversed my muscles, and when they reached my abdomen, I grasped her somewhat cold hand. The buttons of her linen garment had all been undone, and her warm skin made contact with my robust arm. As I slept in merely a black tank top, my arms were exposed, and her closeness not only allowed me to feel the warmth and softness of her skin, but also the rapid beating of her heart. Her soft lips brushed against my ear, allowing me to sense her hurried yet rhythmic breaths. Gradually, her kisses moved toward my face, her warm, damp breaths infused with the unique scent of femininity wafting before my nostrils. I was acutely aware of her intentions, as well as the limitations I must impose upon myself. I raised my hand to block her kiss, and Susan seemed taken aback. "Why do you reject me?" "It is meaningless," I replied coldly, and while I was momentarily distracted, her hand slipped free and wandered downward. "You are speaking contrary to your heart," she exclaimed. Sensing the heat radiating from my body, I forcefully pulled her hand away. "What do you truly desire?" I asked, a hint of anger in my voice. As a man, my physiological responses were naturally beyond my control. However, I was resolute in not allowing my corporeal desires to govern my rational soul. Succumbing to such physical cravings would only hinder the development of a lasting and harmonious relationship with her. "I want," Susan whispered teasingly in my ear. "Calm down and rest." I responded with indifference. Susan fell silent, though her breaths quickened, as if my dismissal had distressed her. She lay on her side, her long legs pressing against me, wrapping around my sturdy limbs. Due to her close proximity, I could feel the faint bulge of the bandage on her wound, and I worried that it might be dislodged. Yet, fearing I might escape, she clung tightly to my arm, pressing it against her chest. In that moment, her body resembled a lotus flower poised to bloom in June, swaying gently in the morning dew and evening glow, ready to burst forth at any moment. As night descended, the calming island breeze brought a serene hush to the forest, granting me a peaceful night's rest. In the morning, the gentle sound of a babbling brook roused me from slumber. Yuan awoke as well, and upon seeing Susan nestled against me, her gaze held a complex mixture of emotions. I rose and approached her. "How does your body feel?" I inquired, as Yuan stood from the soft bedding and stretched her limbs. "Not too painful. I should be able to train." "Very well, let us first freshen up, then head up the mountain for a run and practice our shooting," I stated, proceeding to gather my firearm and ammunition from another corner of the cave. We possess an ample supply of 5.56mm ammunition for the M16, nearly exceeding 1,000 rounds. The Fury C is intent on nurturing snipers, yet at this moment, it has unwittingly transformed into a tool for cultivating a lethal young girl, which is indeed ironic. These bullets are sufficient to train her into a competent marksman. Naturally, conventional sniper training demands no less than 10,000 rounds, but we lack the resources. All we can do is expedite the process. Yuan is by the stream, attending to her ablutions while I have prepared the necessary equipment for training, just as I did yesterday. Together, we ascended to the waterfall lake, placing our tools upon a flat patch of grass before racing along the lakeside. Yuan has transcended her physical discomfort, propelled by sheer willpower to keep running. Though fatigue still clings to her, she gradually learns to regulate her breathing and manage her strength distribution. After completing the first lap, we took a brief respite before turning back. Having surpassed our physiological limits, long-distance running is no longer a concern. We merely need to enhance our stamina and physical endurance. Upon returning to our starting point, Yuan collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath. The undulating rhythm of her youthful form harmonized beautifully with the morning light, and we settled beside her, taking generous sips of cooled boiled water. Yuan flipped onto her side, beaming as she accepted the water and drank eagerly. I sensed she was beginning to relish the joy of training, for it instills a sense of fulfillment and confidence, enveloping her in safety. The radiant smile she displayed was the finest testament to her newfound self-assurance. "Uncle, did you spend the night with Sister Sue?" Her words nearly caused me to choke on my water. I shot her a disdainful glance, but refrained from elaborating. "So, it is true?" Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as she pressed for an answer, but I continued to ignore her. Pouting, she bit her rosy lower lip in a show of innocence, as though someone had snatched away her treasure. "What makes her better than me? She's merely more mature. I can make you happy too." I shook my head, reaching out to poke her forehead gently. "Stop overthinking." Tears welled in Yuan's eyes, and only upon hearing my response did she pout, wiping away her tears. Chapter 108. The Restless North Wind. Continue practicing your shooting. I lightly tapped the girl on the head. At that moment, Yuan transformed from a youthful maiden into a valiant warrior, lying prone on the ground, her gaze fixed on the scope, her eyes brimming with determination. With a target 300 meters away, Yuan managed to hit the bullseye 7 or 8 times out of 10. Her talent was indeed astonishing to me. Although the intervals between her shots were still rather lengthy, achieving such results was commendable. She lifted her head to look at me. "Sir, do you think I can shoot targets beyond 500 meters now?" Yuan inquired. I had initially considered this, but given my underestimation of her abilities, I needed to reassess my training approach. "Now, find a position and take aim at a physical target in a semi-crouch." Received. Yuan rose, cradling her rifle as she scanned the surroundings in search of a target. However, she found nothing suitable. Using my binoculars, I spotted a small green-feathered bird, roughly the size of a child's palm, perched among the reeds by the riverbank. Its bright eyes darted about, clearly searching for food. Perhaps it was a mother bird intending to catch insects or small fish to feed its hungry chicks. At 8 o'clock, Near the riverbank, approximately 200 meters away, locate a green feathered bird within 30 seconds and take it down. I commanded. Yi-Wenwen immediately turned, aiming her rifle at the indicated direction, lowering the muzzle as she quickly searched for the target. I silently counted the seconds while observing her. 31 seconds. Yi-Wenwen fired, the bullet striking the reed stem 3 inches below the green bird, causing it to flutter away in alarm. Oh no, I missed. Yi-Wenwen lamented, her expression one of disappointment. I furrowed my brow. The distance was merely over 200 meters, and she should not have missed. Furthermore, with the bullet traveling from above, the deviation would be minimal. Thus, the environment had little effect on the bullet's trajectory. I raised my hand and gave her a sharp slap on her backside, causing her to yelp. Within 20 minutes, you must bring down 10 birds. I commanded coldly. I realized that she hesitated to kill any bird, deliberately shooting off target. If she could not bear to take the life of a bird, how could she muster the courage to fire upon an enemy in the future? Uncle, that bird is merely looking for food. There may be chicks waiting for it at the nest. If I kill it, what will happen to them? Yi-Wenwen said, her eyes glistening with tears, feeling quite aggrieved. The law of the jungle prevails. Even if we do not kill it, it will be preyed upon by other creatures in this environment. We cannot afford even a hint of mercy. If you lack the courage to take a mother bird's life, you will surely perish at the hands of an enemy who feigns vulnerability. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. But it is not our enemy and poses no threat to us. I can practice shooting with something else, Yi-Wenwen retorted, biting her lip, clearly unconvinced. I do not require you to question my training methods. All you need to do is obey. Tell me, there will be no next time. I said sternly, glaring at her. Why Yi-Wenwen trembled at my harshness, tears welling in her eyes as she murmured her acknowledgement. Kill 10 birds, and then descend to find their bodies. Roast them and consume them. I stated coldly that why Yi-Wenwen could not contain her tears. Yielding to my orders, I was exceedingly angered, for she had failed to recognize the imminent danger, not grasping the necessity of cultivating a ruthless mindset. If she could not bear to shoot an innocent bird, how could she ambush and eliminate her enemies lurking in the shadows? A moment's hesitation could spell her doom. Yi-Wenwen fired several shots and then collected the spent casings from the ground. With tearful eyes, she looked up at me, claiming she had completed the task. Immediately go find their bodies. I said icily. Why Yi-Wenwen could sense my fury and dared not speak, obediently shouldering her rifle as she descended the hill in search of the bird carcasses. The 5.56mm bullet, upon striking the diminutive bodies of the birds, exerts a tremendous tearing force. Once discovered, the corpses are scarcely intact, devoid of flesh. The objective, however, is not merely to have the girl consume the avian flesh, but to instill within her the capacity for cruelty. After 2 arduous hours, we managed to locate only 5 bird carcasses, each brutally torn asunder by gunfire. Yi-Wenwen gazed at the lifeless birds she had slain, a profound sense of guilt washing over her. If you fail to grasp the essence of cruelty, I shall command you to personally execute the little leopard, consume its flesh, and display its heart, liver, and lungs upon a bamboo pole for the crows to devour. I threatened Yi-Wenwen, causing her to shudder, her eyes, like brass bells, fixed upon me in horror. No. I will do as you say. Humans possess a mechanism of choice. The little leopard is her companion, while these birds are merely innocent bystanders. If faced with a decision, she would undoubtedly choose to protect her ally over the hapless passerby. It is imperative that I fortify her inner resolve. I have a foreboding sense that a tempest of blood and carnage is soon to descend upon the island, perhaps in the form of treasure-seeking pirates or the return of the fury of the sea. In any case, the northern winds blowing these days fill me with unease. The return of pirates is often dictated by the winds. Chapter 109. The innate butcher the pirates' formidable vessels are all sailing ships. Although it is possible to adjust the angle to sail against the wind, allowing these ships to navigate in any direction, including against the wind, it is far less laborious for the pirates to sail with the wind. The prevailing winds these days have been from the north, and the Indian Ocean pirates typically hunt in the northern regions of the Indian Ocean. This implies that if the north wind continues for an extended period, they may very well return prematurely. Moreover, I harbored a persistent concern deep within me. What pirate faction was the Fury truly aiming to confront? Pirates do not engage in mutual suppression without reason. it is invariably the result of conflicting interests. Given that such discord exists, it is assuredly reciprocal. If the Fury seeks to strike at a particular pirate faction, it stands to reason that others would be on guard against it, potentially seizing the opportunity to raid Fury Island for treasures while its crew is at sea. The likelihood of such an event is exceedingly high. The Fury has left behind 3 retired American snipers on this island, along with over 50 pirates to defend it, which speaks volumes. Typically, an island's defenders number merely a handful, and it would be inconceivable to leave elite snipers stationed there. Thus, it is evident that when the Fury departed, it anticipated that the opposing faction might attempt to launch a surprise attack on Fury Island. Currently, aside from Boone, all individuals on the island have been eliminated, leaving no armed forces to contend with a pirate group of equal strength to the Fury. Crisis often lurks within deadly details. Without sufficient experience and a keen sense of impending danger, it is challenging to discern these concealed threats. At this moment, Boone likely yearns for the arrival of that pirate group to confront me, allowing him to claim that Fury Island was ambushed upon the Fury's return, with all others perishing in battle while he alone survived. Such compelling evidence would surely spare him from the Fury's captain's wrath. Compared to the notion that I single-handedly annihilated that group of pirates, including their 2 American snipers, the captain would find that hard to believe. I suspect this is precisely why Boone chose to surrender and propose an alliance with me immediately after Guy's demise. He is acutely aware that should he collaborate with me, he too might become a casualty. Nonetheless, he opted for cooperation to temporarily evade my pursuit, clinging to life for a couple more months. Clearly, he does not wish to be a sacrificial pawn. He is merely gambling. He is wagering that another pirate faction will launch an assault. At that moment, I would be compelled to confront that pirate group head-on, and facing such overwhelming numbers would be exceedingly challenging for me, as those seeking treasure in the mountains would undoubtedly number no fewer than 200. Thus, Boone's calculations are astutely devised, and during this interval, the winds continue to blow from the south. One would suspect that I, along with 2 women, inadvertently drifted to the island, only to encounter 2 factions of pirates embroiled in a fierce conflict, becoming victims in the process. This impending crisis looms ever closer, and my anxiety intensifies, prompting me to place exceptional importance on the training of Yuanwen, hastening her development. My initial plan for her training was to transform her into a competent sniper within a month, rather than 2, considering the possibility of another pirate faction assaulting the island. We returned with the birds we had caught. Yuanwen personally boiled water, plucked their feathers, and skewered them on branches to roast. However, the meat was decidedly meager, and the roasting left much to be desired. Thus, I discarded both the bird meat and the skewers. Yuanwen stood silently behind me, and when I turned to see her tear-streaked face, I embraced her gently. "I'm sorry," I murmured, prompting her to burst into tears. "It's my fault, uncle. I fear I may not be cut out to be an assassin, that I might be unable to aid you or anyone else. Do not weep. We have no time for tears, for the crisis will soon descend upon us. None of us are born butchers. It is life that compels us into such roles. Only through enduring the supervision of demons do we earn the right to reclaim our freedom." I consoled her. I was uncertain whether my words offered solace, yet they encapsulated my intended message. For it is only by truly witnessing darkness that one learns to cherish and yearn for the luminous freedom of sunlight. Some are born free, yet they seek thrills and descend into depravity. They fail to realize that in the eyes of those who ought to live freely and wield the power of life and death as world-class assassins, they are perpetually ensnared at the base of the wheel of fate, wallowing in the darkest mire of hell, constantly dreaming of ascending the wheel of destiny to reach a shore filled with warmth, sunlight, and the gentle sea breeze, eventually leading a mundane life where, in leisure, they might don a pair of beach shorts, don sunglasses, and embrace a beauty while dozing in a chair. "Uncle, I understand," Yuanwen declared defiantly, her eyes fixed on me. Each training session brought her epiphanies, reshaping her worldview and philosophy of life. Her previous perspectives were ill-suited for her current growth. They must be transformed. Otherwise, she would be left with no opportunity. Chapter 110. Profound questions. Let us partake in lunch. Shortly, I shall impart to you some crucial knowledge that is imperative for a marksman to master. Gently patting the young lady's head, I led her back to the wooden table. Once the 2 women had set out the garments to dry, they approached us with today's repast. The meal consisted of fish and brown bear meat, accompanied by an assortment of vegetables including bamboo shoots and wild greens. The wolf meat I had previously used for bait had failed to attract any large carnivores. Although some portions had been gnawed upon, it was evident that only smaller creatures had feasted upon it, leaving the entire wolf carcass behind, which had begun to spoil. Consequently, I discarded the remains into the pond to feed the fish, as for the wolves I had slain earlier. While some had been consumed by predators, several carcasses remained untouched. Due to time constraints, I had left them by the bamboo grove along the stream, and it was likely that the presence of those wolf corpses had satiated the local fauna, explaining the absence of any scavengers on my discarded wolf meat. During our meal, Susan cast an awkward glance in my direction, presumably due to the events of the previous night. However, I paid it little mind. I quickly finished my meal, rising to address Yuanwen. Take your time, young lady. Once you have dined, return to the cave for a brief rest. I shall awaken you when the time comes. Yuanwen acknowledged my words, and I returned to the cave to retrieve an entrenching tool. I must admit, the pirates' provisions had been immensely beneficial. Otherwise, our quartet would be enduring a life hardly superior to that of savages I could manage, but the three women could not. With the entrenching tool in hand, I ventured to the site I had selected the night before and began to excavate a latrine. The soil in the bamboo grove was relatively amenable to digging, though not entirely soft. After an hour's labor, I had managed to dig a pit of 1 cubic meter, which would suffice. There was no need for complexity, yet considering that these women were accustomed to the comforts of urban life, I opted to create a more refined facility. This latrine was situated beside the pit, with a sloped pathway leading to it. Shortly, I would cover the pit to prevent any unfortunate accidents, allowing the women to squat at my constructed latrine to attend to their needs. A simple rinse with water would suffice afterward, as the loose soil would absorb it, minimizing any risk of overflow, provided it was not excessive. The scent would not waft into the cave, and even at night, they could easily find their way here, as all the surrounding bamboo had been cleared away. Of course, to safeguard against potential dangers during nighttime visits to the latrine, I resolved to erect a rudimentary enclosure around it, enclosing the entire facility with only a single bamboo door opening outward. Thus, even if wild beasts lurked outside, they would find it challenging to breach the entrance. As I felled bamboo, Jacassi joined me in the endeavor. Within less than an hour, we had harvested an ample supply of bamboo. We sharpened one end of the poles and, using stones as mallets, drove the bamboo stakes into the ground, forming 3 walls, while the fourth side would be the bamboo door, secured with bamboo strips, resembling a square bamboo raft. One edge would be as long as the stakes, allowing it to be driven into the earth, thus enabling the door to swing open and closed up. Yuanwen and Susan soon arrived. Upon witnessing the latrine I had constructed for them, they were filled with delight, relieved that they would no longer have to fear nature's call in the wild. This resolution alleviated their awkward and perilous predicament. "Thank you, Mr. Pan," Susan exclaimed, her face a mask of gratitude. She understood that had it not been for her injury, I would not have undertaken the task of building this latrine, as it was no small feat. The labor of these 2 or 3 hours had tested both my strength and endurance, with many more pressing matters demanding my attention. "Not at all. After all, we all require a place to relieve ourselves," I replied, shaking my head and passing the entrenching tool to Jacassi, who returned the tools to their rightful places. Yuanwen, intrigued, took a moment to experiment with the latrine. Once she emerged, I beckoned her to the stream's edge, made some simple preparations, and then encouraged her to accompany me lightly equipped to ascend the waterfall lake, where we would complete 2 laps before commencing her training in the art of camouflage and the creation of traps to mislead adversaries. Given the likelihood of engaging in close combat with the pirates amidst the jungle, it was essential that I teach Yuanwen how to design natural traps and set landmines. However, today would solely focus on camouflage and various traps to deceive the enemy. After completing 2 laps, I proceeded to elucidate these concepts to Yuanwen. There was no time for practical application at that moment, and she could only listen attentively. Our discussion continued until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point we descended together. Returning to the cave for dinner, Yuanwen expressed a desire to delve deeper into this subject matter, prompting me to share some evasion techniques and strategies for anticipating enemy movements. Additionally, she needed to learn counter-tracking and counter-trap methods. Failing to avoid enemy traps could spell disaster, as both of us were solitary operatives. Once captured, there would be little hope for survival. Thus, Mastering the skill of escape was of utmost importance, as it was intrinsically linked to the study of traps, which could disrupt or temporarily hinder enemy pursuits and even misdirect their actions. Uncle, what should we do if we find ourselves devoid of ammunition and are compelled to surrender? Yuan posed a profound question, one that none wished to confront, yet it was a scenario that could indeed arise. Susan and Jacassi regarded me with solemn expressions, eager to understand the course of action, whether to take their own lives or seek some semblance of hope. Chapter 111. The emergence of the demon ship. Confronted with the expectant gazes of three women, I fell into a momentary silence. For any warrior or assassin, the prospect of captivity is an abhorrent reality, yet when faced with such a fate, one must steel oneself with the resolve to face death unflinchingly. If you find yourselves captured, ensure that none of you reveal any knowledge of firearms. Instead, tell the pirates that it is I who have ensnared you as slaves. This will lower their guard. Given your allure, they will likely allow you to remain alive aboard their vessel, but this is merely the first step. After a brief pause, I continued, the second step entails aligning yourselves with a powerful man. This will shield you from the lewd advances of multiple pirates. Inform him that should he transport you to land, you are willing to offer a substantial ransom, while also ensuring he remains unaware of your intentions to disclose this arrangement. Exercise caution to prevent any change of heart on his part. If you lack absolute certainty, it is best to abandon thoughts of retaliation. I conveyed this to the three women. They remained silent, none wishing to entertain the notion of such an eventuality, yet they must prepare themselves mentally. Uncle, what about you? What would you do if you were captured? Yuan inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Pirates do not typically take male captives, unless they possess extraordinary value. I replied, and I refrained from elaborating. Should I fall into their clutches, it would soon become apparent that I am the Ghost King, a bounty worth $1 million. Surely, they would hesitate to eliminate me, especially with the $10 million asset of Susan in my possession. Only I could facilitate such a transaction, thus I do hold some value as a captive. Yet, should it come to that, my chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. The women grasped my implication, each bowing their heads in understanding. Uncle, no matter what happens, I will face it alongside you. Yuan declared defiantly, her fists clenched, exuding an eagerness to return to training at that very moment. Child, we must approach matters with rationality. Emotions and impulsiveness will not resolve our dilemmas. Should we suffer defeat, you would willingly become captives, for survival alone offers hope. I admonished Yuan with utmost seriousness. They may not yet comprehend the significance of survival. It is only through living that one has the opportunity for vengeance, the chance to reunite with loved ones, and the ability to experience joy and meaning. In the face of death, dignity pales in comparison, for only through life can lost dignity be reclaimed. This evening, the women were notably quieter than usual. Perhaps they finally recognized the proximity of death that envelopes our current existence, thus understanding the urgency of my daily labor and training, as well as the depth of hardship that lies beneath my resolute and icy demeanor. Within my robust chest beats a heart perpetually primed for battle. Amidst this heightened awareness of danger, interest in romantic entanglements naturally waned. This ability is an evolutionary trait of the human body, designed to safeguard one's security. Throughout history, procreation has necessitated a safe and comfortable environment. The women felt secure in the cave precisely because they were oblivious to the genuine peril surrounding them, hence their desire to alleviate their solitude after a few days of tranquility. A man's sense of crisis often surpasses that of a woman, with the latter only reaching a comparable level of awareness during pregnancy. Thus, women tend to be more emotional, while men generally embody a more rational disposition. In contrast to the average man, my sense of crisis and awareness far exceeds the norm. Every cell within my body remains in a vigilant state, ever prepared for combat. And so, the days passed in succession. Yuan's training regimen has remained unimpeded. She diligently runs 4-5 kilometers each morning and evening, practices marksmanship for an hour, and engages in camouflage, ambush, trap setting, and counter-surveillance for nearly 5 hours in total. After her midday nap, she traverses the barbed wire 400 times and dedicates an hour daily to pull-up strength training. Every other day, she partakes in submerged swimming at Waterfall Lake, having discontinued her swims in Crocodile River. Her lung capacity has significantly increased. During this period, I discovered bees, which have played a crucial role in supplementing Yi Wenwen's physical stamina. The intensity can be further amplified. This cycle continues. 2 weeks later, her body fat has diminished to an optimal level. Her physique is exquisitely sculpted, transforming her from a delicate girl into a dynamic warrior maiden. For the sake of her training, she even opted to cut her beautiful long hair short. Nevertheless, this alteration has not detracted from her charm. Rather, it has imbued her with a playful wildness, diminishing her previously fragile aura. As we entered the 3rd week of training, on one particular morning, as we had just ascended to Waterfall Lake, a resounding roar erupted from the southern cabin, a cacophony reminiscent of bombardments. Instantly, we all became alert, our hearts racing in response. 2 women emerged from the cave. Yi Wenwen and I gazed southward with keen eyes, and through the telescope, we spied a pirate ship adorned with a black skull and crossbones, slicing through the waves, its deck-mounted cannon aimed squarely at the wooden cabin on Fury Island, unleashing cannon fire. "Is that the Fury?" Yi Wenwen inquired, her voice steady as she peered through the scope. Her countenance bore an astonishing calmness, the lake breeze tousling her delicate bangs, and in the morning sunlight, she resembled a seasoned battlefield sniper. Although the distance was considerable, I nonetheless observed a large letter M beside the ship's bow waterline. That was not the Fury. It was the Devil. They had not approached from the north, but rather from the south. No wonder they had not appeared during the recent north winds, yet surfaced when the winds shifted southward. Had they come from the north, the likelihood of it being the Fury would have been substantial. I surmised that the Devil had been observing previously, waiting to see if the Fury would return during the north winds. Since it did not, and now that the winds were favoring the south, their ambush was a conventional strategic maneuver. They had skillfully evaded the Fury's main force to execute a surprise attack on Fury Island. Chapter 112. The worst-case scenario. The immense power of the cannon was undeniable. Following a barrage from the main guns, the Devil's ship turned its massive hull, revealing 15 ominous black cannon muzzles protruding from the side, resembling the peculiar breathing orifices of a colossal beast that had surfaced from the depths of the sea. The high-velocity fireballs expelled by those cannons were akin to the wrath of that leviathan. In an instant, the area 4 to 5 kilometers off the coast was engulfed by the cannonade. The Devil's ship was armed with 305 Armstrong cannons, boasting a maximum range of 8 kilometers. While this was trivial compared to the firepower of the military, it was more than sufficient to annihilate ordinary pirates and us. Amidst the bombardment, the landmines hidden in the forest were all detonated by the cannon fire. Had the pirates of the Fury of the Sea not been slain by my hand, they would have succumbed to their nightly revelries, too weak to rise. The cannon fire would still have snuffed out their dreams in the tranquil morning. 5 kilometers inland, the forest now billowed with thick smoke. Any pirates lingering along the coast would have no chance of survival. Moreover, the crew of the Devil's ship relentlessly expended ammunition, continuing their bombardment. The distant sound of explosions echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the sky. From our vantage point at Waterfall Lake, we could see the raging inferno in the forest, the billowing smoke, and the startled islands taking flight. Uncle, had we not left that place, we might have Yi Wenwen's complexion began to pale. Under normal circumstances, she, like any ordinary person, would likely never witness the devastating power of artillery in war, let alone grasp the glimmers of hope concealed within the crevices of conflict. If I had failed to recognize this and had fled the coast with 3 women, I would not deserve to live to this day. This highlights the essence of crisis awareness. On a smaller scale, it prevents one from falling victim to bombardment, while on a grander scale, if I were to lead an army, it could mean averting a massacre in war. The true terror of death on the battlefield lies not in being felled by bullets and cannon fire, but in succumbing to a feeble consciousness, drawing one's final breath in regret. Uncle, they are still bombarding. What should we do now? Yi Wenwen resembled a novice soldier, bewildered by the ferocity of the cannon fire and the brutality of the slaughter, her mind blank as she urgently sought guidance from the commander beside her. The pressure borne by commanders on the battlefield exceeds that of death itself. In other words, if given the choice, they would prefer to be soldiers. Each command issued from the command room carries the weight of their compatriots' and brothers' vibrant lives. They are young men with parents, wives, and children awaiting their return. This burden demands that orders and strategies be executed flawlessly. Thus, during wartime, many commanders and officers, unable to withstand the weight of their strategic failures, have taken their own lives. They cannot bear anything heavier than life itself. Though I am not a commander, I too face a similar pressure. Tiomi, the three women are no longer mere strangers. I must devise ways to ensure their survival and that they continue to live. Immediately descend the mountain and bring Susan, Jaxie, and Little Leopard with you into the waterfall's gorge. It is safe there. The gorge was the last refuge I could offer them. The path leading into the gorge was rugged yet smooth, presenting considerable difficulty for the pirates burdened with treasure. Moreover, the interior was damp and cramped, making it unsuitable for hiding loot, so the devil's ship would not squander its efforts searching the gorge. Even if they did, it would likely be only after thoroughly scouring the entire island and finding nothing that they might send someone in to investigate. Furthermore, the entrance was overgrown with thick weeds, rendering it barely 20 centimeters wide. "Uncle, what about you?" Yuanwen asked, her eyes filled with anxiety and concern. I gently patted her head. "On the battlefield, safeguarding yourself is the greatest assistance you can offer your comrades. If the pirates leave the island and I do not return, do not search for me, and under no circumstances engage the pirates in battle. What I need is for you to survive and escape this island. If possible, please find my wife and tell her that the wayward man shall surely return, and above all, do not trust Susan and Jaxie." Uncle Yuanwen could no longer hold back her tears and embraced me tightly. "Remember what I taught you about how to safely leave the island?" I asked, stroking her head. "I remember after the devil's ship departs, the fury of the sea will return, and we will approach them, claiming to have escaped from the devil's ship as slaves. If they inquire how we escaped, I'll say they sent us into the woods to test the landmines, and we took the opportunity to hide in the gorge." Yuanwen sobbed in my embrace. "Uncle, I have undergone training. I can fight." She raised her head to meet my serious gaze. You have far more important matters to attend to. They will not kill me. Haven't you always wanted to know who I am? I am the 7th deadliest assassin in the underworld, and my head is worth at least $1 million. Moreover, I possess something even more valuable that can tug at their nerves. If they kill me, they gain nothing but loss. Yet, Yuanwen's tears flowed even more profusely. Though I did not voice it, she must have realized that should I be captured, I would face the potential for boundless physical torment, and even if I survived, I might only have half a life left. Stay strong. This is merely the worst-case scenario. I may not necessarily be captured. Author's note. It has been quite arduous for me, and I appreciate everyone's support. Each chapter takes me over an hour to compose, as there are numerous considerations, especially with foreshadowing. Without it, many thrilling moments cannot be expressed. Those who skip chapters surely miss the intricacies of the narrative. This is not a light read, so skipping may diminish the enjoyment. Chapter 113 Plan 3 Yuanwen wept softly for a brief moment before resolutely wiping away her tears. She was uncertain whether this would be our final farewell. However, she had learned to be strong and independent. This was one of the many lessons I had imparted to her over the past month, beyond the mere art of marksmanship. Clutching her M16, she descended the mountain with tears glistening in her eyes, never once looking back. That I knew that her petite frame now bore an unbearable weight. Yet, I had faith that she would endure. I was in no rush to descend the mountain, as I needed to wait for the demons' bombardment to conclude and observe from which direction they would penetrate the forest. Then, I would set up anti-infantry mines using the weapons from the small boat in the pond, guiding them into areas conducive to sniping and close combat. The demon's vessel had halted 2 kilometers from Fury Sea Island, and it was unlikely to approach any closer. It would only dispatch speedboats to ferry the pirates ashore. Swimming over to the demon's ship was out of the question, for it was broad daylight, and such a maneuver would render me as conspicuous as a dolphin frolicking on the surface, inviting a hail of gunfire amidst their mockery. I could not ambush them as they boarded their speedboats either. Despite it being an opportune sniping opportunity, their cannons could easily lock onto my position and obliterate me. Furthermore, Boone would surely refrain from taking action. He would relish the idea of the demon's artillery finishing me off. My mind was teeming with strategic options, one of which involved hiding in the canyon alongside Yuanwen and the others. However, this was undeniably perilous, not due to the safety of our hiding place, but because we had left too many traces of our presence in the cave, remnants that could not be erased. Should they discover signs of habitation, they would inevitably scour the canyon, even if no one had been compromised. If they were merely searching for treasure, they would not bother with the canyon. However, their pursuit of individuals would compel them to search every nook and cranny of the canyon and mountaintop. Thus, I needed to confront these pirates. Another strategy was to establish contact with the demon, seeking a strategic alliance. However, achieving such cooperation would be no simple feat, given the vast disparity in our strengths. They would disdain any notion of collaboration, easily capturing me and subjecting me to prolonged interrogation. In game theory, any cooperation between adversaries must yield mutual benefits, with both parties' interests significantly outweighing costs. Otherwise, such an alliance is unattainable. The capital I possessed to negotiate with them was far from sufficient. Susan and my lives were of little value in their eyes, and under the current imbalance of power, they would view them as mere assets belonging to them. Such capital would only suffice for my survival, not for fostering collaboration. To lower the threshold for cooperation, I would need to present them with substantial incentives, the destruction of the demon and the discovery of its treasures. However, both tasks were fraught with difficulty. Naturally, aside from the two strategies mentioned, I had a third option: to eliminate every pirate aboard the demon, totaling over 200 men. This plan could afford no margin for error. Moreover, executing this scheme would necessitate devising countless detailed subplans, an endeavor that could consume all of my combat experience, and luck would play a significant role in this battle. I had always sought to minimize the influence of fortune, for predictable elements are far easier to grasp than the whims of fate. Hence, in this war, luck dictated a 50% probability. For me, this was not a gamble but a form of self-destruction. Yet, at present, Plan 3 appeared to be the most viable option, the only means to safeguard Yi-1-1 and the others. My greatest likelihood was death, followed closely by capture. Additionally, if I were to be captured, the captain of the demon would undoubtedly recognize the immense political stakes concealed behind Susan. They were not short-sighted. They would understand that I held not just a $10 million deal but a web of political interests that could affect an entire nation and even broader geopolitical landscapes. The true wealth of this interest was incalculable, yet for the pirates, it was more than sufficient to enable them to squander riches for 10 lifetimes without needing to return to piracy. Regrettably, some might deem the wait for such rewards too prolonged and the variables too unpredictable, choosing instead to forego the opportunity. I suspected that Susan was aware of this secret. Otherwise, my employer would not have instructed me to deliver her to the Nigerian dignitaries. If she were entirely ignorant, what could she accomplish upon arrival? Or perhaps she only possessed knowledge of a mere coordinate. Both possibilities existed, and whether she was privy to the secret or merely the coordinate, both scenarios were exceedingly disadvantageous for us. Hence, I warned Yi-1-1 to place no trust in Susan. As for Jacassi, she was part of Boone's group. Although labeled a victim, her true circumstances remained shrouded in uncertainty, and she could very well be a spy. After all, Susan had previously identified Albert. Thus, GIs and Boone would undoubtedly be aware of Susan's presence. Should Jacassi indeed be a spy, Yi-1-1 would be in grave danger. Therefore, I earnestly cautioned Yi-1-1 to remain wary of Jacassi. Within this intricate web lay countless threads of conspiracy and peril, not easily permeated. Author's note: the plot is vast. Take your time to savor it. I promise it won't disappoint. I must go fetch the child now. The next chapter may be delayed. Chapter 114. The plan to swim 10 nautical miles the coastline was bombarded for over 10 minutes, the parched jungle ignited by the relentless artillery fire. The temperature on the island soared, and winds intensified, as a significant influx of sea breeze surged from south to north, hastening the flames toward the center of the island. Should a torrential rain not extinguish this inferno, it would undoubtedly rage for several days and nights. With no rainfall for nearly 3 weeks, the sky was thick with cumulus clouds, and given the fire's propensity to induce rain, it was highly probable that a deluge would arrive this evening. Judging by the current rate of the blaze, it would likely reach within a kilometer of the cave's entrance, if not closer, before the rains commenced. This development was entirely unexpected. I had initially assumed they would merely conduct a cursory bombardment before storming the island, yet they relentlessly bombarded the area for over 10 minutes, igniting the entire island, intent on incinerating everything before scouring the forest for treasure. This method was indeed swifter and safer than recklessly venturing into the mountains in search of riches. The charred mountaintops offered no impediments. Armed with metal detectors, they could conduct a thorough search with ease. It appeared they were exceptionally skilled at violent treasure hunting. I had originally planned to wait until they arrived to pick them off one by one, but it seemed this strategy was no longer viable. The barren mountaintops provided no cover. The moment I fired a shot, I would be discovered, and they would unleash a hail of gunfire upon me, leaving me no opportunity for retaliation. However, if a timely rain were to fall tonight, quenching the raging inferno, the pirates would likely set foot on the island only the following morning. This meant that tonight, they would all be resting aboard their ship, and under the cover of the rain-soaked night, swimming over to board their vessel and execute a massacre would present an opportune moment. Yet, it was exceedingly easy to expose oneself within the densely packed confines of the ship. Before I could slay several of them, my presence might already be revealed. Once my identity was uncovered, the entire crew of pirates would converge to capture me, and escaping by jumping into the sea was impractical. The ship lay a kilometer from shore, and even in the dark of the night, they could utilize the ship's lights to search for targets on the water, subsequently unleashing a barrage from the ship's heavy machine guns. I would undoubtedly become a feast for the aquatic creatures. Nonetheless, this did not negate my plan, for I could initially board the ship and conceal myself. Once dawn broke and the majority of them ventured ashore in search of treasure, I could eliminate the pirates guarding the vessel and seize control of the entire ship. Contemplating this, I devised a bold and relatively comprehensive plan. However, it allowed for no margin of error. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain. If I were to commandeer the demon, I could lead the 3 women away from the island of fury. Yet, time was of the essence. Should we encounter the raging sea en route, our fate would undoubtedly be lamentable. Moreover, pursuing this course of action would necessitate relinquishing the treasure. Additionally, a formidable challenge loomed ahead, as I would need to rescue the 3 women from the island, necessitating a perilous passage through the jungle, which was teeming with lurking pirates. I had to ensure that they did not board the ship before I could bring the 3 women aboard. Should that occur, a tragic fate would befall us all once more. While I could instruct the 3 women to wait at the estuary of Crocodile River for my grand vessel, the plan appeared deceptively simple. In execution, it would encounter countless unforeseen obstacles, especially the daunting task of mobilizing this 200-ton Leviathan. I could not accomplish this alone. They had already lowered the sails, and merely hoisting them was beyond my solitary capability. I would require 9 assistants to fulfill even the most basic navigational tasks. Capturing the pirates aboard the ship was impractical, as the variables were too great. Even if I successfully captured 9 pirates to assist in launching the demon, they would constantly be contemplating their chance to turn on me. It was sheer folly to think I could manage 9 pirates to work on my behalf. After all, the positions on a sailing vessel are not congregated. I could monitor 1, but not 2. If even 1 were to escape, the ship could not set sail smoothly. Attempting to escape on a speedboat was even more unrealistic. They would pursue us relentlessly, armed with cannons, rendering us mere playthings in their hands. Unless Bune were to collaborate with me, however, seeking Bune's cooperation at this juncture was exceedingly difficult, unless I divulged the secret I held regarding Susan. Yet, doing so would jeopardize the precarious balance of safety between Bune and myself, plunging us into a state of mutual treachery. Once we had safely escaped the coast, we would become adversaries aboard the ship. He would know that I could never allow him to take Susan with him. Revealing this secret was merely a means to secure his assistance in setting sail. Once the ship was underway, apart from my own crew, all others would be condemned to death. This was a certainty both Bune and I understood all too well. Yet, a window of cooperation remained. For if the demon were to kill me and abscond with the treasure, Bune would be left powerless, watching helplessly as the demon sailed away, with no recourse. Although he could survive to meet the captain of the raging sea, this voyage would yield him nothing. Thus, he had no choice but to collaborate with me to confront the demon, for only then would he have the opportunity to claim the treasure and sail away with me aboard the demon. The remaining question was, tonight, I must establish contact with Bune. It would take at least 4 hours of continuous swimming to traverse the 10 nautical miles from the northeastern island to the southwestern island. Chapter 115. The woman on the demon ship through the roaring flames and the billowing clouds of black smoke. I could still discern the outline of the demon ship through my telescope, revealing that not a single pirate had boarded a speedboat to set foot on the island. This confirmed my suspicions. They intended to let the fire consume everything and return at dawn the following day. I hastily descended the mountain and returned to the cave. The woman and the small leopard had already departed, and some provisions had been taken, so I filled my pack with fresh water and food, then navigated through the bamboo grove to catch up with Yuanwen and her companions. At that moment, they were at the entrance of the canyon, each of them scrambling inside. their movements hindered by the heavy load they carried. "Uncle!" Yuanwen exclaimed excitedly upon seeing me. I climbed up to a grassy slope beside the canyon, where I met the three women, and a faint yet comforting smile graced our faces. "You all go ahead. I need to speak with the girl for a moment," I said. Yuanwen turned back, her burdens in tow, and approached me. I steadied her on the hillside. "Uncle, is there a new plan? Tonight, I will swim to the southwest island to collaborate with Buin. If all goes well, the pirates will land at dawn to search for treasure, and that will be the moment I and Buin take control of the demon ship. If we succeed, I will sound the ship's horn. You must listen attentively. When you hear the signal, immediately leave the canyon and swiftly navigate across Crocodile River to the northern shore of the southwest island. If we manage to set sail, we will pass that way without stopping, so you must follow closely in your small boat. That time, I will bring you aboard." I informed Yuanwen. She nodded earnestly. "But if the demon ship does not pass that way, it would mean I have been killed by Buin. If you can catch up with the demon ship, that would be ideal. However, if you miss it, you may wait for the Fury Sea to return and become their captives. Following my instructions, you stand a good chance of survival," I explained. Yuanwen nodded, tears welling in her eyes. I gently patted her head. "Remember, freedom lies in your own hands. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment." "Uncle, must you fight Buin? Can't you both live?" Yuanwen asked, wiping her tear-streaked cheeks. I shook my head. "Once the large ship sets sail, there will inevitably be bloodshed aboard. It will either be my death or Buin's. Some matters cannot be resolved through mere human goodwill. Interests drive everything, and conflict is unavoidable." I kissed Yuanwen's forehead, urging her to remain strong. With tears in her eyes, she bid me farewell, and I returned to the small boat by the pond, retrieving a hidden earpiece wrapped in a safety bag from the attic of the wooden house. I intended to open the earpiece when approaching Buin. It should allow me to contact him. Next, I packed the anti-personnel mines into a canvas bag and plunged into the jungle to strategically place them. This way, if my collaboration with Buin failed, I could use these mines to hinder the pirates' advance, buying Yuanwen and the others some time to escape the island. After laying all the anti-personnel mines, I returned to the small boat, arming myself with 2 Glock pistols for magazines and a large bundle of ammunition, including all the sniper rifle rounds. The bullets were stored in a specially designed canvas bag, which I then wrapped in a silicone safety bag. The guns could be dried and used after being submerged in water, but if the bullets were soaked for too long, they would become unusable. Given the humidity, bullets could easily spoil, let alone being submerged in the sea for 4 hours. Once prepared, I strapped on my military pack and swiftly departed from the small boat. I spent 3 hours traversing the jungle until I reached the southwestern coast of the island, where I concealed myself behind a rock, consuming some bear meat and drinking water to replenish my strength. Now, I could only wait until nightfall to dare venture into the sea. Otherwise, if any observer on the ship caught sight of me crossing the water like a hippopotamus, all my plans would be in vain. From my vantage point, I could more clearly observe the situation aboard the demon ship. Through my telescope, I saw numerous pirates celebrating on the deck, drinking and reveling in their successful ambush. Several scantily clad women attended to them, their bodies marred with scars. Some white women were being pushed to the ship's railing by the black-skinned pirates, half of their bodies dangling over the edge, eliciting terrified screams as the men behind them shook violently, causing the women to teeter precariously, their ample bosoms swaying like coconuts in the wind. These women would only escape their tragic fates through death. Some were mistresses from land gangs, others were seized from the populace, and some were high society women abducted from passenger ships. Their fate was worse than that of the women from the gangs. At least those were traded goods, and most returned safely after the voyage. However, for these abducted women, there was no such opportunity. Apart from death, there was no other escape from the clutches and fangs of these pirates. Author's note: I am delighted to see many readers comparing my book to the classic Lord of the Flies. I never intended to surpass anything. I merely noticed an abundance of non-traditional island narratives online, mostly simplistic and shallow stories. It had been a long time since anyone wrote a serious island novel, so I resolved to create one. Chapter 116. Crossing the Strait of the South and North clad in camouflage attire, I leaned against a protruding black rock, resembling a green-shelled sea turtle resting upon its perch. After observing for an hour and confirming that no further actions would be taken, I settled into a comfortable position, preparing for a well-deserved rest. The arduous task of swimming across the sea at night would demand considerable physical and mental stamina, and it was likely that I would need to implement a combat plan upon reaching the shore. Hence, maintaining peak physical condition was paramount. Fortunately, my recent training sessions with the girl had restored my endurance to its zenith. Cradling my weapon, I swiftly adjusted my sleep state. As an assassin, my usual habits of rest were manageable, yet in a wartime context, we employed unique methods to regulate our cycles. This ability to adjust sleep patterns was acquired through rigorous training, enabling adaptation to various combat environments. Some exceptionally gifted individuals possess the innate capacity to fall asleep at will, regardless of their surroundings. However, most ordinary people can cultivate this skill through training, achieving a state of adaptable rest during wartime, thereby maximizing their energy and stamina. I had yet to impart this skill to Yuanwen. Generally, this capability is rarely required, as combat situations necessitating meticulous planning and precise energy allocation are exceedingly rare. Most soldiers, even snipers, may never encounter such circumstances in their lifetime. As a fugitive assassin in the underground world, this state of rest had become my norm, making it relatively simple for me to enter a structured sleep pattern, provided I could adjust my body to a wartime state. However, in peaceful surroundings, individuals like myself often grapple with insomnia, a formidable sleep disorder. Perhaps I am inherently a machine of war. When I awoke, darkness enveloped the sky, and rain poured down in heavy droplets upon me. The forest fire had gradually extinguished. There was no rumble of thunder, indicating that the flames had not yet reached the cave a kilometer to the south, which aligned with my expectations. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, rendering both the sea and sky a deep shade of black. I secured my 2 Glock handguns in safety bags, attaching them to my leg, before placing my camouflage attire beside the rock, weighed down by a stone. Carefully, I turned and submerged myself into the sea, swimming towards the southwest. The water was colder than anticipated, and the relentless downpour significantly hampered my progress. The south wind pushed against my body. In the dark ocean, discerning direction was a daunting task. After swimming for a mile, I could scarcely perceive the existence of Northeast Island, as darkness enveloped my surroundings. Nevertheless, this did not hinder me. The handle of my military dagger was equipped with a compass. Periodically, I would ascertain my direction. To avoid being swept off my intended course by the currents, I could not swim directly north, as the equatorial current flowed from east to west. Thus, I had to navigate towards the southeast to reach Southwest Island. This may seem peculiar, but without extensive maritime survival knowledge, traversing 10 nautical miles in such a stormy night, even on a small boat, would render one forever unable to reach Southwest Island. In truth, had it not been for the necessity of crossing the strait between the 2 islands, I could have embarked on this venture with Yuanwen. At present, her physical capabilities allowed her to swim 2 nautical miles, but expecting her to swim 10 was out of the question. Even with flotation devices, accompanying me across 10 nautical miles in such a night would prove exceedingly challenging. Upon reaching the shore, she would be unable to engage in combat. As I swam steadily through the night, I could see nothing beyond the surrounding water. Occasionally, a flash of lightning would illuminate the sky, allowing me to reaffirm my direction. Otherwise, I felt akin to a crocodile ensnared in a devil's broth, resolutely advancing towards my goal, striving not to be devoured by the demon. As time wore on, a disconcerting illusion enveloped me. It felt as though I were perpetually stagnant, my arms moving mechanically, directionless and adrift. This sensation, in the absence of wind and rain, crossing this strait would not pose a significant challenge. At least in moonlight, I could discern my direction. Yet in such adverse conditions, I could see nothing beyond the few meters of water surrounding me. For one unaccustomed to enduring extreme solitude, the overwhelming sense of helplessness would be unbearable. I had endured much suffering, faced unimaginable adversities. As long as I harbored a goal within my heart, I would not surrender, would not succumb to sleep, nor would I lose my way. My stamina continued to wane. For hours had passed, yet Southwest Island remained elusive. All that surrounded me was darkness and a merciless storm, casting doubt upon my adherence to the course. Just as the next bolt of lightning struck, I finally beheld the silhouette of Southwest Island, sprawling across the sea like a great dragon. My heart swelled with exhilaration. Author's note: should you have any inquiries, feel free to leave a comment or review. I shall strive to craft narratives that resonate with you. offering unique experiences through my words and stories. Chapter 117. Achieving cooperation. I conserved my strength and battled against the surging sea for another half-hour. My hands, already wrinkled from prolonged exposure, finally grasped the rugged rocks of the southwestern island. After 4.5 hours of relentless struggle, my muscles felt utterly fatigued. Yet they had grown taut. I retrieved a safety pouch filled with bear meat, extracted the contents, and began to chew slowly, not stopping until I had consumed 2 fist-sized pieces. Only then did I take several large gulps of fresh water to replenish my energy and hydration. I also took out a pouch of honey secured in a safety bag, slicing it open with my knife and savoring every drop within. After resting at the same spot for half an hour, the heavy rain began to subside. The Devil's ship, anchored in the distance, had its searchlight rotating atop the deck, resembling the eye of a predatory beast, gleaming coldly in the rain-soaked night. I moved to a massive rock at the edge of the shallows, where rainwater accumulated and the forest flowed around my feet toward the ocean, and I felt no trace of fatigue. I opened my military backpack. Although it boasted waterproof capabilities, it had been used by pirates for quite some time, and thus, it had absorbed a considerable amount of water. Fortunately, I retrieved the earpiece, activated the switch, and began to receive signals from the vicinity. If Boone and I had reached a mutual understanding, he would have activated the signal generator by now. I listened quietly for a moment, but heard nothing. I surmised he might be waiting for me to speak first. Having nearly restored my strength, I considered that if Boone was unwilling to cooperate, I could very well engage him in combat. However, such an outcome would likely be undesirable for him. Killing me was merely a means of self-preservation, and he was aware that I was not in a position to eliminate him. There was no need for him to act foolishly. Therefore, if he were a wise man, he would recognize that the time for our confrontation had not yet arrived, as he too required my assistance in acquiring treasure. Calling Boone. Calling Boone. Over. I called out twice, and finally, the earpiece transmitted a burst of laughter. You're still alive? Truly remarkable. His voice was laced with surprise, clearly anticipating our encounter. Before I spoke, he had no certainty of my fate. Who knows if I had perished in the explosion or had simply dismissed the notion of collaboration. In any case, if two individual strategic thoughts do not align, achieving consensus is impossible. Enough with the pleasantries. We are now 2 peas in a pod. Share your plan, I tentatively suggested, to which Boone chuckled heartily. You just swam over. Aren't you going to take a rest? His question was not born of kindness. Rather, he was probing to see if I had sailed here. Indeed, had I not needed to consider ye one and the others, I would have taken that small boat myself. However, that vessel was their lifeboat. Without it, the 3 women could not reach my current position, nor could they escape the pursuit of the Devil's ship. I have no boat, do you? I directly exposed his little ruse. Boone fell silent for a moment, seemingly unable to believe I had swum here, for few would dare to brave such a night to swim 10 nautical miles. Clearly, my response made him realize that the boat he had acquired from me had been destroyed. I could almost envision him cursing under his breath. In his plans, he likely assumed there was a high probability I possessed a fast boat, considering I had previously stolen one of theirs to reach the island. Damn it, are you suggesting I swim 8 or 9 nautical miles to reach the Devil's ship? Boone's tone brimmed with frustration. His anger revealed that he had likely neglected training over the past 3 weeks, feeling the decline in his physical condition. We still have time. If we swim over now, we will likely board the ship while the pirates are in deep slumber. I calculated that the timing would be precise, around 3:30 in the morning. Boone and I could stealthily board the ship via the anchor, finding a hiding place until dawn. Killing over 200 men was certainly unrealistic. Even if they lined up, it would take time to dispatch them, and we were unfamiliar with the vast interior of the ship or their positions. Are you a devil? "Are you certain you can swim another 8 or 9 nautical miles?" Boone asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Although not continuous, swimming a total distance of 18 or 19 nautical miles in a short period was indeed an exaggeration. To put it in perspective, that equates to 36 kilometers. In reality, if one swam at a rapid pace while conserving energy, covering that distance was feasible. Boone's astonishment merely reflected his attempt to gauge my combat capabilities in comparison to his own, as our previous encounters had been marked by sniping and strategic exchanges. He had no insight into my physical prowess or condition. Thus, he sought to assess my physical attributes ahead of time. Moreover, when we swam to the Devil's ship, there was no need for us to meet directly. I had come to the southwestern island solely to establish contact with him and confirm our collaboration. The only opportunity for us to meet would be aboard the Devil's ship at dawn. By that time, I would certainly have regained my strength, and witnessing my physique and condition might leave him feeling somewhat unsettled. The author has something to say. Why does it feel so desolate around here? Chapter 118. The crisis beneath the beacon eye disregarded Boone's tentative remarks and directly articulated my strategy. At dawn, the demon will likely dispatch a substantial number of crew members to the island in search of treasure. Our intention for boarding tonight is solely to lay an ambush, not to engage in slaughter. Once daylight breaks, we shall eliminate the guards aboard, and when they retrieve the treasure and return it to the ship, we will unleash the ship's main artillery upon them. While we may not be able to slay every last one of them, we can certainly destroy all their swift boats. Subsequently, we can send individuals to reclaim the treasure. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Boone cleared his throat. That sounds feasible, but we will require at least 5 or 6 female slaves to assist us in transporting the treasure back. Additionally, we need someone to help us set sail. Otherwise, this grand vessel will remain anchored here, unable to depart. Do you have any viable solutions? Boone inquired. Indeed, initially, I considered coercing 9 seasoned sailors to help us set sail, but the risks are too great. I now plan to train the female slaves to assist with the departure. I had temporarily altered my premeditated plan. Although employing 9 experienced sailors would have ensured a smoother embarkation, it significantly escalated the risk. The Fury could return at any moment, and if they do, our chance of escape will be lost. Boone expressed his concern. His apprehension confirmed my suspicion that he was equally unaware of the exact return time of the Fury. The Fury posed an undeniable threat, and I was resolutely averse to any encounter with them unless absolutely necessary, a sentiment we both shared. Then, do you agree to train the female slaves for our departure? It seems we have no other choice. The risks of threatening the sailors are too substantial. If one of them were to go mad and destroy a mast, we would be doomed. Boone's tone was laden with resignation. Indeed, the concerns he voiced mirrored my own. Being a 2-masted schooner, any destruction of the mast or hull would spell our end. Very well, let it be settled then. We shall meet aboard the Demon. With that, I switched off the earpiece and stowed it in a new safety bag, securing the opening with a tight knot. I paid little heed to when Boone would board. My priority was to swim across first, striving to do so at the most opportune moment. This mission required the utmost caution. Should I be discovered while boarding, our meticulously crafted plan, he, too, would be anxious about my potential exposure of his whereabouts, likely considering the possibility of boarding the vessel to eliminate me if I were captured, thus ensuring his own safety. Boone was a rather skilled operative, significantly more competent than Gis and Albert in many respects. We were in agreement, even in synchronization. I surmised that his actions would be largely predictable. However, the nuances of his motives and objectives might not align perfectly with mine, as human behavior is often driven by consistent motivations. Understanding a person's purpose is crucial for deciphering their thoughts and actions. I remained uncertain whether Boone harbored ulterior motives, making it difficult to accurately anticipate all his actions. Therefore, it was imperative that I remain undetected during the boarding process. Otherwise, our carefully laid plans would be rendered futile, and any last-minute adjustments would prove challenging to manage. Under the veil of night, a gentle rain fell from the sky, and although the beacon of the Demon appeared somewhat pale yellow amidst the drizzle, it still provided me with a clear sense of direction. Once I had regained my strength, I plunged into the frigid waters, akin to a penguin returning to the sea in search of sustenance. My pace, however, had significantly slowed, resembling a crocodile stealthily swimming in a river, its back exposed as it advanced. Though the demon was not as distant as the Strait of Magellan nor impeded by tempestuous storms, my stamina had undeniably waned due to the exertion incurred while traversing the strait. The impact of the storm had taken a considerable toll on my energy. In calm waters, I could swim 10 meters in the same time it took to swim merely 3 meters amidst turbulent waves, as my forward momentum was thwarted by the relentless currents. After 3.5 arduous hours, my weary body finally reached the vast shadow of the demon. The beacon illuminated the surrounding sea, and I stealthily maneuvered within the vessel's shadow, seeking an opportunity to board. The stern of the demon was devoid of illumination, shrouded in darkness, with 2 guards patrolling the deck some 10 meters above me. There were no sentinels on either side of the ship, but the guards at the bow and stern traversed the deck in their patrols. Beneath this colossal vessel, I felt akin to a hapless hamster that had inadvertently fallen into the water. Attempting to scale the smooth hull to reach the deck unaided was an impossibility. My only option was to ascend via the anchor at the bow, exposing myself in the harsh light of the beacon as I climbed. This was undoubtedly a reckless endeavor, yet it was the sole path available for boarding. Otherwise, I would need someone above to lower a rope for me. Clearly, such fortuitous circumstances were unlikely, so I had to seize the moment, evade their line of sight, and climb aboard swiftly, concealing my damp form. Chapter 119. A perilous ascent. The most dreadful aspect of warfare is the lack of tools, which necessitates perilous actions. At this moment, if only I possessed a grappling hook, I could hurl it from the side of the ship, secure it to the railing, and swiftly ascend with nary a hint of danger. Alas, I am compelled to scale the deck under the hawkish gaze of the enemy. I have lingered in the frigid sea for nearly 40 minutes, my body shivering uncontrollably from the cold. By now, the pirates should be asleep, and the few guards on the deck are likely at their most inattentive, probably dozing against the wooden walls with their weapons clutched in hand. I cautiously made my way to the ship's anchor, my body lying flat against the massive chain. Both the dark anchor chain and my form were shrouded in the shadows at the bow, rendering the deck's activities invisible to me. If only someone were stationed afar with a telescope to observe the deck, I could deftly avoid the guard's scrutiny. Acting alone, I must rely on a stroke of fortune. I lay in wait atop the chain for another half-hour when suddenly, a man and a woman appeared at the bow. I slowly submerged into the water, exposing only the crown of my head as I clung to the chain, straining to observe the edge of the deck in the harsh backlight. I could not discern whether the woman was of European or Asian descent. All I could see was her swaying form and hear her anguished cries. The man, akin to a rider urging on a steed, repeatedly struck her on the backside, the sharp sound of his slaps echoing through the night. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the man ceased his torment, dragging the woman back and disappearing from the bow. Seizing the moment, I swiftly began to ascend the anchor chain. Fortune was favoring me. The recently satiated pirate was likely to haul the woman away from the deck, but how long they would be gone remained uncertain. It was a gamble entirely reliant on luck. The anchor chain was vast and stable, and my movements did not cause it to sway. However, the chain's thick, smooth links made it impractical to grasp with my fingers, especially after soaking in the frigid water for so long, rendering my fingers stiff and my grip feeble. I had no choice but to hook my entire hand through one of the links, utilizing the strength of my wrist and the limbs wrapped around the chain to stabilize my body, allowing me to stealthily maneuver upwards. Soon, I reached the prow's corner. I successfully grasped the railing, my body detaching from the chain, dangling precariously at the bow. Just as I was about to vault onto the deck, a woman's piercing scream echoed from above. Summoning all my strength, I executed a pull-up, extending my head through a burlap sack draped over the railing, and glimpsed several pirates conversing in Somali on the deck. They were chattering animatedly, seemingly hurling insults, while tugging at the hair of a Middle Eastern woman. This woman, utterly naked, sat in agony on the ground, intermittently yanked by her hair and dragged a few steps. She was forced to support herself like a dog on the damp, cold deck, and from my vantage point, I could see the bloodied welts crisscrossing her body. It was evident she had recently endured unimaginable torment. Yet, judging by the marks upon her, it appeared more akin to an interrogation. pirates who derive pleasure from beating women would not bind them so severely. They must understand that such brutality carries the risk of disease, and the death of a woman would yield no advantage to them. I allowed my weary body to dangle, resembling a lifeless fish suspended from the prow, for I was utterly exhausted and needed to relax my body, thus hanging outside the ship with minimal effort. Who could say how long they would linger above? Should I lose my grip and plummet into the water, it would surely draw their attention. Soon, the deck was filled with the woman's anguished screams, and the spotlight from the crow's nest cast their silhouettes upon the water, her body swaying against the railing. The group of pirates took turns tormenting her, demanding something in a hushed tone. The wind howled, but I could faintly discern their inquiries regarding the treasure of the furious sea. Could this woman's identity be? No wonder they were aware of the exact location of the logistics of the furious sea, and commenced precise bombardments upon that very spot. This woman was likely the spouse of the captain or first mate of the furious sea, yet she was not a pirate. Rather, she was probably the daughter of an ordinary family, drawn to the attention of a pirate officer who had come ashore for revelry and subsequently possessed, or perhaps they had developed feelings and married, even having children together. Otherwise, she would not possess knowledge of the location of Fury Island or its refuge. The Middle Eastern woman, utterly tormented, seized an opportune moment when the pirates were distracted and abruptly leapt from the ship's railing into the sea. The pirates cursed and leaned over to watch her slowly sink beneath the waves. Their time on the deck was brief, as they soon retreated into the hold. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly clambered onto the deck, skirting the edge of the cabin, and utilizing the obstructive canvas of the slanting sail, I made my way to the area beneath the crow's nest in just 3 strides. Above, a pirate stood at the wooden railing, his eyes closed, emitting a series of contented inhalations. If I were not mistaken, a woman was kneeling before him, her back against the railing, embracing his waist, forcing him to lean forward. His hands, which should have held a telescope, were now merely propping against the wooden barrier. I positioned myself directly beneath him, akin to a gecko, stealthily inching toward the narrow doorway leading to the crow's nest. Upon passing through the doorway, I encountered a 2-meter ladder ascending to the crow's nest. I could not afford to ascend and eliminate that pirate. I needed to descend, traversing the densely packed dormitory hall to reach the granary on the 3rd level, where I could conceal myself until the following morning. Should I be discovered along the way, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Chapter 120. Crossing the Devil's Swamp. The displacement of the Devil's ship is approximately 260 tons, inhabited by over 230 pirates, excluding women. The densely packed population, harsh environment, and strained food resources result in a squalid existence for the pirates, characterized by foul air and a complete lack of privacy. Consequently, when the pirates seek to attend to their physiological needs, they often venture to the open deck, particularly the bow, midship deck, and stern. From my observations, I discern that the 1st level serves as the activity area, the 2nd level as the artillery deck, and the 3rd level as the storeroom. The activity area is generally equipped with a gym, a casino, and a communal sleeping area, extending approximately 40 meters. To reach the storeroom, I must first traverse this 40-meter-long activity zone. Even at 3 o'clock in the morning, the pirates remain lively, with shouts and the sounds of women ringing in the air. This is far from what I had anticipated. I had assumed they would be asleep, but I overlooked the fact that they are to embark on a treasure hunt the following day, clearly too exhilarated to rest, as securing the treasure would afford them a lengthy respite from the sea. This presents a significant obstacle for me. Furthermore, the 1st level is the most populated, while the 2nd level, designated as the artillery zone, is typically off-limits to women, though it does provide communal sleeping quarters for the gunners to rest adequately. According to my understanding of pirate ships, the section of the 3rd level closest to the bow is the storeroom, the central part is the kitchen, and traversing through the drainage well leads to the supply room, adjacent to which lies the armory. Aside from accessing the 2nd and 3rd levels through the activity area, I have an alternative route to reach the 3rd level, traversing the upper deck to enter the control room. The control room, which serves as the helm, is currently unoccupied. However, my passage across the midship deck has already exposed me. If fortune favors me, I may successfully navigate through the spacious midship deck to the control room, descend the stairs to the 2nd level without passing through the gunner's sleeping quarters, and proceed directly to the armory. Yet, I must still navigate through the armory, supply room, drainage well, and kitchen to finally arrive at the storeroom. The pirates maintain a stringent guard over the storeroom, but it is also the safest place since entry is strictly forbidden, rendering other areas devoid of hiding possibilities. With the ship's population being so dense at dawn, all the pirates will scurry about like ants emerging from their nest, and every corner will come to life, leaving virtually no opportunity for concealment, let alone for hiding a person. Another crucial hiding spot exists in the room beneath the control room, which serves as the rest area for the captain and first mate, and behind them lies a small secret chamber where some of the plundered wealth is concealed. I am aware of these details due to prior encounters with the White Devil, the third largest power in the Indian Ocean. Most pirate ships share a similar structural design to accommodate combat. Currently, I have devised only two plans. The first involves traversing the activity area to reach the direct staircase beneath the control room, which can lead directly to the third level. The second plan entails moving across the deck to access the control room, then using the direct staircase to reach the third level. While the second plan appears reliable, it is not without its pitfalls. I must avoid the watchtower's gaze and manage to open the control room's door. During the night, the door to the control room is secured to prevent any tampering with the control panel. At present, the first plan, seemingly perilous, is in reality much safer than the second. Among the 200 pirates, most are unfamiliar with one another, predominantly vagrants, battlefield deserters, and transient pirates who have momentarily joined the crew. I merely need to don the attire of these individuals and cross through the pirates' activity area. N01 would take notice of an unremarkable Asian man. As I prepared to glide down the passage of the first-level activity area, a lean, tall Middle Eastern man began to ascend the wall ladder below. A chill ran down my spine. Concealing myself is far more challenging than engaging in combat, particularly aboard such a densely populated pirate ship. Retreating is no longer an option, as the pirates in the watchtower would undoubtedly spot me. In a swift pivot, I moved to the side of the watchtower into the gunner's room, a mere 4 square meters in size, with a small door on the left side that allows gunners to dart in from the midship deck or make a quick exit. I cautiously opened the small wooden door and slipped outside. Pressed against the wooden wall of the gun room, I dared not peek around, for directly above me was the watchtower, and the pirate who had just ascended had reached the top. The unfortunate woman continued to attend to the newly arrived lean Middle Eastern man. I listened intently as the shift-change pirate descended into the activity area. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, I reached up to grab the clothing hanging on the wooden wall, carefully removed my damp clothes, and hung them on the wall, donning a clean set of pirate garb. As for the items in my backpack, I wrapped them in a piece of canvas drying on the iron line, making it appear as though I carried an assortment of mundane supplies. The camouflage uniform I had discarded hung on the wooden wall, unlikely to draw undue attention. Now, the next step is to traverse the first-level pirate activity area and face the devil's scrutiny. If I am unmasked in this den of wolves, my only recourse will be to surrender, as any act of defiance would result in being shot by stray bullets if captured. I might still have the opportunity to meet the captain and engage in a desperate negotiation for a sliver of hope. Author's note: I've been overwhelmed with tasks. Road repairs during the day and renovations upstairs at night have driven me to the brink that I also have children to care for. That I'm uncertain if I can produce another update, as my condition isn't great. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 121. The woman on the gallows. I secured a brown scarf around my forehead, my damp, medium-length hair failing to stand out. Had it been meticulously trimmed, I would have easily been distinguished amidst this brutish band of pirates. The unkempt long hair I maintained served better for someone like me to conceal myself in a world beyond civilization. To facilitate Buon's boarding, a bundle of hemp rope was discreetly transported to the ship's railing, one end firmly tied to the balustrade before the rope was cast downwards. Buon is an astute individual. He would not be so foolish as to overlook such a detail. Having accomplished these tasks, I adjusted my mindset and boldly entered the small room beneath the lookout tower, sliding down the wall ladder. The interior was permeated with an array of peculiar odors: tobacco, coffee, the stench of sweat from pirates who hadn't bathed in days, and other scents mingling chaotically. The pirates, accustomed to living in such an environment, seemed oblivious to the pungency. The atmosphere was cacophonous. The activity area to my right was teeming with people gathered around a long table engaged in gambling, their boisterous cries completely overshadowing the clamor of the generator in the corridor. To the left of the passage lay a row of makeshift beds, where inebriated men lay entwined with women, unperturbed by the surrounding tumult. A haze of smoke lingered in the air, illuminated by the dim yellow lights affixed to the walls and ceiling, casting a sordid glow over this den of piracy. At the entrance, I casually picked up a half-full bottle of brandy, sipping as I walked, attempting to present myself as a drunken ruffian, indistinguishable from them. My unsteady gait drew no attention from these savages as I stumbled toward the straight ladder, where I discovered several pirates sprawled upon the wooden floor, sound asleep. Such sights were commonplace in the pirate quarters. Anywhere one could lie down became a makeshift bed, especially at night when the corridors could be used for sleeping. Ascending a spiral staircase from this point would lead to the control room, located at the rear of the ship, approximately between 3/5 and 4/5 of its length. It was not on the first level. It was elevated slightly above the lookout tower, situated above the activity area on the first floor, akin to an attic. I cautiously stepped over the sprawled bodies on the ground, following the straight ladder beside the helm, entering the second level. This was the cannon deck, where large cannons were locked in place with hefty bolts, lined up methodically on either side. 16 in total, formidable like 18 iron deities. Few cannoneers were present. Only a dozen or so were sleeping on the floor. Some had even fashioned hammocks using the pillars, while the rest were likely enjoying themselves on the first level above. I turned to glance at the room behind me. It was not the captain's quarters as I had imagined, but rather the cabins of the first and second mates. If I were not mistaken, there should be a ladder leading upwards. I successfully entered the third level, and indeed, the room at the back was the armory, its door securely locked with several layers of iron gates barring entry to the uninitiated. Inside, the locks contained not mere AKs, but likely barrels of gunpowder and other munitions. This ship was not entirely wooden. The hull was crafted from alloy, with wooden planks used in. The space on the third level was quite expansive. In a typical ship, this lowest level would surely be a cargo hold, but now it was repurposed for storing various supplies. Passing the storage room, I arrived at the kitchen. It was relatively empty, but around 5 o'clock in the morning, the cooks would rise to prepare breakfast for the pirates, filling their bellies for yet another day of plundering. Beyond the kitchen lay the granary, containing not only dry provisions but also a cold storage room and a substantial freshwater tank. This freshwater tank was a cylindrical stainless steel reservoir, capable of supplying enough fresh water for over 200 individuals for more than 2 months at sea. After traversing the granary, cold storage, and freshwater tank, I reached the rice room, where bags of rice filled the space, the ground littered with black mouse droppings. Some rice sacks were torn, spilling grains across the floor. These supplies sustained not only the pirates but also thousands of mice annually. As I approached the granary door, a heart-wrenching cry from a woman echoed from an adjacent empty room, accompanied by the plaintive wail of a young girl, "Mom, please don't hurt my mom." I cautiously retrieved 2 Glock handguns from my bag, meticulously slicing open the silicone pouch with a knife, and tucked the weapons behind my waist, securing them with my belt, ensuring they remained concealed beneath my clothing. The bag containing the sniper rifle was hidden within the crevices of a rice sack, blending seamlessly into the chaotic granary. No one would take notice of the concealed bag amidst the disarray. I treaded softly towards the empty room on the right, where a wooden door stood ajar, light spilling through the rough seams. Peering through the gap, I quickly discerned a space of less than 10 square meters, adorned with various instruments of. A naked Caucasian woman was suspended on a contraption, her voluptuous and elongated form inciting a palpable hunger in the 3 pirates before her. Nearby, a charming mixed-race girl, no more. I gritted my teeth. If I were to rescue this mother and daughter, I would plunge myself into a dire predicament. Yet, if I did not act, they would perish here, vibrant lives destined to become mere cold corpses. Author's note: to save or not to save? I was torn all night. Any opinions would be appreciated. Chapter 122. Disrupted plans. Eliminating these 3 pirates would prove to be a task of little difficulty. With a mere kick to the door, I could dispatch them in the blink of an eye. My swiftest record boasts the ability to fire 7 shots within a single second, each one finding its mark. In the Assassin's Guild, rapid fire is an essential skill, with the benchmark set at 3 shots per second, all accurately hitting their targets. This technique is primarily employed in the intricate and modern battlefields where sniping becomes impractical. compelling one to infiltrate the enemy's lair solo. The combat environment often comprises corporate offices, parking lots, conference rooms, basements, and KTV rooms, all sharing a commonality. Confined spaces filled with numerous individuals, rendering such settings ideal for the application of highly efficient rapid-fire tactics. Once I had swiftly neutralized the target, I could seamlessly blend into the crowd and make my exit. However, the elimination of these 3 pirates would completely undermine the plan I had previously devised with Boone. This would lead to the dissolution of our collaboration, and I would be forced to unleash a massacre aboard this ship, rendering the pursuit of treasure utterly unattainable. Furthermore, the ensuing combat could potentially damage the vessel, making our departure even more elusive. When the angry sea returns, our fates would be akin to wolves ensnared in a quagmire, subjected to ridicule. Moreover, the prospect of forcibly taking down over 200 pirates is an exceedingly daunting endeavor. It is a challenge that cannot be resolved merely through speed and precision. Such rapid shooting is only effective within a limited number of adversaries and confined spaces. Beyond 7 individuals in close quarters, the likelihood of failure drastically escalates. Human reaction time under duress is approximately 1 second, during which I can fire a maximum of 7 shots. Should I attempt an 8th, the realization of my presence would lead to my demise. Let us not entertain notions of evasion. On this vessel, their AK-47s could effortlessly perforate any partition, leaving no semblance of cover. The idea of shielding oneself with tables or car doors, as depicted in films, is but a farcical notion. In a jungle setting, my odds would be somewhat more favorable. However, in this confined space, my chances are exceedingly slim, which is precisely what weighs heavily on my mind. Of course, there remains a flicker of hope, namely, detonating the demon ship. Yet, forsaking the treasure would irrevocably sever my alliance with Boone. When the angry sea returns, he would have no reason to collaborate with me further. Indeed, he would no longer require my partnership, for the arrival of the demon ship would allow him to shift all blame onto it. He could even emerge as a hero, for although the treasure would elude him, he would undoubtedly claim a share of the wealth aboard the demon ship. In that scenario, he could safely board the angry sea and return to land to enjoy the remainder of his life, while I, along with the 3 women, might be doomed to reside perpetually on this island. Thus, reason dictates that I should abandon the rescue plan. Yet, the helplessness reflected in the child's despairing eyes evokes memories of my own childhood, a tragic fate that began in those early years. An inexplicable and complex emotion wells up from the depths of my being. In this moment, sentimentality triumphs over reason. Peering through the crack in the door, I recognized those 3 pirates, the very same who had ruthlessly pressured the Middle Eastern woman on the deck. Clearly, they were interrogating her regarding the treasure's whereabouts. The woman, consumed by tears, professed her ignorance, pleading for mercy for herself and her daughter. However, the pirates paid her no heed, brandishing a dagger as they approached the little girl, pressing the blade against her neck as they threatened the Western woman. The pirates frantically demanded answers. The mother, in utter despair, cried out and struggled, imploring them not to harm her child. The pirates, convinced of her knowledge, became increasingly menacing as her refusal to divulge information transformed her visage into one of sheer horror. "Chop off her little hand," bellowed one of the pirates standing before the torture rack, his fury evident as he sought to challenge the woman's limits of endurance. The little girl continued to weep, oblivious to the grim fate that awaited her, repeatedly calling out for her mother, while the woman on the rack cried out her daughter's name, Risa. Her face, once dignified and graceful, now bore the marks of a man's filth and her own desperate tears, rendering her unrecognizable. The room, low and confined, was saturated with tension, anxiety, oppression, and terror. The situation escalated with each passing moment. The pirate, gritting his teeth, raised the dagger, poised to sever the child's hand. The woman screamed in a frenzy, and the girl's heart-wrenching cries pierced the very air. I tentatively pushed against the dilapidated wooden door, confirming it was not locked before delivering a forceful kick that sent it flying open. The occupants within recoiled in shock, turning their gazes toward the entrance. My Glock pistol erupted in a flurry of 3 shots, each round striking true, embedding itself in the chests of the 3 pirates. The rapid gunfire resonated as a singular crack, and the 3 sturdy men collapsed in unison. To avoid creating a commotion, I swiftly approached, delivering a final cut to each of their throats with my dagger. The 3 lifeless bodies writhed on the ground like dying fish, gradually losing vitality amidst the pool of blood. The woman on the rack was visibly agitated, her ample bosom rising and falling as she regarded me with a mixture of fear and confusion. She was uncertain whether I was friend or foe. "Please, don't kill me," she implored, her eyes darting nervously between me and her daughter. Speaking in English, she feared I might not understand, and she clumsily uttered a phrase in Japanese, begging me to spare both her and her child, offering to do anything for me. Chapter 123, Driven to Desperation, "I am Chinese," I stated coldly. She hurriedly apologized and explained that she only spoke English, Arabic, and Japanese, and had uttered a phrase in Japanese upon realizing I was Asian. Her overly cautious explanation revealed her to be a woman of political sensitivity. In the civilized world, she might hold a respectable position, yet I could not fathom how she had ended up in this predicament. "What is your relationship with the ship, Fury?" I did not relent, instead approaching the little girl with my knife in hand, causing the woman to assume I was threatening her. Her demeanor shifted to one of tension. In truth, I too was feigning an intent to probe her, for my primary goal was to rescue the child. If I were to take the girl's mother along, I needed to ascertain whether she posed a threat to me. The situation had changed. Confronted by those pirates, regardless of what she said, as long as it was not the answer they desired, they would deem her a liar and torment her. I stood opposed to those pirates, and as long as she gained my trust, she would find protection. A politically astute woman would possess both emotional intelligence and intellect. She ought to have considered this predicament. My daughter, husband, and I were tourists in Ancalana. We do not know why we were kidnapped at the seaside inn. "My husband was killed on the spot," she cried, her expression one of despair. Ancalana is the northernmost province of Madagascar, bordered by the Indian Ocean to the east and the Mozambique Channel to the west. I had never been to Madagascar, but I was aware that tourism was a key industry there, drawing visitors from Europe and America. Yet, she reminded me of the Middle Eastern woman who had been slain on the deck. "What was your connection to that Middle Eastern woman?" I inquired once more. "I do not know her. She was being pursued and fled into our room. And then these horrific events unfolded," she responded. "Describe to me how she entered your room, what she said, and at what time those pirates pursued her into your room. How did you come to agree to let her in?" Each question must be answered clearly. We have no time to waste. 3 minutes. I commanded. Well versed in various interrogation techniques, I understood that she was already answering my questions. My sole requirement was to discern whether her words were truthful or deceitful. The ability to identify a lie is a skill essential to both spies and assassins. The woman appeared increasingly anxious, her heaving chest particularly conspicuous as she struggled to compose herself. That night, I cannot recall the I opened it, and that Middle Eastern woman rushed in without waiting for me to react. After she closed the door, she gestured for us to remain silent, speaking in a language I could not identify, and my translator was not present. My husband and I grew anxious, fearing she might harm us, especially since our daughter, Raisha, was also in the room. We began to argue with her, and my husband, seeing no way to expel her, called for hotel security. Subsequently, they kicked the door open, and then the events that followed. The woman broke down in tears. "What was your husband doing during the argument?" I glanced at my watch and asked. The woman seemed to recall her husband's final expression, unable to conceal her anguish as she replied, "He went to get the phone." "Why did you open the door instead of your husband?" I pressed further. "He was soothing Raisha to sleep. She usually prefers my husband to lull her to rest. When the banging began, I feared it might disturb Raisha, so I neglected to check who was outside and rushed to open the door. It was all my fault. Had I merely glanced outside, this would not have happened." The woman fell back into a cycle of painful self-reproach. These interrogations require skill. A liar cannot reverse the sequence of their statements. I not only disrupted the original logical order of my questions, but also introduced additional details. Liars tend to focus on logic, while those who speak the truth emphasize their immediate feelings. For instance, if someone is struck, they wouldn't specify that a left hook hit their right eye. Rather, they would express that a punch came at them, leaving them bewildered and in immense pain, as feelings are the most profound aspects of their experience, while observers maintain a clearer logic. Throughout my brief interrogation, the woman conveyed more about her feelings and lost control of her emotions several times. It was evident that she was not lying. I used my knife to sever the ropes binding the little girl, who immediately rushed to her mother, crying. I then approached and freed the frightened woman from her restraints. She knelt on the ground, embracing her daughter, striving to compose her frayed emotions in an attempt to comfort her. I had little time to allow them this moment of solace. My plans had already unraveled, and I needed to devise a new strategy to extricate these two women from the clutches of the devil's ship. Departing alone would not pose a challenge, but escorting this Western woman and a child would elevate the difficulty to an entirely different level. Moreover, Boone should have already boarded. If he witnessed this scene, he would certainly turn against me. As a top-tier assassin, it was inconceivable in Boone's eyes that I could commit such a fundamental error, especially since the original plan was already perilous. Now, I had jeopardized the only viable. Chapter 124. The thundering heart in this cramped chamber. I discovered the woman's garments, tattered and evidently beyond repair. I swiftly removed the filthy attire of a nearby pirate and tossed it into her arms. The woman caught it, her ample bosom quivering momentarily. "Hurry and put it on." In her flustered state, she donned the clothing without regard for its sordid condition, all the while soothing the little girl at her side, her pale flesh undulating beneath the dim light. I then stripped a loose black vest from another pirate and handed it to her, saying, "You should wear this as well." The woman hastily donned the vest, her anxious gaze darting towards me as she gently caressed the little girl's head nestled against her thigh. "Sir, I implore you, please take me with you. If that is not possible, then at least save my poor daughter." She knelt before me, her desperation palpable. It was clear she understood the formidable challenge of escaping with two individuals, and having waited so long without a sign of aid, the woman struggled to keep pace behind me, her legs trembling, likely due to prolonged hunger. A glance at the girl revealed her complexion was normal, indicating the pirates had fed her, though not out of kindness, but rather to savor the perverse pleasure of keeping a child alive. "Stay strong," I encouraged her, for I had devised a fleeting plan for. Upon entering the water tank room, I turned on the faucet and drank greedily, quenching my thirst after the arduous swim. After satisfying my thirst, I retrieved a safety bag, filling it with a generous supply of water. "What is this for?" the woman inquired with curiosity. I gestured for her to focus on the task at hand, urging her to ensure the little girl drank to her heart's content, for we would soon face a lengthy period without water. While they imbibed, I ventured into the kitchen to inspect the electric stove. The ship prohibited any flammable or explosive gases, otherwise, I could have blown a gaping hole in the hull. Following the power lines, I soon reached the distribution room, which was small and cramped. I opened the electrical panel, revealing a tangled web of circuits, red and blue wires intertwining like serpents, with exposed copper ends glistening sharply. Once the woman and child had finished drinking, we approached the drainage well, beside which lay a storage room, a temporary refuge. I signaled for them to hide within. They nodded and cautiously nestled into the corner of the storage room. The little girl remained quiet in her mother's embrace, and seizing the moment, I hurled the water-filled safety bag against the electrical panel. The bag burst upon striking the sharp copper, dousing the circuits in water. Sparks erupted in a chaotic display, and the entire ship plunged into darkness as the generator's fuse tripped and ceased operation. I quickly returned to the corner of the storage room, pressing my body against the woman's soft form. Having washed her face and rinsed her mouth earlier, she appeared strikingly beautiful yet composed, though her anxiety manifested in rapid breaths, her chest rising and falling as if concealing a startled hair within her garments. At that moment, the pirates aboard the ship erupted into chaos. A minute later, an electrician descended with a flashlight in hand. Stealthily, I approached from behind, covering his mouth and slitting his throat with a dagger before kicking his lifeless body into the distribution room. I then swiftly returned, lifting the little girl and ascending the straight ladder to the second level. The gunners, having been asleep, were largely unaffected by the power outage, but the first level was a different story. There, the crew was engaged in gambling and other activities, undoubtedly cursing while using flashlights to toy with the female captives, while some ventured onto the deck for fresh air. Thus, escaping from above was impossible. To ensure our safety, I resorted to slitting the throats of the unsuspecting gunners. Those in slumber are the most vulnerable, and even if they sensed a disturbance, their minds would not be alert enough to respond. A few gunners awoke to find themselves surrounded by darkness, cursing their misfortune, entirely oblivious to the danger lurking behind them as I silently dispatched them, one by one, until 11 lay lifeless in their own blood. At that moment, another electrician descended from above, cursing about the prolonged repairs. I was over 10 meters away from the straight ladder, and it was clear I would not reach him in time. The African electrician shone his flashlight towards us, noticing the blood-soaked floor, and in an instant, comprehension dawned upon him. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, a pair of bullets found their mark in his... However, in the absence of the generator's clamor, the gunshots echoed throughout the ship. I quickly holstered my pistol, hoisting the little girl into my arms. "Let us play a game, sweetie. No sound, or you lose, all right?" I whispered, and she nodded earnestly. "Uncle will lower you from this cannon window. Don't be afraid, I will come for you soon, okay?" I asked. She nodded again, her trust unwavering with determination. I pulled down the hinge above us, raising the cannon door to reveal a bright opening. Its design reminiscent of ancient Chinese hinged windows, allowing me to elevate it high enough to let the cannon poke out. I carefully lowered the little girl through the opening, utilizing the hemp rope I had taken earlier from the torture chamber. The woman rushed to assist, but the sound of gunfire had drawn attention, and I swiftly fired a shot at the approaching figure, who tumbled down the ladder. Those above, hearing the shots, illuminated the area with their flashlights, only to discover the body of the recently descended man. Panic ensued, and shouts erupted, alerting the entire ship to the ambush we had orchestrated. All the pirates above erupted into a frenzy, their footsteps echoing ominously, each sound heightening the tension in the air. Chapter 125. Trapped in the powder magazine at this moment, they surely had an AK-47 in hand. Once they acquired smoke grenades, all the pirates would immediately swarm down, an unstoppable tide. After the little girl was lowered, I secured the rope to a protruding spike on the outside of the ship. This spike could only bear the weight of a small child, originally intended for hanging clothes and miscellaneous items. The pirates' clothing and personal effects were haphazardly draped about the deck, resulting in such spikes being scattered throughout the vessel. You need to slip outside and retrieve the life ring above. When you hear the explosion, jump down. The woman nodded anxiously, climbing out through the cannon port to stand precariously on the narrow ledge of the ship. She carefully rose to her feet and edged sideways, striving to reach the black life ring. The pirates' life rings were not truly meant for rescue. They served primarily as tools for stealthy landings, hence most were black, making them difficult to detect at that moment. Someone peered down from above the vertical ladder, brandishing an AK, intent on firing indiscriminately. The backward shooting was bound to result in significant inaccuracy. With bullets ricocheting wildly, I rolled to the side and fired a shot, striking the man who had leaned down halfway, causing him to drop his AK. His lifeless body was quickly pulled back up by his comrades, reminiscent of a midnight demon devouring its prey. I could not yet plunge into the sea to escape. I pressed forward, using my pistol to suppress fire at the vertical ladder entrance. I swiftly advanced to the ladder and leapt down. Returning to the third level, I hurried to the spot where I had concealed the sniper rifle, not to retrieve it, but to extract 5 pistol magazines from the burlap sack. These magazines had originally been attached to my camouflage uniform, but with this new attire, there was no way to carry them. Thus, I was compelled to bring them along in the sack. Removing my headscarf, I swiftly fashioned it into a belt around my waist and secured the 5 magazines to it, allowing me to carry them with ease. As for the sniper rifle, I had no intention of taking it with me. It would be unnecessary for what lay ahead, and its weight would be burdensome. Moreover, I planned to return to this ship, for it was of paramount importance to us. At this juncture, I could hear footsteps approaching from the second level. They were evidently advancing. One individual began to descend to the third level for reconnaissance, and the flickering flashlight allowed me to pinpoint his location. I quickly dispatched him with a shot. I then darted past the kitchen, drainage pipes, and storage room. Arriving beneath the vertical ladder entrance, it was impossible for me to ascend openly. The moment I showed my head, it would likely be blown off. At the exit of the second level of the vertical ladder, a flurry of moving flashlights awaited me, much like farmers poised to catch frogs in the dead of night, anticipating my emergence from below. I fired a shot at the iron door of the powder magazine. Forcing open the first rusted iron door, I charged inside. but the pirates above quickly realized my intention to enter the powder magazine and began firing in my direction. Bullets pierced the deck above, striking the ship's hull nearby. The hull was predominantly constructed of heavy materials, impervious to bullets. The structure from the hull to the sides tapered from thick to thin, offering formidable resistance to collision. Its defensive capabilities were remarkable. Even grenades might struggle to breach it, which emboldened them to fire recklessly. However, upon opening the second iron door and standing before the wooden door of the powder magazine, the gunfire abruptly ceased. Surely, they were not foolish and recognized the folly of indiscriminate shooting. Should the powder magazine ignite, they would perish alongside me. They were not zealots, merely a band of greedy miscreants, fearful of death. Voices from above clamored incoherently, the nature of their discourse lost on me. I kicked the door open and stepped into the dry powder magazine, inhaling the rich scent of butter along with the distinctive aroma of ammunition crates. Several boxes brimmed with weapons exuding the scent of new firearms. I pried open a square wooden crate, revealing an array of dark green grenades. I seized one and exited, pulling the pin and hurling it towards the vertical ladder entrance, where a multitude of flashlights converged, providing an excellent target. The grenade soared onto the second-level deck, detonating with a resounding explosion. The chaos above was palpable. The deck near the point of impact, where the grenade landed, was blown apart, creating a large gaping hole. Jagged wooden splinters and blood, muddied with dust, cascaded down like stones dripping water, the size of the drops increasing. Clearly, those ignorant, barbaric pirates were unaccustomed to such pandemonium, falling victim to my explosive ambush like a crowd drawn to a spectacle. At this moment, hearing the explosion, the Western woman likely clutched the life ring and leapt into the sea. I promptly dashed back into the powder magazine. I understood they would not dare to descend. It would not be long before they sought to negotiate with me, attempting to lure me out of the powder magazine only to unleash a hail of gunfire to eliminate me, for I had no retreat, and they could not afford to provoke me. I awaited an opportunity. My sole exit did not lie at the entrance of this vertical ladder, but rather in the grain storage. Positioned at the very bow of the ship, the storage was a fortified area, impervious to breaches, making it impossible to escape into the sea from there. However, it could certainly be used to blast through the upper deck, allowing me to reach the gunner's level. The second tier, I merely needed to simultaneously detonate 2 grenades to divert their attention, climb atop the stacked rice bags through the newly created opening, ascend to the second level, and leap through one of the cannon ports into the sea. Yet, this plan was fraught with peril, and igniting 2 grenades simultaneously posed a significant challenge. I could not throw them both at once, as the distance was too great and the intervening obstacles numerous, risking a return blast that could obliterate me. Chapter 126. A desperate escape on the battlefield in Iraq. A remarkably skilled peacekeeper once remarked during a press interview that no matter how accurately one shoots on a firing range, or how, to an outsider, this might seem like a jest, yet to those in the know, it sends shivers down their spine. In the heart of the battlefield, one must spray fire wherever there is movement, with scarcely any time to think or aim. The slightest hesitation could result in being struck by a stray bullet from an unknown direction. Amidst the billowing smoke and the cacophony of gunfire, one can easily become disoriented. Only a sniper, detached from the fray, can shoot with precision and regulate their heartbeat. However, at this moment, I must remain composed, avoiding any reckless luck in my shooting. I am certain that if I were to step out from behind the iron door, a hail of bullets would rain down upon me, piercing not only the door but the deck as well. Thus, accurately throwing a second grenade has become an impossibility. They would not care whether I emerged or not. The moment any sound emanates from the deck below, they would unleash a barrage of gunfire. The munitions store contains a limited variety of explosives, and despite my efforts, I have failed to locate any flashbangs or even smoke grenades. If only I could find a smoke grenade, escaping this place would be considerably easier, for the light from flashlights, infrared beams, and microwaves cannot penetrate such smoke. After their blind firing from above, they would surely cease shooting, allowing me to slip through the cover of smoke and exit the munitions store. Unbeknownst to them whether I remain inside or have fled elsewhere, they would hesitate to descend until the smoke dissipates and they can illuminate the area below with their... Unfortunately, luck is not on my side, and I have yet to find a smoke grenade. The longer this drags on, the more precarious my situation becomes. It is now exceedingly dire. Voices of pirates echo from above, evidently attempting to negotiate with me. Naturally, I pay no heed to their words. They merely wish to lure me out to gun me down indiscriminately. In my frantic search, I managed to uncover a rocket launcher, a formidable anti-tank weapon. Even the most resilient tank would be reduced to scrap metal before such a device. During World War II, this weapon proved invaluable and continues to be favored by soldiers to this day. I scarcely have time to revel in my find. Cautiously, I hoist the rocket launcher and maneuver to the exterior of the munitions store, moving along its wall. Reaching the midpoint of the ship's hull, if the lights on the third deck are still illuminated, I should be able to see the storeroom at the bow of the ship, approximately 40 meters away. I must rely solely on my memory to aim. Should anything obstruct my shot and the projectile veer off course, the ship could be doomed. If the ammunition collides with the storeroom, the explosion's force would be absorbed by the bags of rice, akin to sandbags in a trench, effectively stifling the spread of flames and impact. The deck above the storeroom, however, would not be so fortunate. It would be blasted open, creating a substantial hole. Fire! I squeezed the trigger, feeling the recoil jolt my robust frame backward, and immediately I dove to the side. A thunderous explosion ensued. The storeroom at the bow erupted, sending a powerful shockwave reverberating through the narrow confines of the ship. The sound resonated in my ears, rendering them momentarily deafened, and the entire vessel shuddered. In that instant, I knew that the pirates on the second deck were rendered momentarily deaf. Instinctively dropping to the deck, I then charged toward the storeroom, engulfed in acrid smoke, my head spinning. The storeroom was filled with the scent of charred grains. Each step I took crunched upon a bed of burnt rice. The water tank had ruptured, unleashing torrents of fresh water. I observed that the lower... With no time to ponder, I clambered over the scorched grains, each ascent requiring my hands to push against the seared surface. Disregarding the heat, I swiftly emerged through the hole in the upper deck. Taking advantage of the pirates' distraction, I opened the nearest cannon port and leaped out, plunging into the frigid embrace of the sea. The sudden immersion filled my ears with water, causing a sharp sting. Yet, I could still hear the sound of water. I soon surfaced, and under the moonlight, I beheld a striking Western woman, dragging a swimming ring toward me, with a little girl nestled within it, exhausted and asleep. "Are you all right?" The anxious woman, rather than inquiring about our predicament, expressed her concern for my well-being, igniting a warmth within me. Amidst the hellish mire of battle, where I had fought alone against death, her gentle inquiry stirred something within, clearing my dazed mind and allowing my eyes to focus. Several times I felt myself sinking, but the woman supported me with one hand, keeping me afloat as I grasped the life ring. We were far from safety. I could not afford to take a breath. Should the pirates within the ship discover my departure from the munitions store, they would immediately pursue me. Before they regained power, we must escape their searchlights. Otherwise, we would be shattered by bullets.